in all things Latin, Rome, like a symphony is home to the bourgeoisie who put the Roman romantic heads home. It all burned down as Nero just fiddled around. But right here, right now, 2,000 years on, they're still going strong in Rome, where the fashion kings all roam, where the pasta's all homegrown, and the guys all stare while they compare what the young girls wear in Rome, with its dim-lit bars and nights of a million stars. So get me across the Atlantic, let's all go land some manic. Who put the Roman romantic? That's Rome. I'm asking, who put the Roman romantic? That's Rome.
I've been walking through the valley of the shadows. I let them tell me who I was. I've been talking myself up onto the gallows. Every time I tried to walk away, I couldn't make it through another day. Everything seemed to be an uphill battle. I was trying to make it on my own, my way. You were knocking on the door that I've been looking for. It was right in front of me. I was lost, but now I'm free. And I was blind, but now I see that your love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. boogie fever. It's breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever. You can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's taking over the world. It's the boogie keeping you alive. With a fever, it's only one way that you can survive. You gotta get some more of that funky rhythm on the floor. And when you start to feel the beat, there's nothing to stop your feet. You got the boogie fever. It's breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever. You can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's taking over the world. Can everybody feel the heat? We're burning up, burning up. Dancing to the fever beat. So let's turn it up, turn it up. Boogie fever. It's breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever. You can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's breaking. Boogie fever. It's breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever. You can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's breaking. You can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's taking over the world. When I go, I won't be looking back to the old and to the past. Every day I wonder if this is all there is. There is nothing gonna hold me back today. Hey, hey, start all over again. I'm throwing my old boots out. Hey, hey, start all over again. I'm throwing my old boots out. I can feel the change. There's a whisper in the wind. Gonna pack my things, gonna leave it all behind, and let all my troubles fade away. Hey, hey, start all over again. I'm throwing my old boots out. Hey, hey, start all over again. I'm throwing
picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. I said it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. I'm such a fool, but I don't have the will to run from you. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a shakedown.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule. Dare to triumph against all odds. Dare to rise above fate.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 21 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Good morning and welcome to a fantastic Friday here at DreamLeague Season
Wait a minute.
21.
There's some. Come on.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What do you mean? Good morning.
I mean,
What are they? What are they wearing?
I kind of didn't want to.
What are they wearing?
No, it's not Casual Friday.
It's not. Is it Friday?
It is Friday.
It's not Casual Friday.
It's like DreamLeague Friday.
Where's the damn suits?
The suits start to smell.
That's smell. That's your job.
That's why we have like a nice 5-meter distance between us. We don't care. The camera doesn't care. We just want you to look the best.
There's a laundry facility here.
There is a laundry facility here. It's. I think. Get it.
I think they're gonna.
Wait a second. They will have to get it fixed. You will need to suit up, but we do need them for a little bit because we need. We're torn.
You can't have a Dream League without a band. You can't have a talk show without a band.
You cannot. What kind of show are you without a band? Really?
You're a nobody.
Nobody.
Nothing.
Nothing. But what kind of band? What kind of show are you if the band is dressed like that?
A fraternity. That's what you are. My God.
That's very.
They are dripped out.
Apt.
'Cause apparently their suits were dripping as well, but with sweat.
That's disgusting.
Well,
you know what? Okay. We'll intro the guests. We'll do that first. See how it goes. See how we feel. So, without further ado, our first guest of the day, ladies and gentlemen, PogChamp Pandas, Casual Pandas. Please make some noise for Pog.
jeez, it's like in high school. He's gripping so hard.
So
phrasing, my bad.
But how did you feel walking on with a band like that?
I think they look pretty cool. I think you guys are being kind of rude.
But they're not wearing the suits.
They're not wearing the suits.
There's no suits.
I think they look great.
I do too, but it's
I would like another opinion on the couch. Maybe a little bit more respectable opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody, it's Odie Pixel.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
What do you think?
I think the band looks great, yeah.
Yep.
Really good.
bullies.
This is not part of the script.
I mean, you're not wearing suits.
they're really bad at,
What
at doing what they're told.
Yes.
Where's your suit,
The
Jenkins?
band as well.
Come
I
on.
also.
This is a suit.
Look.
If I have to wear this crap They gotta wear their suits.
Yes.
I don't want to wear this.
I would wear sweatpants and hoodies if I was allowed.
I want to look like
allowed.
him.
Like who?
Beautiful.
Oh.
Radiant. Glowing.
Guys,
Thanks.
I've made a executive
I don't know.
decision here. Puckchap Pandas, I'm gonna need you to suit up, please,
Oh.
if you will. Suit up.
Do they give away the shirts though?
that
Usually,
a-
isn't that the thing the band does? Though we get like a
Throw the shirt.
Throw the shit.
fan here, right here.
Eat the head off a crow or whatever. I heard.
Break the guitar
I
on
don't
the
know about
I heard
floor.
guys do that. Did you hear Jens play like a sad drum beat? He's like,
No, okay, so they did Casual Friday, but not just with the clothes, but also with the intro. It was more casual. I don't know, we're gonna get them back into shape. Don't you worry,
We'll
they'll
get them
suit up.
started.
And while we wait for that to happen, we got something else planned because earlier this week we did a challenge together with Cap and SVG, and we want to do the same challenge with ODPixel and Fogged.
Oh.
And we will need to get up for that, Jenkins. We didn't check. We didn't have
we did. We can figure something out though. Don't
yeah,
worry.
but shall I write it down?
Do you
What
have
I
any
thought.
idea?
You can write it down.
No, I know.
How
what the
about
Oh, you
how
know what
about
it is?
this
I don't
one?
know
How
what it
about
is.
It's
this
the one
one?
that
I'll write it down
you know.
here.
Oh, you
so
went.
we
Yeah, you didn't.
I
say
wasn't
it.
here.
You guys,
It's
I gotta
easy.
tell you, there's a really low bar. There's a really low bar set here because Cap and Avery were not very good.
You
were
guys weren't
worse.
very good either.
Yeah,
We were worse.
We got rushed those.
Shit, I'm like
Well, how about
Useless.
this one? How about that
early,
one?
you know?
Yeah, we can do that.
Alright.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
They had like a warm up.
Well, I don't want to erase any of these.
Who's Puge?
No, but you don't.
predictions.
That's why I'm keeping tally right here. So I got pen, cue card.
Just do it on the
scores. No, because the back doesn't have
It's
the whole
wood.
thingamajigs.
Yeah, but you
What
get
on
some
the back?
paint out or something. You can use
Cost
it.
say
Just
SR uninstall?
No.
Oh, wins it all.
Shop for $5 million
I read that as
uninstall.
uninstall.
That does look like uninstall.
Is that my handwriting?
Why did you put uninstall?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
I
I was like, Jesus, Dom.
Uninstall.
want to do it this on the chalkboard. I'll just do it. I'll just do it up here.
I also got. Okay, sure.
I'll just do it very small.
It's like because we cannot erase it later because once you start erasing, you've got to erase the whole board.
No, that's called OCD, Shaver.
Yeah, you can just
You don't
rub
have
out
to
a
do
bit.
that.
Okay, well,
No, you do because there's
you,
no
teacher.
eraser proper.
Okay.
Just really tiny.
So the game is,
Yeah.
you know, when you were a kid.
How do I clear the things?
No.
What do you mean shaking your head?
Where's
to
the
that?
menu?
No.
That was
Oh,
the rhetorical
shoot.
part of the question.
No.
Help.
It's
You have to remember.
Yeah.
Top,
that-
middle, top.
What?
okay.
Oh,
All right,
hello.
look over there. See this? So what we're gonna do?
Where's
You,
the
you guys choose a hero,
Okay.
Okay.
and then
Queen of Pain.
No, you don't tell me.
Oh.
Do what I instruct.
Okay.
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 How do I
Don't
max
respond to
it
me
again?
verbally. All right. Pick a hero
Done.
between each other.
Between us, like
Yes.
one hero between us.
You can write it down. I said don't respond verbally. This is taking too long. And then we say, is it a girl? And then if you say, you have to say yes or no. And then we X off all the girls. And then we do that until we get what hero it is. And then the person that does it in the lowest amount of guesses wins. And by person, I mean team, because we're on teams. You guys are a team, and we're a team. We already selected our hero, so we can go first if you guys would like to guess.
Okay. So then you ask us a question.
No, you ask us.
But you pick the hero.
Is it a girl?
Wait a second, Owen. Don't play dumb. You saw this game played with Avery and SPG. You're just
well, it
trying.
wasn't played very well.
He-
They
I mean,
gotta,
didn't do
they gotta
very well,
go
so-
first.
He's prying for information.
Yes, he is.
That's the smart.
And
way to do
I
it.
did it. I made the board perfect. There was no team viewer involved. Promise.
So which of these heroes is the one you picked?
Yes.
What?
Nice try.
Well done.
You gotta get up, guys. You gotta get up and everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand.
Ask questions and everything.
All right.
All
okay,
right.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Any question?
Yeah.
Any question?
Any question.
Yes or no
You
question?
want me to start?
Yeah, go for it.
Yes or no?
Go for it.
Yes or no questions?
What do you want to do to filter it out?
Have you
Don't
never
block the
played?
screen, though. Come on, we've got beautiful viewers watching.
Yeah, don't
I
block
mean,
one.
you go first. You go.
Okay, has it got tones of red in its portrait?
No.
No.
No, it does not.
No red.
That's one point.
Okay.
Yeah, have fun with that.
Does it have?
Lena in the bottom right.
Can I ask another one now?
Yeah, you can
Yes.
go for one.
Okay. Does it have any facial hair?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so.
You
Yes.
think so?
Think so?
Wait.
That's a big giveaway.
That's
Let's
a-
have a
No,
look.
I
Let's
said
have a look.
yes.
Okay, there's quite a bit of them. There's
It's
quite a bit.
definitely
Well, I
not
can
this,
give a- I
because
can
that
give
would not
away.
be think so.
Yeah.
This would not be think so.
Yeah.
Don't read
This
into
would
that
not be
too much.
think
I'm,
so.
I'm an idiot.
I mean,
So all of
some
these,
of them are
all
no.
of these are not.
No.
Oh, that was a bad idea.
You guys are gonna have to deal with that. That's just a mistake right there.
Jenkins, did you just?
I think he just gave it away. That was the best
give
clue
it
ever.
away?
Wait, well, how did you give it away?
I
By
mean, he said
saying,
he
I
thinks
think
so.
so.
It's Pudge, right?
No, I think it's hoodwink because he had to think, is that facial hair? Because it's fluff.
That's a good point. That's a
So
good point.
I'm
That's a
thinking
good
it's
point.
definitely not snob. Or
Tree
it could be
also
tree
could
because he's
because his
also
is
got like a
fake.
beard, but
His
it's
is
a wooden
fake.
beard.
You know,
so
you can't
I
have-
think we want to ask a question that kind of filters between these two. So think of something.
So are they tree related? I guess that would not take
No.
out either of them.
That's a question already, or
but the answer is no.
But the answer's no, so they're both
no. Okay, so it's not these two. Could be Ricky because his
Guess
facial
how's
hair is
beard,
kind
though?
of weird.
But that is a beard. Then he's just wrong.
Yeah, but it's
That's
kind of
bad
weird.
clues.
It's kind of weird. It's not an obvious.
What do you
beard.
mean it's bad clues?
Like-
Okay, that's Ricky
Yes or
then.
no
I
question?
think, no, let's ask someone about this. Well, let's.
Is it an agility hero?
Yeah, go for that.
Yes.
Okay, so
I mean, I'm down to guess that then.
I think it's yeah.
for sure.
I think so.
Is it Ricky?
Yes.
Yep.
Jenkins, you gave it
easy.
away.
Nice
You
one.
should have just said
Easy.
yes
Nice
or
one,
let
nice
me
one.
handle it when I
Listen.
steal the portrait.
Listen, guys, this is
Yeah.
about the content, guys. I'm not really trying that hard. I'm just trying to make it good for the
I knew the
viewers.
facial. I saw. I was
I
like,
wanted
a lot
them
of
to be
hairy
able
ones.
This is
Yeah, yeah.
You want
the
to type it here
Sheever
and show me it?
Okay.
plus Jenkins.
Just you pick.
Wait, does it count as 1 point or 2 points when they guess if they get it right?
Let's say yes to get more points.
Yeah, that'll be
Otherwise,
6.
We had like 12 points last time. You guys are safe. Don't you worry about
Oh, well, now because they did it
Okay.
quickly, we have time.
Okay.
it. Okay, I don't know
good.
why
Got
I'm
it?
holding
You got
this.
it?
I don't
Ask
need
away.
this.
Okay.
Oh, do we have to make the lines on the board?
Yeah, you guys
We do.
come do it.
Is there red in the portrait?
Yes.
Yes.
You're kidding. Okay, I'll X. I'll X.
Yeah.
Oh, gee.
I'm just gonna scribble all of this out because.
Oh, my belly's going crazy.
There's red in that portrait. What are you talking about?
Oh shit, you're right. Whatever.
They're gonna screw this up.
What are the chances it's that one?
Why is there? There's no red in that one.
That's like okay, I guess. All right. Look at that. Is that red?
No, that's orange.
Yeah, but orange.
No,
is,
there's no
orange
red.
is red and yellow.
There's
together.
no red. I literally asked, is there red? Phoenix does not
Oh,
have red.
literally red. Yeah.
I
that's
asked
true.
red in
What
the
about
portrait.
Enchantress's red hair?
There's no red. That's orange. It says
orange
red
there?
in the portrait.
Okay. What about Hoodwink's red? Whatever. Fur?
I will say that's not red.
Okay.
More
Well,
like pink.
we could have. All right.
That's red eyes.
That's red eyes. Sniper red.
Nah.
Okay.
And then there's red in the thing.
There's
yes.
red in hood. All right. Let's see. What do we got here? There's 2 girls, 3 girls, 4 girls actually. We can ask if it's a girl.
Is it a girl?
No.
Nope.
Okay, let's X out all the girls here.
There's a lot of girls.
There's actually a lot of girls. Okay, so Troll, DK, Lycan, Agi Strength, Universal, Int, Strength, Int.
Wait,
Int.
did you also?
We can ask if it's Int, and we can eliminate.
Are
about
you
half of
still
these.
counting that one too?
Sure. We can eliminate half of these by asking if it's Int, because all of these are Int heroes, most of them, or half of them. Yeah, is it Int? It's not intelligence.
It's not half.
Yeah, look, this guy,
Yes.
this guy.
That's not half, dude. You cannot count.
Oh shit, you're
That's
right.
just 2.
Oh no.
Help.
Well, there's not much left. There's this guy. There's
Yes.
Agi, Strength, Agi.
Yeah, so we don't ask anything
Strength.
of that sort.
He's not Strength. He's Universal.
Great, but we don't ask that. What kind? Let's see.
I mean, the
There's only one. There's 2 with a targetable ultimate,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
So that's 2 versus 4. Ideally, we get one that's 3v3.
Yep. You want to have big O of log n complexity to the
What?
algorithm. You want to eliminate half of the things every time. for the
Ideally, want
fastest.
to eliminate half.
The CS students out there will know what I just said. Shout out to computer science.
Great.
We've done all my questions so far. I'm down to go.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
yours.
There's only 2 that go ranged. I mean, you just do 2 at a time, I guess. It's fine.
Wait. How many points are we at?
3.
3. So we have one more guess, and then we have to guess the hero. So
One more question. And then
One
we
more
have to-
question, and then we have to guess here if we want to tie with them.
There's no way we
This
can-
is fucking hard, man. We have to.
Unless their ultimate is a targetable one, in which case
We have to shoot a
choose
shot.
between.
We have
you
to
want to
shoot a
shoot the shot? You can either ask targetable ultimate, which is these two,
Yep.
or can turn.
Is it a targetable ultimate?
No.
Oh shit!
Let's fuck it.
Damn it.
I was gonna say, or you check if they can be ranged, which is those two.
So we have a 1 in 3.
And those have summons.
We have a 1 in 3.
1 in 4. The Wraith King has actually.
Yeah, but I feel like they probably would not say yes for does have red for Wraith King.
True.
They would say, oh, he's green.
Yeah, probably.
So we have a 1 in 3.
Yeah.
Think about Own and Fogged. They are
I don't.
just insane people. What would they choose? I feel like Fogged might choose Lycan because it's OP.
I think they could choose any of the 3.
Let's go Lycan because they were looking at Lycan on the board before, and I think subconsciously they picked Lycan based on that.
There's no way. How
Is it
that
Lycan?
logic?
No.
Nope.
How can you do that
Damn
to
it!
me?
Damn it! It's like 101 failed me. All right, well,
I would have said that one if I was to get one chance, but
I feel like we should give him a hint.
what do you mean? There's
No.
only 2 left.
are there actually 2 left? You know how we did it last time? There were other people that thought there were more left. Unless you were lying when you said, is there red? And we crossed one out. Oh,
Let's just pick one.
this also still has red. We forgot about her. No,
we
that's a
said, is it a
targetable
girl?
alt. That's a targetable
She's a girl
alt.
as well. She's a girl.
True. Targetable
Is it DK?
No.
Is it Troll?
No.
Okay, so who is it?
There's nobody else. Has red in the portrait.
There's
Rest.
nobody else. Who is it?
You want to lose? Like,
Well, we already
Then you
lose.
lost.
What do you mean? We already lose.
okay, you already lose.
Yeah, we already
So
lost.
tell me who it is.
It was Phoenix.
Phoenix.
There is clearly red in the portrait.
No, it's
Absolutely
all
red.
orange.
Oh,
Dead
you
red.
said, is there red in the portrait?
Yes,
you
which
didn't
is all
ask what the
orange.
overwhelming color was. You asked
No,
if
there
red
is
was
no
in the
red
portrait.
in this portrait.
There is,
Look at
there
it.
it
is
literally goes from
Look
orange
at it.
Let's get the
Look
paint
at it.
system thing
Goes
to
from
absorb
orange
colors.
to black.
That is
It
so
covers
orange.
red.
That is so
You said, is there
100%
red
orange.
Here's
in
what
it?
we'll do. Here's what
Yes,
we'll do.
there's orange, but there's also red.
Can we blow this up?
Okay, is Venge more red than Phoenix?
What?
Because you guys
but
were
there-
debating Venge.
But there's
It'd still
red
be red.
in the portrait of
And
Venge.
there's red in the portrait
And there's
of
red in the
Phoenix.
portrait of Phoenix.
No, that's just orange.
Well, technically, computer
not
screens
just
are
orange.
computer screens are RGB, so there's red in every portrait.
Well, we both agreed that was red.
We both agreed immediately there's
Actually,
red. Chat agreed
unless
there's
the
red.
red, unless the red light is completely off, but that's very unlikely for a lot of these. colors.
Look at the
These are
look at the
complex
background
col-
bit. There's clearly red on kind of like his breast.
Orange.
It's
There's
all
red.
orange and red.
There's burnt orange and normal orange and bright
Is
orange.
There's
Is
red in there.
orange
Look at
a
that.
shade of red, ladies and gentlemen?
There
That
is
is
red
the
in
question
that
we're
portrait.
asking here today.
I think we were
One in chat.
sabotaged.
One in
Sabotage,
chat.
I say. And since I'm the host
There's-
here,
there's red in
ladies
there.
and gentlemen,
There's
Frog
red.
that already pixelated. I would
Absolutely.
Easy
say it
game.
was a
Thank
pleasure.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
But was it a pleasure, really?
Easy.
Don't know. It will be a pleasure listening to you guys cast. At least you're good at that one. So thank you so much for joining us. Goodbye.
Thank you. Easy
And
game.
So tight.
Easy game.
Phrasing.
Why is it red?
Oh my god.
we are
My
going
God.
to our first series of the day. So stay tuned for some Dota 2. It was orange, 100%. Hey!
That is not. That is
that's-
not what I was. Hell,
What?
I don't know what to say right now.
I asked him to suit up.
Where did they even get a hot dog suit?
Oh, horse
Is that a
suit?
donkey? Oh, that's a courier. He's a courier.
It's a curry.
To be honest, drummers are like the couriers of a band. They're just forgotten about, but really they carry the whole game.
Oh, that's a compliment, Jens. If that's Jens, which, hard to tell.
Actually, we don't really know, do we?
It could be anyone at this
Put
point.
your hand up if you're Jens. Okay,
Thomas!
Thomas, we see you. We see you.
All right, okay. Well, I did ask him to suit up. I guess I got what I wanted, but the show must go on. The show will go on, and it's time to bring out 2 more people that can tell us whether Phoenix is orange or red. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Lacoste.
Hello.
You didn't do the handshake today. You did it every day. Oh, there we go.
Forgot. One more. No. Is it on camera? Like this, snap. There we go.
I don't get it. Orange.
Awesome.
For Phoenix, is Phoenix orange? Or
Yeah,
red?
pretty much. I didn't see any red in it, to be honest.
Thank you. They were just wrong. They also, if they saw us say that Phoenix is red, they should have said, well, we messed up. And then we could have changed it.
But then we would know it's Phoenix.
That's true.
The only.
That's true.
That was a complicated situation to be.
You did
involved
great, Jenkins. You're really good at these games.
Oh, I like this.
You're also
panel.
good at table tennis.
I
We just
really-
played for like good 30 minutes. Did a cardio, and who was the winner? I forgot.
You were the winner.
Exactly.
We were playing 2-ball table tennis.
That's
Playing
pretty
with our
intense.
2 balls.
Okay, that's good. Could take it too far. There's an empty space still on the couch. We would like to fill it with a very smart person, and we got one of those right here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Fear. Divine, where'd you get that one?
He bought an account.
I thought you were higher than Divine, yeah.
No, I lost a lot of them.
Oh, that's unfortunate. At least you didn't lose as much as the cost.
Yeah, I had a rough 4 years, pretty much. It would take me that much to go down back to Herald.
Tough life, Fear. Just for good measure, Phoenix, red or orange?
Well, Phoenix is orange, but I saw a little bit of red tint at the very bottom right corner. It's debatable.
Still
I
undecided.
think it's the background. It doesn't have to do anything with the hero.
Yeah, the hero is orange, undoubtedly. But that wasn't the argument.
That wasn't the argument. It's all good. Agree to disagree with Odipixel and Fox. It's okay. They can't defend themselves, so it's kind of unfair. We should move on to the series of the day because we are having 8 teams left remaining here for DreamLeague Season 21, and we want to get rid of a couple. We're going to get rid of 3 teams today. We're starting off with some elimination. Of course, every series today is elimination because we got 3 series. We're going to have Entity versus Gaming Gladiators coming your way fairly soon. So I want to start talking about those two as I'd say both have had rocky times, Lacoste, but Entity at least has an excuse because they're playing with a stand-in.
Yeah, but now today they're going to be playing with 2 stand-ins basically because Amar is not part of the team, and also Marine is going to be standing in for Stormstormer because he has his brother's wedding. But this is the whole, like the old squad, the old Creepwave squad coming in together. These are 4 members of the team. There are multiple members. They're like, you know, Power Rangers. First they started with 4 or 5, then they expanded. There's a bunch of them. But not going to be an easy series for them. ATF... Whoa.
Well, how can we have Maureen so fast as an image?
They knew.
They knew.
Malrine seems to stand in for a team in every one of
it's
these.
not Maureen. I thought it was Maureen.
Maureen.
What does Maureen mean?
Maureen.
It's like a marine
with an L.
Yeah, it's Maureen.
That's me. Maureen L. Marine Lacoste.
It's fine if they're playing with 2 stand-ins, because let's be real, the highest MMR in the world, Watson, will potentially carry this crew through. And if you want to learn more about Watson, well, look at this.
I like to listen to SpongeBob music.
So this guy's rank 1, right? He has got 30.3k or MMR or something, and he's like owning, and he's streaming. And he does all of this while he's like owning on his Morphling, going 18-0-12 or something, and like owning his pubs. He's doing all of this while listening to SpongeBob music.
It was double bite.
He's playing SpongeBob Atmosphere, I don't know, music in the background, and like you open his stream and he's like, I don't know, you could imagine he's playing like some, I don't know, some big like artesian music or whatever, Fallen Zone or everything. But he's just chilling there. He's just sitting in front of his keyboards, you know, listening to SpongeBob music and like enjoying his time, you know.
Sometimes if I die in pub, 2 times in lane, I insta-buy mines. It's a bad habit.
The music thing kind of transferred to LAN events. When he played on Lima Major, he would turn on his phone and like play random Spotify music, and that music would also be the same kind. So we would all be sitting like backstage, would be a little bit nervous, you know, or we gotta go on stage, blah blah blah. And all of a sudden you hear SpongeBob music coming out from his pocket or whatever, and like it's just kind of funny. Or some like some soundtracks from some like teenager TV shows and all this kind of stuff. And he's like just completely chill doing it. Like it's nothing special. He's just playing this music and he's like rocking to it, you know.
When we are on bootcamp, everybody like to go out, walk around bootcamp. I don't like it. Waste of time. Teleportation. ITP on bootcamp.
We'll never know.
He doesn't hate anything.
He doesn't hate anything.
That's the thing.
I will tell you, the
like
memory
math.
that Stormstormer has about Lima Major, about hearing SpongeBob music. I remember I was in the shuttle with him quite a couple of times, I believe. And all I heard from his phone was, capybara, 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 capybara.
Yeah.
And it's like constant, because there's like so many videos on TikTok and Instagram made with that soundtrack. Just capybara videos, and he loves those. He
This
loves
is
those.
turning into Bikini Bottom League. When we had an interview with Saberlight, he also said that when he touched the bottom of the sea, he also met SpongeBob. Now we're listening to SpongeBob music. I'm wondering who's next.
Because SpongeBob is actually a documentary.
Yeah,
It's like-
this thing is real.
It's like Atlantic. It's just down there and it's sunken, and it was a city at one point, but Bikini Bottom is there and SpongeBob is real. And we can actually play SpongeBob music here with the band who's not ready. Okay. Thomas has got it. It's just Thomas. It's hot dog suit. Anyway, back to you, Fear.
Yeah, great. I mean, what are we talking about again? SpongeBob or Watson?
Or Watson, or Gaming Gladiators, their opponents for today, because we talked to Quinn yesterday. I fear he said that they were a little rocky at the start, but they are ramping up. How far have they ramped up in your opinion?
Not a lot, but enough to just squeeze by, right? And luckily for them, like we talked about it at Riyadh, like they have some type of plot armor. Like at some point they send Stormstormer to a wedding, so they could have an easier loser bracket here. But it's going to be an interesting match nonetheless. I think Entity, they're definitely a star-studded team. Like every single one of those players, super high MMR, really well talented. But Shopify Rebellion,
they had great performance yesterday. We got to give them credit.
That is, to be honest, that was fantastic. I love that.
But no, Gaming Gladiators is definitely a team, like, throughout the whole year, sound like a broken record. They won 3 majors, they won the last 2 Dream Leagues, they've won in pretty much everything that they touch, for the most part, except for Riyadh. They're going in here, still favorites, even though they're the lower bracket, but I will say this is going to be a very impressive run if they can make it all the way from lower bracket to the grand finals.
Make a lower bracket run into Dream League Season 20. And in terms of series, they're 23-3 in the playoff matches, which is insanely impressive. Only losing three series. This team, it's just like you see them play in the group stage. You're like, okay, they're definitely not taking this one. If they keep playing like this, then they start to power up with each day. They had a bit of a rough start. Quinn talked about it in the interview because they didn't have much time to reset after winning another tournament. Also wondering, like, what's the mentality coming into just a tournament? Okay, another win. We have to spend 5 days there to win a tournament, then go back, win another tournament. It gets boring.
I can tell you the mentality. You know what Duraccio told me? He just wants to win quickly so he can go party afterwards.
Really?
That's what he wants.
But you know what? If you lose fast as
Yes,
possible, you can
party more.
quicker.
That's
Way
not,
more.
That's, like,
For
that's
days.
not how Game of Gladiators does things, though. They're just so used to winning that they're like, let's just get.
Yeah, but the quality of the party is much lower because you have less money to spend.
That's right. That's right.
Very
That's why
true,
they
very
got to
true.
win. Yeah.
One of the things that I want to talk about regarding Gaming Gladiators, or one of the players rather I want to talk about, is Tofu, because we've seen Gaming Gladiators experiment a little bit. We saw an Ancient Operation Position 4. Did not like that. I don't think Tofu liked that either. But we do see more emphasis on the position 4s and the moves that they can make. Of course, highlighted especially yesterday with the Crit Vengeful Spirit. We saw the impact of plus 4, I think, to the max sphere. And when talking about Tofu, this is one of the best pos 4s, if he's not experimenting too much, that you can wish for, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's just, I feel like he's having a hard time readjusting to the new patch. Like when I thought of Tofu and all the success he has had in the past, he's played more of like that support role, meaning like he would buy like supportive items like Lotus, Glimmer Capes, Force Staffs. Lately I'm seeing him experiment a bit more with the hero pool. We saw the A, as you mentioned, didn't really work out. He tried a Shadow Shaman also here, we don't see very often. It didn't really work out, fed on both of them. Saw him play the Earthshaker as well. The hero that buys more of like the Blink initiation type of style, which is something that he hasn't done a ton of. So I think he's just trying to expand, and I don't know if that's based on his own preference of like wanting to expand as a player, or if the meta is requiring him to change it up a little bit.
Yeah, because he's one of the few players, I think one of the two that only played, like every single game he played a different hero. 10 heroes in 10 games, which is pretty impressive. You know, they lost some of the games, but I do feel like you need to have like this versatility, especially when coming from position 4 and 5. These two roles are really good to play right now. You have so much more impact compared to the previous patches. And when we talk about versatility, Entity, they don't have much. Like they've always been a team that you know what's coming, you know how they're going to play. And a lot of the times this is going to be their downfall because they're relatively easy to counter.
Yeah, for Entity though, I mean, they're playing obviously with a stand-in before and now stand-ins, plural. This is the best run they've had at a Tier 1 tournament for quite some time. So it is going well. I had the stats and my brain forgot them. But obviously they did win the qualifiers to go to TI, so they got that. But because the biggest teams were missing there, you can't call that a Tier 1 tournament. Other than that, they did not win any playoff matches for the longest of times. So I'm very excited to see what they can do here. I think that there's maybe a little bit less pressure on them, Jenkins, because they don't have Stormer, which Fishman said is their best player. But how do you feel like they'll do it? Like, is this an even is this an even match? Can we sell this as an even battle? Or
No, it's not. But I do think that if there's any stand-in that you want to play with at DreamLeague, it's Malrine.
Yeah.
We've seen him stand in for other teams before, and with Tundra.
That was me, Amar.
And Amar is good
He's
too.
got both of them.
Yeah, they've pretty much got both the stand-in warriors. So
Yeah, they have the combo, Marlene.
That's right. That's right. You definitely knew he was called Malrine until just a few minutes ago. But it's Gaming Gladiators. This is the team that has won 6 tournaments this year. So I'm not going to sit here and, spout some shit about how it's an even matchup. The Entity's back is up against the wall. They're playing against one of the toughest opponents imaginable.
In 2023, they didn't manage to win a single time against Gaming Gladiators. It's 7-0.
This is the first time.
This is it.
If they do it, it is beyond impressive, and they should kick their players and go with this roster.
We would like to thank Stormstormer for his contribution to the team.
Yeah, he did a good job, but no, it's tough for them. It's tough for them.
Tough.
But
we are saying though, I mean, the most important players at the moment, or most impactful, is supports. Combine that with setting Watson up for success. You don't need the mid. You don't need the offlaner. All you
Wait,
need.
who said supports are the most important?
I did. Hereby. All you need is Watson
I agree.
plus 2.
As a support player, I agree.
Watson plus 2 can do it, depending on what hero he gets his hands on.
I mean, Watson is literally rank 1, so
Yes.
I think if there's
by
anybody
quite a bit as well.
by a huge margin, so
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if there's any
Yeah, but
player you're
he's
going to play
ranked 1
around.
in Europe,
In the world.
in the weakest region, so
Yeah,
that
Europe.
doesn't mean much.
If you're rank 1 in NA, then you can come and talk to me, but
If you're rank 1 in A, you're like rank 50 Europe.
you mean rank -50 because it's very impressive that it goes into the negatives.
Yes, very, very impressive. Makes a lot of sense. But anyway, for first pick here, Entity, they got their hands on... I'm curious, what's left? NP is in the pool. Some teams like picking it, others do not. What are we missing here? Other tier invokers?
Dawnbreaker, we sometimes see banned first as well.
Warlock first pick? No.
Well, we forgot. Amar's a stand-in, so
He
just
gets-
going to be Razor
yeah.
Pretty
straight
sure
away.
Malrine plays this as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a flex.
I feel like Malrine and Amar just have like the
Okay.
same hero pool.
What do you guys think about this? Just first pick PA. You just say it's really good against Razor.
Yes.
This hero looks like it's essentially glitched. I don't know how it's doing so much damage.
Yes.
They've got all the bans that they can pull out right now.
Wait, so you're telling me something's wrong with Phantom Assassin in this patch?
I'm fairly sure there's something wrong with that hero.
No, I mean, like, you don't have to get it now. And I was saying this yesterday, like on the last series, where Arteezy got his hands on PA, and then shortly after, I forgot who played it, but it was Toro. He got PA as well.
Yeah.
Both games ended the same fashion, where PA farmed. PA got items, and then heroes just started disappearing. We've theory crafted every single way to deal with this, and like nothing is good enough. Nothing works in the late games. Like, oh, just pick Troll. Troll is dying 100 to 0 before he can press his ultimate without even seeing the PA. But for a story for another time, if they pick the PA, if it comes TI time and there isn't a solid answer to PA, I think this hero will be a first pick hero.
And because we already see Sven and Gyro are the first phase bans, you're thinking at some point PA will be one of them.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which hero will then be let through?
Gyro.
Oh, instant answer.
Yeah,
Okay.
I kind of agree with that. I think Gyro has been. I think people have showcased some really nice answers to Gyro, and I think PA is a nice answer to Gyro as well.
We've seen like Gyro losing the games, but yet to see Phantom Assassin losing the game, or some like really bad Sven performance where he gets pushed out of the lane, doesn't get to his item timing. So these two carries are just superior. There's also like another one that Yatoro mentioned, that's Faceless Void, and he just got banned.
And the Ursa secret build, don't forget about it.
There we go.
Octarine Wind Waker, baby.
Is it secret as in like Team Secret build or?
No,
I asked the same
we
question
already went over that.
yesterday.
Just something that hasn't been done in pro play just yet. But Octarine Wind
It was a
Waker.
top secret build. Not the secret build.
No, that's true. Yeah.
Opening picks, the Razor and Age Prophet, obviously very, very nice. But Lacoste, if you were to give one emotion as to how these picks make you feel.
One emotion.
Very static, I would say, considering there's a Razor picked in the game. So.
Static music? You want static?
Static music with the twist of Beethoven.
Of what? Twist of what?
What, that composer, how do you pronounce his name?
Beethoven.
Beethoven. Okay, there we go.
We want some Beethoven?
Spice it up a bit.
This is a very difficult request.
Can't improve until you make mistakes.
Lovely.
Thanks, Lacoste.
Thank you, Lacoste.
Enjoy it.
How you go with this? They're taking their time here, by the way.
They are.
On
Well,
on
it's just
this.
you have so many bans until you can pick again, right? And you don't really see much. Like, this NP is a hero that you pick, and it's probably a support for sure. Razor, this hero, we don't know what lane it's going to go on. It can go mid, go carry, it can go off lane.
I know
and
what
so
lane it's going to go on.
You don't have a lot to ban for, so you're just kind of throwing out a bunch of blanket bans at this point.
Does it mean that you're gonna look extra at the bans that Entity made with the Beastmaster and Faces Void? That you're trying to read something, right?
Yeah.
Like, what could they read from those two?
I mean,
hero
I
bans?
feel like Void is one of the few heroes that does decent against PA. Because you can get to MKB and just chrono her. So I feel like that's why Gaiman is.
Well, Void's
thinking a lot
also
about
just
this one.
good versus Razor too, right? So they're kind of just like protecting what they've already picked.
Yeah, and why wouldn't Gaming pick the PA? Because they go first. Or they pick Shaker instead. After banning Shadow Demon.
Because you can beat PA. She's weak in the early game. We've seen it. This hero isn't strong in the early game, and you can just control the map and just don't let PA get 25 with a rapier. That's simple, right?
Yep.
Simple.
Easy.
Shaker is a flex pick for Gaming Gladiators. They do run it across 3 roles. There was one game that Fear mentioned when Tofu played it. They also run it on the off lane if necessary, and if it's a good matchup on a mid lane, Quinn will play it. And Entity, again, we mentioned that they're very predictable as a team, so they're going with Treant Protector. If it's going to be in the hands of Kataomi, I think he's one of the best ones, if not like the best Treant Protector player in the world.
Can't improve.
He's just so greedy with it, which I really like.
Yeah, we've seen this Primal several times now against the Earthshaker in the mid lane. It doesn't necessarily win the matchup, but it doesn't lose very hard either. And I think the big issue when you play against a Shaker nowadays is
getting crushed,
getting owned in the lane, and not wanting to pick a ranged hero, right? There's a lot of ranged heroes that just aren't good in the mid lane. I think maybe Kunkka and Primal are the only ones I've seen do decent against Shaker, so it's an interesting response. They still want to have that mid playmaker because, of course, you have your Razor already. And yeah, they just want to pick a melee hero that doesn't have a horrible lane against it, but I still think it loses.
Primal is one of those heroes that can rotate early on. Like, he doesn't need to even have level 6. You'll see Primal Beast a lot of the times going for the enemy bounty rune 3-4 minutes into the game, pick it up and just gank the safe lane.
I mean, I would just pick PA here, but that's me. But the thing is, this hero, it's so weird that the pro teams, the read they have on it. And I think it's just as a spectator, we see all the things this hero does in the late game, and they're not thinking that far ahead.
What about Muerta? I like Muerta as a response. It's basically like buying Revenant's Brooch against these high armor agi heroes.
Entity is 3-1 with it, right?
Yeah, they played it 3 times on the support and 1 time as a carry. We've seen Arteezy yesterday dominating with the hero as well.
I mean, that's logical, and I think that would make a lot of sense.
Nice.
I still think PA is just so broken that none of these things, like TP used
they don't
to
matter.
They really don't matter. This matchup, though, however, a lot of things do matter. And I think it is a good Morta game because none of the other heroes are particularly good versus Morta either. A lot of Shaker's damage comes through right clicks, which you're not going to be able to do if you get off your ultimate. Same with NP, you're not really touching the Morta. Bane, also not really that impactful as well. Same with the Terrorblade. So you can get in there with Morta and get a lot of right clicks off. So it is good in theory. The problem with Morta is she
doesn't
very
have blur.
squishy.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Imagine if she had blur. That would have
If she had Phantom Strike as well, I think she'd be a lot better.
Yeah, I agree. No, I don't. And then her ulti also applied to
crit, yeah.
4.5 crit. No, this hero, it's good. It's a good game for it. I like the Morta. Good call there, Lacoste.
I do feel like Bane is probably pretty decent against it with how strong and feeble is. Minus 70% attack damage. Like
Bane is very
That's
annoying
good
to
for
play
most every hero, though, right?
against in the
I
lane.
just think these carries where like your whole point is to like full to 0 the TB with magic damage. Reducing that is
If you get on top of her, yeah.
if you can get on top of her.
So this kind of pushes it to Amar, most likely going to play Signature Razor in the offlane here. And we've got all our cores. We just need a support. I mean, there is a possibility where Primal could play 4, but I just don't see a world where that makes much sense.
Sure.
So most likely they need a pos 4 for Infinity
Could be
here.
5 as well. They could lane it with Muerta. Like Muerta needs someone to go in and soak up the damage. Like Treant Protector can do the same thing, but knowing it's Entity, it's 99% it's going to be Kataomi playing. So yeah, they're banning out Fishman heroes.
Yeah.
Jenkins, does this draft make you excited?
I'm so excited right now, Sheila.
We're so excited, man.
Let's get some
Fuck them
exciting
comments.
music coming out from the band.
Nice. Because we are excited. Last pick's coming in. I'm also always very excited when a support potentially comes out last because that means you got basically free reign.
They need a
Choose
melee.
whatever is best.
They need a melee 5 position.
Do they?
They could just tree 5. Some Fishman tree.
Yeah, they could just
Could be a
Fishman
thing.
tree, and then they go for a Kataomi hero.
Something to go with the Razor.
Or you said they did Muerta position 4?
They did it, but I think in this one they keep it as a core.
For the
as
TB
a position
matchup.
1. Class
Warlock.
Fishman hero.
Oh man, Warlock was still in the pool, huh? All right.
Fatal Bonds plus Muerta. This is going to be a nasty combo in the mid-late game.
That lane is a little... I would prefer to see the tree with the Morta in the lane, because that's like a... You kind of want that slow setup for Morta's W so you can get kills, but it's fine.
Different thinking. I thought they might go with melee, something like a Tusk.
Right.
To provide them more save, someone that goes in, soaks up the damage for a Muerta. You also have a bit of a save. And Gaming Gladiators, uh-oh, it's a bit of a cheesy one. I like this Brood Matter last pick.
We have not seen a Brood the entire Dream League, I believe.
Ace played it.
Ace played it
Ace played it
once.
once?
Yeah, against OG.
Did they win or lose?
They crushed really hard. Yeah, so this is not his first Brood, but I think he's the only one who's played Brood. Unless I was dreaming about Ace playing Brood in my nightmares.
That does sound like quite the nightmare.
But no, I'm pretty sure he has played it when one of the few wins that Gaiman did have in the group stage.
I feel like it's not that bad of a hero.
You're right, only one time.
I think it's overrated. Like how much it fell off after the nerfs was not as justified as maybe it seems. And I think it got a couple of buffs afterwards too that made it decent. I still think this hero can be
it can be
universal hero.
Super annoying. A few months back, this hero was on everyone's radar. You needed to have Broodmother player, and you also needed to ban this hero if you don't have the first pick, pretty much. But the hero's still strong. This is not an S tier offlaner by any means, but in a game like this, Ace can easily pop off, and he's hands down the best Broodmother player in the world.
Yeah, and I think Tofu being on finally position 4 that is strong in the laning stage, right, is going to really help a lot. The games where Gaiman did look bad, Ace just didn't have a lane, and it's mainly because Tofu couldn't enable him. I think that he should have a great lane this time, high regen against the Warlock, all you can want there, not get harassed too hard, and be able to just have that Bane to also just help you support it. I like what Gaimin has going here. I think Entity could easily get ran over it, but if it does go into the late game, Morta, Razor, these heroes are quite strong, so we'll have to see how that goes.
We'll have to see how it goes. Did Entity just get overall last pick brooded and they can't do anything about it, or will they have a plan in place to be able to take the lead in this best of 3? We're finding out, but not before heading to the PUBG Pandas.
Down here in the lower bracket, Entity up against Gaming Gladiators Fogged, and it could be a rough day for Entity.
It could be.
You know, they've certainly turned up, and they're playing Dota 2 on the hardest difficulty in this matchup, it feels, because not only are they up against Gaming Gladiators, they're up against the Last Pick Brood. Obviously, they've got a couple of stand-ins. Obviously, good stand-ins nonetheless. Of course, Mara and Amar are pretty top-tier stand-ins, but stand-ins nonetheless.
Yep.
This could be a tough one.
It could absolutely be one. You know, I like the point so much that Fear was making in 2 different instances, talking about this double range lane bottom for the side of Entity, the Warlock plus Muerta. Does feel like it can be a little lackluster not having the tree, of course, is that 4 position, but this is Entity. They tend to put Katomi on this Train Protector. We'll see if it can pay off with how much pressure they can apply with Amar versus the TB, but I think they could suffer a lot. I think Ace, he's definitely set up for success this game as this Brood, and I like the other point that Fear also made is Tofu's playing a strong 4. A couple of games that I saw, he's playing like these AAs and this weird stuff. This is a Bane. This is a super strong laner, so let's see what Gaming's going to be able to do with it. I think timings, Gaming can play very, very quick, but I do think Entity can scale super hard.
Okay. So what Entity can make happen? I mean, it looks like they might just get themselves a first blood. They've got the chase onto Celery, and they'll find it. Amar, first blood for him.
Amar takes it away. I think Maureen could have gotten the last hit, but no, Amar wants it. He tips his buddy. I think he's probably telling him, he's like, man, I had that. But either way, Amar's going to have the first blood, and he does utilize that pretty well usually.
I mean, he's the kind of offlaner that will carry the game.
He always, from what I've seen with Amar, is he likes the early game items. I feel like always when I see him play, it's like double Wraith Bands or something. He's all about dominating laning phase, so first blood, he buys an instant Wraith Band to try to apply pressure.
And how does this lane go? Like, can these 2 put pressure onto the Terrorblade, or is it tough?
I think it can still be a bit tough just because there's a Nature's Prophet there, so we'll have to see. And I've been seeing a lot of these. I've been seeing a lot more Razor versus the TB, but TB, he can actually thrive pretty well versus him. Once he breaks the distance, he's just able to rip Razor to shreds a lot of the time, so we'll have to see. Maybe Katomi with the Leech Seed can actually counteract it and stuff, but...
How does this sort of mid matchup go? The old Primal Beast against the Shaker. What have we been seeing from these 2 heroes when they go head-to-head?
From what I've seen, the Primal actually seems to be the best melee, I think, but it does actually lean versus the Earthshaker. So I think Maureen, he should be off to a pretty hot start, and he can make early rotations and stuff too, like Panel said. Early, 4-minute runes and stuff like that can rotate to these side lanes. So maybe that'll be the answer for the Brood, right? Maybe Malrone, will try to make some early moves to fix the bottom lane if there is some issues. That being said, though, the Earthshaker, he still does. I think he still wins the lane, but the Primal comes out like kind of even. So.
So far on the top, pretty even CS. Yeah, looks like bottom. We might just get our first blood. Stick charges are there for Tofu.
Whoop! Blood grenade.
It's out, and
he's okay. Maybe. Just
kidding.
No,
they've got the high ground on him. Watson able to cut through with the Quelling Blade and take down the kill. Sorry, the second kill now. So 2 kills now for Entity, coming up from both sides of the map. And we'll see Malrone going for a bit of a creep climb, grabbing the wave from behind the tower. Wants to, I guess, farm it in a position where there's no chance of this pesky Earthshaker denying these range creeps with his enchant totem.
He is probably the most comfortable Primal Beast player that I've seen in quite some time. I think him and Noob were the ones that, at least for me, that I saw doing this first. They would constantly do this so that they just maximize. Yeah, Shaker's going to be getting some denies, but let's see what Quinn does to try to match this.
Sure.
I haven't seen this.
This is smart stuff from Malrone.
I've never seen the other mid player actually match what the Primal's doing to kind of follow him like this. That's cool. All right. Adaptations coming out all around. Very cool.
Bit of damage.
Hey, look, he's getting like every single guaranteed last hit. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Mauron's playing this very nicely.
Very experienced at playing this, of course, as they've said. You know, this guy he spams Primal Beast. He plays versus these Earthshakers. He plays versus Quinn a lot. I was checking his pro tracker and stuff like that, and he's very successful on this Primal Beast, especially. So, and definitely has some really cool itemization that he can go for this game. The Ags is super valuable whenever you're playing versus Earthshakers. So.
Now things bottom pretty even.
Yeah, not bad.
Far on the bottom lane. Top lane, we're seeing Dratcho start to get a bit of an edge. Doesn't look like Amar's been able to really slow him down as much as he may have hoped for, especially considering he did get that first blood.
Yeah.
Dratcho farming nice and easily top.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing up here. He just rushed the boots, so then the Link pretty much can't stay onto him because Amar, as we said, he's a Wraithband buyer. He doesn't rush the boots usually, so that movement speed is definitely going to be a bit lacking versus this Terrorblade at times. Yeah, but Maureen's just, yeah, it's just like this, kind of not refusal to play the lane in a way, but it's just a really, really cool approach. He's dragging even like a double creep wave into another neutral camp. So
yeah, honestly, I think if you're,
this is the way to play.
If you're a beast against a Shaker mid, this is what you do. You probably don't do this against any other mids. You're just doing it against the Shaker because you just don't want to contest the S because you know you're going to lose out. You're going to get these big range creeps denied time and time again.
This is really cool.
You farm him in a safe spot, and Quinn does have to sort of make that call. Does he try and drag his wave and follow you as well, or does he just stick and farm them in the mid lane? So, yeah, Mauron really making the most out of this matchup.
Yeah, really, really smart stuff. CS in the side lanes, though, starting to see people pulling ahead. Brood getting pretty much full free farm is slowing down the Muerta as well, and the Razor is getting slowed down. They're not pressuring Duracho, and here come the TPs.
Yeah, they're going to try and get aggressive. They can run down Watson. Easily able to cut out with the Sprout. Just
nice
good angle with the fear there, bringing Tofu back under tower range, and that will be more than enough to set up for them to get the kill. Quick moves there from Watson. Not only getting the silence down on anticipation of the movement from Celery, but yeah, turning there and getting the angle with the dead shot.
That was gorgeous. A beautiful shot. Don't think you could have asked for a better dead shot there. Very fast TP also from Katomi. I like how quick he was on the rotation. As soon as he sees the NP coming, he's already down there to be able to counteract. And now Katomi does have level 2 Leech Seed, so what a big power boost now here toward this bottom lane. And this could catch Gaming completely off guard here. I think he just got spotted by the ward, though. Let's see if Duracho actually is able to hide.
At the same time, they make the move on to Ace. Entity, they are picking up the kills here in this laning stage. This is a brilliant start. They're going to feel great about this. First 5 minutes, turning up today against Gaming Gladiators. And this is what you're doing. This is going to feel pretty good for Entity on the start of this game.
That was a super hot rotation there from Maron. I think the ward, I think he actually was just on the edge of it there, so maybe even Duracho didn't even see the rotation. He got popped either way from the charge, and Maron's actually sticking around this top side too in case another TP comes in. Does mean Quinn gets the rune, so Quinn does have a DD rune at the ready for the fight that comes up here, but 0 point in Fissure. 0-3-2 right now. This tower is going to take a beating. Triple range creep and catapult.
Yeah, I mean, who do they put up here, Gaming Gladiators?
They're going to have to just bring numbers. Quinn, plus probably 2 more.
I mean, they can go for Quinn, though.
It's a lot of creeps. I don't know if you want to go under this, but let's see.
Maron's going to start things off. Echo's Flam doesn't really do a whole lot.
I think he was trying to get the initial stun onto Maron, but it misses, and now Celery also dead.
This is looking pretty horrific for Gaming.
Absolutely. This tower's dead.
Yeah, losing Quinn like that, and almost certainly say losing the tower as well. Entity, what a beginning to this game. I said it should have been on the hardest difficulty. They're saying, oh, can we turn the difficulty up? This is too easy.
Some really, really nice moves. Maron, he's doing super clever stuff there, and that's a... You can see what Quinn was trying to do, but definitely doesn't connect at all.
Catch him through on the as he's charging.
Yeah, like on the onslaught.
A little bit early.
Just missed the stun onto him. And it was only the creeps that he did hit, so it was one hero, and the creeps actually didn't catch multiple heroes with the Echo, so... Yeah, Quinn feeling a bit frustrated on that one. 7-0, and Maron, look at him go.
Look at him go.
Another one.
He's got the damage.
Oh, not quite.
Not quite, Ace. Oh no, Fishman.
Blood grenade.
One final slap, not a Sprout.
Oh.
Celery. Able to save Ace on that one, but only just. I mean, my goodness, this map is not safe with Maron charging all around, up and down.
That's why they wanted this pick. It seems like he's playing super active, super well. He's shut down. He's actually shut down both of those side lanes now with these moves.
And with all that attention top as well, Fishman was able to get up and get the wisdoms. They got the 2 wisdoms entity.
Oh, baby. Wow. All right, they came in with a hot strategy, and right now, looking beautiful. Watson also now moved toward the mid lane, so he's not playing versus the pesky Brood. And Amar now given a free lane up top. Don't want to mess with this Primal. He gets the regen. Just a bit too tanky at this point. They can't actually focus fire him. 1,300 HP already. And Ace still not 6, even though he had that phenomenal lane bottom. Now actually can't apply pressure to take the tower. They've already lost their top tower, and Mauron's just sticking around here to make sure that Ace is shut down.
Interested to see where Mauron wants to go next with his next aggressive move.
I mean, even him just being bottom and doing that charge there, I'm sure Ace heard it, and he's like, oh, he's going on me. But he's actually just farming the camp on the side there.
He's going to head over towards the top, maybe see if they get
pinging.
set up onto Dracho.
He sees him.
Yeah.
Quinn, he has a point in Fissure now. But this is a level 5 TB.
They might be able to go for this. He's in on top of him with the trample. Fisher's out in an attempt to save Duracho. Echo dropped as well to hold back Mauron. He's caught in the sprout. They'll be able to punish him here. So this time, Gaming Gladiators making sure that they do not get caught out alone. The full backup comes in, and Duracho's able to walk out alive.
Duracho's, I think he has to price. Is he going to skill his Thunder here? I mean, he's not even level 6 just yet, so looks like he's actually just going to farm them and back away. Top, Katomi.
Should be able to set this one up for Amar.
Oh!
Nice attempt there from Quinn to block them off, but damage is done with the Plasma Field. Amar takes the kill.
Duracho looking to be aggressive here with his Thunder and go for a kill.
I mean, this is
bold.
A bit
this
risky.
is bold.
Oh my goodness! I mean, he's going to have the Sunder Tofu.
He's dead.
Did he not have Sunder?
He did, but he didn't. I guess he wanted to use it aggressively, not onto a buddy.
Yeah, but he could have.
Yeah, I don't know. Outplayed.
It's one of those starts for Gaming Gladiators. It's a rough one.
It is. I mean,
it's
the Wisdom
rough
Rune.
One here. Some mistakes being made.
Yep, and there the Wisdom Runes that you mentioned definitely coming into play. Both supports level 6. Tofu not quite there, neither for Celery as well. Duracho, bottom of the course.
Wow.
This is a perfect, an incredible first 10 minutes, really. After the CSing overall, too, the CSing was definitely dominant there for Gaming in the first, 5-6 minutes. It's just these little moves that they've been able to make to react.
This is super hot from Entity.
Love it.
So turning up today with the couple of stand-ins. They're proven to be, as I said, you can't underrate these players. Mauron and Amar definitely have an impact here. There's the 2 stand-ins for Entity today. They're both looking brilliant already in these first 10 minutes of play.
Absolutely, and Watson hasn't really been pressured too much at all afterwards now with these rotations. He's level 8, top of net worth too, with the Razor. He's already got his Maelstrom finished off, so his timings are excellent.
They've got their eyes on Ace.
Trouble.
If they get the setup, I won't look to commit with the ult fills. They do not have the damage there, but the 2 of them to fully go for Ace.
Continuing to just clear the spiders though, so there's no army to take out bottom tower. It's almost 11 minutes. This tower is nearly full HP. Katomi now starting to put that armor onto it as well too, so pretty much ticking all the boxes. They've slowed down effectively all the timing, at least the early timings here from Gaming Gladiators. We'll have to see Quinn get that blink timing. I think he just Echo slammed a quad Ancient and a hard camp, so he does have the blink finish, but it does mean that the Echo is going to be cooldown for a little bit. But as we've seen, when you have the blink, you don't always need the Echo Slam, the totem damage.
Yeah, you can set up plays without it.
Okay, so maybe now this will be where Gaming can actually start to feel like they can strike back a little bit, at least to make space for Duracho, because he needs it and they need to open up the map a little bit for him. Perhaps look for some pressure onto the bottom tower.
Oh man, I guess I don't know if it's Duracho having low net worth or Fishman looking, to have high net worth, but it's not a big gap between this Terrorblade and the Warlock. Fishman, he's got the money.
He's got 33 last hits on Fishman. I mean, he got Golem so early, right? That at Golem, when he used it top, he probably farmed. I didn't actually see he probably farmed 2 camps at least, or 3 camps with it. He almost has Solar Crest. I mean, it's going to be one of the earlier ones I think we see on a Warlock.
Yeah, super farmed.
Could definitely cause some big issues. Usually it's the Nature's Prophet who it's like, oh, he's got Solar Crest and the Warlock doesn't. Actually, Celery's going to probably have it first anyway, so stupid Nature's Prophet hero. But still, very good timing coming out from Fishman anyway.
Things have calmed down a bit.
A little bit.
Definitely seeming to be in the favor of Gaming Gladiators with that regard. As it calms down, the net worth lead gets closed.
But definitely huge that they hadn't, Entity not losing Watson, not losing any buildings this early game. Definitely different than I think what Gaming may have expected. Arcane Rune on Quinn.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We'll have eyes on him there, so probably aware of the Blink Dagger. 30 seconds until the Echo. See if Gaming want to look to smoke up. Try and see if they can get a catch on one of the big cores of Entity.
I mean, they've completely caught back up in farm. They're all just kind of chilling out. Ace now has his Echo Saber already finished up, so going the scaling build. So triple scaling cores coming out from the side of Entity, but also triple scaling cores coming out from the side of Gaming Gladiators. So this is going to be... We're in for a treat, I think. This could be one of these crazy games where tons of scaling just ends up happening. We get to those later stages that we always hope for. Yeah, Entity's draft looks scary once you get to those later stages.
I think so. If it wasn't a Muerta, then probably Terrorblade would be king of this game.
Exactly,
but
yeah.
That Muerta pick, definitely one of the matchups that Terrorblade does not enjoy playing into when this Muerta starts to have the items online.
I feel like Ace is actually going to become the carry. Like, he's going to be the carry instead of Dyrachyo this game, it feels like. Because he's just going to have the freedom a little bit more, because I feel like Dyrachyo's going to get the attention.
They're hunting pretty deep here. It's just the two of them.
The Wisdom Runes, they're going to get both. So it was Entity who got the first two, but
true. A little bit of
ones.
Bit of revenge there from Gaming Gladiators.
Yep, and they're actually setting up Quinn. He's here.
Do they have the damage to go for Marone? I don't know if they do. Backup comes in with the Golem drop down. They'll drop the Echo, but the
fear again.
Beautiful shot there from Watson. Pushes Quinn back and allows Marone to step away.
Oh, wow.
The rest of Entity move in, take down Quinn. They'll get Tofu as well. I mean, Watson, he doesn't miss these dead shots.
That was sick. All right, look at the top net worth now. Just a quick little rotation from him. And he's setting up for bottom too. This tower's still taking almost no damage.
This is looking good. I think the win rate of this hero, it was what, I think it was 5 wins, 1 loss.
I think so.
Looking at this tournament, and in some of the hands of these certain carry players, Watson definitely proven to be one. This hero looks fantastic.
Yeah, yesterday I was like, I'm still a little doubtful, but actually, after watching Arteezy, I was like, God, this hero is actually sick. Like, especially with these little buffs.
Yeah.
That was perfectly done, perfectly executed from Entity, and all of them rotate to make sure that
they brought just the right amount of numbers over here. Yep. Ready to consider what Gaming Gladiators would try and go for with this Wisdom Rune steal. And it cost Gaming Gladiators big, and drew upon the biggest thing being that Watson was the one to get the kills.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money.
Now look at that smile. He's like,
carry.
Baited, fool.
And Quinn knows it. This is a hard game.
It is. And Katomi, he's just occupying. Look, the tower is full HP, max living armor. So the fact that he's playing versus Brood, Brood and Nature's Prophet, and this tower is like this, is a big tale of how well Entity has played this early game. Dyrachyo is getting time to hit some creeps though, so he is starting to recover. Wild, 11-1, but still only it's like a 1K gold lead. Gaming still maximizing very well with the way they can just farm around.
Oh. Oop. This lag.
Who's this?
Probably Discord, right?
Oh yeah. Oops.
No, like
I was like Disruptor, or Dislag. I was like, that ain't something like that's an American thing to say. Like, yeah, look at this. Very nicely done from Watson. And the build, I love this build personally. I think I was mentioning it from yesterday also. Just no Midases or anything like that. Get your damage, get your range, looking hot.
Yeah, I mean you get these two items out online, and suddenly. I mean, for the two cores, right, in particular, Ace and Dyrachyo with his illusions, Ace with his spiders, they're going to really struggle to turn up and have presence in these fights if the Muerta's about.
Absolutely.
It's just going to get completely dealt with by the Miona procs. It's not going to be easy.
Quinn. Power Rune. Haste Rune.
Whoa! I guess he really wanted the Haste Rune.
He should be able to get out.
He should be able to. Yeah, Marone just off the mark. He gets away with that.
That was bold there from Quinn, but absolutely with
He's like, oh, it's a Haste Rune. I can run away.
Yep, confidence. I like it.
Half the way pretty much towards his Aghanims, Quinn, and he is level 12.
Yeah, he's still hitting some very good timings.
Yeah, Mars going to be beefing up pretty soon. On top of that, Yash, 2,300 gold. Can go for the, save up for the straight BKB or just get the S&Y done. See which which order he feels is necessary this game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because
he's playing versus
do you finish the S1Y, or do you think he will just get that full BKB first?
I feel like he might just do the BKB, but we'll see. Because he's playing versus the Fiend's grip. That's probably what he's telling himself also. He's like, I might just get gripped in all these fights, so maybe he is feeling the status resist might be better first, but we'll have to see. Quinn, looking to go for a setup here. The ward has spotted him, though. Amar, more than aware.
Yeah, I mean, Gaming Gladiators is just doing what they can do best right now, because it feels actually hunting and finding kills for this lineup in this position, it's not easy right now.
No, it's a little complicated.
Who's setting up and going for something? Maybe Quinn if he gets a good echo, and he will indeed find Amar in with the Fisher to follow up. They'll get the kill, but in response, Derecho has been caught. Thunder off, he can.
Oh boy.
Thunder onto Marone. Might stand a chance this time, but maybe not, because the Golem comes in from Fishman. Derecho still gets cleaned up alongside Celery. This Warlock, a couple of times now where the fight's been turned. Deadshot this time round off the mark.
But he's got Quinn control.
And they go with Pierce the Veil. Quinn turns with a Fisher. Have they got any further gap closed? Looks like they don't. So Quinn, he'll manage to walk out from this one.
Big ults committed. That's 2 ults there from Entity to get the kill onto Dyrachyo. But also an Echo Slam committed there from Gaming Gladiators. I mean, Entity, it's fast moves. I mean, these supports just seem to react instantly.
Certainly Warlock's here, you know what I mean? Fishman, every single time, he has been ready to turn up and make sure that Entity, they take the favorable trades in these fights.
Look at this Thunder. What? Oh! 1% HP or something like that.
And yeah, Kataomi buying the time. Fishman comes in. And as we've seen so many times this patch, it's the supports cleaning up.
Yep. It's constant rotations coming out from Entity, but the gold's still continuing to be pretty okay, because you see Ace, no reactions, right? Why is he going to react? He's a broodmother, so he's just playing his own game, and he's top net worth. So he is continuing to get that scaling, even though Dyrachyo is getting shut down. So some really nice moves from Entity, but Gaming still seems like they have a game plan.
Oh, absolutely. The gold is even.
Yeah.
And Ace, as you say, can just continue to be this silent kind of bit of pressure.
And we have absolutely seen this hero carry multiple different times in the one position, in the off-lane position too, so scaling will be there. Celery, they're already set up for him.
That's an easy kill.
Easy one.
Easy kill, and should be an easy tower for them here in the mid.
Great positioning from Katomi.
Another kill for Watson.
His tree's always been something that's quite scary. And I think I mentioned it like every time too. This shard is so powerful. The sneak plays that you can do to catch people like that. Getting the mid tower, that's going to open up even more opportunity perhaps for them to look and find Dyrachyo in a lot of these instances too. So a real big one. Fishman's so farmed.
You got a Solar Crested Drum.
Solar Drum already. This Warlock is definitely something to be looking at throughout any stages of this game.
Yeah, I mean, look, 308, I would guess that was probably the highest kill involvement on the team. And indeed,
I would imagine.
It is. Fishman's been everywhere this game.
How many kills he's gotten? Oh, I love it. And a high-level Warlock, nothing ever you really want to laugh about.
Yeah, especially when you've got such a fantastic carry to really maximize the output with something like the Fatal Bonds, right? You get the Fatal Bonds down, and then Muerta steps in with the Miona, the ult, the passive, proccing, the Gunslinger. People are going to die. A lot of AoE damage. Ag's done for Quinn.
Ag's done for Quinn. I think BKB Echo for Ace. Are they actually going to change the way that they're playing at all? It doesn't feel like.
You think they're going to just keep farming?
Yeah, I think maybe Tofu looks for some type of smoke play onto somebody here soon, because he's got grip and the lens ready, but looks like they're content still with just like most of this farming game. Because even though, yeah, like we said, 14-2, they're probably like, guys, we're getting a lot of space on the map. An interesting game.
Starting to get eyes on Ace.
That's a real tough one to kill. 2,000 HP, he has BKB. And he's going to go down the Manta build since he's playing versus the Train Protector, so they'll have multiple different dispels versus this control.
And we'll see a smoke attempt here with the reveal of Quinn's Ags.
Okay.
And Tofu on the hunt.
Quinn Ags, Tofu with the with that lens as well too. So
let's see who they can grab.
Malrone's starting to fall behind in farm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, I think they caught vision of him there for a second.
They're going to try and jump Malrone.
Let's see, do they have the damage?
Do they? Yes, with the grip. Surely they do. They've got him. Now the question is, can they get out?
He can jump out with Totem. He's fine.
That Golem's not going to threaten Quinn at all. They'll try and settle for Tofu, and they'll get him.
Okay.
So they'll pick up the Bane and his Courier. But of course, Gaming Gladiators, they got what they came for. Quinn gets in, they take down the enemy mid, and Quinn gets out.
Huge.
And they bait a golem.
Yep. I don't know if he saw that he had the Aghanims there, otherwise maybe he wouldn't have actually tossed the golem. But either way, a big kill, because Marron's already, he is suffering. Like, he's constantly, he's moving around so much to try to like get all these type of kills and setup and everything. Yeah, he's starting to fall pretty far behind on that net worth.
Yeah, good setup from Quinn, just to commit straight away with the Echo for that instance done setup, and knowing that they would have the damage for the backup of the grip. And honestly, Tofu, he was pretty close to getting out.
He was.
Just the damage a little too high here from this Muerta.
And they're going to get a Rose shot for this too. Pretty much freely done. Terrorblade in a very good farming position.
They want to try and fight this entity. They're coming over towards the pit.
Do they make it in time?
I don't think so.
Nope. And also, it's difficult right now for Marron. No BKB. I think him even committing into that is suicide at this point, so they have to give it up. Quinn, considering looking for an angle here. They're getting scouted, though, from Katomi. They don't have a sentry here.
I mean, Watson's just picked up his BKB, so he feels strong.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe not strong enough to lead the team into a fight against an Aegis.
He still has to be very careful of positioning. This Fiend's Grip is always going to be something that they have to watch out for. He's got the Eye of Vizier, of course. Blessed Tofu, he's got that insane cast range.
And kind of what the easiest to execute method of stopping the grip is pretty much the Golem.
The Golem, yeah.
So without that, they can't really safely commit to a fight.
Until Katomi has Blink. When Katomi has Blink, then they have a couple different forms of being able to actually control. But yeah, Gaming, they're maximizing kills. 15-3, doesn't matter. They're getting so much space around the map.
On these objectives with this Roshan. Game slowing down, maybe a bit too much for Entity, unless indeed, you know, the sort of having the faith in the ability for Muerta to outcarry the Terrorblade is warranted.
I just have worries because it's not just the Terrorblade. It's the Brood Ace, you know, the Brood on Ace that is absolutely scaling, and he is a beast. And the Primal Beast is not really getting this type of connection. I think right now for the side of Entity, they have to get something going from Malrain. He's got his BKB, they've even bought him a gem too, but it's complicated when you're playing into this Aegis. Because yeah, it does feel like, even though Watson has such good core matchup versus that, I don't know if him alone is going to be able to do it. Even though Amar is also farming well, I just feel like Amar, you know, Razor does have some issues that do start to kick in, especially versus a TV. So let's see what they can find here on Entity. Manta done, Ace, level 17.
They want to try sweeping this top half to see if they can find Duracho.
Wait, Duracho is sticking around.
He's relatively close. I mean, obviously he would have been aware that that last wave was cleared and pushed through.
They're actually teleporting down. Quinn already resetting away, though, with the totems.
This is off the back of a smoke. See?
Gaming just slightly outmaneuvering them in these last few moments. Quinn. He's the one with the Aegis.
He's got shield rune as well. It's a hard target to go on, and they don't want to.
Yeah, they have no interest.
They do not want to start things onto the shake after the side. Fishman's been caught.
He's gone.
They found him, and that's the Warlock out of the fight. No threat of the Golem anymore.
He's far up.
And he's caught in the Sprout. They've got him with the grip. He's been completely controlled. Quinn jumps in with the Echo, and that's going to be the carry down. Watson's gone. Ace is getting focused by Marron, so Entity at least able to find a kill in return, but they're outnumbered. Kasumi's going to drop the ult, but Duracho's in on top of them with the Metamorphosis. It's going to be 3 kills here for Gladiators. They only lose 1.
Wow. An instant grip. That's the one that you really have to watch out for when you're playing this Muerta. Tofu just super far cast range. He grabs him. Can't get anything off whatsoever there. And Fishman, I mean, caught in a very awkward position there as this Warlock gets picked up before the fight even starts off at all.
Yeah, the perfect way for the Gladiators to start it.
Yep.
They know if they get rid of that Golem threat, yeah, Tofu, he's free to play his hands as he wishes.
Yep. Nice from Amar, though. Just sticking onto Ace, they do at least get themselves that kill. But yeah, losing Watson after he's had all this freedom, that's painful. Gaming with very good control of the game now. I mean, their macro game has just been really nice, the way that they just kind of dodged around and got these items.
No, for sure. I mean, that sort of opening 10 minutes, quite the distant memory now for Entity. As the lead, it's growing for Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, Duracho, he's about to overtake Watson.
Fishman. Should be another freebie here for Quinn. One more enchant totem.
Bonk.
And another easy kill for Quinn.
Level 18 now acquired for him as well, too. Is he the think he's at... Yeah, he's one of the highest levels in the game now after that, so... Earthshaker. As we've seen, still incredibly potent. Katomi is scouting him, but still in Aegis, and he does have BKB. 30 seconds on it.
They do have backup around, but do they really want to try and commit to kill Quinn twice?
I mean, Quinn is very deep.
They're going to see if they can do it. They're going to open onto him the once. Good shot with the dead shot. Brings him a little further back. So the Aegis gone. Can Gaming Gladiators do anything to help Quinn out a second time? He's already out with the blink, and he's out with the axe.
Okay. I was like, he might just have to be forced to use BKB, but nope, nothing connects onto him.
The seeds of fortune.
That's what, 4 or 5 heroes brought down bottom to try to... It does take out the Aegis, but it was ticking away.
Yeah.
So space being given for the side of gaming is Metamorphosis back up in 20.
I think that the only spell really they could have had to maybe have stopped that play would have been the onslaught, but I think Malrome was out of mana at the time. Everything else, Quinn can blink out of on that respawn.
Yeah, for all the nice moves that Malrome was able to have, like you said, in the first 10 or so minutes, he's completely fallen off. Like they're getting farm, of course, on the other cores and stuff like that. But yeah, I think his movements definitely have hurt that net worth quite a bit. Tier 2 to fall, still meta available. Gaming ready to fight at any means now.
Looking incredibly strong across the board.
Yeah.
And Ace very much feeling like he is under no threat whatsoever. We've got 3 heroes looking at him. Can they kill the spider though?
Looks like they
want to try and
he
make
has
this,
BKB Lincolns.
BKB Manta.
Oh, BKB Manta, sorry, yeah. But let's see if they can actually go for it.
Dropping the golem. And that should do it.
They do, okay.
Alright, they commit the ult. The 3 of them. Alright, the Storm Overgrowth and the golem. That will do it. That will kill the spider.
It's quite a lot committed though, so are they going to get anything else out of it is the question.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Doesn't look like they're going to be able to push more
Creep
for
wave
it.
was pushed pretty far out in that top lane.
I think he still had some spiders, right? Maybe he caught some of it.
So not like they can instantly turn that into a tier 2 tower, unfortunately for Entity.
And now Golem trioed down, mostly Golem. 2 minutes, it's going to be on cooldown. So 30 seconds till Ace respawns. But Gaming can definitely look to strike back here for Entity. Maybe stay grouped together now at this point to catch Gaming off guard if they do look to go for a play since those ults are on cooldown. Yeah, they're grouping up. They want to try to get something off of this. Top tower? It should fall.
Dire structures are fortified.
I mean, it doesn't look like Gaming Gladiators have any interest in holding it. They'll just continue to play as they have been. Just avoiding any sort of fights or pressure that Entity bring to them, and just choosing to farm it up. Only take the fights on their own accord. And it's been working out so far. They've got an 8k lead.
It's very good understanding of how to play versus these lineups. I feel like we've been seeing this a lot more from teams of just avoiding fights, finding their timings when they need to have to take these fights. And yeah, I feel like that's just Gaming have had a great understanding of how to do that this game so far. Even though Watson, still farming super well. It's the pressure's going to be is he can he do it alone? Is he a Phantom Assassin?
He's got a lot of money to spend.
He does.
We'll spend it up now. Full Shadow Blade completed. He's at level 20.
Quinn's looking.
Does he want to jump this?
Oh,
He's going to go for it.
The blade mill went off.
Doesn't matter, they still get the kill. The question is, does Quinn get punished in return? Catome has got the setup, and Watson, he's got the cleanup. They'll get the 1 of them, they'll get the 2 of them. Maybe even more. I mean, Amar's trying to chase for Duracho. He's able to force away. Amar will have another round of the plasma field here. What sort of help's coming in for Duracho? Ace is in the neighborhood. Ace is ready to assist in whatever way he can. Duracho.
He's thinking about turning.
He's going to put the mentor, and he's just standing his ground, turning towards Amar. Amar is falling pretty quickly. Amar's going to go down. Catome also to fall. They chased a little too far.
Watson,
can he clean this up?
He does.
He can. He gets Duracho.
Here comes Ace.
Still alive on the high ground, channeling the upheaval. Ace will put the BKB, attempt to stand his ground against it, but Watson, he's winning this fight. Golem gets dropped. He's going to get the cleanup. Double kill for Watson. Team wiped. As Entity. The chase works out there. Looked like Gaming Gladiators were going to be able to turn, but indeed the power of this Muerta, it came to fruition there, folks. I think he just picked up 3 levels. He only just hit level 20. He's level 23 now. maybe indeed this hero is kind of the ranged Phantom Assassin.
That's definitely what it looked like right there. I mean, they chased so far into Duracho. I think that Shadow Blade really caught him off guard because he was running at the Warlock or somebody to get this Sunder, and he just gets brought down.
That's a huge cleanup from Watson.
That was beautiful.
Absolutely massive cleanup, and that's what his next time done. He gets the Silver Edge now complete. And yeah, level 23, pretty much, 3 levels picked up from that fight on the carry Muerta.
Huge. I think the insatiable hunger had worn off, I think, toward the end there, right? Because I think when Ace tried to turn, we saw that. But look at the blade mail damage. I mean, Quinn chunked himself down below half HP just onto that blade mail. And a very persistent chase from Entity swings that lead like 6,000 to 7,000.
Back in action, a bit of invis on invis here.
Yep.
Both of them trying to play around this.
Watson.
They have down the jump spin there. Watson, he's able to get pissed the veil off. He's caught by the grip. They need something to stop the grip. Marrow's trying to get across to stop it. He's able to do so.
Watson's alive.
The grip. Watson's alive and he's ready to turn. Double kill for Watson as Marrow saves the fight.
Can they get Quinn? It looks like they won't. Quick move again from Entity. Very quickly backing each other up. Watson able to get that distance. They throw everything onto him. They get the cancel. Back to an even game.
Turning out to be quite the game one here. In the special group, of course, lower bracket, everything to play for these two teams. You lose this series, you're going home.
Yep, and I had maybe some slight concerns, especially for Amar, what he was going to be able to do in this mid game. Honestly, so far, he is really delivering. Razor, it's one of his specialties, but he's just leading that charge, giving the space for Watson in a lot of these fights.
If he runs in and dies, it doesn't matter. He very likely will have done his job as long as Watson's able to hit the areas. We see here again, I mean, a great grip from Tofu, but Marrow just able to close the gap across the whole battlefield. Get in, put a stop to that grip, and allow Watson to survive and pop off in these final moments.
You know, it's actually probably really important there, the status resist from Titan Sliver, right? Because he actually is able to get that Pierce the Veil off in between the chain stun from the Earthshaker. So all these little things do matter. If he gets chain stunned, maybe they do actually have that physical to burst him, but he gets that off from the status resist.
He's going to opt for the Lincoln Spear as his defensive item of choice on top of the BKB this game, Watson.
Makes sense. Versus that Fiend's Grip, as we've seen, that's kind of the solution to try to hold him in his place. All right, he's getting close to 25 also.
That's pretty wild. Nearly sort of like a 5-level advantage comparison to Duracho's Terrorblade with the outcome of those last few fights. He's massive here on the Muerta.
And now he's bought a shard too, so he's going to start getting quite a bit more potential versus them here too. Any kills he gets, he's just going to get that much stronger. And look at Watson. I mean, he's just leading the charge.
He's just walking in.
He's feeling so confident.
I mean, understandably so, I guess, but your gaming gladiators, they just run.
Yeah.
They don't want to be anywhere near this Muerta.
Watson truly online. Katomi also. The Aghanims is finished up for the tree if you'd like to purchase it. Yeah, they're feeling good. They still have 3 minutes on this Aegis. They're looking for these fights.
Yeah, they know as long as they can keep Watson alive, he will clean up.
Yep.
Dagon.
Oh! Sure. Playing versus like the TB and stuff like that. Why not, right?
Okay. I mean, he's pretty rich, Fishman, but not often you see a Warlock go for a Dagon over what the standard Aghanim is.
I mean, that's definitely pretty curious, but...
Yeah.
Look, he's going to Dagon this one. Oh, bottom. He's just clearing these TB illusions. It's cute.
Not getting a freebie here. Stellary's been caught.
I mean, I wonder if Fishman's ever gotten a Dagon before. I know he's gotten Rapiers before, of course, at TI with that AA performance. But level 19.
I mean, the other thing is maybe a stupid question.
What's that?
Can you also Dagon the Aghanim's Bane Fiend's Grip illusions?
Yeah, you should be able to.
So that's kind of good, right?
I guess, I don't know if he saw Tofu. Tofu just finished it, but I guess maybe that's...
You know what I mean?
Thing. Yeah.
Because that obviously helps, right? If you can get rid of it quickly, then that's going to stop the grip.
Let's go ahead and rage. Let's go look at the range of Dagon and see the positioning that he has to put himself into Dagon, an illusion.
You don't think he's going to be able to get in and Dagon, though?
I think that'd be pretty sus by Fishman if he walks up. But if there's a chance for it, yeah, sure.
And that puts the grip to the end if he's able to clear out sort of the last illusion with the Dagon. And that's the big brain.
That would be pretty hilarious. But yeah, Tofu also, he was able to quietly farm up in Aghanims. Didn't actually notice how much he was able to get. I mean, the two supports, the tree and the Bane, quietly have been farming up a Storm. Yeah, we were hoping that we'd be set up for a nice kind of late game kind of game here, and right now we're getting the delivery from Entity. Getting some good push going.
That's some good Dota.
Oh yeah. And the trees, they're starting to be placed. Look at Katomi. So the vision is starting to get spread around the map.
Yeah, we'll go Oxring down on Quinn. And
this tower's dropping.
They gotta answer with something.
Okay. They can just sleep him and continue to enfeeble him. That is annoying. Celery. Is he found? He is on the bottom side.
I could just play around for a bit.
Yeah, he's out.
Ace has still continued to try and keep the rat pressure on with these side lane pushes.
And he's got Harpoon now finished after the Lincolns, so multiple different ways to fight. Soon to have the Shard as well too. That's one big one that makes the Broodmother quite terrifying in these longer duration fights. Still neck and neck.
Yeah, just probably weighing out the Aegis. Only 40 seconds left of that for Watson to play with, and when it's gone, he will have the money to fill the slot up with his next item.
25's been hit. Magic resistant talents online. Yeah, let's see how many Ninja Gears we get this game. I think Quinn did not get blessed for it. He took a mind breaker.
They're heading in for this fight.
Okay.
But there's still 25 seconds left on the Aegis for Watson.
They see him.
Amar's just picked up a full butterfly.
Oh, okay. All right, Amar.
I don't quite want to continue to try and look for that fight gaming gladiators. That want to wait for the Aegis.
This itemization, like Amar is going to cause a lot of spells to be thrown on him like this. Because now with Butterfly too, he can stand in between this Broodmother, in between this Terrorblade, and perhaps tank a few hits if he gets some good evasion. So more ways to just try to tank himself up. Because HP would not give him the same type of tankability versus these two. The Butterfly is honestly the best choice versus those two physical cores.
Tofu
gets a grip.
Starting with a grip. Hold back Maroon. Amar is looking for the real Bane. Maroon's able to get out of the sprout. Ace turns towards Katomi. They take him down. The Golem dropped the Ace. He just gets shredded.
And now
the Golem and the right clicks here from Watson. They move over for more. Maroon's got the grab on the Quinn. Quinn's able to jump up to the high ground. He's only just able to get away. Tofu will get left behind. Double kill for Watson. As again, another fight in which the Muerta goes uncontrolled.
Maroon does get brought down though.
I mean, Amar could try and chase down.
He's getting hit pretty hard.
Ooh, he's tanking. He's hoping for the evasion to pay off here.
Let's see.
And he's got the cheese. He's back up to full HP. Watson has to get away,
my God.
He cannot. Dyrachyo able to turn it, and with the Sunder into the right clicks, he takes him out.
Oh, Dyrachyo.
Okay, he's the one cleaning up this time.
He's like, okay, good luck. You might be a Muerta, but I can get on top of you. And big crit. I think he got two Daedalus
that wasn't even the Sunder. It was just the Daedalus crit. His health just disappeared.
Well, he got the Sunder first, and then the Daedalus crit right afterwards. But yeah,
he disappeared.
Yeah, he Hurricane piked up to the high ground and got a full Sunder
How much
off.
damage was from the Sunder? 2k.
2k.
2k Sunder there.
He chunked him.
And then bam. That's what Dyrachyo has to say about this Muerta.
I mean, that was such a good fight too for Entity until that point, until right here. Literally just Dyrachyo and Quinn. Doing God's work.
And just unfortunately for Amar, one of those situations that the damage he did to Dyrachyo ended up working against his team. Dyrachyo in with that 2k Thunder on a Watson, couple of crits, and he's gone. All right, Dyrachyo.
These are the moments that Dyrachyo sometimes has in these games. Yeah, he's having a little bit of a tough one, but then wham, he just makes like a game-winning move like that because of his aggression.
I mean, they're up to the base.
He's got 7,000 gold.
I mean, they've got to consider what they want to do now. I mean, does Watson bite back? Do they just let this Rax go? Do they let two sets of Rax go? They're going to take some damage here, Entity.
You definitely let at least one of them drop. I don't know if they need to buy back for the second one. They should be able to respawn in time.
30 seconds.
Yeah, it honestly almost looked like the perfect stop for them. Okay.
It's going to start things off. They'll get Tofu.
Can they get more?
I mean, Mauro wants to try. He's able to catch the CP Celery.
Nicely done.
It's just down, trying to block off. Amar able to reach across, still get the kill.
But the Rax, it has been dropped.
We don't need to use the buybacks.
Dyrachyo getting to critical mass points. He's 25
he caught
now.
Up so much, he got probably like a couple of levels from that fight.
Full Aghanims.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, he's getting slotted up very quickly. He's going to queue up the Swift Blink next to swap out the Treads, probably.
Oh, a full consumed Aghanims. Oh my god, I thought it was just the Ags.
Recipe as well.
Holy moly. He's massive now at this point. And yeah, so that fight that started too, it's like, I think Tofu overall, it's like when he grips the Primal Beast, I think that's where Entity's like, oh my god, this is great. They grip like the tankiest hero. That's going to maybe allow this Muerta to run rampant. But yeah, Dyrachyo, the cleanup at the end.
Yeah, that was huge stuff.
Massive.
This is why these guys win tournaments.
And he had to use, that was the other thing too, is watching, he used the Pierce the Veil to kill the Broodmother earlier in the fight. So he's got to pick and choose which one he wants to actually use it onto. Maybe an eventual Refreshers could be coming out for this Muerta.
Thinking about going for the Swift Link himself.
Okay.
I think his positioning is absolutely key in these fights. Wants to be able to jump the front lines, get in on top of the targets.
Makes sense. I mean, positioning is going to be absolutely everything for him to like, jump in and out to be able to focus fire these targets. Because he will kill them inside the Pierce the Veil. Either one of these two cores if he does get them isolated. But killing both might still be a little complicated. I've seen a couple of the refresher builds in some of the pubs and stuff like that, but that's going to be later.
Smoke on smoke, both teams, they have the ultimates good to go. Both looking for a team fight.
How's the buybacks looking? Okay, almost everybody's got it. Muerta does not, though. One of the more important ones. Muerta and Quinn on the Earthshaker. No buybacks.
Has got the money for his Aghanims.
Yeah, I gotta save for buy in this situation, though. Roche is gonna be spawning soon.
Entity going for quite the wraparound.
Quinn also has hit level 25, so another pretty big timing coming out from Gaming. And Gaming is, they're gonna start knocking on the front door. They're gonna bring them back.
They might be able to strike from behind here, though. Entity.
Building's dropping quick.
Gaming Gladiators might not expect this.
Hey, the Rax is gone already.
Fishman, he's going to walk in Marin. He's going to go for Tofu first. Golem's only going to really help dispatch Tofu.
Okay.
See if they can chase into the base for more. Fishman's going to get dealt with outside of the base by Ace. Up on the high ground, Jiracho, he's just standing his high ground, looking towards Cat's home. He gets caught by the grab. What's on the low ground? Damage the Lincoln's able to block the Sunder and allow Jiracho no chance to save himself. They take Jiracho down.
I think that was Amar throwing the Lincolns onto Maureen almost last second there.
It was.
Does block it.
That was in mid. Okay, no. He should be able to escape it, Tofu. Buybacks coming out from both the supports. Of course, Tofu buys back. And bottom, Maron. I don't think he expected Quinns to still be here. He walks down the lane. Quinn's able to get him with a jump. Can Maron get out? He cannot.
Too much control.
The question now is, can Quinn and Ace get out? Because Amar, he's turned up and he's ready to chase the two of them down. Quinn.
Quinn's too hard to catch, 25.
They'll have to sell for celery.
Nah, they got the root. Pretty decent kills, but the structural damage is there.
Mid racks, it's gone. Yep. Bottom racks are exposed. Progress from Gaming Gladiators. A hold from Entity. But what can they do with this? They've got a minute. Pretty much where there's no Duraccio.
Okay, let's see what they can make it. I think Roche, it is up, so it does instantly spawn pretty much.
Ace is back in.
Oh, he's just going for the Megas.
Creeps, and he might just get it. They can't stop him. The Mega Creeps are out. Ace, BKB, TP away. Have they got the damage?
They do.
He dies in the
spider. He dies in the throne.
But the Mega Creeps are out, and Ace's mission, it was a success.
He forced people back also, too, because they were probably running to go set up for that Roche, and then they're like, oh, God, he's Megaing us. That might give time for Duracho to respawn.
They're up against the Mega Creeps now.
But as we've seen, especially nowadays, Mega Creeps is definitely something that teams, and I think heroes overall, can just deal with a little bit better, but the constant pressure is going to be difficult.
He's got eyes on Quinn.
Okay.
And the rest of the team's coming across. Quinn got the silence into the dead shot. He's going to put the BKBs up to the high ground. Hurricane Pikers once it tries to chase on forward, but again, this Enchant Totem with the Aghanims and with the Octarine still allows for an easy escape for Quinn. He's away.
And Roche, it is shifting toward top. Duracho's back up, so I would have moved from Ace. Super smart call that he does that.
I mean, they could get up it quickly, right?
They can.
They got to go in now.
How long on Pierce? I mean, Pierce is super low cooldown, so they should be able to make it. This Roche does die quick.
Sure, yeah, they have to get it immediately. They're starting to. They've got 3 of them around here.
They might just have to go in, honestly.
Someone's going to go for a steal.
Katomi's got vision.
They can't let Gaming Gladiators get this. Amar, he's in with the BKB. Static link on towards Duracho. Charge forward from Maron. They're controlling the Terrorblade. Duracho's in trouble. He's out.
He's gone.
Taking him down. Quinn, he's trying to finish the Roche, but he cannot. He gets what the hell?
What the hell's going on?
Gets grabbed. They take him out. They get the Roche. They get the
Aegis. Oh my goodness.
Celery's deeping in, but he's only going to end up feeding his life away as well to Amar, who gets the triple.
Amar with his freshly bought refreshers.
He goes straight in. He's ready to rock and roll. And Gaming Gladiators, they certainly aren't. They take a bit of a risk pushing for that Roshan with Duracho and Quinn alone, and it cost them big time.
He couldn't get, I mean, I think what was this? Let me see actually, was this like a headband or something? Something pushed him away.
Fishman, he's found himself up on the high ground, but hey, he's got the golems out. The push is going to be there. Mar and Watson ready to back him up. They'll turn towards Ace.
Ace? We'll be okay.
They're looking for the buildings.
I mean, what a wild game we've got.
A minute now. No Duracho.
Amar's got Rapier queued up.
Oh boy. Watson's got 7k gold in the bank as well. He's got options. Of course, the Megas are coming in.
Pressure. There's a lot of creeps in the base.
Pressure in the base.
Marone will back up to address it. Can they all get out, though?
He's looking for the catch. He's going to get the fish onto Watson. Sleeps it up onto Marone.
I mean, he got his TP cancelled.
He's very beefy, and he has got an Aegis. He's got a refresher shard as well if he needs a second round of the BKB.
He's in.
He just turns back in onto them. He's going to force out the BKB from Ace. Does not feel scared at all there, Marone.
20 seconds on TV. Watson's starting to get out. Do they have the echo? They do!
Echo him. TP stopped, but Amar's still here ready to back Watson up. Watson's happy to turn with the help of Amar. They just go straight for Ace. Ace is out to the side. Can they catch him?
No way.
Oh my goodness, he's his way. The fish is going to block Amar off. Amar can't quite get in range to finish him with a plasma field. Ace will live.
Celery's in the base.
The base. I mean, he's going for it, Celery. He's doing a bit of damage.
He's doing quite a lot.
I mean, not bad for a support nature.
Terracio's in too. Oh, there's no clip.
They're going to end it. I mean, Marone's going to push him back. He has the ult to grab him, but Celery's just finishing it. He's hitting the ancient. They've got to stop the Prophet. The Terrorblade's one problem. The Nature Prophet's another. The Terracio's
Quinn's
dead.
in.
Quinn, he's trying to finish off with the Uncharted. Jumps in the grip.
He actually gets
Quinn's
it.
able to finish it. They get the win. They get the game. Gaming Gladiators take game one.
What the hell is going on? That was wild. They lose with they win with a gold deficit. Oh, Jesus.
Wow. I mean, well, they get themselves out of that game. What a game one.
Oh my God! I mean, if they don't finish it right there, they lose. So that was a pretty ballsy call for them to probably make there. But holy moly, back and forth we go.
That was a back and forth game and a half there. It really was.
Damn. I mean, their faces, they're probably like, damn it, we actually had this game potentially. There was some really cool moves. Honestly, Amar did God's work at the end there on his Razor, 13-2-4. But either way, gaming 37-17. Them with the 17, they're the ones that take out the throne. Wow.
That's all that matters.
Unexpected. That is appropriate right there.
I don't know if the viewers saw that, but yeah, I think that's kind of how Entity's going to be feeling about that game. They're going to be like, we had this game. If anything, though, Entity turning up today in this game one, I think they've got to be pretty happy with their performance, right? They gave Gaming Gladiators quite the run for their money there, Fogged, in game one.
I mean, the graph kind of tells it all. It's up and down. It has no idea what the hell is going on in this game because Entity, this early game was phenomenal. Marone, crazy amazing rotations, constantly contesting these Roshan's you probably wouldn't have expected to, taking out Terracio over and over again, but the game is about objectives at the end of the day.
It is, and Gaming Gladiators, they know how to win games. They really do. Finding that opportunity to close things up, team up the Mega Creeps, and just go for the throne. It's what gets the win, as Gaming Gladiators will take this game one.
Ooh, that must feel pretty rough for Entity and for Malrine. Thank you, folks. But Gaming Gladiators, what a ride. They do manage to take game one of this best of three at the very end, but it was a close one, and we'll see what happens in the rest of the series. This is a closer one that I think that we painted a picture of at the start of the day, but we're going to break down this game and tell you exactly how things happened the way they did. I'm joined by Jenkins, I'm joined by Lacoste, and Fear. Fear, this game was it was pretty crazy.
Yeah, it definitely was. I was really impressed by Malrine and his mid lane performance against the Shaker. He was doing lots of pulling, like he was pulling the wave like to the neutral camps to farm him just to dodge the Shaker matchup. As we all know, Shaker is incredibly good in these situations versus other melee heroes. So I like those adaptations quite a lot.
This is the funniest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't those are just Primal Beast things, what's going on. But for the rest of the game, it was a bit crazy on like what was happening. It was nice to see a bit of Morta play. Watson was doing really well in this game, but unfortunately, just like Gaming Gladiators were just so good at keeping map positioning. Even though they're getting killed all over the map, Ace was still farming, Celery is still split pushing, Duracio was split pushing. So even though they were still winning the game by loss of kills, they still kept the gold lead minimal.
They had to like rotate a lot of heroes to try to kill Broodmother because she's very slippery. You need to bring numbers, and so many times Ace was not a victim of those ganks, which means that the rest of the team is going to be getting the farm. It was top-tier Muerta game to start with, and I feel kind of bad for Watson because he really played his heart out in this one. It really shows how the strong hero can be. You know, it looks, they mentioned it during the cast that it looks like Phantom Assassin, the ranged one. I have to agree with that one because the hero deals insane amount of damage in such a short period of time. You disagree? I mean, PA is still a better one.
You can still see the hero.
We had Shadowblade.
Yeah, I mean...
I don't just feel bad for Watson in that game. I feel bad for Entity.
Yeah.
Like, to be in a game like that where I feel like they felt like, and we felt like watching it, that they were doing everything right. Like, Fear, you mentioned Malrine on the mid lane, like cutting the waves, and like he was genuinely out CSing and like outplaying Quinn. He was making these like amazing rotations as well, resulting in like a lot of kills. And then somehow you're still behind? It's like, what the hell, man? What's going on? Like, we're winning Dota, but we're losing? It doesn't feel fair, but it's just how gaming plays the map.
How they operate.
And then they take one good fight, and then all of a sudden, boom, 6K gold lead. Oh, we're losing, I guess. Like, it just feels like you're on such thin ice against this team that you have to play completely perfectly in order to win the game.
Well, you've got skill, right? Like the squad on Entity is like really high skill, right? From the MMRs, it shows it themselves, right?
Yeah, it's MMR team, I would have.
Yeah, then you got Gaiman, who's got the big brains, right? So like you might have high skill, but Gaiman, they know how to play against these high MMR players. They're gonna just play the map. They're gonna let a kill happen here and there. Sure.
They had the perfect heroes for it.
Yeah.
Because you have Terrorblade, who's gonna naturally push out the wave, be like on one side of the map. Nature's Prophet with the Treants, Broodmother, of course, is gonna be pushing. Shaker as well. Like these heroes are very annoying to deal with in the mid and super late game. And I was kind of having vibes Team Liquid against Talon, because this is how Zai opened up the map with the Broodmother when they played during Riyadh Masters, and the same thing happened here. They got one side of barracks, and suddenly the game feels much different. You know, there's a lot of split pushers. These heroes can easily take the buildings, and Ace goes on a mission, successfully does it, and it just changes how the game is played. Because if they were not playing against Mega Creeps, I think Entity probably would have won this one.
Yeah. I mean, they almost won this to be like regardless.
Yeah, they get half a point for this one.
If only it worked like that. For our Ace of Predator head-to-head, we chose the mid lane because it was very indicative of how the game was going. We went for the net worth because it was very much that Malrine was getting the kills, but Quinn was getting the net worth, Jenkins.
Yeah, this was an interesting one. I mean, we selected these two players around the mid game. It was kind of, you know, Malrine owning the laning stage and then transitioning that into getting his team net worth by making a lot of rotations. And so as a result, he was kind of falling off, whereas Quinn was farming stacks, getting kills, farming creeps in the lane. And so Quinn was higher net worth, but then near the end, Malrine started bringing it back when he was, you know, getting the big ultimates in the fights and getting kills and stuff like that. Of course, you're against Megas, so we didn't see the net worth swing where Malrine had more net worth than Quinn. But it was like a roller coaster from Malrine's side, and Quinn kind of just farmed and got kills and got gold the entire game.
Gaming Gladiators, they're in this bottom part of the map for a really long time. Quinn was very annoying to deal with. You show up, you know that he's going to be there. Echo Slam +1, Nature's Prophet TP in, they get a kill, delay the game by another 45 seconds, a full minute. And I also want to highlight itemization from Celery on this position 5 Nature's Prophet, because Lotus Orb, not the usual item you see on it. What he wanted to do is also split push one of these waves. He knows that they have very limited amount of catch, and if it's Primal Beast, he pops this Lotus Orb. Primal Beast uses his ulti, then he starts channeling his TP, he has to stop it, stuns himself, and then he TPs out.
True. There's one thing, by the way, Jenkins, we forgot to do at the start of the day.
High five?
Sure. Wasn't bad. I'll take it. You might have noticed the board behind us. Fear, you're not represented on the board.
Oh no. What does it mean?
The board is bold predictions for...
I'm going to put you right here.
For this Dream League. We only have a limited amount of time, so if you want to, you can think about it during the break. But you have to make a...
Bold prediction?
Yeah, okay, so I'll go over it. Jenkins thinks that
How do you spell your name?
Played mid.
Which?
Fear. Boo.
E.
Fear Darkness, or Fear.WC3.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
Jenkins thinks mid will happen.
Put a
more than
dash
once.
at the end. Yeah. That's a tilde, but a good.
And Lactose thinks Shopify Rebellion uninstalled, so wins it all.
It does look like uninstall.
Willow mid will happen, and I had to put in more than once, but I think once is ballsy enough, to be honest. Kezu thinks OD will be picked. Effie said Lifestealer will be picked, will be last picked by Gaming Gladiators at 1 point, and then they win.
It has to be bold?
A bold prediction.
Bold prediction.
Yeah, not the writing. The writing will be...
Core will be played. And we want to find out what Fear's bold prediction will be. But if you do want to find out, you got to stay tuned. We'll find out after a break.
Attention DHL Dark. Mysterious happenings are going on in Malaysia. Get your team, get in that facility and figure out what the hell's going on down there.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule. Dare to triumph against all odds. Dare to rise above fate.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
series in the lower bracket here for Dream League Season 21, and it is Entity taking on Gaming Gladiators. We're in the draft. Before we head into the actual analytical talk, though, two things. First, bold prediction, Fear.
10 seconds remaining.
You said you have something.
I do. It was just dramatic suspense.
Okay.
Right?
Dramatic suspense, please.
Yeah.
Dramatic suspense being amplified by the PogChamp Pandas.
All right, hear me out here, okay?
All right, let's go.
Gaming Gladiators
Gladiators
will not win this Dream League. That is my bold prediction.
I think you can get a 0.5 for that.
What?
Yeah, definitely not a full bold prediction.
That's at least a 0.5 though.
They've won the last two.
Yeah, but
they won 3 majors. Why can't-
But the group stage is already done, and we know.
Well, it's not my fault. This is
form.
my first morning show. It gets much harder.
if you could do another 0.5 prediction, you
Yeah.
could have a full point.
Yeah.
Okay, I think PA will be first pick at some point.
That's too easy. It's already been first pick.
Okay,
you mean
want-
first pick consistently?
All right, then some bold prediction.
Bold.
Hudge 4 will be played.
Hey, that's a good one.
I could see Kataomi
I'll
playing
allow
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. Another thing, by the way, is that ESL One Kuala Lumpur is happening in December, and tickets are still available. They went on sale yesterday. They are going incredibly fast. So, well, they're still out there. I think maybe.
5 seconds.
No, they're still. I think all tickets are still out there, but they are going very fast. So make sure to check that out and get yourself some tickets while you still can. We're heading into the draft because Gaming Gladiators now 1 game up, and they have first pick in this game. First pick and Radiant. Normally we don't see those two at the same time, but we got ourselves the. Can I say it's not even the patch classic at this point, Fury. It's Gyrocopter versus Sven, but it is it is kind of a classic.
I have a
It is a
bold
patch
prediction, Fear.
Oh.
This is a gyro support. PA's coming in hot.
Thank you, Jenkins.
I'm gonna say that there's gonna be Shadow Demon banned or picked, and there it is, immediately. Wow. What about
Bold
that, Jenkins?
prediction.
Huh?
Very cool.
I think Warlock's
Can't
gonna
hear
be,
you.
I think Warlock's gonna be banned or picked here. Coming in hot.
You can't
What about
do
Nature's
that the whole way
Prophet
around.
will be banned or picked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I would like to also hear the why of you guys'
Okay,
Why?
a bold prediction here.
All right.
Gaiman will pick IO.
Since we're doing a bold prediction sort of thing, can we get some bold music coming out from the band?
Banned or picked IO, by the way.
No, I mean that band. I don't mean band as in the band's band.
Great
phrase.
band.
Wraith Band?
Yeah, if I made a band
of
right
Elven
now,
Skin?
I would call ourselves Great Band. Ancient Apparition, we've seen the power of this hero against Gyrocopter. What he wants to
Especially
do
with
is
a
sustain
IO.
in the fight as long as he possibly can. Satanic being his like 3rd, 4th item depending on the game. Black Cannon, of course, with that Aghanim Scepter, very annoying to deal with. You need to burst him down. Shadow Demon, the reason why this is becoming the hero of the tournament as well, because he's one of the best anti-carry heroes and also one of the best heroes in the game to stack with. Plus, you also have a save, you scale really well.
And yeah, we definitely see a lot of Shadow Demon going ham in the early games with his Shadow Poison. I'm very surprised on how many kills he's able to get.
5 stacks. If you have 5 stacks of Shadow Poison, you're pretty much dead early on.
I'm a little surprised to see Bane making it through the ban phase. I feel like this is one of the better answers, the Bane 4 to Gyro carry. Just enfeebling him in lane makes it so that...
Gaiman play against Bane the other day? Against the same thing? Because it was
Yeah,
doing
they
no
lost
damage
with their
whatsoever.
Gyrocopter.
It was like
Yeah.
20 damage Tidehunter plus Bane lane.
It makes me think that they're gonna pick it like right now, or at least in like the next 2 picks.
Didn't we also say that Diracho specifically has a Gyrocopter that is
Yes.
having the cosmetic?
Pay to lose cosmetic.
Pay to lose cosmetic,
Yeah.
and he skills differently because he likes to join the fights super early.
He stopped doing that.
He stopped?
His team clearly gave him shit about it.
Okay, good.
Because I know at BB
When
Dacha,
did he stop?
After they
He
lost.
stopped for a day, half a day.
Well, yeah, he
Didn't
might
go
back
for
to it.
2
Yeah, he
points
might-
in
he
Rocket
might-
Barrage.
He did it day 1 of
He might
Dream League.
relapse. Yeah, no, he stopped after that.
Okay.
And I know during BB Dacha, CY was like, yeah, we struggle to give him Gyro because he likes to fight too much and is a hero that can fight.
Yeah.
So he's always baited into doing that. The kid's got ADHD, if that wasn't obvious. But he did eventually go for the black build.
Okay, so that's going to be pairing with Gyro in the lane. I just wonder what the build is going to be, because I believe they played it the other day, and I saw on level 3 Marcy having 2 points in sidekick, or it was someone else, because I just watched too much Dota. But
It
this
was
one
them.
stick to me. It was them?
Yeah.
Okay, because it feels good, especially when you get to that like level 5. This is when the damage starts to ramp up. Also wanted to see Tusk on Entity in the previous game. Now they have 2 melee heroes, and wow, this is a kind of a new one, I would say. There was someone mentioning Winter Wyvern in our green room, saying that this is like a really strong. Might have been you.
It was me. It would be, honestly at BB Dacha, CY was talking to literally one of the camera guys about Winter Wyvern. The camera guy was like, I'm a big Winter Wyvern player. Like, I've spammed this hero. It just got buffed. I think it's a really good hero. And he genuinely was like, okay, we're going to talk about it. And then they picked it at BB Dacha in the next...
They lowered the cooldown on his Q?
They lowered the cooldown on the Q, and every single time they do that, the hero becomes meta again because its laning becomes much stronger.
It's a great answer here, not just for Sven, but also it doesn't allow you to get the snowball saves. If you blink in, you can't snowball on a Winter's Curse.
Yeah.
Definitely interesting for sure what they're going here. Because Marcy is a hero that I thought they're going to pick Io for sure, because, you know, it's gaming, they love Io, they got a gyrocopter, but Marcy's kind of like the replacement for Io in a lot of ways. You have that sustain to help the gyro push through. And Winter Wyvern's going to be even more sustain, be able to survive the fights or able to turn the fights. And then, wow, the Viper's back. Amar Viper, haven't seen this one for a hot minute here, but this hero very good against Gyro in the laning stage, actually. That's a very annoying matchup to go against. And then, of course, the Winter Wyvern, you want to save people with Cold Embrace, not happening against the Viper.
That was unreal.
Yeah, Tusk, like you want to pair up Viper with position 4 that does have a stun, so they can't TP away. And the Fishman Classic, Disruptor coming out as well, so you try to save people, as Fear mentioned, now they're going to add some extra damage on top of that. Feels good. I feel like Entity are making the correct moves in this second game, adjusting to what Gaming Gladiators are picking. There's a lot of counter picking coming up from Entity.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the whole purpose of Disruptor right now, to be honest with you. Like, the silence is okay. It has some team fight. Those are all good things, I suppose, but then you have like this Viper, Disruptor, Tusk. It's very brawly. Like, they want to, and then Gaiman just pulling out all the stops here. Even more saves, more heal. There's a lot of healing and sustain, and of course that big carry in the gyrocopter on Gaiman.
At this point, I think we saw Omni mid earlier this week. Was it
We
mid?
did. We've seen mid. We've seen off lane.
But-
Generally, it's the same build.
What would Quinn play out of all these heroes? Or is his hero yet to come?
I feel like this is an ace hero.
Yeah.
Quinn said that he hadn't even been playing like the Dazzle mid too much, and he wanted to go pub with that. So I feel like he hasn't had enough time to also pub with the Omni mid.
So his hero isn't picked yet.
I don't
think so.
Yeah, so wait, is this going to be like an Omni Wyvern lane?
Yeah, against Sven, that actually seems good. And Disruptor, you can take off his Q.
Okay,
with
this
the repel.
is Screaming Leshrac. We want to play faster. Even without Io, I think this is probably viable. Removing Sniper could be... Like, can Entity get the hero that builds Spirit Vessel? Because there's so much healing. Sure, there is the spell mechanic as well, but...
I mean, Tusk would have to do it, probably. Or are you talking about mids?
I'm talking about mids. Is there a mid that wants to do it?
Earth Spirit's still in the pool.
Quinn ES?
Yeah, he plays it.
So is Shaker, by the way.
He doesn't buy Vessel, but yeah.
Shaker would actually be good. I mean, into Tusk, you snowball a bunch of heroes. Easy Echo Slam, easy stuns. Sven doesn't like to be kited. He's a melee hero.
I feel like it could be Dazzle for Gaming Gladiators.
You think so?
Go all in. Like, this sustain, you can't kill us. Like, this is very...
I mean,
you
this
pick
AA
Viper, you
ban-
think this is toxic? We're going to show you what toxic means.
I mean, this AA ban makes a lot of sense now. The Gyro who loves, as we talked about, the lifesteal. Then you got the Marcy adding more lifesteal. Then, of course, Omni Wyvern. There's a lot of heal going on.
There is.
We'll have to see here as Gaiman will have to pick first. I also believe it's probably going to be a Quinn hero. I really think they need more control. So it's going to be like a classic, just Quinn type of hero, whatever he wants to play for the game that has a stun. And these are the things that he knows better than I would, just looking at this here, like what's left in the pool and what he wants to play.
What about a Puck? I feel like there's not really great
but...
disable for Puck. I don't like playing Disruptor into Puck anymore now that you can phase shift dodge the glimpse.
There has to be some obvious mid that's left in the pool. So Pango and Voker are out. He even said himself that Ember's a trash hero now, so...
Yeah.
He got nerfed way too many times. I mean, you could pull off Leshrac that I mentioned potentially, but there's maybe some flexibility to this Viper. I still feel like they're going to go with Amar Viper. That's also one of his better
Earth
heroes.
Spirit's still in the pool.
Yeah.
I think you just go for the Earth Spirit here.
I think Earth Spirit, Dazzle, maybe Void Spirit.
Yeah, I was thinking Earth Spirit, Tiny Void Spirit. Those are the type of heroes I feel like they need, because they have a lot of damage, I think. If Wyvern's off lane, Marcy can do a lot of damage. Omni, not really a big damage hero. I'm not sure if Phosphor you leveled the hammer up or not. Gyro does a lot of damage. They just need some control for their lineup, just to kind of like make space.
I was thinking it's Tofu Wyvern and Ace Omni. That's what
that could work too.
I feel like the 3 Omni does actually do damage.
Yeah, I've actually seen that before versus Sven. I think it was 33 playing it versus Sven.
On the side of Entity, are we convinced that Viper is going to be the one on the off lane? Or is
yeah,
there
most
potential
likely.
for mid? No.
It could go mid if you pick something mid for Gaimin. Like, not anymore. I think this Viper definitely goes off lane. And I think Gaimin were a little afraid of Viper potentially going mid here as well.
Wow, this is the first windrunner this event. That's crazy, considering how popular she was last patch.
I think it was just the scare, right? I mean, it's good for Sven too. Like, you can burst him down. You don't really want to buy an MKB on Sven.
Yeah, you run circles around him.
Yep.
That's easy.
And of course, like, the threat of Viper going mid is also kind of scary for the mid lane as well. Maybe that's why he didn't want to go for the Earth Spirits. Like,
right.
If they just Viper me mid, I can't do.
The Viper actually blocked a lot of the melee heroes that you would otherwise want to send
Void
mid.
Spirit. Whoa, silence of thought. Good thought, bad thought.
Yeah,
it's Void Spirit's neutral for me.
He's universal, so not agi, not strength, not intelligence, so kind of neutral. I do like this pick. I feel like there's not enough lockdown for it. Like, the lockdown that they have is Winter's Curse into some kind of a follow-up stun, shackle. All of these things can be dodged with the dissimulate. I do like Entity's draft more in the second game compared to the first one, even though it was a God-tier Muerta game. Still feeling like this sustain that they have on Gaming Gladiators is going to be too difficult to go through.
I mean, draft-wise, I actually like Entities more.
Yeah.
But Gaimin's, there's a lot of question marks. Like, is Gyro good with Marcy? I'm not sure how... I mean, there are certain heroes I think Gyro enables Marcy in a lot of ways, but I don't think Marcy's a good hero by any means right now. So that's a question mark, and of course you're running Omni plus Wyvern 4. This lane might do pretty well as well, but it's a big question mark. If Gaimin's lineup does work, it works really well, but I like how stable Entity's draft is. Like, if you're going into this game, you got pretty strong lanes, you got a strong carry, everything just kind of adds up here.
I'm a big believer in this core Omni. I think Ace is going to absolutely slam down Watson in that lane. You said you saw it before. How did it go before?
Omni did really well.
Omni did very well. I could see Ace just snowballing extremely hard in this game. Katomi obviously is going to be doing that as well, but I think also the lane with Amar on Viper, that's a pretty tough lane for a Gyro Marcy. So there's going to be a lot of eyes on both of the off lanes in this game for snowball potential.
My eyes are going to be on the carries because we got the classic Gyro versus Sven matchup. And
that is true.
People have been talking about it. We heard Yatoro say Gyrocopter's trash. Literally said that. He said Sven is S tier.
Yep.
So who's going to win this one? Are we going to have a third game in this best of 3 series, or will Gaming take this one 2-0 and knock out Entity? We're finding out together with OD Pixel and Fog.
Time for game 2 between Gaming Gladiators and Entity. After what was quite an exciting, quite a fun game one. Maybe
awesome game
not
one.
so much towards the end for Entity. Probably a bit of a frustrating loss in those final moments with Gaming Gladiators going for the base and nothing to be done to stop them. But nonetheless, some highlights for them in that game one. And reason to believe that they should be able to bring another pretty good fight to Gaming Gladiators here in this game too.
No, absolutely. I mean, that last game, it just quick decision making right at the end from Gaming could have definitely gone Entity's way. So yeah, definitely think with the for a treat. It's a very fight heavy draft that I think Entity's actually put themselves up for. But Gaming definitely also has good responses, especially versus Sven. They have heavily tried to counterpick and address this. Cold Embrace, they've got Guardian Angel, they've got Wind Run coming out from this Wind Ranger, so really looking to hamper this first pick, Sven. Let's see how it ends up going. There are also tons of, so much back and forth from these two teams because they play versus each other so much in these pubs and everything. Marine's like, oh, you pick Wind Ranger, I guess you were scared of my Huskar. So, some fun stuff. Let's see how these lanes go. I think, like the panel was mentioning, I'm going to be looking at these two side lanes quite a lot. This Viper, let's see how much he's going to be able to do to pressure this Gyro with Katomi. And let's see how this Sven lane goes versus the Omni, because as they said, the Omni fares pretty well, actually, versus it. If you look at the damage that this hero does, it's quite high.
Let's see how much pressure Ace is able to put on in that lane.
Yeah, what's the cooldown? I mean, the cooldown now in Arctic Burn is also ridiculous. I was hearing them bring it up. I actually didn't really glance at it. It's 12 seconds reduced at level 1. That is substantial.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Right, that is actually
you
pretty
got
huge.
every wave right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you did before, but you had to use it like early. Now it's like you always have it every single wave, and maybe even before, like more than that. So mid lane, a nice first two creeps there from Malrine, 2 and 2.
I mean, how's this matchup go? Wind Ranger versus the Void Spirit. I feel like we haven't seen that in a while.
That's actually, I think Malrine should be able to do pretty fine, but the harassment can build up.
Amar, he knows how to find these first bloods. He gets it again this game.
Tag team, baby. And this looks like a really strong lane. Very scary one, even for the Gyrocopter. Could just constantly die. We'll see how Celery's going to be able to slow that down. Yeah, I feel like they should be able to apply more pressure onto Dyrachyo than they're going to be able to apply onto Watson up in the top lane. But let's see, though, at the same time, because maybe underestimating a bit of the power of this Winter Wyvern. Well, Malrine, a great job getting these last hits, but he is taking quite a bit of beating of harassment.
Has to be careful, especially once for that. If Quinn gets the extra level in the power shot.
Nicely done. Malrine's very comfortable on this. He only missed a little bit of CS. A very good first few waves. Bottle's going to be finished up, so looks like he should have a very hot start. And oh my god, it's constantly up. I feel like I just heard him use this a couple seconds ago.
Yeah, how come we've not been seeing more Wyvern, do you feel? Like, what does this hero not have that other supports do right now? What's the downside to the Wyvern?
His laning has always just been a little bit weird, but he's gotten so many buffs now that maybe it's something people are just overlooking. He's literally got every single spell buffed, except for his ultimate, which got nerfed, of course. Sure. I think that's the one that really hurt him, is everyone was playing it as like, you curse somebody, you have this physical damage. Now it's this magical damage on curse, but all three of his other abilities got buffed.
And I imagine as well, I guess with sort of the way patches have gone and the fact that it's not always been a hero that's been in a strong spot, there's probably quite a few support players in these teams that just haven't really played Wyvern right.
Yeah, but definitely feels like it could be popular, or it could be really strong right now versus these super strong physical cores that we're seeing, the PAs, the Svens and stuff like that, even the Beastmaster, these auras, so maybe we will see more. Maybe it's just also some of these other fort positions are just too damn strong that sometimes you don't want to go for this. We're seeing like these Shadow Demons and Willows, but maybe we'll see more. And so far, yeah, Dyrachyo eating a little bit more pressure. Good glimpse. Embrace.
See if they can chase him down afterwards. They've got the stun into the kinetic field control. Getting blocked off by the creeps. Fishman.
A couple more hits.
Tofu. Hide in the trees. He's trying his best to juke. We'll get another hit off with the Arctic Burn, but will indeed go down. Fishman able to finish him off. Glimpses back Ace. Ace should be able to chase with the hammer.
Does he get the connect with the heal? Doesn't look like he can.
He's getting away. Fishman gets the kill and gets out.
All three lanes looking good right now. For the side of, I keep almost saying like Quest and all these other, because they have like 4 different tags on their damn names.
It was, I think some of them are tagged up still, wasn't
Namiga, yeah.
Obviously they've got the creep wave. There's the guild that they're in.
It's got like 5 different.
They got all the teams on their side here.
5 different teams or something on their names right now. Getting a little bit complicated. But yeah, all 3 lanes looking hot. Malrine definitely holding his own in this mid matchup versus Quinn. 22-6 to the 17-1. The harassment actually not able there to pressure Quinn. And he gets a D-ward with his own sentry. So that's actually going to push him to hitting level 6 quite a bit before Quinn. And that's definitely kill potential. It's the one thing about this Astral Step that's always going to be nice versus the Wind Ranger, is just being able to clear him out during it.
And it's not an easy game for them to catch a Void Spirit, right?
Limited disable. Maybe we'll see some itemization, perhaps, to be able to give some extra catch. And we'll see what Quinn actually goes for, because I think for me, this hero was super hot when Atos, right? When Atos was the thing that you build on this Wind Ranger and the stats that you get from it. Curious what the build is going to be if he does go for something a little bit different, if it's just going to be like the Maelstrom and stuff like that. Because the Atos now is not something you want to buy in these universals, usually. Doesn't give you much of anything.
Now, what are we going to see sort of from the build from Ace on this offlane only? You're just getting the auras online for the team? What's taking priority here?
I don't think so. I think we see him
build
go.
for yourself.
You build for yourself.
You get the Echo, the Harpoon.
That's what I've seen at least, but they're actually getting aggro. The catch connects.
The dispose.
They should have him.
And indeed, he's in another spell off there, but not enough to survive. Quinn finishes him off, and we'll be very thankful for that rotation from Celery.
Yep. He said, good luck. Okay, cool. You got a physical barrier? I'll just give you a 300 damage power shot to the face. Good rotation there from Celery. And, I mean, a very good one, too, honestly, because Quinn, now he's going to start to pull a little bit ahead there of Malron. And now he's not going to hit 6 before Quinn, right? I think that was actually pretty crucial there from Celery to make this rotation to protect Quinn. And Duracho wasn't pressured during it either, so... Cool. Does mean Amar, he's going to be set up for success again in this game. Did have a pretty damn good performance on the Razor last time, too.
And they're going to go for the rotation top here, Entity. They're bringing Katsuomi to help out.
Should have Ace.
They go in for Ace. They'll get him. Fishman at the same time. He's going to be quick to TP over towards the mid. Looks like it was a bit concerned about maybe Quinn diving in aggressively. Did indeed try and make an aggressive play there with the focus fire.
That's a good rotation, too. Even though, it disconnected. Oh, my goodness, one hit.
It did, actually did. How are they doing on the regen? He's got none himself, Watson. Has Katsuomi got any to bring him? He has got a salve and a tango if he wants to pass it over. So we'll top Watson off a little bit, but still not a great spot for Sven to be at.
He's just keeping him super low.
He gets caught by another Splinter Blast, so not even able to get the full sort of heal from that salve. He's going to be kept sat pretty low, and Celery's wrapping in from the tree line. With the blood grenade, the shards will stop Celery from closing the gap onto Watson. Ace turns towards Katsuomi, but will get glimpsed back by Fishman.
Tommy.
They're trying to bring Celery down, but
tag team's back up.
They're standing his ground quite well. And they're trying to quite have the damage to push for the kills in return, Entity.
Keeping Watson very low, though. Those levels down bottom. Only level 4 on Duracho. Amara getting closer and closer to 6. Could definitely see the potential of even like these solo kills that Amara is able to get. Rotations starting to come out. Celery and Duracho, they're here. They're trying to punish Amar.
Celery's got the lead in.
But here comes Katomi.
He's ready to try and assist. Team pop, they turn towards Celery.
Duracho.
Kick out, and indeed Amar, he'll live through this easily and clean up the two of them. Double kill for Amar. I mean, they were ready to set up that entire play, right, Entity, because they had this ward on the Twin Gate. They knew that this play was coming in, and they were more than happy to let it happen because they knew that they could turn it around. Sure, they don't mind at all that Katsuomi goes down there. It's Amar cleaning up.
And Fishman, he's actually able to sneak into the enemy side, denies the Wisdom Rune, and takes his away too. So again, Game and Gladiators, just like last game, they did not get themselves a Wisdom Rune at the 7-minute mark. And them, I think that was a bit bold of them trying to go for Amar there. You know, going for the Viper with this under-level gyrocopter. Definitely a risk.
It's so easy for Amar to just stand his ground and turn, especially when there's a Tusk nearby.
Yep, that attack, like, little things all matter, right? The buff, the attack speed slow, even on the Tusk tag team, plus all this from the Viper. Now Duracho's probably like, I do not want to go down near Amar. He will just get solo killed consistently if he does show his face.
I mean, I don't really know who goes down there as Gaming Gladiators to try and tackle this Viper. They kind of have to ignore him.
They're going to have to bring numbers, but right now the numbers, they're in mid for Entity, Quinn.
They're going to trap him in the kinetic field. Tofu's ready to help out as well. They're trying for Katsuomi. Looking towards the two supports first. Glimpse back on Celery. Marine's standing his ground. He's got an Astral Step to play with. He's soon going to have enough for a couple of them. He's going to jump
triple
right across the three of them. That'll pop Celery. And now with the snowball, it's going to dodge the power shot. They close the gap on Quinn. Another Astral Step. Cold Embrace will help out a little bit, but it surely won't save him. He's got the Wind Run, but the Remnant's laid down. Wind Run will come to an end. He's trapped by the shard, dragged back by the glimpse. It's a slow, painful death, but it's still a death. As Marin gets the cleanup, double kill. As Entity, once again, as in Game 1's first 10 minutes, they're coming in with the outplay.
Some gorgeous spellcasting there coming out from the two supports who are higher level because of that Wisdom Rune too, so definitely causing an effect there already in the mid. And as we see, Amar not only pressuring tower, but he's even looking for a dive play, just pushing Duracho out of jungle.
Yeah, really.
Look at this triple hit.
Just really nice patience from Marin there. He, of course, had the mana. He could have astral step whenever he wanted, but just waiting for that opportune moment to make the most out of that last bit of mana that he had to play with.
It was actually a quad one, right? Because he got the courier even too with it. That was actually picture perfect. Beautiful stuff. And now Celery, I am definitely not a place you want to be.
You don't want to come down it.
Nope.
Amar, he'll kill anybody.
Holy crap. He has
He'll
treads
kill anyone.
and a Dragon Lance already with double Wraithband stick. 5k net worth pre-10.
I think the only way they kill him is if they bring sort of like 3 heroes down. One of them has to be Quinn. I think outside of that, you don't have the damage to take this Viper down. And even then, if Amar has any sort of backup, he's probably still going to be able to turn. This is an incredibly scary part of the game if you want to try and fight this Viper. He's in such a strong position, 5k net worth. You don't want to go anywhere near him.
No. I mean, yeah, Quinn, he's going to have to be the one that if anybody wants to go down there, but this tower is already pretty much dropping. A 3k lead. Watson has absolute freedom to just go to the jungle. Have they been doing some stacks? Yes, they have been. He's got some big ones around the Ancients.
Yeah, definitely an improvement on the early game from last time, because I think game 1, 10 minutes in, they had the kill lead, but the gold is kind of even. This time around, 3k gold lead against Gaming Gladiators. That's got to feel pretty good for Entity.
I mean, Entity are killers, as we've seen. Last game, they were 37-17 when they lost. They were still the ones constantly going for these plays all around the map. And yeah, Amar just absolutely
They're bringing
massive.
the numbers down. They want to try and do something about this Viper. We'll see if they succeed. It's not going to be easy.
Tower's already pretty much dead. And yep, Entity, they're actually going to bring the numbers as well. They're even bringing Malrone down here with a shield rune.
Such a hard play to make as Gaming Gladiators.
5 heroes for Gladiators.
They're going to try. They're going in with a focus fire, but Amar's already been able to turn with the Viper Strike on towards Quinn. They turn, they get the static storm with the kinetic field down. Astral step forward, they've been able to burst through Quinn, burst through Celery. They're also going to be able to get Ace by looks like Holy Brace comes out from Tofu. It's not going to save him. Ace is going to go down. Tofu will manage to TP out. But it's 3 heroes dying. I mean, when they try and make a move like that, Fogged, it really feels like Gaming Gladiators, they don't quite know what to do in this position.
They're feeling desperate.
The chances of that working out were so low.
They're feeling, I mean, it does feel like they're feeling super desperate. This is not even a Midas, it's like a brown boot, glove, a haste, Omni, TPing down. They bring 4 heroes. They're still low level. Look at the supports. Level 5 Wyvern, level 5 Marcy.
Some low HP jungling here from Duracho.
Oh.
I mean,
Hitomi, he might be able to get him.
He's going to have eyes on him.
He's got a punch.
He's in with a snowball. In comes Uno.
Oh!
Can't quite get the punch off. Good dispose from Celery. Will make sure the Katomi doesn't have a chance of taking down Duracho. Duracho will be saved.
Probably saved his life.
They've got a huge Viper problem right now.
I think Duracho is actually okay. I didn't notice he had Spark of Courage, so he actually had 23 armor. The punch would have probably done nothing, but a good move anyway from Celery. Is Entity dominating this early game. Watson has full freedom, 100 last hits now on this Sven.
Yep.
Gyro, not a lot of places to go now at this point. It's going to be tough for Gaming to stabilize this time around. They've got big stacks, but as we've seen, Entity, they have full control of all the runes and full control of all the pressure at this point. Amar, he's found his next target. The next objective is that mid tower.
Definitely feeling like Gaming Gladiators is going to have to take a similar approach as they did off the back of the early game in Game 1 to get themselves back in on this Gaming Gladiators. This is just all Entity so far, and even more so than it was in these early moments of Game 1. Entity with quite the lead.
Tofu, caught again, still level 5. Tomi even looking for another catch here. Do they have the shards? Not quite able to. They have so much catch. This lineup, we always talk about it when we're mentioning the Disruptor in particular, right? When you start getting the ball rolling, you're going to keep it going and going and going with these glimpses. Like, they just keep going for these kills, and anyone who shows from Gaming Gladiators is likely to get set up. Or look, bottom tower taken out, onto mid, it's almost dead. Now they're shifting toward top with Amar as well, too. Yeah, this Viper is something they just don't have an answer for by any means. Duracho just needs a lot more time. And even then...
They just have to avoid fights and farm up.
Yeah. And even then, though, the thing is, Duracho, like, there's going to be tons of answers for him. The Viper's constantly going to throw the ult onto him. Sven has Warcry to block a lot of this damage, too. So much damage is non-existent there from Gaming Gladiators. This tier 1's all falling.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And see. Absolute killers right now. Smoke up.
The one other Wisdom Rune. I mean, they're just really constricting the map, constricting any type of space.
They might catch Ace here. They're probably going to be happy to dive to tier 2. I don't think they have much to fear. They'll just jump straight in. Static Storm, God Strength. They'll make sure it's a quick kill.
This is going to be one of the tougher recoveries, I'd imagine, here for Gaming Gladiators. Ace is not really on a hero that's a playmaker either. Usually it's him that ends up like making some crazy moves around to open up the map at all. He's an Omni Knight who's not really had any success in the laning phase. He has a Midas.
I mean, he bought that Midas earlier. He didn't even use the first charge, so it's actually going to get to the point where it's going to be a passive Midas for a few seconds on him.
Tofu, he's actually able to get the Wisdom Rune at the least, but another death. A full Hurricane Pike, I believe, is about to be finished up already for Amar.
You can see the big old number 2 on Ace's Midas. That always feels bad. He's got to get out and pop it. There we go.
Okay.
A little bit of lost efficiency.
A blink on Watson. How is Dyrachyo still level 9? And Quinn's not playing like Earthshaker. It's the same thing too for like a Gyrocopter. Dyrachyo, in order to farm, yes, this is still one of those very fast farmers, but he has to show himself if he wants to. As TB, you send him images and illusions and stuff like that. So the risk for Dyrachyo of getting caught is constantly going to be there on the map. With all the pressure that Entity's been able to apply, just all these towers taken out, they have freedom to move around. Yeah, Quinn, he's going to go for down that Maelstrom route, but
not an easy hero to recover on.
Definitely not. Hero that you definitely want to have kind of the snowball potential on. Oh, it could be an interesting item build if Malrone does commit for it too. He's got the a very early Nullifier. It's a really good game for it versus the Omni and the Wind Ranger. That could be pretty cool if he does want to.
And I think, he can get away with this.
Why not?
Because they can't catch him, right? He can go fully aggressive with his build.
Yeah.
Very difficult for them to trap the Void Spirit. Gonna put the Arcane.
There's backup here. Gaming, as soon as they see Amar, they're like, uh-oh. The Viper.
Oh, good angle though. They get the glimpse back. Fishman having the vision.
Jeez, 15-2.
It's just proven to be too easy for Entity to get the kills right now.
I'm watching bottom. Watson was actually potentially looking for a solo jump onto Quinn there. He had the God Strength pre-prepped on the high ground. Pressure everywhere. Gaming unable to really find farm at all. I'm watching, it's really just like the Midas isn't like a power shot used to get any type of farm anywhere. And deconstricting them completely.
A wyvern's bread.
And the thing is, this game round as well, Gaming Gladiators are going to have to eventually try and tackle Entity head on. They don't have the lineup for that sort of split push rat play that was able to kind of turn things around in that game 1. That's just not here this time. It's not an option.
And their scaling definitely doesn't feel as good either when they're at this much of a deficit. The Wind Ranger can scale in some moments, but usually it's when you're playing from ahead. This is just severely playing from behind versus quite a few things that are going to pierce through your win run. That punch, always the Viper Strike, plus the spells coming out from the Void Spirit. And this definitely looks to be set up for a very, very difficult game for Gaming Gladiators in the next 10 minutes.
Super difficult for them to just step up and go for creep waves. They'll find Fishman.
Good pickoff. Can they get more out of it? Looks like it's not going to be the case. Amar will back away. Dyrachyo soon having his Aghanims though, so all things considered, not horrendous, but when you look at the comparison of him to Watson...
look how much money Watson got. Yeah, this is some crazy farm.
Yeah, I mean, usually you see...
Crazy farm on the Sven.
Usually you see like the Gyro having the treads plus the small clip, press that Aghanims, usually it's like 14, even earlier than that, something, so...
On top. Kasaomi's gonna get the catch.
Another one. Monster kill for Amar. And love the way that he's itemizing too. He's gone for his aggressive build. Now he's going for a bit of, I mean, it is a defensive build, but it's also a kind of an aggressive one too, because you're just so tanky if you're able to get the Halberd. And he's playing for his 2 range cores, so it's going to be phenomenal.
Pretty much in these fights, if you can get Viper Strike down onto one of them, the Gyro, the Wind Ranger, and the Halberd on the other.
Yep.
That's pretty much most of Gaming Gladiators' damage gone in the team fight.
And looking at their damage overall too, it's going to take still a lot more time, a lot more items for the side of Gaming to have any realms to be able to kill Amar. He's 2,200 HP on Strength Treads with 18 armor. And yeah, further itemizing to get the progression of getting these kills. A blink soon on Katomi. And just constantly getting these D wards. Another pick.
Catch on Celery.
Thank you.
The map just terrifying for Gaming Gladiators right now. They're having to try and split up to get farm, and I guess at the least for them, as long as it's a support going down, they won't feel too bad, but overall they're definitely not feeling great.
They can't even access their Ancients at all. The way that Entity's been playing, they've been sitting in that area, and then they have wards on the bottom side, so they literally have all the information. I mean, look where Ace is farming. That's pretty indicative of what's going on, right? He has bots Midas, and he's playing all the way on the top side of the map, so he knows that there's just no realms of them being able to fight for probably the next 8 minutes or something like that.
They just want to keep the game going.
Yeah. They need to hope for some overextensions, but so far, Entity.
Let's farm it up.
Yeah, super clean game. Full BKB on Watson. Level 16.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just no pressure onto this Sven whatsoever. And now they're looking to fight. Okay.
Marine starts it. Is it ready with the two-man Astral Step? They go across. They manage to get the Static Storm down over the two of them. Watson jumps in with the stun to clean things up. They've killed off the two. The ult is there, which will cause the death of Marine, but the rest of Gaming Gladiators, they've got to run. Quinn, he'll manage to get out with the TP. Find something there with the curse from Tofu, but of course overall, still a favourable trade there for Entity.
A really nice jump there from Malrina. Full Aghanims finished up there, so just jumps, gets the connection on two. They get the static connection onto probably the two perfect targets as well too. Watson, he'll kill his stand-in, but you know what? That's worth it. Great initiation. Diracho looks like a creep. Just disintegrated in seconds there from Watson.
It's so hard for them to take these team fights head on. Yeah. You can feel that Gaming Gladiators, they definitely must feel themselves they're running out of options. They're trying to make these moves that, again, just have so low chance of working out, but they've got to try it. Otherwise, they're just going to have to sit back and watch their base get taken.
Yeah.
With the lead that Entity's getting there. They have to kind of go for these opportunities and just try and see if maybe they catch Entity split up. But so far, Entity, they've just not been making mistakes this game.
Nope, another catch, Celery. 0 and 9 on the Marcy. Half of the deaths.
Wow. It's a rough one for him.
Look at him,
It's a
just
rough
walking
one for the whole of them.
Walking through a tier 2.
Hurricane Piking up to the high ground. This might cost him his life. And it will.
It will.
But maybe it will set something up for them. As they're in onto Diracho, they will indeed. Oh, maybe not. Diracho's still alive. He's walking away from them. This
He's actually
might
turning.
be a bit of a turn.
Holy.
The cold embrace is there. The heal comes out.
He's caught by another shackle.
I mean, it was a bit of an aggressive move from Amar. Walking past the tier 2, shoving himself up to the high ground with a Hurricane Pike. And it... Well, I mean, if that happens again, maybe the win's back on the table for Gaming Gladiators.
Perhaps.
I think they've got to... Entity's probably going to be looking at Amar and saying, please, don't do that again.
He got what shackled, right? It got caught on the shackle, so... Did he get the halberd? Oh, he did, but I actually didn't see. Did it get? I actually didn't even see what happened to the halberd. But either way, he gets brought down almost
Great
instantly.
saves, great heals onto Diracho. I think people Ace and Tofu just doing everything they can to keep Diracho alive in that fight and allow him to kick out the damage that he did.
And look at the mini-map during all this, too. I'm looking at Watson all the way on the right side. He's like, what the hell is going on over there,
that
guys?
Is definitely one of those moments indeed where Watson he's like, what's going on? What the hell just happened? Why has the entirety of my team just died beyond the 2-2?
Definitely, I mean, they're still in a comfortable spot, but definitely nothing you want to do versus Gaming Gladiators. No, one or two more of those versus a team like Gaming, versus the best team in the world, and it could cost you it, so.
You can get away with one of them.
You can get away with one.
Considering the lead that they have.
Yeah, Amar will allow that one. Just one, though.
Just not again.
No. I mean, Watson is still almost level 20, so he is an absolute beast.
Yeah, they're making space.
That's okay. Yeah, fair enough. We'll allow that.
That's what I do.
I was zone on the Viper.
21 away still. 6k lead. They'll get the Roshan.
But yeah, that gold lead went from what? What was it at? Almost
about 10, 11k.
Yeah, I think it hit almost 12 at the absolute highest, but... Okay, and they'll give it to Malrine. He is the one who's just jumping in and starting the fight, so I do like that anyway. And, you know, Sven got transformation kind of hero, so usually not the most prime Aegis carrier. Back to business, though. I think Entity still can apply this pressure, just have to be careful of how they do it, and maybe want to have Watson in the area, just in case if they're going to walk through tier 2s.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The high ground push could be difficult. I mean, definitely down to the fact that Duracho, once he has the Satanic, the fact that he has a Wyvern, an Omni, and a Master with Psychic behind him, there are so many ways that Gaming Gladiators can just keep this gyro alive in the fights.
And also, Ace, I saw he had BKB queued up, but I guess after that last fight, he's feeling confident. He actually has a full Aghanims.
Okay.
So now the position, he can just pop this Guardian Angel from pretty much anywhere to protect his buddies.
Sure.
So that could be cool, but... Oh, I mean, Mountain, we did say that he did go for like the Aghanims and stuff like that. So actually, the Nullifier is going to come out way later to go for any type of Dispel, so... Okay. Looks at Gaming, they're starting to see a path, perhaps, to be able to have success. Because, yeah, like you said, breaking high ground for Entity still going to be a little bit complicated versus this Winter Wyvern and everything.
Yeah, you had to kind of get rid of all of these heroes that are buffing up and keeping the gyro alive. Otherwise, Duracho would just hold his position on the high ground and put the push to an end.
Watson, full Silver Edge. So should be in pretty much every one of these fights now also. I think Mount got almost every single power rune. He's got himself another arcane rune to work with. They're going to smoke. They want to get some catch out of this. They know that Gaming is starting to get quite a bit of space on the map here. So looking to continue this pressure. Amar, did he buy? I was wondering if he's going to buy the Shard. Because I think that's one way that perhaps that they could look to force the high ground. He actually buys a Ghost Scepter just for protection, but I wouldn't even mind if he does go for that, just so they can start taking out these towers so the Sven doesn't actually have to be the Sieger. But we'll see what route he wants to go for. Maybe he just wants to try to get it from a Tormentor.
Looks like they're hunting for Quinn and Tofu.
Tofu is hiding on the side here, but Watson does have a glimpse of him.
This good Silver Edge purchase might allow him to close the gap.
They had a sentry down already, though. Tofu, he's sneaky.
Nice spot in the tree line to get out. Same to be said for Quinn.
Oh, what a sentry. Just that one sentry there on the left side, able to just see that Sven running in. More and more time being bought here for the side of Gaming Gladiators. And Amar is pretty far up right now.
He's stepping up alone.
Nice Pike.
He'll get out this time.
Pike's toward his Sven, I like that. Fish. Okay. I mean, he's baiting Quinn.
Quinn's going to get caught by the Halberd and the Viper Strike from Amar. It's a missile heading the way of Amar, but he has got a lot of backup around him.
Watson.
They can look to take this fight. Watson, he's going to be able to open up towards Tofu. The GA comes out. Tofu's going to be kept safe. Marion has to jump out with the Astral.
They're resetting nicely away from this GA. Actually, don't lose anything. Watson.
Fishman find the glimpse.
He wants to go back in. Ooh.
Didn't quite get it onto Dration's time. They need some sort of vision on the high ground if they want to try and go for the chase. Watson,
he's on him.
He's going to be able to get the stun over Tofu. He takes out Celery. A clean execution there. The two supports. Now he can turn towards the core. Godstrike's out. They're taking out a third of them. Dracho, he's standing his ground. Healing up with the Satanic, but he caught with the pullback of the Remnant.
Healing Lotus.
Still healing up a little bit more.
Not enough.
It's not enough to keep him alive. Dracho goes down. Entity. They'll force the fight.
Sick play from Watson. Really identifying the fact, yeah, they're definitely tipping. I mean, what a flank. He gets right on top of both supports, takes him out, forces Tofu's buyback. He actually even forced the Guardian Angel at the start of the fight before that, too, from jumping Tofu. Watson.
Yeah, making some really nice work happen with the Silver Edge pickup.
Yep. He's a very active carry, as we saw even on the Muerta, right? He's just like, he was running and leading the charge looking for these type of catches, and he finds the prime one both times.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, the Dream 2 to find right. Tofu in particular. They want to eliminate that Wyvern. No Cold Embraces, no Winter's Curses to deal with.
Yeah, Duracho actually was standing a little bit tall during that Satanic, but the damage just starts to ramp up. Look at those debuffs, halberds, etc. being thrown onto him.
Yeah, a little too much for him to deal with, especially when he's outnumbered. After that clean start to the fight for Entity. 25-9, and Entity back up to a 13k lead.
Back in that comfortable position. The Gem also, I think they purchased that one from earlier too to keep constricting the map. And Maureen, or Mauron, whatever, he's getting very close to that Nullifier, so... PC Club time finished. Oh.
Okay.
He has to go put more money, I think, for the computer.
Oh, put mistakes. Yeah. Okay. Okay, just topping up the PC.
Yep.
Should be fine.
Their smiles this time around. They know they're feeling quite a bit more confident than that last game, I would imagine. Looking at just even the levels and everything, the way they've been able to apply pressure. Sven, 22. Duracho still only that 17. Still lacking damage.
Definitely feels like Gaming Gladiators, they kind of need another mistake to happen from Entity,
yep,
but so far it was just that one bit of an awkward fight around the tier 2 on the top lane. Other than that, it's been a clean game from Entity.
Ooh, and Amar actually. Okay, let's see if he does commit for this.
I mean, E-Blade, it's going to give another option, right, to sort of save people and to just sort of make life very hard for this Gyro and Wind Ranger.
Yeah, not a hater.
At the end of the day, sort of AC can kind of bail one of them out of it, but elsewhere, somebody's getting disarmed. Someone's just, one of these two cores is not going to be able to get the physical damage out.
No, and the damage does become absolutely insane. You get E-bladed and Viper Strike. Like you're taking when he has a 20 talent, it actually does so much damage. 230 times 6 with the E-blade effect on you too. So, and any of the amp that you get from any of your poison attack too. So yeah, can be pretty ridiculous. And that ability has been buffed quite a lot.
It has, yeah.
Yeah, the 80 initial attack slow. That was one thing that I remember when I first got hit by it, when it first got added, I was like, wait, what the hell? That used to be the level 3 ult that did that, so.
I wonder if we'll consider the Ags. I mean, he hasn't got it queued up at the moment, but can be also another answer to, you have this AoE disarm.
Yep, absolutely. Could be a possibility. Maybe later down the lines.
Yeah.
We see Watson also, he's queued up the Nullifier. Super good this game, as we've mentioned, versus Repel, GA, Win Run, etc. Yeah, they're feeling confident. Look at these. I mean, they're just chat wheeling like crazy.
See if Gaming Gladiators can get the turnaround. But Entity, they've everything to play for here. They lose this game, that's the end of their tournament run. Down here in the lower bracket and down one game already against Gaming Gladiators.
New after game check.
You're a beautiful person until you make a mistake. Personality.
I don't know.
No.
I have no idea.
I'm guessing he's just toying with Fishman.
Probably.
Maybe Fishman typed something a bit silly, and then he's like, check his replay. He's trying to get his mate in trouble. But either way, if you check his replay, you can't see the team chat.
No.
And you can't hear the team chat.
And I'm sure Quinn has all of them muted anyway, so he can't even see anything that's.
They probably all have them muted.
I actually like this itemization a little bit better. We were mentioning like the nullifier and stuff like that.
I think he could have got away with it, but the silence is just pretty
too good.
It's pretty destroying, right? For these cores, the supports, right? They're trying to get the saves off.
Even just getting on the Omni Knight too, right? Like if he just prevents the Omni from getting a spell or two off. That's really
don't need to nullify any spells if they can't cast them.
Precisely. What's the reason? They said it.
I mean, he said he was topping up his PC right with some money, but maybe there's a bit of a queue at the counter,
It could be.
It's waiting to.
They're processing. He refill PC.
Refill the PC.
He need refill. People are gonna find out. They're gonna find where Watson is. They're gonna start watching him. Right? He's in a PC
How can
cafe,
they find out
right?
where he is?
He's in a PC cafe though, right?
Oh,
like,
well, from his webcam. The people on the
you
internet.
never know. These people can find anything,
Look at the
right?
background and be like, "Gosh, he's sat in the third row of the PC cafe on the 5th floor."
I mean, that would be a blessing, though, right? Would you like to see the rank 1, only 13,000 MMR
He's still
player?
rank 1.
I believe so. Last I checked, I think he's the only 13,000 MMR player at the moment. 2, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Entity as a team, they always tend to have an incredibly high overall average MMR, right? This
Yeah, let's see what this
the high MMR players.
What are we looking like right now? Let me check.
Who's number 1? Watson.
Yeah, still Watson, then BZM. Doesn't say the number.
Marion's rank 5.
Yeah, he's still 5.
And Amar's rank 8.
And Mar rank 8.
So they got 3 at the minute.
Wait, Tofu's 11?
Oh, Tofu's grinding.
Holy moly. Tofu's ahead of Quinn. We found a new mid. Okay, we're good. Let's go.
Time to put Tofu in the mid. Let's go.
I know, right?
Oh, I'd down to see some. I bet he could play some mid.
Tofu rank 11. Oh, damn. A boss. All right. Back into the midst.
PC topped up.
PC top.
Good to go.
Game state, as we said, still very comfortable position here for Entity. For the side of gaming. Gonna need quite a bit more items, quite a bit more to be able to still battle through this. Duraccio, still quite weak.
Still sticking with the general build-up on Jara, but could always be a bit of an opening for a Rapier down the line this game.
It might feel it. It might feel like it pretty soon. Oh, Watson gets blessed with my favorite tier 3 neutral. Divine Shell has been picked up.
Oh yeah, I love that one.
Oh yeah.
Any sort of melee core, it just feels fantastic.
It's amazing.
Great stats and a great effect.
And if you have Echo Saber, you're like triple hitting people in a lot of situations. It does everything, right? Duraccio.
Reciprocity?
Reciprocity.
That sounds American.
That might be the American saying, but I thought that's how I used to say it. Reciprocity. Because it's reciprocate, right?
Reciprocate
is the verb.
Reciprocity.
Because that's the act of reciprocating.
That doesn't sound right. Reciprocating.
No, it's right. All right, whatever.
I think you're right. Reciprocity.
Whatever. We're not English majors. Quinn! We'll find a pickoff. Pretty big one, actually. Does he get the last hit? No, Tofu does. But either way, Quinn, closer and closer to our Aghanims. Oh, that actually could be a little bit annoying, right? That Aghanims is actually pretty good versus all this physical damage as well, too.
Sure. I would say the thing...
He needs 25 at some point, though, because he's going to be starting to get dispelled eventually, so that's quite a ways away, but...
And the thing is, honestly, the catch has just been really like Fishman. He's been getting off to great kinetic fields.
He has.
And static storms. I think sort of last fight, he sort of caught 3 of them in it, especially the fight down bottom. So this Disruptor's been quite a nightmare, as it always has been. A Fishman Disruptor, that, going back the years, that's something that we've always seen patch to patch come out from him.
There was quite a phase where versus Entity, you'd see the Undying and Disruptor banned every single game because that was just the Fishman classic to just beat, to just win. So, yeah, definitely seeing the reason why they do like to play it. Amar also gets blessed with a Defiant Shell.
Yeah, he's beefy. Well, there's a couple of Wraith bands in the farm that he has in that shell. Up to about 36 armor.
Yeah, how many Defiants do
34
you
armor,
have?
sorry.
3 of them? Okay. Wait a minute. Alron, are you still carrying a tier 1?
What?
He'll replace it soon. He's about to have his Nullifier finished up too, so perhaps the timing there that Entity was looking for while things were slowing down. Duracho is trickling back up though, the Daedalus, it's done.
Is.
Quinn has an Axe.
Yeah, Duracho, he's carried harder games in the past.
This is true. We've seen quite a bit of turns in this tournament, especially. We've seen 18,000 gold swing, 20k gold swings, mega creep comebacks. But Entity looking to strike with this next big timing, as we said. The Nullifier finished up. And Watson did deviate.
Look at this Observer. They just watched under this Observer top.
Okay.
The 3 of them had just passed by here, so Entity, they've got the numbers. They've just seen the 3 of Gaming Gladiators step up for this. And here we go. Watson goes straight around to Ace. Ace just immediately deleted. They've got the full control. They're onto Durachos. Anything can be done to save this Jarry. He's trying to lifesteal against the 3 of them, but the damage from Watson's far too high.
Perfect targeting again.
They just weren't ready for that Observer Ward to be there at 30 minutes in on the game.
I mean, look, Watson, look, it's just I feel like he always knows the target to go for, but yeah, he gets the vision of Ace, and it's just instant deletion. Ace isn't able to get a single spell off there.
Yeah, Watson's initiations perfect every single fight.
Watson will back away, and he is. Okay, he switched, so he did have Nullifier, but maybe expecting that the Butterfly eventually would come out.
7k gold.
Yeah, he might just buy that MKB because it's going to counteract the potential Butterfly from the gyro eventually and the win run. So he's already got Nullifier on his body, so whatever. I think I do prefer that actually for the potential eventual Butterfly that comes out from gyro. And push. Do they want to commence for this one here? The Shard now was picked up, I believe, from Amar, so I think he can actually start sieging. I think for Sven, it's just an awkward sieging hero at times, so if he can just kind of sit back waiting for jumps and just let Amar be that sieger, that probably just looks cleaner for the side of Entity.
Yeah, for sure, especially when you're pushing into supports like this Winter Wyvern, right? A good curse from Tofu. Could cause Watson to kill off a fellow teammate pretty easy.
Oh, absolutely. And I do like looking at Katomi too. So they're starting to build the answers to ways to break high ground. Also, Katomi's going for an Aghanims, so potential to punt people out of the base and stuff like that if he's able to.
And he changed up again. Watson, he opts for survival. Gets the Satanic.
Okay, lots of change ups. Cool.
I just wants to make sure he's going to be able to have the chance to stand his ground against Duracho.
Sure.
With his own Satanic and knows the state again that Duracho's in. The Butterfly, if it does come, it's not going to come too soon.
That's true.
It's going to still be a bit of time until.
Oh boy. Oh, and 25 Sven with an ED rune for this next fight. Heroes are going to get
You don't want to be signing up for this fight if you're Gaming Gladiators and you've seen that.
Unless you can get a curse next to the Sven. Duracho kind of baiting forward. Will they be able to save him in time? Amar thinking about it.
Smoke from the Gladiators.
Claiming high ground.
Wards down. Duracho Smoke's going to get dispelled. Check out the high ground over the cooldown. He's going to step straight in towards Amar. Amar's able to turn with the Halberd. Viper strikes as well on towards Duracho. The GA's
He's
out.
nullified.
Static Storm is there. They'll prompt the curse here. Onto Fishman. Fishman taking a beat down here from both Watson and Kataomi. He'll go down. They've got the stun as well. On towards Watson. Watson is caught by the stun. Duracho's in with the damage, but Watson's able to pop the big AP. Pop the gold straight round. The Satanic is healing up. Watson's going to live. Dratcho and Celery both go down. As Entity, they'll hold the fight. They'll look towards Quinn. Nullify down one, a couple of hits from Watson. And Quinn, he's out for good. 3 dead.
That's all he
Gladiators.
needs. Just a couple hits. That's really all Watson needs. I think 3 or 4 swings total in that fight. 4,600 damage.
Straight into Roche. They can pick up this Aegis, and they might just have the time to run down one of these lanes.
Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. So I need to actually see what was going on. I mean, okay, it's after the fact, but whatever. I'm not going to mention it, but decent from Duracho to kind of stand his ground there for a second there, but then as soon as Watson, that stun wears off.
I mean, was a bit of a risky blink in there from Watson. We saw he did jump in and into the curse and then sort of caused the death of Fishman, but it pays off. He doesn't quite die. He's able to live. He's able to heal back up and clean the fight up once again.
And they can do the roast, and in the meanwhile, Amar is actually pushing while Watson is looking for this type of kill.
He's going to do it on his own. Couple of crits, maybe. Well, looks like he should be able to kite him out. Pushes him with the psychic headband. Out he goes with the blink.
But the buildings.
He'll get away. Indeed, back on the bottom lane. I mean, Amar's taking a bit of a beating here from Quinn.
Nice E-blade.
He's able to turn. Quinn's maybe in trouble. The sentry chop down there in with the snowball. They're able to get the kickback as well. Quinn, he's in a whole world of pain here. They get the punch up. He's got the BKB. Quinn getting healed
what a
up.
pass
Unable
off.
to save him. Quinn's going to live. He's able to turn with the chakra shot. Quinn's still alive. Finally died to the static storm, but he got a lot of damage done. They bring down Amar. They look towards Kataomi. The Ogre Steel Totem's there. As Kataomi is able to push away. Fishman out with the CP in the trees. The rest of Entity back off. They do get Quinn, but it does cost them the kill. Yeah, Amar goes down.
Who passed Amar that cheese? I didn't see who it was. I think Malrone jumped in, handed him the cheese in the midst of the fight there, and actually pops him off so they do get the finish up off the Quinn. I think Quinn actually survives there.
Maori's inventory was pretty full, though.
I didn't see who. Maybe it was the. I don't know, actually. I missed it at the last second there. But
check it out.
I don't think he had it in his inventory.
He did not. No cheese on him at the moment.
So who passed it to him? Maybe Katomi? Because it was a split second.
You're right. No, it's on Maureen at the moment. See at the top right.
Because look at how quick it was. Ready? Like he jumps in, hands it to him.
Hands it to. You're right, Maureen.
That was
in the past.
badass.
It's a good effort to try and save him. Definitely means that you could live a little longer to cause a bit more issues for Quinn, but he still gets taken.
Yeah.
Everybody on Gaming Gladiators is able to fully focus the Viper and make sure they get the trade. 1 for 1 there.
Cool little plays, though. I love seeing those type of things. Watson on the aggressive charge again here, level 26. Fishman also getting closer and closer toward that Aghanim, so more and more devastating items that Entity is approaching.
Yeah, these static storms already have been quite the nightmare.
How's Duracho's timing looking? Almost a butterfly. Then, maybe we will see the rapier in this type of game.
I think it's got to be right.
I mean, for me, it feels like it, but
so it's not one of those games where Lincoln's isn't really going to do much right. There's too much to pop it. I mean, does he need to play the BKB? He did momentarily queue up the Nullify himself, but maybe that's because he was trying to click on the relic and misclick. So rapier. That's what we want to see.
I think so. Because like the Nullifier overall, when you think about it, once he gets shard on the Sven, it's kind of just non-existent because you're just undispellable for the Warcry. So, because I can understand a Nullifier if that shard didn't exist, because Warcry is really, really devastating for Gyro. But at the moment, Watson doesn't have it, but he has more than enough gold to be able to just buy it at any point.
Yeah. And would you say this game is playable without BKB for Dratcho?
He just has to take the risk because I don't think he has space to be able to get it.
Get kicked back pretty deep here. Tofu tries to step up to help him out, but he gets taken down.
Duracho.
GA comes out. Tofu immediately in with a buyback. It's the butterfly delivered and done. Duracho able to get the pickup. Watson's going to jump back in with a stun. They get another glimpse back. Duracho, he needs help, and he needs it now. Cold Embrace is there, but he's getting fully focused down by this Viper. Amar dishing out so much magical damage. Duracho's gone, and he's not got buyback. He's out for 80. Entity then push up to the high ground, punch up over towards Quinn. Quinn trying to run, but he gets kicked back into the midst of the action. Triple kill for Amar.
He did all the damage in that fight. If Watson was controlled the whole time, but Amar just dishing it out through that Cold Embrace.
Yeah, I think one of those situations as well that it's a hard call to make, but maybe if he wasn't Cold Embrace, he might have been able to rely a bit more on the Satanic Heal and then the sidekick. Either way, probably going to get blown up. It was a very difficult position to play out of. They're pushing onto the tier 4s. It's going to force out some of these buybacks. Ace buys back, but as I say, no buyback available for Duracho or Quinn.
Amar is continuing, getting the poison stacks on the tower.
That is. Whoa! Ace!
Okay.
He jumps in, takes out Amar, and he's trying to walk it off back towards the base. He's got the heal in from the Cold Embrace of Tofu.
Amar's back, boots of travel.
He's going to be able to get revenge here with the help of the rest of Entity as they do indeed take Ace down, and now Ace is out for 100. The tier 4's got Celery. He's looking for the disposal to Maori, but not quite able to get him back into the fountain. Caught on the front, another Cold Embrace from Tofu. Tofu, Ogre Seal, turn back to the fountain. He'll heal up, but outside, They'll lose Celery. The Fates are being focused. It is over. GG is called. Entity will take game 2 and push this to a game 3.
Very well played. Super aggressive. I mean, from lanes this time around, it was quite a domination. Amar in particular, he did not let Dyrachyo play the game. And the Wisdom Runes. I think their macro game in the first 15 minutes or so from Entity, it's looking super clean. They take away Wisdom Runes, they deny Wisdom Runes. Maybe a slight over-aggressive play once there from Amar, but overall.
Yeah, pretty much. Outside of that play, everything else was just looking fantastic for Entity. They are turning up today, and even when they're losing, like in that game 1, they still look good. And in this game 2 where they win, they look, of course, even better. Watson just playing some really clean carry performances here, but 11-0-10 on his Sven. I don't think he made a wrong move at all this game. This is pretty much perfect on the Sven gameplay.
No, and again, Maron, gotta give him a bit of credit too, as this standing coming in, just being this big initiating, driving force. Super good stuff. This is fun to watch. This series.
Oh, it is.
Let's go.
It's heating up. It's getting pretty spicy now. I mean, said this is going to push you to a game 3. Both teams, potentially, they're one game away from being out of the tournament, and one of those teams being Gaming Gladiators, a team that we have seen win countless tournaments. They're on the verge of going home. An Entity, if they continue to look this good as they've looked in this game too, they could very well be the ones to send them home. This series now stands 1-1 between Entity and Gaming Gladiators.
And serious business with elimination on the line, but both of these teams know the most important thing about this match. They need to provide entertainment, because this is a show after all, and entertainment they do provide. What a great series thus far. I know Entity didn't win game 1, but I see this overarching trend that they go for in this series. I'm joined by Jenkins, by Fear, and by Lacoste. I'm curious to know if they agree with the trend. I've spotted this aggression early on Lacoste. I feel like they're just really leaning heavily on their outscaling and outplaying of their opponents here.
Absolutely. Like in the first 10 minutes in both of these games, they managed to get a lot of advantage. The difference is in the second game, they did not let go. Like Watson, he was waiting for a really long time. Like also his itemization, picking up this Satanic, which did allow him to not die, changed the whole outcome pretty much of the fight. And Amar popping off from the laning stage. They have multiple counters against Gyro. We can go back to what Yatoro said, that the Gyrocopter is trash. This was the battle of the two carry heroes. And Sven OP.
So that's a double entendre.
Yatoro's up to something, huh?
Yeah. He knows what he's doing.
Good.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far, because I think Gaiman had a lot of experimental picks that they did here. Like we had the offlane Omni Knight. I did mention all 33 played it before, but
yeah, and you said it went really well. You thought
the lane went well, then he lost, but this one
thought it was going to go very well this game
too. The lane didn't even do well this time. And then, of course, like the big thing for me was like I was expecting a playmaker from Quinn's hero to kind of make this lineup whole shape out, but he was too afraid of the Viper. So maybe now you have that additional threat of Amaro. He plays Razor. That got banned first phase. Now you have to deal with this Viper. I'm getting deja vu against playing against Amar. Like you just get scared of his hero pool, and then you start picking things that aren't particularly good for your
that
draft.
is so true. You're banning stuff for the potential Stark offlane and all sorts of ridiculous shit like that. You're just like, come on, can this guy just go back to Enigma already? Like, I don't want to play against this guy, dude.
I don't know if we're going to see more of a Wind Ranger. I feel like the hero got killed by changes to Road of Atos. Like he had Crown at one point in his inventory. He's like, yeah, I'm going to build it, then probably realized, oh, it's not being built
Veil
that
of
way.
Discord, baby.
Yeah, Veil of Discord, make it instead. Because you need to have like Point Booster, Staff of Wizardry, and these are not the items that you want to buy. Turn it into Gleipnir. There are better items. So also like Wind Ranger, Snapfire, plus also Snapfire, the reason why the hero is not popular. Road of Atos changed, level 20 and 25 talent swapped. You can easily kill these heroes with just some of these like core item changes that they like to pick up as their first item.
Yeah, it felt like Wind Ranger had the same amount of impact as a Wind Ranger would have when not played from the mid lane. And the most impact, like, oh my god, that Shackle was amazing, but I was leaking Shackle.
You could feel in a lot of their fights, Gaming Gladiators needed like another stun. This Sven was long for a really long time. Every single fight he drops, pops Satanic, pops the BKB, manages to go back to full HP and wins a fight off of that. So they needed some extra lockdown.
Yeah, overall.
Stop horsing around.
Just stop talking. You don't have to stop.
No, I mean, that game for me was it was very interesting. I think Gaiman, as I said in like the pre-show, was like that lineup was either going to look really good or it's going to fall really flat. And I think just like that's what happened. It fell pretty flat there. And I think going into this next game, you have to like find your identity as Gaiman. I think they're still discovering that themselves. So I'm very curious to see what.
I know their identity. I know what comes out game 3.
Oh yeah.
About to be eliminated. Io Leshrac. Always back to the classics. I could see some Duraccio Terrorblade as well. I don't think we're going to see such experimentation that we saw in that game in this next one.
But is it then only the Gaming Gladiators experimentation that we feel caused Entity to be able to take this game too? Because I feel like everybody on the side of Entity played really well. I mean, we talked about
both games.
Amar's Viper. I mean, he is having all his heroes are viable.
Pretty much. They're playing the heroes that they feel comfortable. Watson is playing. Okay, this is a really good fight because they already popped the Guardian Angel. And again, patience from Watson. He goes in, finds the right angle, kills these 2 supports immediately. And you can feel the power of this gyro. It's just like not happening. These flags are not going out. There's a disarm. There's a break mechanic from Viper sitting inside the Static Storm, sitting inside the Nether Toxin. So Flag Cannon is not working, and then Sven shreds him apart.
There's one hero that we see come out sometimes, but it's not a bad hero, it's not a good hero, but we did see he played Malrine played Void Spirit. And I mean, we talk a lot about Watson. We talk a lot about Amar. How do we feel like the Void Spirit fit into this one? Because obviously it won, so it's good, but it is a hero I don't know, it doesn't have a too outspoken identity at the moment, Fear, I feel.
Yeah, no, Void Spirit is a hero that is not prioritized very highly because of Earth Spirit coming back into the meta, right? So it did what it needed to do, and I think it was a hero that they just wanted to put against like the Wind Ranger in the middle lane.
Yeah, he did very well in the lane.
Yeah, so like he had the last pick of the game. They had Viper offlane. We saw in game number 1, Malrine has his hero pool, right? And I'm not sure exactly how many of these melee initiators he plays, because I know he likes playing the Huskars and the Timbers, but he does play the Primal we saw in game 1.
Yep.
In game 2, he played the Void Spirit. And I think this game, when you have Amar on your team who's playing Razor and Vipers in the offlane, you really want to be like the stun. And Quinn...
He's the mid offlaner.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's what he needs to be. And I think it just fit his hero pool, and it was good for the game, so why not?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive that a team with 2 stand-ins is able to pull out this level of gaming Jenkins. Because I mean, literally, what was it? Like, what time is it? Like 2 hours ago, you were saying, I was trying to make it seem like, you know, potentially even serious. You're saying, no, there's no way.
We have that on camera.
Hey, listen, I was just trying to make my other analysts look smart here because I'm the co-host. My job is to empower them. But, you know, the thing is, like, in all honesty, you're talking Malrine. This guy is rank 5. On the European leaderboards, which is essentially means rank 5 in the world. He's higher rated than Quinn, and we talk about how Quinn is like the GOAT of the mid lane, #1 mid laner right now. Malrine's higher rated than he is. Watson is literally rank 1 by a huge margin.
Landslide.
So, individual skill will definitely sometimes reign supreme, and then also this is most of Creep Wave, so they do know each other.
A phone call.
Hello? Okay.
What?
We gotta go to break, Sheever. I think there's time for a break here.
There is time for a break here. Okay, let me. Oh.
Don't say it. It's private.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
we're gonna go to break.
We gotta go to break. We need to have a game 3. Yeah. Let's do that. We're gonna go to a break. When we're back, it's time for game 3 of the series. Thank you.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule. Dare to triumph against all odds. Dare to rise above fate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Come on, little bird, your voice is like an angel's. Come on, little bird, when you sing your sweet melody. Come on, little bird, don't leave me yet again, 'cause I swear you stole my heart, flew away, little magpie. Come on, little bird, 'twas you. If you want me to chase, it's a game way too easy for you. And with my mating dance, you're impressed, I can tell. A little bird told me the truth. Come on, little bird, I didn't mean to scare you. Oh, if my eager words, little bird, return. 'Cause I swear you stole my heart, flew away, little magpie. Come on, little bird, 'twas you. Oh, you can fly, fly, fly away from me, but you can't escape. I will try, try, try to reach the sun for you, just you. Come on, little bird, you wake me up at sparrows. Come on, little bird, I believe you are here to stay. Come on, little bird, I'm really fond of you, 'cause I swear you stole my heart, flew away, little magpie. Come on, little bird, with me. Rome, where the Colosseum roam, and the Grand Museum roam. Love is everywhere, so meet me up there at St. Peter's Square in Rome. On the 7 hills that's Rome, the Italian thrills, 'cause love is alive when you're roaming in Rome. Rome, where the Tiber flows, yeah, Rome. Michelangelo's in Rome, the eternal town of ermine and satin and all things Latin. Rome, like a symphony, is home to the bourgeoisie who put the Roman romantic heads home. It all burned down as Nero just fiddled around. But right here, right now, 2,000 years on, they're still going strong in Rome, where the fashion kings all roam, where the pasta's all homegrown, and the guys all stare while they compare what the young girls wear in Rome, with its dim-lit bars and nights of a million stars. So get me across the Atlantic, let's all go land some manic. Who put the Rome in romantic? That's Rome. I'm asking, who put the Rome in romantic? That's Rome.
Middle of a series of elimination, and we're gonna have to see which one of these two teams, which is either Entity or Gaming Gladiators, is doing better. And
we're doing this again, in case anyone's wondering.
Higher.
Let's see who is the first one to give up on this one. But we're gonna have a draft in a second, and it is definitely, this series is going back and forth, up and down, if you will, and therefore we also decided to be up and down with it all. And I love to see the draft. We'll have it in our screens for a moment, in a moment. But I was especially curious.
What are we doing? About
the conclusions that we can draw from game number 2, because we heard it. First of all, we heard it from Etorog. Gyrocopter's trash. I think we saw this gyrocopter indeed not being too hot. Also, Jenkins, I don't know if you remember, but your bold prediction for the draft of game number 2 was the gyrocopter was going to be support, and that they still would pick a PA. On hindsight,
my mom is tuning into this. She's gonna be really confused. I don't know. It was this type of broadcast.
On hindsight, do you think that would have played out better?
What? No. I think it was dog show. Just making a joke. I don't think gyro support's that good. Every time we've seen Gaimin pick gyro, they always run it on Duraccio. They've never flexed it. Not on this patch. They seem to think gyro's just really good, and they can play it as carry against anything. I could see it now though, since they've suffered at the hands of Watson Sven. I don't think they're gonna do a gyro versus Sven situation again. That's a little too hard.
That's true. Yeah, they did let both in and tried something with it, and it just didn't work out, Lacoste.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not your casual Gaming Gladiators draft, because definitely didn't feel like it. If you show me this draft, I would probably say, I don't know, Team Liquid. It looks like one of their drafts. And there's something that Quinn talked about in an interview about, how certain teams adjust to certain patches. Gaming Gladiators throughout the whole year have been, when it comes down to hero diversity, they didn't have as much, so you could, expect certain heroes, but they're trying to figure out things more. We already talked about Tofu playing, 10, 11 heroes so far in this tournament, playing every hero different game, but back to you, Fear.
Back to me, this is the first time I'm talking, actually, but...
Quite the cardio, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Jenkins losing his clothing articles here, but...
It's getting hot in here.
What are you doing with your hands? You're like a bunny.
Oh, that's a good one. But no, I think this going into this next game here, it's going to be a lot for Gaimin on having a draft that is just stable, I believe. Because that last draft was too much for me. It was definitely too much. And you're playing versus a bunch of high MMR players on Entity.
Can the fucking draft start? What's going on?
There is a slight draft delay,
Why do we choose to do this when there's a delay?
It's gonna be longer, just was told. Lovely. I actually wanted to bring a point of topic to the conversation, because Winter Wyvern is a hero we don't see a lot. Obviously, it's one of the ones that Tofu also, once again, a different hero joins the fray for him, right?
Go ahead.
Know. It wasn't that good. I don't know. It seems like it's not a good... If it's good, it's not a good 4, because we've seen so many playmakers coming out of the 4. You had Kataomi on the Tusk. Just now, he was a playmaker.
He learned this.
Winter Wyvern can't be a playmaker.
CY he learned this from a cameraman
Yes.
at Bet Dacha.
Yes.
Which, to be fair, you know, a lot of Dota players, they've got, especially spammers, they do have good ideas. But this guy's probably 2 to 3K MMR. You know, CY maybe. Let's
so
relax.
what are you saying? That the
Weren't you
camera
just
guys, they
praising
need
this?
to be higher MMR? Or
Yes,
what?
that's exactly what I'm saying.
No, let's take it back a minute. You said this Wyvern was buffed and it's really good now.
Yeah.
And now it's not.
You believed in the Omni
I do
Knight.
believe it. I do believe
And
it.
the first time we saw Bane, you thought it was going mid. Where am I going with this?
What are you...
Actually, no.
This is a breakdown of how shit I am.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it
no,
is.
no. Let's actually focus on the
everybody
support
knows.
duos, because
okay, it's
one
okay.
support duo was Winter Wyvern plus Marcy.
Yeah,
The other one
also-
was Tough
Okay,
Destructor.
hold on. That's
it-
not what we're missing. We didn't talk about the Marcy yet. That hero is actually shit.
Yes.
That hero is the worst, probably POS 5. Actually, it might be one of the worst heroes in Dota right now.
Wow.
I'm
It's-
concerned.
It looked really bad. Not,
can't be a
not in
core
this game,
anymore.
but also the other games that I've seen from Marcy, because you want to max out pretty much all of your abilities. It was pretty similar to old Grimstroke until he got buffed to his Inkswell. There's definitely something that Marcy's lacking, and that's the cast range on some of her abilities, but you also want to max out these new ones. So it's kind of difficult to play, especially in the laning stage. You don't really do much.
This is ridiculous. Why are we going
They're not
back?
starting to draft on
Where's
purpose.
the
I mean, that's
draft?
the problem with Marcy, though. I'm just going to go back on my rant on Marcy right now.
Okay.
Yes, please.
They changed it so that you are now strictly a support hero, right? Because the way Sidekick
Yes.
works now, you're a universal hero, so you can't even have the option of abusing being universal.
Wait,
'cause
why
you're
are you
support.
strictly support? Because the way I understood it was that if you're Marcy, you can just choose your cyclic partner at the start, and you don't have to be close to it as Marcy.
Yeah, but
'cause the
the-
other person does need to.
the
so why don't you
numbers-
just go mid and you tag someone, and then you're mid and you gank the lane that you're tagging people?
Because they changed the numbers on it where it's just not as good anymore,
Okay.
right? And it's like, it's better if you're next to someone. As before, you could just use it on yourself. You can go solo kill people.
Yeah.
I feel like you can't really do that much
No,
anymore.
you can't.
Okay, fair.
They need the numbers to be higher. That's all. The numbers just
Higher,
feel,
you say?
Yeah, the numbers just feel a little too low. They need to be
They
higher.
need to be higher, yeah, definitely.
Oh,
We're good.
Very good. Okay, so no Marcy. I guess this was a game where gaming was a game up. It's a best of 3 series. They could afford to experiment a little bit more.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. I feel like they're about to get eliminated. I don't know if that was experimenting, actually.
I
think they just
Entity played incredibly well.
They did, man. I'm worried for gaming. I feel like this entity...
This could have been 2-0.
It could have been 2-0.
It could have been 2-0.
Because Watson
Actually,
really
very
popped
true.
off.
Yes, he did.
He's really playing. Like, this
Gaiman,
whole
not Gaiman.
series, he's really popping off. First on Muerta. This hero also might need to be banned in the third game.
Did you say popping off?
Yeah. Let's pop off, Jenkins. Seattle, we have a liftoff.
Here, I'm going to launch you. Come here.
No, but I'm sure that Entity also comes prepared. Go! It will be very interesting to see
Your
who
turn.
has first pick, who has second pick in the upcoming
3,
game
2, 1.
as well.
Go! Nice launch.
Very good.
job.
Nice launch.
How great that we decided to do this when the draft is literally delayed. Why is the draft delayed? I wonder.
I don't know.
lag.
Oh, Katomi, cat's on fire.
Oh, it's going live right now. Let's have it. The draft will be a very big part of, I wouldn't say deciding factor, a very big part of the game. I think the main thing that Gaming Gladiator should fix in game number 3 is, I don't know, playing a little bit tighter in the early game, because that's every time where Entity has gotten a lot of momentum from. Even when they didn't get a net worth lead in the first game from all those movements, that kind of stuff does help you propel strongly into the mid game regardless.
Yeah, it does. They had the heroes for it too.
They did.
Like you need to pick a draft that can't just be like split pushed against. Something that can come together, pressure some towers, pressure some objectives, take Roshan. You know, Sven's obviously very good at doing that.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna
really
see
made
Sven
the
again.
difference with his movement through the twin gates, and also just like these early game rotations, TP saves that he did. Trend Protector, whenever he plays it, he's super annoying, one of the better ones out there for sure. And also now showing that Tusk is also another hero that they should potentially be afraid of.
Yeah. At this point, by the way, because Gaming Gladiators is the one to ban out the Sven, they leave the Gyro in. So this is the moment where we'll find out if Watson thinks that Gyro is part of the good part, or trash part, as we heard Jotaro say it. And yeah, they do not go for the Gyrocopter, they leave it in. They go for the Razor instead, which we know both Amar and... actually everybody, every core on the side of Entity can play Razor.
It's time to ban that Muerta right now, immediately, against Terrorblade, because Razor, I mean, it's a flex pick. They could run it on the mid lane. They could run it on the Amar, most likely just going to be Amar, because this guy, he enjoys playing Razor.
He's the one guy that really likes Razor. But I agree with the Muerta. Even though Gaiman did beat it, it was through some absolutely insane play from Duraccio, that 4-staff to the high ground with the Sunder.
Get the Sunder.
Like, I mean, it's Gaiman, so sure, maybe you can rely on Duraccio doing some things like this in a game, but I don't know if you want to play to it. You might just get the Duracci throw coming out as well, so just get it out, give him an easier game, have this kid carry you on his signature TB.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's either that or you just pick more AoE, ground stuns, like silences, just more nuke damage.
Yeah.
They had like some Nature's Prophet. What was their other support that game? Either way, it was something that really couldn't touch the Muerta.
Yeah,
so.
I'm down for Leshrac. I think this hero, if they want to leave it in the pool, and also against Razor, this hero, like, you don't care about your damage being stolen because you deal damage with the spells. There's also IO available. Whenever things go really bad for gaming gladiators, they tend to go back to this IO Lesh.
Well, they banned the tree on Entity, actually.
Yeah, gotta give respect to the treant of Celery.
Is the Muerta going to get banned out here? I feel like you got to pay respects to that Watson Muerta.
I don't think
but
you
if
have
you're
to.
not dealing with Muerta, you're going to deal with a PA. Are you okay dealing with a PA when you're TB?
I mean, PA is like literally glitched right now, I'm pretty sure, but otherwise, like, you should be pretty happy with that. TB against PA, you're okay with that. You're super high armor. You get an MKB. But like I said, PA is glitched, so probably not.
Shadow Demon, he is available in this third game of the series, so they're gonna pick it up, which means more illusions, which also means a save anti-carry. Razor tries to get a static link on your Terrorblade. He gets either disrupted or he gets the purge through the BKB, so that's a really good protection for your TB.
I mean, I'll go back to the PA, since it always seems to come back here, but I think right now a lot of people are just not going for the PA because for the longest time, Terrorblade was the counter to PA, right? Because you just had so much armor that you didn't really mind so much, but PA just couldn't kill you. Then you get the Sunder off, you buy the MKB eventually. Now it's a bit different in the late game. Feels like you just keep poking, especially versus a Shadow Demon. It's nice to have a hero that has some mobility as well. So that's probably something they're definitely thinking about, where a Shadow Demon is pretty good versus Muerta. You just get to kite her throughout her ultimate, disrupt her, you don't get a move and then get on top of her, she can die. So having a carry that has some mobility is very nice against Shadow Demon. So we'll see if that's something that they're thinking about. Or they just might just go straight back for this Warlock Muerta. They did that in game number 1. It looked pretty good for most of the game. Didn't end up winning, unfortunately, but if you're owning a game for a long portion of time, but you can't close it out, there has to inherently be something wrong with your draft, right?
What are you doing?
Oh, he's gonna hit him.
That was unreal. You were doing very well.
He fell for it.
Man down.
If that's not karma, I don't know what is.
He got me first. Thanks, Sheev.
You're welcome.
Anyway,
that's what co-hosts are for.
It was from the Earth Shock.
Oh, they
He
took
fell
the
down.
shaker. Okay.
So
They
this will
did
give them
take the
stuns. Like I feel like this Earthshaker is gonna be most likely played from the mid lane because he doesn't have bad matchups. Dazzle is gone. This to me says Earthshaker is gonna be on the mid lane. Can't really punish this hero.
Not easy for sure.
what have we seen? What have we seen that actually can punish it? Because there's been responses.
Yeah, but Earth Spirit doesn't work.
I mean, Queen of Pain, Dazzle.
Hango doesn't work either.
I've seen a lot of Kunkka.
We
Kunkka,
did. We
Blade.
did.
I mean, Kunkka in general seems to be a kind of trending hero. This Blade Mail build feels very strong.
But I haven't seen Quinn played yet.
No, but Quinn Kunkka, I mean...
Yeah, he plays Kunkka.
That's a classic. The question is, like, is he comfortable with this, like, Blade Mail water
Does he think
build?
it's good? That's
Yeah,
the
that
better
as well.
question. It's not, I have no doubt he can't play it, or he can play it, but will he want to is the other question. Or is it like one of those Yatoro things where Yatoro thinks Jao's trash, maybe Quinn thinks Kunkka's trash?
Yeah, possible.
Would you want him to choose now? Or do you want to wait to make 100% sure that that Shaker is going to be mid? Because obviously it's Gaming Gladiators that has overall last pick. And what hero would you, what role would you like to see overall last pick? Because
I would take your mid now and then save your offlaner for last pick to counter whatever Watson picks up. Because you don't want to let Watson have a free game.
No. That's the last guy you want to have a free
Yeah.
game.
It's gonna be, you know, some Tide Hunters, some Underlord coming out from Ace in this last phase. They really want to counterpick, but they're really thinking a lot about this one.
Yeah.
Just take IO Lesh here. Let's go.
They could.
I'm down.
Is it still good enough against the lineup that Entity has got for themselves so far?
I don't see how Lesh could be bad for Shaker mid. Like, you just...
Lightning Storm's going to hit him every time. Yeah, I mean,
Stun him.
surely. I mean,
CS with your spells.
Lesh beats ranged heroes with Lightning Storm. Like, surely he's going to connect on melee heroes, too. It does make the draft a little... I mean, SDIO. I mean, I guess you have a hero that can set up across the map on the SD. He was saved for the Lesh rack.
This draft has to be paused.
No, it was not. They go for the Darkseer.
They're going to do last pick mid, which is a little bit strange. Unless they have some intel that I don't have. Like, I'm not sure. Mallory, does he play Shaker? Probably.
I would imagine
I'm
so.
sure he does on this
You
patch.
have to in this patch.
If you're top 5 MMR, you gotta play Shaker.
Yeah, you gotta play Shaker.
Yeah.
But why not just pick your mid here?
Oh, Clockwork! Clockwork.
Mid.
No. Clockwork position. Yeah! Yeah!
Good one, Jenkins. I mean, it's a good...
It owns
always
all
against
it owns all these heroes, dude.
Against Razor, against Warlock, they can't really protect themselves. You can always find them, and it's a great synergy.
But when
in
Shaker
the
has
lane.
Ags, does it matter anymore?
You
can still jump out with that.
I think you
right?
jump out.
You can jump out, yeah. But I mean, until then, you get a hook shot on that guy. You
20 minutes, yeah.
You full to zero him. That is true. It is a core Shaker.
But maybe they just put Shaker on support. We don't really know for sure what they're going to do. I think that's what Quinn's thinking right now, too. It's like, this Shaker could be support. And we talked about for Mallory, and he loves his Timbersaw mids, his Huskars. He doesn't want to be in a position where he just like gets hard counterpicked. So in that regard, I kind of get it. But that is going to give Watson a free lane now that he sees that he is playing against the Darkseer plus the Clockwork now. I don't know if the Morta is a good idea anymore because Clockwork is very, very
No way.
annoying.
Yeah, that's a debate right there.
Just time for PA then. Let's go.
Yeah.
Anything that can jump away from both Darkseer and Clockwork feels really good, or any like Pike buyers.
Morph, PA.
I'm thinking Drow Ranger maybe even.
You prefer the range carries.
Not that great in the lane, but if you like invest into early Gust, I've seen this lane could potentially work.
Yeah.
The problem is you have Warlock. If they had a different position 5, I think would be a good Drow Ranger game.
Oh my god!
It's on the board, Jenkins.
Okay,
The
here we
bold
go.
prediction from Fear potentially coming into play. We know what's
Was it that
like
bold
Pudge.
though?
Yes.
But he said Pudge 4.
He said specifically Pudge 4, so we don't know for a fact yet if you get the points.
Listen, maybe I'm huffing on copium, but it is Katomi.
Katomi Pudge.
This guy's a good Pudge.
He is a great
He's
Pudge.
the Pudge.
Wait, what if I'm the one that gets the only bold prediction? Do I
Then
get a
you
prize?
win.
What do I win?
Dude, you could get both of your bold predictions in this one game if Gaiman loses.
I had 3.
What was your third one?
The PA first phase.
No, that's a stupid one.
No, that one
So
didn't
that one
count.
didn't count. Okay, that's
No.
I'm fine by me. I mean, it's not even fair that I already
You
have to
don't
do-
get to make the rules. You're an analyst.
That's fair. All right. Yeah, I'll definitely get both of them right for sure.
Okay, you believe in this Pudge?
You believe in the Pudge real?
I believe in the.
Because I think Pudge is garbage versus Clockwork TB, if I'm being honest. Tell me, Lacoste, as a Pudge player, how many times have you hooked a Clockwork or a TB and they just kill you?
Not many times, because I don't go for these targets, Jenkins.
Okay,
I go for the easy kills.
Yeah, like the Darkseer?
Darkseer, yeah.
Yeah, very easy.
I mean, there was
kill.
once a
DB.
moment
DB early
in
on.
time where Pudge was picked against Terrorblade as a carry.
Yeah, but then your prediction's not correct.
That's
So
fine.
we're
I mean,
assuming this is
They
before.
do think that this is... I mean, how could they lane this? Shaker mid, Razor safe lane, maybe?
no, they put Pudge carry with Warlock, Shaker mid, and offlane Razor.
Pudge again. I mean, Pudge owns Darkseer, that's for sure, in lane.
And it is something that a lot of Pudge players, and Pudge was like, sure, it was more OP back then. They really enjoyed playing it versus Terrorblade as well.
Yeah.
Just getting that double dismember with the refresher.
Especially at the early levels, like Flesh Heap is really good against these instances of damage. But they're banning out all the supports on Gaiman.
Yeah.
That is a hero that's good versus Shaker, by the TA. I forgot.
Yeah.
TA mid versus Shaker is incredibly good.
Oh yeah, that's the one matchup.
But they're banning out supports. That means that they expect Watson to be the one playing the Pudge.
I think so. I think it's definitely viable. You don't have to though. I'm hoping it's a 4. I hope they pick PA here because I think it's a good PA game.
Yeah.
And then we have position 4 Pudge. That way I get my bold prediction correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's what all of this is about.
That's it.
And it looks like
the Muerta, but they did play Muerta 4 as well, which could still be both.
But they do flex both of these heroes, both Pudge from position 1 to 4, and also Muerta. So they're not revealing anything yet. They want to see the last pick and then decide.
But what is your last pick here for Gaming Gladiators? You need a.
I mean, they can still Lesh
winning
wrap.
hero mid.
I feel like Lesh is very good against.
Yeah, but now they don't have the IO.
And with Clock, I think Clock is. I mean, it's not IO level, but it's a great complementary hero for the Lesh. It does all the things Lesh doesn't want to do.
Viper. Oh,
Viper.
Quinn Viper. He's going to lay the smackdown on the
They
mid shaker.
wanted to have just good laner and also Muerta taking magical damage from Viper. Also Pudge, if they decide to go with carry Pudge, like these, anything that can kite him for a long time. I'm not sure if you want to play carry Pudge here. You're playing into Sunder, you're playing into Viper. I feel like you might be like too static in a team fight. You might not be able to move.
They're waiting for the last moment to try and throw gaming off their game. Like they're holding. Hold.
They don't get a C. It's like
They got a click, right? Does it random at the end of the draft phase?
yeah,
or?
well,
it does.
But they don't get to see what the you
What
select.
if they just want to roll the dice?
They just don't know.
I
yet
respect that.
themselves.
They don't know yet.
Let fate decide.
I would like to
tell me it's
request
about
the
to pick
production
it.
to keep this up until they pick their heroes, because this is what is very important. Watson, Pods.
I barely lost.
No prediction correct for.
God damn it.
Beer.
Watson, why can't you just play Pudge, man? Come on. Get your head in the game. It's a
Do we
terrible
like his
Muerta
more
game.
or less?
Like you're going to, here's the problem, right? You're going to Iron Shell Clockwork. You're gonna press Surge on him.
Yeah.
And then you're just dead as Muerta. What do you do?
What do you do?
Well, it's a Muerta 4.
Or
yeah, it's Watson Pudge.
Oh, Watson. Sure. Okay, that one's still bad.
You're dead as Pudge as well. I was gonna say.
Either way, they didn't pick an answer to this Darkseer Clock.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what I'm a little worried about. And the mid lane, none of their heroes are gonna do well. So
I like this innovative approach from Entity, but also I feel like they put themselves in a spot where none of these 2 heroes that were left in the end could work out as a good carries. Exactly. Yeah. Let's do one more bounce before the game starts.
All right, I will need to hear from you guys if we have a favorite, because the way I hear you talking about it is you're not really convinced about what Entity has got going for them in the last 2 picks. Jenkins, you go first.
I'm never going to side against my boy Pudge. Entity's got this.
The cost.
I'm going with Gaming Gladiators. This Viper last pick. This is pure toxicity, and I would really love to see it.
Yep, Gaming Gladiators are going to crush all 3 lanes and win the game. Let's go!
Let's go! Let's find out what's happening here. Elimination on the line, and we're heading over to the puck tip Panda!
Gentlemen, time for the deciding game 3 between Gaming Gladiators and Entity, and indeed, as commented by Marine, there's like
last pick Viper.
Smiley face. Indeed, it's quite a dirty one. It's a good one.
And look at this, Katomi, he's walking into a mess, as that's likely the first blood, and they're probably going to give it to Quinn.
I mean, that's nasty. The Viper.
Oh my God.
First blood for the Viper.
Marine with the instant double, well played. He's like, oh God, I'm already versus Viper, and you give him first blood.
Good luck, Mr. Earthshaker. Good luck.
This definitely feels like it's the hardest test for Entity. I think they have to cause pretty much just cause havoc and cause crazy stuff all over the map. Watson, I've seen him do magic on his Pudge before, but yeah, this definitely feels like it's, like you said on the first game on ultra hard mode, but this one even more so than anything. Let's see if they can make the magic happen, because it looks like a really stable and very comfortable draft that we see gaming go for this time around. The Viper, a little bit different, but I mean, you can see the reason why. It's a really good pick for it. As Fishman, Quinn will get another. Oh.
What?
Oh my God. Oh.
On a first blood +1 for Quinn. He's turning up to lane with 2 kills, and he's a Viper against the Shaker.
I mean, he has a bottle right at the start, so he can literally probably just freely spam poison attack when he wants to at some point.
Well,
All right.
as I said, good luck to Maureen.
Good luck, Maureen, my friend. And let's see how the lane ends up going in bottom for Pudge. The one thing Pudge does have going for him versus like Darkseer and stuff like that, of course, it's going to be the Flesh Heap to try to block all this damage. But overall, definitely a comfortable position for the side of game. And nice hook by Watson.
Nice little hook.
He's probably got him.
Grenade out. And indeed.
Woo, Fairy Fire. But the Fatal Bonds, is it enough?
Hit Ace. Hit him.
Hit him faster.
Hit him.
Faster.
Hit him. Oh.
Not quite.
No, it's not going to be enough. Tofu's going to live.
But another hook.
And another hit. This time.
Got him.
Got it. I mean, if he keeps hitting these hooks.
Now he has to keep hitting these hooks. Because I mean, top lane, let's see how they're able to withstand the pressure. Let's see what Katomi can actually do. This is kind of cool because you do have plays here with this Muerta versus the Clockwork, right? He can always get the fear off to disengage and protect Amar. So let's see what they can get up top. Mid, I think this one is going to be there. This is a struggle. We might see some good denies coming out from Maureen in the first few levels, but as it progresses, it gets pretty.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as there's the 2 points in the poison attack,
yeah,
it should be lane over.
Pretty much. So we'll have to see what he looks to do, and if maybe they do some crazy like rotation stuff, who knows? But still, some very, very nice hooks coming up from Watson. Now though, Amar.
Nice lead in for Celery with the battery, so they're going to get both of these.
Oh boy. Duracho? Oh. Okay, stand in the middle. There you go. Well, I guess he didn't connect the dead shot onto the battery assault. The Celery, so he's able to stick on him, and they hit level 2 first on the side of Gaiman.
Quinn able to shove the wave in to these water rings. Another hook, another hit. Watson, he don't miss.
And that's a good upheaval too.
Yeah, but the Fatal Bond's down in the upheaval to be able to chase down towards Tofu. Tofu will manage to cover the disruption and the poison, so Watson won't manage to stay on top of him.
Doesn't connect the third one.
But they're hitting their spells good down here.
They are. And look, I mean, Macaron's last hits on these first few waves hasn't really missed too many. Maybe he's going to do the same thing that he did on Primal Beast.
I think you do, right. You
play a different game.
Waves.
Yeah, just drag waves to neutrals or something like that. Who knows? Yeah, he's actually maybe going to be able to meet it. Not really quite behind the tower.
And back down bottom. They do get the kill.
Another one.
Actually, okay, he was denying to tower.
Okay.
Still, a little bit of goal for the two of them down there.
I mean,
denied him. For Fishman, right, in terms of the timer, he got granted the kill.
Yeah, he did it probably a little bit too soon dying to that tier 2, so gives it up. Okay, I mean, last hits, looking pretty good.
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
Yeah, we'll see if this continues like this, but I mean, yeah, if Maori continues to get a good trade with Quinn mid, definitely some of the effectiveness of the Viper picks, it's going to be lost.
Yeah.
You would expect.
Another hook.
And through the upheaval as well. There's no escape for Tofu.
Nope.
He'll disrupt himself, but
look at him go.
They're making this lane look fantastic. This Pudge Warlock combo. What a safe lane.
Yeah. He's already level 3, so he's got the point now in the Flesh Heap, so he can actually just tank this Ion Shell pretty effectively. So pretty nice. Mid did get sent back to base, but still, look at those last hits. Holding his own. Of course, there's always going to be, in the mid-game and stuff like that, the Nether Toxin, right? Disabling the passives. That still is going to be a problem for the Earthshaker a lot of the times, but not bad at all. I mean, actually very good for the side of Entity in these first few waves.
I know, absolutely. Impressive stuff from the play. I mean,
yeah.
Maori turned up to a lane against a Viper that got given 2 kills before the creeps met, and he's come out like this so far. He's going to be happy. He's doing very well against Quinn.
Yeah, now he did lose pretty much a full wave, though, so he's going to start. But look at he's trying anything that he can in order to make this be able to work out for him. I mean, this Fissure Block's going to get it on his side again.
On top lane, they nearly get Duracho.
Oh.
Mai's going to tank a few targets. He's got Fishman coming over to help as well. Turns with the Plasma Field. See if Katsumi can finish Celery off.
Does he actually live?
He's got a dead shot.
Nope.
And he's in range. Takes him out. Gets the trade.
Nice shot. Tofu looking to pressure Malrone. TP's coming in, though. The Warlock's here, Quinn.
Quinn can't push on for the kill anymore.
Maybe for Fishman.
Fish is up.
He's okay. Now the Viper effect is happening. Level 5. Malrone cannot step up at all. Another hook, but just onto a neutral.
I mean, down bottom, Is this going to be the lane where, can Watson be left on his own now? How easy is it for Gaming Gladiators to get aggressive against the Pudge with the 2?
They definitely can. I don't think he's going to get left alone. I think you just send with Fishman back, and he's just going to look to TP around. I think you still want to look to play the Warlock down here, because you've got kill threat with that Warlock down there. If you don't have the Warlock, you can't actually post kills onto this SD or Darkseer. I think for Ace, it's unlikely that he does go down another time down here, but Tofu's still definitely killable. Up people to farm. Should be able to clear out this hard camp down bottom. Celery will find him on top. Quick kill of the Cog.
The blood grenade. Quite enough to stay on top of them. Down bottom.
They got majority of that stack. Ace, if there's a hook land. Oh, he actually gets it!
Oh, that's the beauty right there!
Oh, can't finish him off though. That was sick. That like curved almost, it looked like.
He don't miss them, Watson.
Nope.
Doesn't get the kill, but the hooks hit. The ones that he's hitting, they're hitting good.
Oh, the poison, the double poison stacks. Brutal. Oh, we actually that one.
Angle.
Look at this. That looks pretty cool. Fishman off of this, he's trying to make his way over again to look for these Wisdom Runes. As we've seen now, both games, they have been able to deny or take away both of the first Wisdom Runes as these supports.
And after, she said, those first few minutes, first few waves of balance in the mid lane, the Viper effect in full effect.
Oh yeah, and the tower now starting to get pressure too. Tofu actually just lingering in the area to apply even more pressure. Celery too. And the thing about this Shaker, it's not just the lane that's going to be complicated, right? The clockwork is going to make his game also very difficult for this Air Shaker. And
they've got the setup. The supports are here. Tofu.
Farewell.
Buying time for Celery to close in. Quinn's going to be able to kick out the damage. Another kill for Quinn.
Yeah, Watson has to cancel TP, and this tower, it might actually just fall. Holding the creep wave with the illusions.
It's definitely going to feel a bit frustrating for Maori. Now having to deal with a Viper mid, and then a Viper mid plus 2 supports looking for you beyond the tower. This is a frustrating part of the map for the Shaker to turn up to.
Another hook, another connection. Ace, he's got a bite at the ready once he pops Surge. Nice vacuum.
Very well played with the vacuum.
Very smart. Both, I mean, this is just clean identification. They both just know exactly what they're going for. And it was double Wisdom Rune again for the side of Entity, by the way. But the lanes, they are starting to play out. Watson having a good time, but the other 2 lanes definitely suffering. Lamar does have to be careful. Celery's level 5 already.
Level 3 batteries, so it's a lot of damage.
Lamar, can he get away? Oh, the dead shot doesn't push Celery away.
He's got the 1 charges, but this battery assault is going to be too much for Amar.
Oh, did Amar get the thing? Oh, I think he got the thing that happens when you click on the low ground and it tried to path him back in. I think he's dead anyway, but whatever.
Let's get back over towards the mid. It's going to be another bit of pain and suffering here for Maureen.
Yeah, I mean, you very clearly see why he's like last pick Viper. You're disgusting. Tofu. Bringing it to Katomi. And he gets the kill. And they actually finished off Quinn. They will. Watson turns up.
I mean, Watson and Fishman, they're carrying right now.
Watson has his work cut out for him for sure this game because he is a Pudge versus that TB carry. It used to be a little bit better for the Pudge, but nowadays it does feel a little bit harder to actually counteract this.
Celery.
Oh, not again. Amar.
He's found Amar. Amar this time does have Fishman.
Wait, does it Golem?
Golem's going to be dropped to get the plasma field starting to Celery. They'll punish the clock this time round. The numbers turn up, and Entity, they'll take Celery down.
I mean, you're right. Yeah, Fishman. He's part of all 7 kills. Similar to his Warlock performance from before. I don't know if they expected a Golem to come in right there. Bailing Amar out.
Yeah, definitely one of these support players that was playing Warlock before it was cool.
True.
And we're seeing it in these couple of games that he's brought it out the series.
Tofu, I mean, this is just bullying. The level 5 Earthshaker, he just wants level 6. He'll get it. Does have to watch every single time he does go for any type of echo plays or anything versus the Viper. This Nether Toxin, always going to be another extra element of pain. And they don't really have stacks for him either. That's what I was checking out. I think the times that I saw from gaming when they've been playing this Earthshaker, they consistently have like 5x Ancient stacks and 5x Hardcamp for the Echo just to get the farm. So a tough recovery outlet even for Malrine as well. Power Rune. Taken.
Gonna go for the smoke here, the 2 supports Katomi.
Okay. Oh, and they're bringing Watson top 2.
going to try and turn things around here with Amar. As Celery's attempted to set up once more, he's going to get punished. Once again, Entity doing their best to make sure that Celery can't get away with these attempted lead-ons that he was being so successful with earlier on when he was going for Amar. Last 2 times, Amar's brought in the backup.
Yeah, it looks like they're sending potentially all 5 heroes to try to take out top tower. Actually, Maureen's still going to continue jungling, but should be able to put some good pressure up here. But is there going to be a reaction? We'll see. Quinn, he takes out the mid tower, so he could think about it, and he is.
I see Fishman here. Definitely one of the more mobile Warlock supports we've seen, it feels. He is up and down the map. He is everywhere.
He's a core. He's got the same net worth as his Earthshaker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Quinn.
They're on Dyrachyo.
I mean,
they got him.
Dead. So Gaming Gladiators still decide to fight into this, but they've just lost their carry. Entity, they're thinking about going for the Twin Grey. He's going to get a hook. He's able to get Tofu up towards the high ground. It's going to be another kill for them. They should lose Watson, as we'll get caught in the cogs.
Quinn might clean everything up here.
Celery with the hook shot forward. He's in on top of Fishman. Ace is around to help out with the Iron Shell damage. Kataomi is going to go for the TP. He's not going to make it. Celery in with the battery assault. Puts a stop to the escape of Kataomi. Gaming Gladiators. Be able to get a pretty good revenge there for losing Dyrachyo, and indeed ends up going down to the neutral crease. The Mud Golems doing Fishman a favor.
Not bad. They're being super, like we said, they had to cause havoc. They have to be crazy this game. So far, they are causing that craziness, but still Gaming coming out a bit ahead here after getting these kills. Quinn just cleaning up. You could see as soon as that hook comes out, Quinn's like, oh, baby. I'm going to be the one to be able to go for Watson. And Ace quickly makes his way up there and quickly back to bottom to continue this pressure. They keep their tower alive.
Yeah, they're going to look immediately for another play by the looks of it. Both Quinn and Celery smoking up as they sweep over towards the mid.
Looking to protect the Dyrachyo a little bit here. Another power rune.
Viper Strike back online. Celery's got a hook shot in less than 10.
What killed Ace's courier? Neutral creepers? Oh, whatever. I don't know what killed it. Oh, just let him farm. Oh, you bullies.
Under the tier 2. Celery's ready to go.
Straight up bullying. But it makes sense, right? They're completely just crippling this Earthshaker's potential to get any type of farm. He still is doing, I mean, okay in the terms of like he's going to have his blink at an okay timing, but look at his items. Like usually it's the treads into blink. He's got boots and a windlace, just desperate to get this timing. Should be able to finish this tower up top, though.
I guess on the plus side, friend.
Oh, I say that. Dyrachyo is actually.
They want to try and...
Okay, never mind.
Nah, he doesn't want to start a fight here. I mean, Fishman's got the Warlock Golem back online. Watson, he's about 1,100 gold, just under that, away from his full Aghanims.
And that is the positive, right? He has got to have an Aghanims at a good timing, and not only is it an Aghs, it's an Aghs with a nice Fatal Bonds around it, too. So, could be the potential if they're not ready for it. Doesn't feel easy, though, versus a lot of these heroes. Even though you'll block some of the damage, as they mentioned, Clockwork is always annoying.
He's walking straight in on this. He's not going to get away with this time. Walks in, they get the hook.
Nicely done.
And Watson claims another. 5 Flesh Sheep stacks already here for the punch.
He gets these last hits, too. Very important for him to get that timing for his Aghs. And a Midas for the Razor. Amar looking for the recovery. 11 to 13. I mean, quite a lot of kills. 24 already in this early game. Wisdom Runes. Looks like they'll be the next choice. And he says, screw the blink. Oh, we got to have some type of skill and potential.
All right, Shaker with the Midas.
All right. Don't do this at home, kids.
All right. I mean, if they can keep the game going.
I don't know. You know how I feel about some of these Midases. But I mean, maybe it's in a state of the game where he just feels like they need it.
I mean, I guess you should say, there's a nether toxin, and it's just a game he doesn't want to jump in and echo.
Yeah, true.
He just wants to scale, get the items, and eventually the echoes will be ready to come out. But until that point, Marion going to hope that the team can keep this game going for him long enough to scale.
At least he has a very active playmaker from his one position, right? So he doesn't actually have to be that super playmaker as an Earthshaker. Watson is doing that. He's got 6 of the kills.
And they do have 2 supports that scale pretty nicely, right?
This is true.
These 2 supports can kind of become their own carries.
That is actually true.
We'll look them away.
Yeah, we'll have to see this if this Midas actually works. Aghs, it's online. Watson. Him and Fishman can definitely wreak havoc right now. Solar Crest is also done.
These 2 kind of alone have been carrying the game.
They really have been.
So far from their lane to the movements that they've made.
Hook. It lands.
It's going to hit. It's going to get Quinn. Celery's going to jump in to try and help out. But the Fatal Bonds are out, so is the Golem. As Fishman sends it in onto Quinn, they're going to get the two of them a minute again. He just doesn't miss these hooks.
I mean, he saw him walking up, I guess, but
somehow found the chance to get the echo off onto the two of them. TP's coming in. Watson, he's looking for an angle with the hook. He's going to get the grab onto Ace, but Ace is already able to keep the distance. And Watson is pretty low. They'll lose Marine. Amar, wrapping around from the side, Plasma Field out into Tofu. They'll get the Shadow Demon. Dude, Watson's carrying hard.
He's carrying so hard. I think, well, I mean, he's missed like, I think 1 or 2 total, but pretty much all the important ones have hit.
Yeah, this is some of the most impressive early game carry push we've seen in like forever.
Absolutely. And look, mid, I mean, the Golem, it's gonna die. Doesn't get the last hit though for Celery. And we see that Fatal Bonds, of course, coming into play. Quinn actually had to Viper Strike the Golem in an attempt to survive.
Pretty wild. I mean, Watson, of course, just going to go Ags into the BKB.
Sure.
Honestly, in these fights, as long as Fishman gets at least the Fatal Bonds off, if Watson can walk in with the Ags and his BKB popped, Gaming Gladiators, they're going to lose heroes.
Absolutely. Duracho is getting quite a bit of time to farm off of all this, though, so Quinn, as he does die, Duracho takes the space. And Ace still getting quite a bit of farm. What is Ace actually? Oh, okay, does the disassemble play for the pipe. So they do have a way to now protect themselves versus this pudge damage a little bit here on the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Etherland's done as well for Shadow Demons, so a bit easier to get the save off.
But 14 to 14, I mean, yeah, causing havoc, causing all these plays all over the place has been very nice so far.
That time he's going to put the Pierce the Veil, an attempt to get away from this all, but he'll go down. Watson.
Here comes Watson.
He's able to walk up and get the bite off on a Tofu. They're in with a hook shot, but again, this damage from the rod, the supports, they cannot take it. Both of them to fall. Quinn trying to bring down Fishman. Fishman's just going to opt for the TP out, and he's away. Ace not able to stop it. Amar's trying to stand his ground against Quinn with the static link, but Quinn, he'll survive, and Amar will fall.
Uh-oh, Watson could also be in trouble. Quinn.
He's got bite back up in a few seconds.
Can Quinn keep the distance?
He's going to turn. He's going to try and stand his ground with the rot and the bite.
The hook! Oh my goodness, he gets it!
He's got the bite! Is he going to be able to kill Quinn? Not quite. Quinn will live. Triple kill for him. The Pipe Aura definitely coming into play there from Ace.
Ace drops everything. Pipe Aura drops even the Seeds of Serenity, the Verdurous Dale on the floor to try to protect his buddy. All the little things. Quinn, this time reigns supreme. Another beautiful hook, but not quite enough damage to finish off Quinn.
And once he's got this Mage Slayer online, it's going to make the damage output and potential of Watson that much smaller.
That was the old traditional counter when we did see the Pudge versus these Illusion heroes. We just start to see the rise of the Mage Slayer, so definitely understanding that. As Quinn gets his bottle refilled, can keep his place on the map, he also potentially is going to get a power rune too. I mean, they're continuing to make all this craziness happen, but in the meanwhile, like we said, Duracho, he's having all the freedom in the world because they're having to put a lot of attention to deal with what Quinn is able to do with this Darkseer and everything, too.
I mean, all 3 cores, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much neck and neck on the side of Gaming Gladiators. They're all equally farmed.
I'm just still watching Watson. I think they just have to keep going for these type of plays with the hooks.
Try and find Katami. We'll get safe for now with the hook of Watson. Amar's turning back in. Forced down to the low ground. Celery's away. They get the blast to Ace. It's a bigger kill, a bigger target. They get the catch or try and run, but the damage is done. Ace falls.
I love that they're keen to just fight. Like, Watson is not farming now at this point. He's just like, yep, you guys are going to run into us. I have to be there to try to react.
I just want to keep farming heroes.
Yep.
2,000 gold in towards the BKB right now.
They saw him.
He's farming in quite a risky position.
There's a blink on Shaker.
I mean, Amar, he's in with the link. Duracho tries to turn and stand his ground, but they've got the control. Big kill here for Entity. As they're keeping the gap closed, it's only a 1k lead right now for Gaming Gladiators. Entity against a very tough draft, coming in with a fantastic bit of play this game.
I mean, it's just these gorgeous rotations. They're just, like you said, they're looking to kill heroes. That ward that they have placed defensively on their Ancients catches the vision. And now the Blink Dagger timing, it's honestly not even that bad for all things considered with him having a Midas. He's actually gotten it a pretty okay.
I mean, yeah, they're ready to scale. It's a lineup with double Midas.
Yep. And a level 12 Warlock. He's pretty much a core. Solo Crest double Wraithband. Looking to continue being active. I believe this ward did spot them there for a hot second, so unlikely they'll get a catch here, but slowing down any type of aggression or potential here from the scaling. That kill on Duracho, pretty big. How's the... Okay, Echo's up and it's level 12. So Earthshaker does have massive amount of damage. Tons of team fight as we see coming out from Entity.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
How far on Mage Slayer? He's got it done. Yeah, Quinn is the biggest issue.
Yeah, without a doubt, he's super tough to take down, especially if he has Ace by his side. He is not an easy kill.
I feel like all these 4 positions keep getting blessed with Eye of Vizier. Tofu finds another one, so very far distance he can play in the back of these fights. Entity, smoking, looking for a battle again. Level 12 also on Katomi.
It's been hit by the scan though. Gladiator's going to know the angle that Entity are looking to strike from.
Celery playing between his cores.
Maybe Watson can still get a hook.
Of course he can.
Every single time. This man don't miss. He don't miss.
+1, up to 11 now. 22 strength bonus. He's getting fairly durable now. Also has himself the strength fan brace, so a bit of magic resist versus Quinn. And he takes the wisdom rune for himself.
I should be on track to get the BKB done before the next fight.
I missed me some Watson Pudge. I mean, we used to see it a lot, but jeez, I mean, it's landing absolutely everything. Yeah, him and Fishman literally the entire reason that they're in this game.
And always cool to see it being picked in these moments, right? That game 3, the game you could be going home on. You know, they make the call. What is their best sort of, you know, a secret trick that they have up their sleeve? It's the Watson Pudge.
And they kind of like, they flexed it a little bit too, right? They had like the Muerta pick that kind of, it could have been, but no. As soon as he saw the Viper, he's just like, nah, it's a better Pudge game.
I mean, yeah, and so far we're seeing that in practice. Right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely the correct call for them. I don't know if they would have been able to survive through this early game if they were trying to, you know, rally around a Muerta, desperately trying to get that farm in the early moments. They needed something active. They needed something like the Watson Pudge.
No, agreed, because bottom lane would have probably been an absolute disaster if it was a Muerta, because he could have just gotten run down. The fact that it was the Pudge, able to just block all this damage, get these hooks, yeah, it's kind of been everything for both him and the Warlock, so. Roche will be claimed, though, from Gaming Gladiators. Quinn, he's going to grab that one, continue to be unbelievably tanky.
Let's see how much they want to try and push it, Gladiators. That Aegis on Quinn.
Aegis on Quinn and a full Scotty now in Duraccio, too, so he can actually look to get involved with this team, and yeah, this item position is problematic for Pudge. Although Watson does have his BKB finished already, and he's got the 15 spell lifesteal talent. So maybe a bit more survivability that catches Gaming off guard. Yeah, just keeping it consistent, just like, it's only been ping-ponging between, what, like a 1 and 2K lead for Gaming.
They might check out the tree line. Marine's trying to hide in here, but Celery... He's still going to try for it with a hook shot, but it's not on the mark.
Watson.
He's eyeing up the potential for an easy hook. Celery is able to get out with the 4 stuff. They're going to drop the column for Celery. They want this clockwork dead, and they'll get it.
Oh my god. Wicked sick on Fishman.
So if they can go for more, Watson.
They're keeping aggressively.
They're going to use the buyback here. Gaming Gladiators, they want to try and take this fight a hook. This time is going to be off the mark. Watson's not quite able to get the hook back on Duraccio. He's caught pretty deep. He's trying to weave his way through the tree line to get away from this, but Duraccio...
Nice force.
Only going to get a few hits in with the Metamorphosis. Kataomi still gets caught once again by the Scotty. Hits the hook. Is it going to be enough to save him? He's getting slowed an awful lot. I mean, they're chasing pretty far here for the support line. They even dropped the wall to try and get Kataomi. He's going to be able to make his way around the wall. He's out of there.
And the support's on the north side.
They will lose Malrine. Tries for a TP out. He goes down, but in return, indeed, that Gaming Gladiators, they've lost the 2 of their supports. Ace, even considering getting up towards the high ground.
Persistent chase forward. They felt their strength there on Gaming. Nice fissure to kind of split them off there, but then at the end of the day, Malrine does get caught on the end of it.
They did have to buy back for that, though. There was a buyback from Celery.
A dieback, in fact.
Yeah. Out for a pretty long time, so space to be made here.
And somehow Amar top net worth.
He's got so much money here with his Midas. I mean, he's got, what, 4K gold in the bank. He's considering... I mean, will he buy this straight at BKB or the Satanic? Does it, you know, what do we got going on next for Amar, do you think?
Probably still just the BKB, because then he can probably just bypass the rest of the stuff and try to get on top of the TV. Yeah, he commits for it.
BKB's on the way up.
Yep. Double BKBs on the cores. That's still very impressive stuff so far, what they've been able to do.
We have the blink done on Quinn.
Ooh, okay. I guess he's feeling like he's getting kited a little bit too much. These 4 staves, these fissures and everything. They do have, what, double force? Yeah, double force.
Still 2 minutes on the Aegis.
Yeah, let's see if they do look to group up or push to anything forward with that. Lanes. Yeah, lanes are actually in a pretty okay position here for Entity. Yeah, they're shoving it in. Even Fishman using just the Fatal Bonds to keep everything shoved out a little bit here.
All right, are we going to see some cool tech here? Because Kataomi, he wants to get the Aghanims.
Okay.
So what's the plays with this?
That's a great question. This thing does way too many things. It's complicated.
Like, is it for offensive potential, defensive potential? You know, what's the big stuff you can do with a parting shot? Because we don't get to see this much, if at all.
We'll have to see. I think this one has just too many weird plays that you can do with it. It's tough to really say. I think I've only seen it used like once in a way where it's not just like a 4-second stun. I think usually I just see it used as a disable. Quinn trying to get very aggressive here. Vacuum will not connect either.
I mean, they're bringing in the TPs. They want to try and hold this tier 2. So at least trying to dissuade Gaming Gladiators from pushing for more. I mean, get Gladiators, they're bringing in the 2 waves, bottom lane, and with Duracho working on the mid.
Fishman showing himself Celery.
We'll see if he gets the hook shot.
He's got 4 stabs though.
Can he get away from this? Good pushback with the cogs. And another pushback. They're able to save him.
Great angles too. Nowadays, you know, the cogs are very, you know, they block you completely if anything. The 4-staff downward, then the 4-staff from Katomi afterwards. Beautifully done. Tower though will fall.
It was a Metamorphosis pot. On the plus side though, it was under the duration of an Arcane rune, so it won't be quite as long cooldown.
Yeah, I think it was Quinn who passed him that bottle from earlier that I saw. He was hanging on to it for some time.
Oh, Watson.
The tower is not dead.
I mean, these two, they're on the hunt. They'll get it now. Celery. He's got Tofu by his side, but Watson should be able to at least get the one of them in with the hook. It's going to be another Flesh Heap stack here for the Pudge.
Celery sat there still hitting the tower, and he's like, team, the tower's not dead yet. Won't be able to finish it off, though, but they get a kill out of it. Mar continues to stay just consistently right next to this Terrorblade's farm. You know, it's Watson who's done the heavy lifting now in the early game.
Yeah.
Now perhaps Amar is going to be able to bring it in.
I think so, right. It's a good dynamic when you have this carry Pudge that you have this offlaner that's going to be able to scale in the physical DPS department.
And overall, look, Maron, he actually is going to have his Aghanims finished up, so more playmaking, more ways to be able to reset and get out of these cogs that could have been more problematic throughout this game. Yeah, he's got it done. Wisdom Rune. Nice try, Duraccio. Not going to be able to take that one away. Amar is in position.
Now, what's the move now for Gladiators? It's a close game, very even on the numbers. Do you just sort of wait out the next Roshan? How much do they feel themselves that they can also sort of play the passive game and look to scale?
I think they're content to fight whenever meta's up. Especially if they can. I mean, Fishman is in a very deep position. I'm surprised he's still channeling. Oh, okay, he has a haste rune. Okay. I was like, whoa. Pretty deep. But yeah, I'd imagine that they'd be pretty keen to fight. Just lanes always have to be constantly dealt with. We've seen these illusions from Amar being sent in always. But that being said, for Entity, definitely willing to fight, especially when they have all these ultis, in particular the Chaotic Offering. It still feels like one of the way more important one than Echo Slam so far in this game.
Fishman continuing to have the highest percentage of involvement in these fights out of the whole team. Both games as the Warlock. Definitely one of the more active players on the hero.
Yeah, still scaling. And he is this time going to be going for that Ags. Earlier than going for, you know, his Boots the Bearing and stuff like that. And let's see if he does the trick. Does it still work?
What you saying when you're telling me about that?
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like it's a bit of a naughty trick.
Why? You drop the golem and then you backpack the Ags during the animation, so you get 2 strong golems rather than the reduced one. I don't know if they fixed it.
That sounds a bit naughty.
I mean,
don't do that.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Fishman, he's a good, honest player. He's not looking to do these little tricks.
That's fair. That's fair. He's got his 15 talent as well too. One of my favorite talents now on the Warlock. Didn't mention it the last game. Didn't get to because it was too much, but it's a pretty ridiculous amount of attack speed that you do get from Upheaval. Although his heroes don't benefit the most from it, I guess, this game.
His Golem, however.
His Golem.
Does the Golem gets that buff?
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
So you're popping the Solar Crest on that, giving it the Upheaval, and suddenly this Golem's it's getting around.
They hurt. They really do. keeping it consistent. Gold lead is just staying completely stagnant. Duracho, he is just getting crazy farmed, like the damage potential.
But so is
him,
Amar.
So is Amar.
Amar is keeping up with this TB.
Yep. The question's going to be is can they get on top of Duracho while also dealing with the pressure that Quinn, because Quinn is going to be soaking most of that pressure, so can they actually get on top of Duracho to prevent him from just being that glass cannon in the back lines? That'll be the test for Entity.
Have they got a smoke here? Yeah, they do. There we go.
How long on Roche? It should be spawning any second now. Yeah, 2 seconds.
Maybe they just smoke into the pit.
Let's see.
Oh. Oop. Mike?
I mean, this is probably the most important clash of the game here.
This one is gonna, it's gonna blow up the lead for one of the teams.
Yep.
You know, as you said, we've seen for pretty much for the last 5-10 minutes, it's been 1K, 2K gold difference. This fight will be explosive. We could even see some buybacks coming into play for this fight. Just to try and force it.
I think the supports in particular are holding on to it. I see, and Watson even. But yeah, the 2 supports on the side of Entity holding on to theirs. Yeah, they're smoking over. Amar, I think he does have his TP available, but okay, he has a TP available for bottom side. All right. He actually just finished up a Satanic too.
They're already walking into the pit, Gladiators. They're going to start this off.
Positioning.
Are in.
I mean, a quick hook.
A little bit more of an awkward start there.
That is very awkward.
Disengage, and now they can turn. They drop the wall down. Viper Strike as well on towards Watson. Watson pops the BKB, gets forced out to the side. Fishman getting fully focused. So he may be the one left behind here. Celery on top of the wall. Look, they'll find Fishman. They probably need to bail out from this one Entity. The initiation gone wrong.
Let's see if, I mean, Malrone maybe tries for some type of steal, but a fight, very unlikely. No BKB on Watson.
They're try and re-smoke up.
In. I mean, Amar, he still has his BKB.
Cogs are down then with the wall here. It's very difficult to get around towards the pit. They're not going to try. They're bailing out completely. They're not even going to try and risk going for a steal. So Gladiators, they'll hold the area and take the Roche.
An awkward initial go. I think Malrone probably shouldn't be the first one trying to go in like that. I guess it just causes just panic from them. You know, they throw the hook, they throw this golem to try to protect him. And then it's like they actually just wasted so much. Watson's forced to pop BKB, and you can see he desperately needs it to be able to try to fight. I thought I'd see like just the Razor or the Pudge run in, or maybe just the Razor run in first, because they do have some ways to bail him out. But seeing the Shaker run in first, definitely not what I'd expected. Quinn now with the cheese, even harder to bring down, and TB Duracho, of course, with this Aegis now.
What are you trying to get done now? This game of Gladiators with Aegis and Cheesy. Are you looking for a high ground push?
You've got meta on cooldown. I think you can sweep the map and try to look for a kill or two, but then afterwards, when meta's up, you can start looking for a push. Maybe tier 2 can drop to some illusions.
Radiant's middle tower.
And Duracho will step up. He's got some backup. Watson is in the area, thinking about it. Lands the hook.
Gonna get the hook. And the fear with the dead shot, kind of splitting Duracho for the rest of the team. They get the bite there, but to take him down the once. That's the edge is gone.
Have meta still.
Jump forward. Trying to time the initiation onto Duracho. Will get forced to the side, forced up to the high ground. Watson not going to hit the hook this time around, but he's in with the blink. Straight in on top of Duracho, and another good hit with the dead shot, fearing him away for the rest of his team. Duracho, he will get the Sunder up, but they're in with the Echo Slam. They're taking Duracho down. They'll lose Malrine in return.
And they're on Quinn.
Hook shot back in for Celery. Wants to get in and control Amar, but Amar's got the BKB pop, stands his ground, turns towards Celery. They take Celery down. Watson, he will fall.
Quinn is cleaning up.
They can kite him out. Amar forced down to the low ground. Quinn blinks forward, closing the gap. Amar is going to opt for the TP out. They got ways to stop it. They don't. Amar will escape.
Good connections at the least, but Quinn, he's not dealt with it. Oh,
he's jumping in up to the high ground. He wants to start playing around with Fishman.
Fancy headband.
And he's got him.
Oh, that was cute. Pushes him down onto the low ground.
Hey, Fishman ain't having none of that. He's buying back immediately. They're looking to chase. He's going to drop the golem.
Quinn has a cheese.
In aggressively, drops the upheaval. Fishman, he wants revenge and he wants it now. They're looking for Quinn. Quinn pops cheese. Back on a full HP, but Amar's in with the static link. They'll surge Quinn, trying to get him away here from this Razor and the golem. Looks like it will work, Quinn. He'll survive.
Uh-oh. I mean, that's a very aggressive buyback coming out. Oh, is that the Ogre Smash actually catches Tofu? They should be able to clean him up.
That's something. But indeed, as you say, with the investment put in there with the buyback and the golem dropped, not quite the core kill that Fishman would have hoped to set up for with that aggressive play.
They do catch Duracho, though. I don't think he expected them to just go straight to fight him, but he didn't have meta. He had actually nothing really to protect himself. But the amount that they have to commit for him, Quinn is able to get the cleanup. And Quinn actually found himself a regen runner afterwards, so he's back up to full. I love this the shard on the Razor. You're seeing it multiple times there. Viper's trying to run away, and then it sucks him back in. And yeah, you see this. Look at that angle.
Probably would have got out otherwise.
I think he was fine.
He had dead shot. Might have been a cooldown.
Big moments, though, for the side of Gaming Gladiators. But they do lose their Aegis almost immediately after having it, so. Dyrachyo, now, I think he's starting to realize, he's like, I actually need BKB.
Yeah,
because with the BKB.
Next push with the BKB and with the meta, and potentially with the Roshan if they just want to keep things calm until that respawns. It's going to be a hard push for gaming, you know, for Entity to stop Gaming Gladiators.
I still like how, even though like that last go, like it ends up not going great. It's like the idea of them just being like, hey, we still need to kind of cause this chaos in this game, catch Gaming Gladiators off guard. And yeah, Watson just continues to land some cool hooks, even though they might not be the most successful now in these later stages. And yeah, there's the BKB. Was a meta pop though, immediately from Dyrachyo. So some downtime before they can actually look for any type of real push, or they look for a fight almost immediately right now with it still active. That is the Aghanims now finished up for Katomi. So let's see what he's going to be able to make happen with this one here too, because he has a lens, so he has very far cast range.
Yeah, we're intrigued to see how he uses this in the fights.
Because he could just effectively like just take someone out of the fight for 4 seconds, right, while they focus fire somebody else. So can be cool. Maybe he, while they're focus firing Dyrachyo or something, he looks for the angle to just stop Tofu from going for saves or something. We'll have to see.
I mean, you don't think it'll be kind of used as a good save for Watson?
It could be. Like I said, there's so many weird potentials with
it. You're muted, you're disarmed, but I imagine you can still kick out damage with the old Rot and the Dismember, right?
True. Very true.
So we'll see what, we'll see Katomi's got his sights set on with the parting shot.
I've just never seen anyone, I guess we just don't see that much support Muerta either, but I just never ever seen anybody really prioritize it.
Could be some clutch plays to be had.
Yeah, it could be some cool stuff. We'll have to keep eyes on it. Meta, 60 seconds. At full, Aghanim is now finished up for the Warlock. Well, that looks interesting.
What the hell was that?
That looks really...
What was that?
The jetpack or something?
What did he just shoot out of him?
There's something weird going on, I think, with Jetpack there a little bit.
Let's hope this spell doesn't break the game, because it's been a good game so far.
Because what, he's Jetpacked, he gets shot, and then he just goes...
I guess that's his soul.
Yeah.
That's his soul getting blasted out. But,
his soul continues jetpacking, no, his soul does not, but he does. And, all right, cool.
No, I think that's how it's meant.
No, that makes sense, yeah.
We just don't get to see it.
No.
Cool. 90% of you, they've probably never seen an Aghanim's Muerta.
Nope. And I think in the meantime also Amar, I think he soloed the Tormentor, right? Because I saw they got, so Katomi, he did get his shard, so I imagine that was from just the Eye of the Storm solo by Razor. And I think Fishman actually cut the mid wave with his Golem from earlier. So there is actually no mid wave. And Entity looking to actually perhaps take a fight here, get a pick off. Watson, Ninja Gear has been found. Full Shiva's also found.
He's tanking up.
He is. His positioning also now a lot easier with this. Katomi also finding himself a telescope, so a very far cast range on all of his abilities. Dyrachyo, meta's back up.
Radiant are scanning.
Actually goes for an S&Y also. Cool. Guess he wants that status resist.
Oh, this could be rough for Entity.
A little bit of weird force staffs, but
they're out. Okay.
Radiant's middle tower.
Marion's still around. Are they going to check up here?
He's got a gem. Oh my goodness. Good timing for that totem.
Very close indeed to them finding the angle for a hook shot.
That was close. No, wait, so am I stupid? He didn't have S&Y, right? He had something else, and then he just sold in and bought S&Y and BKB. Yeah, he had Yasha or Manta on the...
I was going to say maybe he had a Manta.
I had Manta, and I think he disassembled and sold the Manta thing and bought S&Y. I'm being a little stupid. I forgot. I'm sorry. But I'm pretty sure this is what he wanted because the status is so valuable versus Pudge and Earthshaker. So cool. I think what Aghanim also was finished up onto Tofu as well recently. So a lot of purges, lots of cleanses that they also have to go through. In particular versus this Pudge, versus this Razor, heroes that thrive on mobility could cause problems that he can now just double purge onto them.
Dire's middle tower is under
Does not remove the flesh heap though, so don't worry about that. Full Hex also finished up on Ace after the last fight. Also has his buyback, boosted travel at the ready, tier 4 token. This is another full item for Dyrachyo. Yeah, it looks like an MKB now. No more boots. But he's got the way to pierce through Amar's heavy amount of evasion. That butterfly, that trickster cloak, now there's an answer. Watson.
He wants to start something.
He's going in.
He's pretty far forward. Smoke on smoke.
We'll find two.
Maori's in!
Straight Echo Slam.
He's going to try and burst through the clockworks as quickly as he can, and he can, but Ace is in response with a vacuum wall onto the three of them. Quinn jumps forward, focusing down the Shaker. Maori will be able to jump away with the chant but the damage has been done by Quinn. They've taken Maori down. He'll buy back immediately. Gon's going to be dropped on the back line, forcing Ace and Tofu back. Buybacks from both sides. Celery and Marine, the two to fall, immediately buyback.
Meta's down. Celery's back in.
He's going to go in with a hook shot. He's found the angle, but not going to be able to finish off the kill. They're retreating.
But they're on Watson.
Caught with the Hex, but he's able to put the BKB, turns with the hook, not going to get a catch on it. There's Katomi. He's only just able to get the Pierce the Veil off.
Amar?
And with that, he might be able to survive. Amar may be the one who gets left behind here. Put the BKB, but he's caught by the ult Tofu. They'll run him down. He'll try and TP out with the remainder of his BKB, and it's going to be enough to get out of there. Amar will live. They cut their losses. Ace trying to chase for more, but again, the 4 staffs there in play to keep Watson safe up to the high ground, and all that action. Only 2 heroes going down for
how did nobody else go down? Great resets. I mean, we're just seeing what the 4 stabs, the seal totems, everything, resetting people all over the place. Somehow, only the 2 die. Roche back on the menu. How long on? I mean, Meta still down 80 seconds, but that's going to give him a little bit of leeway, and a full Aghanims now as well. I'm sure Dyrachyo probably wants that one.
Yeah, I'd imagine so, right, at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say Quinn's isn't very valuable this game. Neither is his Ace, so
No,
would have
it's
been
not
a
like
bit surprise.
there's a huge target he wants to punch.
No. How's the Lotus scenario looking? I got to check always because now there's some cheeses available. Looks like Tofu's got one greater healing Lotus, but I don't see any other. They used a couple from earlier, so no potential block of cheese just yet. And difficult moments because, yes, Celery doesn't have buyback, but he is not as important, I would say, as Malrone, who now does not have buyback. He has to be very careful with his upcoming positioning. 20 seconds on meta, but at this point now, you don't always need the meta to fight because he's got this Terror Wave. Watson?
I mean, he's looking for a fight again. The Gladiators are prepared.
All sticking in the area. Refresher now. Amar did do some magic with it last
time.
time. They did lose the game, but he was the one who actually...
fight.
Yeah, he killed Dyrachyo single-handedly with this. And he has hit the 25 also, so he's got the big talents. What other items? Gonna get to point out all the other neutrals. I think there was a Martyr's Plate also grabbed from Ace earlier. Just trying to see which other ones did miss out on the hook.
Oh, nice setup here with the party.
Celery.
Allow for the hook. They'll drop the golem down onto Celery. Celery, he's as good as dead. So if they can get more, Amar trying to wrap around with the plasma field. Jump forward from Marine. They're getting in on top of Ace, but Ace, he's fine. He's back up to full HP there.
Amar?
He's trying to keep his, stand his ground against Dyrachyo. He's popped the meta, but Watson's in with a bite. They've caught the Terrorblade. Dyrachyo's down the one. They can do it a second time. Ace jumping in an attempt to help out.
They're getting shredded.
Dyrachyo comes out with the Echo. It's dropped onto Dyrachyo. It's pushed back as well by the Deadshot. He'll get the BKB off. He's looking for a stun to target. He'll find it onto Amar. Dyrachyo back up in the HP. Amar caught in the corner. He'll fall. Falls down to the low ground. Dyrachyo, he's on the escape. But Marin is in, ready to chase, ready to finish him off with Katomi. It's another shot hit. They take down Dyrachyo.
Entity, what a play. The refresher really coming into play onto Dyrachyo there. They shred him. Watson somehow survives too. What, 20% HP? I didn't even see where Watson was half of this fight. Everybody just completely clumped on top of each other. Yeah, I mean, that was mostly Amar's damage, though, coming into play. But again, these hooks, they do not care about just dropping ultis on the first target that they see.
No, definitely one of the benefits there we're seeing for the party shot. An easy setup, right? 4 seconds in which the body of the hero is going to be kept in position, easy hooked.
Yeah, look at Duracho. I mean, the damage, this Eye of the Storm, look at everything just start to really rack up onto him there. And yeah, Duracho probably kicking himself a little bit because he used the meta right before he gets brought down instead of using the Terror Wave. So then he's only got a couple seconds there to bring down Amar. Thankfully, he finds the real Sunder target. Otherwise, even more of a disaster there, perhaps, for gaming.
Nearly getting out, but it's getting to the point. Even Katomi with the damage coming out with his Pierce the Veil, it all adds up, and it's not a fun place to be as a Terrorblade against those right clicks of the Moeta once he's in the ultimate form.
Absolutely, and he did get, I think he was 20 right before that fight also, so the double dead shot, nothing to look over. Although I couldn't even see it inside the fights because I was mostly focused on the Razor.
Still with the gold lead, Gladiators. And Duracho closing on the 25, very close to having a Satanic. Should have that for the next fight.
That'll be huge.
And yeah, he'll get it now. He'll just sell up the SMY. He'll swap that out for the Satanic.
Feels more important that he's just able to get a reset somehow in the fight, rather than just live that little bit longer on his first go.
Now they'll go take the Tormentor. Which, is he the only one that hasn't got it? He is. So this will be a free shot for Duracho.
Oh, that's why he wants to do it now.
That's when the carries step up, when everyone else has got one and he knows it's for himself.
Thank you.
There we go. So pretty much full slotted here, Duracho. Closing in on 25.
This game still can absolutely go any way, because now
really
also
can.
Fishman, he's about to have Refresher. So something you can never overlook is these double bonds, these golems being dropped down and everything too. Gaming still maybe slight, they have that slight lead over it all, but you got to watch out for these plays, these initiations, these wombo combo team fights that are going to be coming out from the side of Entity.
It really is, Gaming Gladiators, they may have the darks here, but overall team fight-wise, Entity, they have them completely trumped on that. If Entity can land the combos, it's not easy for Gaming Gladiators to survive a head-on 5v5.
A big talent, though, also now for Ace picked up. He's 25. So in this game, the AoE Surge definitely feels very valuable when he's playing versus like these upheavals and these fights that you've seen are just clustered in one area. Being able to just reset is definitely going to be all important. Yeah, Fishman, he buys. I don't blame him. He spends the gold for this Refresher.
Yeah, it should be fine. I mean, he hasn't really been caught out that much at all this game. Only 5 deaths.
He's played phenomenal.
On the Warlock, 9, 5, and 17.
Yeah, I mean, really the leaders of the charge in the first 15, 20 minutes, him and Watson.
Yeah, and at this point we're seeing kind of Amar step into his element. And of course, Maureen just being able to make the recovery that he has had this game after a pretty miserable start against a Viper plus 2 supports playing against him.
It's such a difficult game for him, Like, he hasn't even been able to go for... You rarely see that, I didn't point it out, but the 20 talent, right? You rarely see now the echo damage talent being taken on the Shakers. They always take the totem damage, but he just kind of had to take this because he can't really do much with totems this game. How's Watson's 25 looking? Getting closer and closer.
Duracho's still a little bit away from the 25. I think Gladiators, they're definitely a bit hesitant about how they look for the next fight.
Amar.
Hurry up. It's going to reveal some of the positioning. They know the Gladiators playing around this bottom half of the map, release some of them are. Tofu to the trees.
Ooh, nice
try.
try.
The blind fisher there. Maroon, but he won't get the connection.
Good attempt, though. They saw the courier, so. One minute till we find out how long that Roche will be. How much for all these buybacks as well, too. Malrone, he's going to have his ready. And very close to the 2 offlaners having theirs finished up. Quinn does commit his gold, though. So he wants to have that additional damage to be able to deal with this Razor. And also, Quinn, look at his damage now. Something has changed, hasn't it? Viper has now become universal.
372 right click on this man now.
He pretty much got a free double damage immediately when he hits level 25.
Bit of a different beast.
Yeah.
And this late game scenario.
Yeah, his damage, it really is through the roof now.
As I say, they have this lead, but they're being ever so careful about how they look for the next play. They know that these fights absolutely still can go in Entity's favor.
Yeah, I think they're looking probably to be patient, and perhaps it looks like for that next Roche, which will,
so.
20 seconds. Or just pop it. How many Ninja Gears, actually? Sorry, I think we pointed it out just before, but I think I saw, like, what, 7 of them? Actually, not that many, but I lied. It's like 3 or 4, but whatever. All right, how fast is the Roche? It is almost max duration, so 3 minutes. Watson now hits level 25 as well. And they're feeling like this could be a timing. I mean, they have to also go scout the bottom side because the potential for that Roche being up, so a smoke coming out from Entity. This could be the big fight. Celery, Aeon Disc locked up, so ready for the initiation, ready to unlock. Because they actually have been throwing quite a lot onto Celery. He might be able to bait them and then unlock his Aeon Disc and just force sweat. Because he's been getting golemed and echo slammed and stuff like that. So yeah, this could be a cool little itemization here from him. Here comes the wrap.
I know they're in the trees, there's the jump! We'll look for Quinn, but Quinn's able to get the BKB off. The hook will catch him, the golems drop down, they have to dismember, they're trying to focus into the defensive disruption comes out. Quinn's going to get bailed out of that jump upon him, but it doesn't matter. As soon as he comes out of the disruption, he gets completely and utterly destroyed. They're ready to look for more. Marine over on the side. He's on top of the Shadow Demon, dropping the Echo Slam here in an attempt to finish off Tofu. Tofu will manage to kite him out. As Tofu on the escape, another jump forward with the Enchant Toe, and Fisher's back up. They take Tofu down, 2 dead on Gaming Gladiators. Make that 3. Was Fury also finished off by Amar. They're on top of Duracho. Duracho trying to turn and stand his grab. The hook's back up as Watson pulls him back in. Fisher, a little bit off the mark. That's Marine will have to keep his distance from Duracho. Now he's ready to get back in. Links forward, another Enchant Tome. Watson trying to step up. They do have to respect the damage from Duracho. But Watson, he's got the ghost.
Another hook.
He's able to keep himself safe from the right click. They have the control. Dismembers back up. They bring Duracho down. 4 dead on Gladiators.
Nobody dies on Entity. Marine lives with 1% HP or something like that. What a wraparound. They got right on Quinn. Even though there's the save, he can't move. There's 4 golems on him. The Fissure almost worked against them there for a second, though. It actually trapped them from getting to Duracho at the start there, but a beautiful fight. These level 25s definitely making the difference. Watson just shreds.
Yeah, the team fights are just too much for Gaming Gladiators right now.
It was a lot committed, though. It is the double golems and stuff like that, but they get a very successful fight out of it.
Chasing Ace for a bit here.
He can likely get him.
I think he can, especially with Katsuomi coming to help out. Hex in play, there's the silence.
Whoopsie.
A little awkward with the hook. It doesn't matter though. It's still a dead Darkseer, an effective team wipe from Entity as they completely eliminate that lead the Gaming Gladiators had.
I really just love so many of these little itemizations that they've done here. Even Watson with this casual Ghost Scepter that, I think he's now gone for an E-Blade, but you can see how much it did. Duracho maybe perhaps being able to clean him up, though. But yeah, the Ghost Scepter comes into play. Roche, 10 seconds until it is going to be up.
I should have a good window to take it.
Yeah, Mar knows.
Keep eyes on him.
20 seconds, no Terrorblade, and Ace. If they want to contest, he's going to be forced to buy back.
They might just try running at them whilst they've got the number advantage.
Looks like they might, actually.
They're going to find him.
Celery.
Celery. Get out of here with the jetpack. He does have Tofu by his side. So it's going to be enough to save him. Echo Slam going to be dropped. They really want to kill the Celery off as Amar. He just charges past the tier 2. Forces the BKB out from Quinn. Tofu will hold back Amar for now with the disruption. But Marine, he's jumping into the base. He's going to go up to the high ground. He may dive for this. He will. Maybe a little bit of a dive too far. Amar says definitely not. He keeps it going. He gets up into the base.
They're on Quinn.
Finishes off Tofu. Watson tries for the bite. Gets pushed back by the fear from Duracho. Watson is in pretty deep. He's got the Ghost Scepter for now to protect him from the right clicks. The Terrorblade forced down to the low ground. Does get the reaction of 2 buybacks coming out from Gladiators as Entity. They go for the dive. They get out. Sure, they lose Marine, but they bait out 2 buybacks from the Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, that's huge. And they're also coming back up. The refresher, it's pretty much there for the Warlock. Soon 25 on Fishman also. Great dive plays. Yep. Great jump forwards. I mean, yeah, sure, the Shaker ends up dying, but causes that reaction.
Yeah, if you're getting 2 buybacks for it in a game that's this tense and this close, you feel perfectly fine about that.
He might have to buy back himself, though, to contest this Roche.
Oh, that would be risky. But you think it's necessary? He doesn't want to let his team try and go 4v5?
They're going to have buybacks as well on Gaming Gladiators.
Yep.
Look how many of them are available. He might just have to. We'll have to see.
See if Marine wants to get back in on this.
Mar, Watson, on the high ground.
Can you get the hook?
Quinn.
Not going to get the latch. I mean, Gladiators, they're really going to want to try and go whilst it is 5 versus 4. See if they can at least force out the buyback from the Shaker and then reassess the situation.
They're looking for the wraparound. They're looking for the surround. Roche, it's going to start switching to topside.
And the Entity, they're heading up there. Through the Twin Gate they go. Will Gaming Gladiators try and follow
Katomi? He's been left. Uh-oh. And he actually does not have buyback.
He's looking pretty dead.
Uh-oh.
No way out of this corner of the map for him.
Now they're definitely going to be fighting at the very least 4v5. No buyback on him. He spent his gold for the Hex.
And they could be quick, and there's no way that Mauro wants to buy back with 20 seconds left on the clock.
Fishman has pre-prepped the upheaval.
And they're ready for him. They have twin-gated right into this. What's supposed to be KB? Amar is going to be able to run down Quinn.
It's gone. Buybacks.
If you get anything more, looks over towards Ace. They're keeping Amar controlled. The golems are going to be dropped straight away down on towards the clockwork.
Amar's in trouble.
He's being fully focused. He's trying to withstand his ground, but the damage surely is too much. No, he's still alive.
He's alive.
Amar's still alive.
He's alive.
Can't quite kill him. Finally, he falls, but he got an awful lot done, and he'll buy back immediately. Dratcher gets the double kill, but his BKB coming to an end. The fail bonds on the rest of the team as well. Gaming Gladiators holding their distance. Hook not to catch on Accelerate.
Watson.
Hook drop back in. He wants to get in, close the gap onto Watson.
E-Blade.
The E-Blade onto himself. Viper's tries still going to be thrown down upon him. Tofu watching from the sideline, getting the poison stacked up. Have a disruption. Fishman by his side. See if they can go forward again.
Mars hit.
Buyback is ready for round 2. He's in under the Shadow Demon. They're taking down Tofu. They're taking out Celery.
Support's gone.
He'll manage to finish off Fishman.
Duracio, Watson's on him.
And Amar, he's ready to turn it out bad as well. Duracio completely surrounded. The buybacks paying off here for Entity.
Oh, what a play from Watson again. He even uses the hook as the mini stun there at the end of this member. Stops the Sunder that comes out from Duracio. That might have been enough to get them the rush.
Yeah, hot buybacks, quick calls as well. As soon as Amar's down, he knows he has to get back in. Helps them secure the team fight. And indeed at a point where Roshan will go to them.
Crazy buybacks coming into play.
And I guess with that buyback used, Amar, he'll be the one taking this Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, Watson has 8,000 gold in buyback. He actually can go for this refresher now. That refresher is also devastating. We've already been seeing him do so much work with only 1 BKB in bite. He's been controlling Duracio through majority of these fights. I cannot believe that Watson only has 3 deaths this game. Oh, and he actually gets given a free refresher, so it doesn't actually have to buy it just yet.
There we go. He's just going to spend up, get the Ags done. And as you said, with the amount of gold he's got, he can do that. Still have the buyback available. And yeah, obviously with the buyback used from Amar, he's got the Aegis to keep himself safe, and he can start spending up his money as well. So looking towards getting that Swift Blink out.
Okay. I mean, that's now, yeah, he's going to have free position. I feel like he's already had godly positioning in most of these fights. Now he has consistent positioning. Guaranteed, in fact.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gaming.
They want to force the high ground here.
Absolutely.
Only a little bit of a window, 20 seconds until Duracio's back up. Still definitely a chance to do some damage.
They have way more lives with Watson. Like, Watson can actually throw his body, buy back, and go again. And now they even have 25 on Katomi. Push is commencing.
Powering in. Hook.
Not quite.
Gotta be cautious now. The whole team back up for Gladiators.
They'll give respect to it, it looks like. Backing away.
Coming up to the 60-minute mark as well. We're going to see the big items this game.
Some really nice ones this game, too.
What's the big ones? What are they dreaming of?
I mean, all these Ex Machina is most ridiculous, but there's so many different things that they can actually do with these. I mean, Book of Shadows definitely have merit even in this one. But I think everybody wants to see a Giant Ring Pudge, probably, but whatever. Honestly, actually, Mirror Shield maybe. I'm really trying to think about it because maybe this Mirror Shield also on like Duracio could also be one of the bigger things. But Ex Machina usually ends up being one of the most ridiculous. I will have to say. I mean, 1 minute, maybe we don't even get to see them.
Gladiators, they're getting out on the map, trying their chances at catching Entity in a state where they're split up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And these golems continue. They're becoming even more of a problem too, as you see. Their 25's been hit. I think mostly Duracio kind of the only one who can really address them at this point. I think Quinn even though he's universal at this point, I saw him hitting them before and he wasn't really doing a whole lot.
No, they don't kill them quick.
No. Yeah, it looks like we are going to get blessed with the 60-minute items.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gladiators happen to be more in a position where they should be able to farm up a few of them first.
Any 60-minute Midases being purchased? Looking around.
I guess all the Midases have left the game at this point,
I think
right?
all. Yeah, but we sometimes see them buy it, right?
No, sure.
Yeah.
Does anyone have the luxury to do so with their money? I mean, Maureen's got a lot of cash.
Oh god, imagine he buys his
Just
Midas
rebuys
again.
the Midas. To get some of these guaranteed neutral drops.
Are they going to stack the Ancients on gaming? Yeah. No, usually, sometimes you see teams do this. Just stack up the Ancients so you have the highest chance to be able to get these items.
Get some of the
Let's
good
see.
stuff.
They also get a DD spawning bottom.
Yeah, they
so.
sit under this ward.
All right, let's see what
They're able to
neutrals.
kit themselves up with a good old neutral.
Pirate Hat. Infinite
right.
gold for the team.
Get those guaranteed buyback money, basically.
A Universal Viper with a Pirate Hat also is pretty beastly. And yeah, I think Mirror Shield for Dyrachyo seems like the best one since he's playing versus this Pudge and playing versus these Hexes and stuff like that. So same to be said even for Melron, though. Not as important, I would say, for him to have a Mirror Shield, though, as it is for Dyrachyo. And Giant Razor. I don't think I've seen this cosmetic, the set of Razor with a Giant Ring just yet.
Look at him go! It's pretty terrifying.
He's breaking the ground, but is he touching the ground? I guess now he is. Such a powerful storm that he's creating.
Force boots for Ace.
Ex Machina for Watson. That is definitely pretty beastly.
Pirate
the
hat
armor.
for Tofu. They really just want to be making the money on Gladiators.
Okay.
A couple of pirate hats.
Oh, man, I really wish we could see what options they get, right? Because what if Tofu probably didn't get a Seer Stone, or maybe he just thought that they just needed as much gold as possible?
Yeah, I've got to imagine he didn't get a Seer Stone.
Right.
I think he's
a Seer Stone you probably take every
time. They got both supports, dude. They got triple pirate hat. They love the money, Gladiators.
Well, Celery, can he get away?
They got him. But yeah, I don't think I've seen a triple pirate hat.
No.
In quite some time. Maybe if
the gem. They forgot. No. The gem.
Easy recovery. Celery was never worried. But yeah, when it comes to buyback gold, that's definitely not going to be an issue for Gladiators.
No, definitely
It's
not.
going to be down to the cooldowns.
Yep. 1 minute 40 up on Quinn.
Refresher done on Malrone, so he's got the double slams.
Holy moly. I mean, the Wombo combo definitely could just be absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, that's the real concern for Gladiators and what's caused so many issues for them in the last few team fights that they've taken. Entity just coming out on top back-to-back in the last few fights. 62 minutes in, game 3 of this best of 3 in the lower bracket. The loser, they're out.
Don't think we could have gotten blessed with a better one either. It's a Pudge core versus a TB, and we're hitting this
pretty well. I don't think a lot of people expected this sort of back and forth action coming into the series. Entity, they were absolutely coming in as the underdogs in this matchup, but today they've definitely won over quite a few fans, I think, with their play style.
I mean, coming in as the underdogs and coming in with 2 stand-ins.
Yeah.
That is the other thing, too.
These stand-ins looking pretty good.
Yeah. Maybe those Entity players sweating their boots a little bit. No, I'm just kidding. And Pirate Hat also. Fishman says, you know what? I'll join the fray. I guess it's a support day for Pirate Hat and Katomi as well.
Something about these supports.
I mean, Katomi's makes the most sense, though, right? Because he's actually going to utilize it, but 5 Pirate Hats.
That's a lot of money. Did get buffed, right?
True.
You know, with that little bit of plus 15 movement speed, right? That came in one of the patches recently. And it was more, because it used to only be 100 attack speed, right? It got buffed either way.
I think that was quite some time ago, but...
Oh, that was about what? Okay.
A year ago, maybe. I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, we've got late game Halberd picked up by Amar.
Okay. I mean, sure. Why not? It's a lot of survivability, especially playing versus the double range cores. Debuff immunity now also on the clock. All the 25s even being hit on the supports that usually don't get to see it. So Tofu probably also hitting his soon.
Wow. Gonna get some pretty crazy action for sure soon. I mean, about 15 seconds, everybody, all 10 players, will have their buybacks good to play with.
And how many boots of travels do we have also? Because I think almost all the players also have at least some sort of boots of travel or something. Most of them do.
There we go, 64 minutes in. All buybacks at the ready.
Oh, baby.
Dead even on the net worth.
I actually think that Katomi's going to be killing our heroes a lot now in these fights, too. Like, this is no joke.
That's the thing.
It's a support Muerta, but he's got the attack speed now as well, too.
He does.
Level 30. Wait, is he the first level 30?
Who?
Malrone. He is! The one who suffered the most in the game. Look at me now, baby.
Look at him now.
Yeah, you pick Viper, last pick mid versus me. Refresher now for Ace. these team. All right, this is going to be so hard to keep track of. The walls, the vacuums, force boots, etc.
The parting shots, you know?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not going to be looking for those. Maybe as initiations. Holy moly.
I don't know if Gladiators want to step outside of the base. I feel like they have to take the fight from the high ground. It's so scary. Watson and Maureen, they're on the hunt.
And these two, they'll kill pretty much anybody they find. The damage, the burst from this Pudge. Double bites. And those would be pretty opportune moments if they find it too. Duracho is, of course, swapping in his ninja gear and his mirror shield, so there could be those moments where they catch him off guard with the ninja gear in. It's unlikely, but... Wait, what the?
He's going for the disperser.
No, I meant the Hurricane Pike on the Warlock.
I thought you meant the 65-minute diffusal on Quinn.
No, that one makes a little bit more sense. Yeah. It's the Hurricane Pike on the Warlock. I mean, I guess he just wanted to upgrade his slot from the Force Staff.
I mean, dude, he's got a pirate hat, bro. He's ready to right-click. He's ready to be that ranged DPS. Let's go.
All right, Disperser's online. Quinn, no buyback for 650, but they're going to Pirate Hat dig it up probably.
Yeah, with the triple Pirate
If he does.
I'll make that money back in a few seconds.
I mean, he also can sell his treads, so.
Is he not using his Pirate Hat?
He's not
Come
digging,
on.
though. I'm
These
clicking
cores, you know, he's made his supports pick up too.
Oh,
he better
boy.
make sure he uses his own one.
Let's see this positioning. Roche, it's up. Illusions to Scout.
Who's in first? Amar. Finds Celery, will blink back for now. Katomi caught on the side. They're trying for the hook to get him out of there, but Katomi's sort of trapped in.
Well, that fissure.
But Watson, he's going to throw himself into the midst of the fight, gets it on the front lines, but they've lost Katomi. Watson is getting fully focused down by Duracho and Quinn. They'll drop the golems. Can he get the bite off? He can. Watson, he's healing up. He gets the bite off onto Quinn. Triple buybacks. Almost going to go around. No, Quinn, he doesn't have enough money. He can't buy back for this one. They pull back on Duracho and Tofu. But Watson is still alive. With the BKB, he's able to blink out away from Celery. Turns, he's ready to walk, maybe back up as jump fall from Marin over towards Celery, over to the side. Ace getting fully beat down by Amar. Triple kill for Maroon.
How is Watson still alive? And Quinn just didn't have the buyback.
He didn't dig. I mean, he's got the buyback
He's
now.
got it now, but he didn't dig.
I mean, if he dug earlier, he would have had buyback in that fight, and maybe they could have put more into it. But that's what you get if you're a core and you're not digging.
These fights are way too chaotic. I think there was 11, how many, 5, 6 fissures that went off inside the fight or something like that.
Triple buyback from Gaming Gladiators, so much invested in that fight that they do not come out on top of. Entity, they're the ones in the Roshan.
It's too much counter initiation and everything. Watson dropped to
I mean, they couldn't kill him.
20% HP and then boom, he just gets that dismember off.
It was so close to him not getting it as well, but I mean, being able to just have the Foresight to just throw himself into the center of the fight as well. As soon as Kataomi sort of gets that awkward start, and Watson doesn't care. He knows that he's still strong enough to just get straight in there. As long as he can get in the face of one of these cores, and in front of the Viper, in front of the Terrorblade, and get that bite off, it's so hard for Gaming Gladiators to bring this Pudge down.
Yep. Big control, big heals. Onto the high ground, 40 seconds, no Quinn.
Moeta with the Aegis.
Oh. I guess he's the one who used the buyback, right? So.
I guess, it looked like Maroon was making a slot for it. As he's got an empty slot right now. He's queuing up a Rapier. We'd love to see it. We don't get to see Rapier Shaker every day. They don't want to use the buybacks to the Aces.
No. Golem's back up in 40 seconds. Entity. Buildings are falling.
He's buying the Rapier.
Is he actually committing?
He's got it.
He actually did.
He's got it. He's ready to finish this game off in style.
I mean, there's a couple different styles that you could be talking about. Perhaps for Rapier. I think he should be fine, but they've got to be a little bit careful. Look at the money from bounties. Continue to just fly up there. Full Ags now also. Amari's going to be able to eat that one, and his potential just continues to grow and grow and grow. Just too much. This world, I mean, it's just hard for them to really find anybody at this point. Everyone's so tanky. It's like somehow they would ideally want to take out Fishman before some of these fights or everything, but the Pudge just jumps in. The Razor just leads the charge, so he's always getting every single golem, everything off.
Duracho with his buyback expended, he's also spending it. Picks up a Rapier as well.
And the Moonshard consumed. I think maybe he did that before, but...
Arcane Blink, nice.
Who's got that one?
Fishman.
Oh, Fishman's got it too. This is the most luxury Warlock I think you'll ever get to see.
He's stacked. That pirate hat paying off. Making money for himself and the lads. 25k lead. They have this Aegis. Entity. Definitely feels like they could be one good fight away from closing this series up.
Yeah, I mean, those last 2 fights in particular, they had such clear success on them.
The rapier on Duracho definitely has to be respected, though. If they do not manage to jump this Terror Blade, and Duracho can keep his distance, he will clean up.
Duracho did show it. He sent an illusion out, so they did at least identify the fact. I don't know if they pinged it or anything, but they should have seen it on that illusion.
I feel like you gotta be... Whoa, Watson!
Amar ready to charge in also.
Gonna jump in return. They get the Hex off. Katomi, he's actually gonna lift the initiation. Goes in with a parting shot, and they drop the Golem. They've got the catch straight away. They're looking to get rid of the Shadow Demon as they're in on top of him. Watson's able to help finish him off. That's gonna be Tofu out for 2 minutes, no buyback.
Amar?
Metamorphosis, the damage here for the Rapier on the Terror Blade, enough to bring down Amar. He has got buyback available, Amar, if they want a full commit for this. There's 2 minutes, no Shadow Demon available.
He went a little bit too deep. Another hook won't connect. Amar just got... I mean, that time Quinn was actually able to stand his ground with Duracho and hit him. And that's a big expansion. That's the Golems. All 4 of them being expended.
Let's see if they can hold 4v4 here, Gaming Gladiators. Doesn't look like Entity want to try and push the issue, expend the buyback, and try and punish the Shadow Demon being dead. It's just the one of them dead.
Thinking about going again.
See what they can do with the 4th. Maybe forcing to find another hook.
Oop.
Not that kind of hook.
Not that one. Now these parting shot setups are actually working, though. Now we've seen it a couple times here.
Good solid, 4-second period in which the hero's held in position, and the hook's an easy one to hit.
Another attempt, Watson.
He's fishing for something.
A wall
it's going to be
cut
dropped down.
A hook connect.
It's time to hit, but the Linkers is there.
Pops his Machina.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
I mean, Maron was able to snipe the top racks there. Of course, doing heavy damage with the charge of the Rapier. We'll see them try and jump in on towards Watson.
He's beefy.
But the BKB's still out. Dismembers at the ready. He's got the controller on towards Ace. Ace is going to get forced up to the high ground. Surge up. He's away. Ace escapes.
Parting shot. Duracho controlled. And the racks, they will get taken out in the meantime.
Doing a nice little bit of ratting here with the Enchant Tome and the Rapier.
They tried to commit because he's been doing that. They tried to actually go for this bottom fight, but yeah, can't actually quite finish off these targets. But Tofu will get time to be able to respawn more and more digs.
And some more level 30s as well. Watson grabs the Wisdom Rune. He's up to level 30 on the Pudge.
Boy.
Super hard to kill now.
How much strength did he just gain from that? What, like 20? More? Maybe more than that? I can't even tell, actually. He did gain quite a bit of HP from it.
Just a refresher all done. Katsuomi as well.
Yep.
He's also closing in on the 30, just about to hit 29.
I could see him actually start trying, like, getting damage items maybe if he would like to, right?
If he wants to.
If he does feel like he wants to. Maybe they feel like they have enough, but keep those digs going. Fishman, you too. There you go.
Might at least see him turn that 4-staff up into a Hurricane Pike, as Fishman has.
Yep. Or the Blink into upgraded, we'll see. I mean, first and foremost, of course, save the buyback. And there comes the casual Vlads. He's going for the helm of the Overlord. He's like, Solar Crest, I'm not even clicking this button anymore. All the little things do matter at this point in the game. 1 minute left on a lot of these buybacks, Duracho in particular. Entity trying to take advantage of the fact that 3 of them do not have buyback on game.
If they can force this within this minute, could be quite the sweet spot.
Positioning, Katomi.
He's going to try and start something.
Parting shot.
Step with the disruption. It's going to stop the chance of them getting the hook. Still, the Watson wants to go in with the BKB. Now he's able to separate himself. They drop the golems down. Fishman, he's caught himself in on the front lines. Will force back, but Quinn's got the damage to bring him down. Fishman falls.
Did he blink in?
I mean, they're going to jump forward. They're able to get his opposite Duracho. The control's there. They're able to blow Duracho up. He's out for 2 minutes and no buyback available still for 45 seconds upon him. As Entity.
Hook shot.
They're going to try and push up for more. The controls there for Celery won't manage to trap and kill Marone.
These golems are killing Quinn.
I mean, they've got the bite back up. The controls there to lock down the Viper. Quinn will immediately buy back. Amar blinks across. Disruption will be used defensively in an attempt to keep him safe and alive. But Tofu falls, 2 dead without buyback.
Can Watson get out?
Quinn trying to dish out the damage here with a poison attack. Can they bring Watson down? They can. They found the Pudge, but an immediate buyback comes out. They know the Gaming Gladiators are at a disadvantage with the state of the buybacks. Fisher to catch on to Quinn. Quinn caught by the Pike, trying to get the static link in. He's up to the base.
Duracho in 8 seconds.
Amar, he's thinking about diving, but he gets dragged back in. The Fountain is beating Amar down. He's going to get beaten up. Hooked there. They drag Quinn out of the Fountain. Fisher to follow up. Quinn, he's out for good.
Duracho's got the buy. Can he hold?
They're trying to end Entity. They're looking for the tier 4s. Marin and Mar pushing on. The fortification's back up, and now the buybacks are back in play. Duracho back in the game.
They're on him. The save.
Disruption. Tofu trying to do his best to bail Duracho out of the situation. He turns with the Metamorphosis, looks over towards the punch, but Watson steps up. It's too much magical damage for Duracho to live through. Duracho goes down again. A die back on him. As Entity they push on forward. Another shot. The parting shot from Katsuhome. He sets up for another. 5 dead. The team wipes there. It's going to be game over. They're going for the tier 4s, going for the throne. As Entity,
they've done
they're going to be able to knock out Gaming Gladiators here at the start of the lower bracket.
Wow, what a play. Honestly, just all over the place from everybody, but Malrine at the end, the clutch double echo, kind of sealing the deal, takes out Duracho, makes this fight awkward, and they've done it, Owen.
Wow.
Holy crap, what a game.
What a day for Entity. Entity with 2 standards. These lads, they are insane. What a play, and as I said, 75 minutes in closing this one up.
And as appropriate as it could be,
yeah.
Katomi with the GG well played easy, of course, right there.
Oh, well, there we go. As is custom in any game that goes beyond the 60-minute mark, gotta finish with an easy in the chat.
I mean, these plays toward the end, these fights, they're just getting on top of these targets. Every little thing, right? Every little thing does come into play. The double echo, though, Maroon, what a recovery of a game. Right, he gets put in a position where he's versus a Viper. He has probably the hardest recovery ever, but his team, they hold him up until the end there, and he does find that.
I mean, that's the whole team. The whole team, they really pulled it off here today, Entity.
Look at the
damage. A great series and an insane finish for them here. They close it up, and against Gaming Gladiators nonetheless.
Wow.
One of the earliest times we've seen Gaming Gladiators knocked out of a tournament, Fox.
Absolutely. I mean, this is insane. Look at the work that all the supports did. Fishman did 56,000 damage. Wow. There's so many things to talk about. Good luck, panel.
What a game, and what a team. I know that all the boys and girls who are watching right now, they're going to be tuning in for many more of these Entity matches, especially after they bring out a Watson carry Pudge in an elimination game, and they pull it off against Gaming Gladiators 75 minutes in. Game 3 goes to Entity. Entity moving on in the lower bracket here, 2-1 against Gaming Gladiators.
This game did actually have everything we wanted out of a lower bracket elimination series. Game number 3, it is Gaming Gladiators that we have to say goodbye to. Credit to Entity here in the final moments, especially in the final moments, I mean like final 30 minutes or so of this game. I'm joined by Jenkins, Spear, Lacoste, and we're going to attempt to break this game down because there is a lot to talk about. Lacoste, it never really starts with the early game in terms of games like these, because these late game fights were insane.
Yeah, Dota in the late game is just like how many spells you can cast. It gets so chaotic. You get the 6-7 slotted. Like your position 5 has like 5 golems in the middle of the fight, dealing some insane amount of damage. I think the huge issue in this one was Terrorblade was unable to deal damage in most of these fights. Post Marlone, he had a lot of issues early on. Like his laning stage was really, really bad, and then he managed to get some farm, get the Hand of Midas, and this is how you start. Like so some of these like late game fights, when you get to level 25 talents, this is like, okay, this looks really, really strong, and then you get to level 30 talents with the refreshers, with the tier 5 items. It becomes so chaotic, so you're refreshing everything. I think like Marlene, he played extremely good, but also Watson. Throughout this whole series, like performance-wise, he nailed it.
Yeah, it might not have been the Pudge you wanted to see from the position 4, Fear, but I don't think you're disappointed.
I mean, definitely not. Watson in the early game, he was hitting almost every single hook possible. And, I mean, he...
Oh, you mean 70 minutes ago?
Yeah. His early game was insane. I mean, you have to credit it a little bit. Like,
yeah,
this,
you do.
I think this game for me kind of goes back and shows in a lot of ways. So when I look at Dota, how the early game kind of is irrelevant, and because you can't really transition that into choking the map out. If we look at like old patches, you win some lanes, cool, all of a sudden now the other team can't get any farm, but now you're in a situation 2 games in a row where Quinn, he's not on a playmaker, he's on a lane dominating type hero on the Wind Ranger and the Viper, and he does that in this game. He crushes his lane, but now it gets late game, you don't close a game out, all of a sudden where's your control at? Like if you look on the other side, Malrine, while he's playing the Shaker, he's setting up kills left, right, and center, and you have like a Darkseer and a Clockwork is your only form of initiation. And I feel like that's why that Terrorblade isn't hitting any heroes in these fights. And it just goes back to the drafting. Maybe you need to just draft for what your lineup looks like in the late game, not really worry about the early game, mid game so much.
Yeah, maybe, because it really seemed like Duracho couldn't do shit in those fights. Like, super late game Pudge is honestly insane with like the double dismember.
It is.
I feel like we're memeing about it, talking about it like pre-game, because you almost never get to that point. But when it does actually happen, he never, ever gets the Sunder off. I don't know what it is with Entity and their ability to clutch these late-game scenarios. I would surmise that it's that they really just enjoy playing the late game. Because when you look at the smiles that were on their faces at the end of that, dropping the GG easy, like they're having a good time. Think about Watson. He listens to SpongeBob music, okay? What is the late game? It's chaotic. It's SpongeBob. It's Bikini Bottom shenanigans going on. This dude's in his element in the late game.
I mean, he replaced 2 players, but the identity stays the same, which is pretty insane as well, right?
Yep.
And I think there's one man to credit for that. Fishman, I want to first congratulate you, because that was an insane series. And I am going to ask a pretty standard question, because I want to know how you feel, because this was a rare opportunity, I think, for you and your team to play with the majority of Creepwave in an official match against Gaming Gladiators, and you crushed it out of the park. You gave a fantastic show, and I just want to know how that feels.
Yeah, feeling great playing with my friends with Creepwave. Yeah, it's cool that it's possible. We had the possibility to do it. Yeah, I thought like, oh, it's kind of two stand-ins, right? But Amar playing all tournament, so he not count as stand-in, and I'm happy that we can play like this.
Yeah, I want to ask you about Stormer. Did you talk to him already? Did you did he give you congratulations on the victory?
I mean, I know that he was like kind of watching and give some very, very warm words before the game start. Yeah.
Can you tell us what he said before the game?
Oh, I can read you. Do you wanna?
Oh, yes, for sure.
Please, please.
Okay. 1 second. I need to find.
It's all good. It's all good. We have time.
Oh.
Yes, we have time.
Okay, I found.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I will not be available today to play tomorrow. I mean, he meant today. Oh, I clicked something. Wait.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Wait, how long in advance did you know he was not going to be able to play today?
Sorry.
It's all good.
And I'm really thankful for Marine to stand in for me tomorrow. I really appreciate your understanding for my brother's wedding. I want all of you to enjoy tomorrow games, enjoy your time as Creepwave plus Watson, and give Gladiator some ass kicking. Give them the Fishman Warlock, the Katomi Trent, the Amar Razor, the Marine Primal Beast, and the Watson PL.
You pretty much picked all those heroes, huh?
I'll be watching and cheering from the side. My spirit is always with you, and lovely face, lovely smile.
That's very nice.
That
of
is
him.
so nice.
That is adorable.
That is nice.
Yes, it was very nice. I agree.
This Mallory fellow, he's fucking good, man, isn't he?
Yes.
He should be.
He really nice guy. But not in pub. In pub, I gonna say you story, okay? So when he came to Creepwave, like Marine was like the most nice guy to every person he ever met. But he see Amar and he see very bad example. And now he all chatting, call games. He like shit talking to everyone. It's like, but he do it for fun as Amar. But in reality, they really nice kids. Actually, already not kids. If you think about it, right? They kinda grow.
Yeah.
Yeah. They always grow up,
physically,
don't they?
right? Mentally, maybe.
Yeah. All right, I have a question.
And crazy is that thing that I also start all chatting for fun. It's because Creepwave, I don't know,
it's infectious.
Yeah.
Yeah, spamming GGVP and all chatting. Very fun time in matchmaking.
Very good. All right, I got a question for you here. In that game, towards like the end, when you guys knew you were about to win and beat Gaming Gladiators, what was the communication like? Were you guys screaming? Were you calm? And if you were screaming, who was doing most of the yelling?
I can say that we was like calm all the time, but in team fight, it was like kinda someone kinda was screaming slightly. But because we used Discord, it was fine. Because I can say you. If you use TeamSpeak, it's gonna be very chaotic and bad. But Discord was better. My tip to every organizer: try to make possibility to use Discord, please. It's insane because, for example, if you use TeamSpeak, I will not hear anything because I'm screaming. But now I feel I can hear every detail, and it's a very big difference in like performance if you can hear each other. Yeah.
You want to hear your teammates scream, right?
Raving review. For
I mean, it's okay if they scream. I just want to hear them because when you use TeamSpeak and people scream, it's not catching up.
Oh, you mean it clips like the sound? Like
it's like
they scream too loud.
On most of LAN tournaments, we had to use TeamSpeak, and it's all the time was a problem that we cannot hear each other. Like it's so bad. But Discord is like we live in 2023. Yes, maybe someone will create a good voice user for competitive.
Skype. We tried Skype.
No, Skype, please.
I mean, I don't. Okay, if Skype can copy Discord sync, let's go. Or maybe Discord can create a new TeamSpeak, or. I don't know.
No, Fishman, it was very clear that you guys were on the exact same page, so that the voice comms were working properly. It was such a treat to watch. I can imagine that you guys all are riding a quite big high right now. But I also want to prepare you. You have another series to play later today. So I want to give you every opportunity to prepare for that one. And I am looking forward to seeing you play with the squad again later. Any words you still want to give before we let you go?
Yes, I wanna say, but Boomer is my favorite dishes.
Your favorite what?
Favorite dishes?
Dishes.
Yes.
All right. Well, look.
Yeah, delicious.
Yeah, it's lovely. You had Game of Gladiators and an appetizer. You know, you got
time for the main course, baby.
Main course time. All right, thank you so much, Fishman. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and of course, good luck later today. And goodbye.
Spent half the interview talking about Discord.
No, I can only imagine how important, how frustrating it must be when you're forced to use a program that doesn't work.
I'm sure he's sponsored by
They should
Discord.
honestly pay him.
Discord Nitro, and maybe check the settings on TeamSpeak because they're different.
Yeah.
There's plenty of settings on there.
There are. Doesn't matter. They can use Discord here. We can see that they're very happy with their communication, and we can see that they're very happy with the way that they play Dota. It was a treat. Game of Gladiators, of course, they exit stage left here, and very unfortunate for them, but they also, maybe for the first time in a little while, they get some proper time to relax before boot camping again. No, they probably are going to continue practicing hard for TI as well, but we won't see them again here for DreamLeague Season 21. But we will see more Dota, because we have a lot more Dota to go through. We have eliminations on the line every single series today. 3 series in total. This is only series number 1. That's right. We got another series coming your way between OG and 9 Pandas. So stay tuned for more top tier Dota 2 action.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule. Dare to triumph against all odds. Dare to rise above fate.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to 33.33% of the day. That's right, we had 3 series planned for you, and we're already, I believe, 5.5 hours into this broadcast, which means it's prime time for me and Cinderin.
It's me.
It's him. Wave to the camera. Smile and wave. Smile and wave, friends.
We're back.
You ready for Dota?
I'm ready for Dota. Who couldn't be hyped after that last series? I want to see more of that.
I'm telling you, these playoff games have been high caliber stuff. And all with like a variety of strategies. Everyone was assuming that the entire patch was already figured out pre-TI and it was just going to be Sven and Gyro all day long, but we're seeing new stuff pop up every single.
I love 7 bans. It's because like, oh man, there's like these 3 or 4 carriers that are too good. Just ban all of them. Play Pudge. You know?
All of them.
There you go. Awesome.
Although some other heroes like Brewmaster seem to be perma-ban status no matter what, but...
Yeah, that's why it's good we have 7 bans.
7 bans,
we
baby.
can also ban Brewmaster.
And 4 panelists, but I only got 2 right now, so let's bring on Kazu and Purge!
Thank God there's 4 pillows between us.
Okay. What's that supposed to
mean? That's all. That was it.
You want to be insulated from Kazu?
Yes, please.
And his genius?
Bye-bye ball. I was so close to putting my feet on that.
I mean, on the topic of wild picks and bans, Kazu, you've already been on the ground floor of all these new wave ideas. Spirit picking up Centaur yesterday. True. So what are we going to see in this series then, Kazu?
Does it need to be spicy or what?
Yes. Pandas versus OG.
We're gonna see.
He thinks OD is gonna be picked.
Yeah, but that's already out there. I need something new.
Yeah, another bold prediction.
We'll have Alchemist and Lycan. I don't know if they're bold enough for you, but we'll have both of them in the series.
Okay. I like those odds. Purge,
I'd like to order 1 Kiyotaka Tinker, please. Thank you.
That's disgusting.
Extra cheesy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I like that.
It's pretty plausible. I mean, I think those are all likely, especially with OG. OG kind of has some off-meta picks that they're into. Seb likes to play the non-standard 4 stuff. And I'm just happy to see the teams diversifying a little bit. Not necessarily because it's more fun. It is more fun. But also because it kind of makes sense in the meta. Like the Pudge against the Shadow Demon lane was really cool. It just makes Shadow Demon seem kind of useless. So once you get hooked, you're like, well, Disrupt really isn't that good. So it was cool. New stuff to win games.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is that of all the teams that are here, OG is the only one that's not attending TI. Even the ones that got eliminated in DreamLeague Season 21, all those teams are going to TI. OG is the only one that's not, and yet they're making it through the playoffs, not with the roster that they attempted to qualify to TI, but still a very fun roster to watch nonetheless. And one, I guess, the notable addition being Mind Control, and Seb playing 4 position with Mind Control in the same lane. Sweet magic together.
They have no reason to save strats, because what would they be saving them for?
Exactly. Reveal it all.
Go for everything. I mean, okay, this whole thing about saving strategy, I think is kind of...
It's 99% a meme.
It's 99% a meme, but I actually genuinely think there's a decent chunk of the audience that think that is a real thing, like saving strategies for months.
Why wouldn't I, though?
The problem is you can't really save strategies for months, because there's going to be a patch in between, and then your strategies don't work anymore.
So you don't think that this will be the TI patch that we're on right now?
I think there's going to be a patch between this and TI.
Okay, I'll tell you something else.
I'm very confident.
This is probably the TI patch, but I think 2 weeks into this patch, no one has something that they can save yet. After DreamLeague until TI, that's where the stuff will get cooked up.
Yeah. If you do want to, but then you're saving the strategies because there's no games in between. So that's
no, you're saving strategies because you don't have any strategies, not to show.
I mean, the TI patch the next patch that's gonna happen is gonna be a little tiny one. Someone's gonna lose like half an armor.
Yeah, but
2 damage
before TI. Like, is PA gonna get nerfed before Seattle?
I think it's plausible that PA is gonna get like a small nerf in some way, some little damage reduction, some agility gain reduction, something small. So if there are saved strats, I think it's plausible there's like 1 or 2 that they have on the docket right now that they're maybe like, it's maybe not viable enough. And once the meta is fleshed out, now they will have this like strat that they're like, oh, we didn't think it was great 2 weeks ago because Gyro just dumpstered everything. And now once Gyro becomes nerfed maybe for a second time in a week or 2, then that other strat is now like, oh, competitive strategy. And so it's not necessarily directly saved. It's not like you put it in the oven knowing when it's going to come out. It was more like it was in the pantry and you're like, I'll maybe make that next week.
Right. Which is, I think the most famous example for me is TI9's Carry IO from Ana. Because he had been pubbing that one for like months and he just thought it was a fun pub strat. and then they ran it at TI, and everyone was like, how the hell do we beat this? So there are some plausibilities, but that just means you gotta hit the pubs, which of course, 9 Pandas, Kiyotaka, they've got the Tinker in their pocket if they need it. I don't know how viable the hero is right now in the current patch, but that's a signature of his. And then outside of that, I don't know, I guess we used to see a lot of Antara's techies. What happened to techies?
I mean, first of all, techies got some nerfs. I just quickly wanted to go back to the Tinker because I feel like, theoretically speaking, the way these games are going in this tournament and the patch and the map in general, Tinker should have a place. The map is huge. You have tons of places to farm. The games are slower. It's a lot about scaling and going to late game. And Tinker is one of those essentially hyper carries. Like, this hero can beat every hero in Dota with the right items. He's perhaps the solution to be.
There's definitely good things about Tinker, but I don't know if you noticed, but you have to buy Blade Mail as a mid player to do stuff in a lot of cases. There's a lot of strength heroes with Blade Mails that go mid right now.
Buy Blade Mail.
Tinker Blade Mail.
Yeah, just rearm it.
Just max your third skill.
Permanent Blade Mail.
Does that even work? If you damage block it, does it reflect?
If it does, just do it anyway.
Do it anyway. Doesn't matter if it works.
It does have a good strength gain. If you put strength items on Tinker, you're probably very tanky.
Okay.
You keep healing him, he Blade Mails, he does it again.
He likes
puts
buying
his shield.
overwhelming blink anyway.
There you go.
Where's Tank Tinker? That's the new meta.
Tanker?
Tanker. There we go.
I like that. Yeah, let's do that.
What else do 9 Pandas have in their pocket? What are your expectations for them in this series specifically? Do you think that they're their favorites just because they're going to TI and OG's not?
For me, they're not the favorites, actually.
Okay.
4 of their 5 wins in the groups they got against Liquid and Talon, who looked kind of bad.
Yeah.
They, I think, won 1 game against Tundra. OG have looked way better. They looked very competitive against Team Spirit. I don't know if that was yesterday or the day before. What I expect from 9 Pandas, usually or nearly always, is just a draft that no matter how it matches up against the enemy, once they have their timings at 15, 16, 17 minutes, they can go together and try to like overwhelm you. And if it works out, they'll run away and take the game. But if you have a draft that can fight back at 20, 22 minutes and you get to stand your ground, I think 9 Pandas, they fall flat.
Yeah, I think MC just adds some special sauce to the team, basically. It just makes them play more confidently. He's more willing to like make plays himself, do chaotic things that they kind of need. BZM's a little bit chaos, but not that much. Uragi's anti-chaos, so I think they needed just a little bit more specialty out of the offlane. I think MC has really just been that special key for them that they've been desperate to have in their team for a long time, and now they finally got him.
Well, that's our read on the teams, but let's hear the teams talk about each other in some short statements.
The first goal is out from group. Second goal, I think it's like top 4. Top 4, I think it's good for this tournament for us.
Mainly just to get a little bit of redemption after TI qualifiers. Just want to show that we're not like as bad as we played in the qualifiers, I guess.
That's a little rude. Kittrack's not a noob.
They were like, okay, well, this was the one team that didn't make TI. This has to be the team that has noob, right?
Yeah, for sure.
He did also say noob in like his statement. He's like, we want to show that we're not noobs.
Yeah.
The translation not coming through, giving him the name noob, but it's all good.
We did spend time talking about Seb and Mind Control the House. Kittrack been slotting in on this roster. Obviously, a little bit of history, like Mind Control in Berlin, but now he's theoretically on the roster.
I think he's been pretty stable so
he's
far.
great.
I think he's playing. I think he's playing well. I think the community at large probably underappreciates him because in OG a lot of the talk is always around the core players and the stars and Seb. Right? It's hard. It's kind of hard to shine on that team because the level of performance you need to put up before you actually get the attention is like exceptionally high on this team. But I think for me in this tournament, Kittrack might have been the one player in this team that has put up maybe not the most stable performances out of all of them, but he's been solid. I would say probably one of the 2 that has been, highest level in every game.
And it's harder to show off as a 5 player.
Yeah.
And for like multiple rounds now, OG has been slotting in 5 position players who do not have mainstream, they're not really very well known publicly. Like their coaches slotting in, you're like, oh, who's this guy? I've heard his name, but I've never seen him play Dota before. And that them like going on loss streaks and that happening multiple times in a row, like the hater eyes are going to be on this player for sure.
Yeah, and I would say that he's been doing well. Like I feel like when he plays heroes like ET Phoenix, he has incredible teamfight positioning, but also other heroes like Venge, he lanes well with Uragi, and a lot of the time he just gets to go through the gate like minute 4, 5, 6, help his offlaner, and that kind of speed up the game. Like I think right now, if you're a good early game support, it shows really nicely because I would say there's a bit more freedom if your first few minutes are good because you can gate, you can even TP up top, go for a kill, gate back bottom. Like you don't just make yourself stuck on the map if you make a move. You have so many more options now in Dota.
Look at that win rate for Gyro.
So I'm assuming that's
5 and
Pandas.
8.
Oh no, so that's the entire DreamLeague Season 21, yeah.
In this tournament, 5 and 8.
Sub
First
50%.
pick carry, 5 and 8. Maybe Yatoro was right. Maybe
he was right.
Garbage hero, but teams are first picking it, so they just respectfully disagree with Spirit, who seemed to be the best team of the tournament. I mean, I'm always happy to see teams stick to their guns. Like even when you face adversity, you can still run stuff that you think is good and that works for your team. And at the end of the day, that's what's most important, right? Like even if a hero gets figured out, if this is your bread and butter, if you are the best team with a hero that's solved, you can still win. But this is obviously already going to be a little bit tricky. This is one of the harder matchups for Gyro is Razor, and Mind Control is not going to shy away from playing this one off lane either, just like we saw Amar do.
I would say it's also one of the beauties of Dota itself, like the clash of ideas. And just because you have beat Gyro before doesn't mean that they got to theorize about, okay, next time we pick Gyro, we just need this hero or that, or we were missing this aura, or we messed up this timing. So I think it's just fun to see like heroes or teams run back strategies. Even like a 5 and 8 Gyro doesn't seem too inspiring, doesn't really inspire me, but maybe they know something that we don't.
Maybe it's flex. That's a thought I've
Pulse
had
for
at
Gyro,
some point.
let's
It's
go.
like, you could maybe first pick Gyro, and if teams counterpick it too much, this hero is playable in a support role. It's not out of the question. I think
Someone
teams
did
are
that,
just,
actually. It was
teams are
secret,
just
I think.
slotting it in a lot as a carry right now.
I mean, I think it's really solid from like 15 minutes to like maybe 25 with the Rocket Barrage talent, but like, or with the Rocket Barrage shard, but like before that, it's okay. I just feel like there's a lot of really powerful supports right now in this last patch, like the Venge and the Warlock and the other heroes. So I would just really
They
would
get banned a lot.
Right, yeah, I'd rather pick somebody else. And those are some of the comfort heroes of these two teams here, the Venge and the Warlock.
Damn, Kazu, no liking for you, this guy.
We've got 3 games, don't worry, bro.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, if you're 9 Pandas and you see this matchup, I do think that you need to respect Razor in a way where if you don't want to flex it away, you need to help your Gyro. You will not have Venge because it's banned, so you're not going to be able to swap him out. So I think you need to look at heroes like Shadow Demon, I think that come to mind. You can purge the Razor to make some space for your Gyro in the fight. I know, if it's a really good center game later, just as an example with like Stampede, like if this Gyro is going to be your carry, you already know now that you need to help him so that he actually can carry the game. Because Razor will not make it easy for you, my friend.
How good is Treant in this matchup? Like Treant has been banned a lot. He was 9th most banned, I think it just showed, and his score is 10 and 5, which is really good, obviously for an early phase support that we've seen mainly picked as. But Gyro as a hero likes to buy multiple dispels, right? He will buy at least the Satanic. Now you also have the choice of, you know, picking someone with a dispel, such as Shadow Demon could be an option, all right, with the Demonic Cleanse and whatnot. Is the Treant just that good that the carry matchup doesn't even matter? Because this is not one of the traditional ones. Usually Treant is amazing against carries like Troll that don't want to buy Manta and BKB, for example, or Satanic at the time or whatever.
It's an interesting idea. I think one of the cool things is that Gyro is not exactly the best like tower sieger with his like shorter range. So if you can at least have a good team fight, you can maybe limit the acceleration that 9 Pandas will bring, force them into this like farming game. That could be one upside of it.
Plus, it's Seb. How often has he ever cared about the meta?
That
He's
is
just
true.
like, I'm comfortable on this hero.
I
Give it
do-
to me every game.
I would also say, secondly, I think Razor enjoys playing with Treant. Like when we talk about this matchup in a vacuum, the Gyro Razor, it's more about can Razor stick on top of Gyro and does he have a good early game? I think Razor's weakness in the early game is his sustain in the laning stage. It's not good. Let's say you lane together, you get Leech Seed. If you're not even on the same lane, maybe you give him a living armor, some bonus armor to keep getting in there. I think the SD pick makes a lot of sense, right? You've got the matchup against the Razor. You can also defensively cleanse against the tree purge later.
That's really
Or
good.
the tree ult, and you can stack camps. Seems great.
Yeah.
Shadow Demon has a really bad win rate. That's
Somehow, yeah.
Yeah, a little surprised on that for sure. I mean, Demonic Purge against Razor is just always so good. It was pretty effective in the last game we just watched too against Amar because Razor just can't chase for those 6 seconds. The upside though is that the Ags on SD doesn't give you 3 charges like you used to. You used to be able to just completely neuter one guy for the fight. No
That was
matter
a little
what.
too good.
It was. I was very sad when it went to 2. But yeah, still very good. I love what you said about the defensive cleanse. Cool thing about Elder Titan actually with the Gyro, if he does get in melee mode, he's lowering base armor.
Yeah.
Of all the heroes, I mean, it makes Flak way better too. So if he can actually get into these fights, whether he's, I don't know if he's a 4 or a 5 here, probably a 5, but that could be a cool thing to amplify. And frankly, Gyro still does okay magic damage too with his cooldown. So It's kind of a cool combo.
Doesn't it look like OG could benefit from playing a high-range strategy here? Like, against this type of lineup, Elder Titan and Shadow Demon, if you can, like, somewhat outrange them. Obviously, you can't outrange Flak Cannon, but once Flak Cannon runs out, you know, classic heroes against Gyro would be something like maybe sometimes in the past we saw something like Sniper. Oh, well, you do the opposite.
A ranged hero.
You just get...
Throw daggers.
Okay, hang on. Whenever I say something like this, you always need to look if PA's in the pool. If PA's in the pool, all ideas go out the window because there's PA, and then
it's a lot safer.
It's just
There's also no stuns on that enemy squad effectively, so yeah, she's gonna be jumping all around. ET can amplify some of the damage she takes. The Demonic Purge, PA doesn't really care. Just blink to allies, so yeah, it's a great pick.
Well, I think also the edge is pretty good. You've got the early game tempo. You should lane well into ET if you want to go into that lane later on. You can try to overwhelm the lane, and yeah, I mean, there's a PA. It's a pretty damn good hero if you do get there later in the game. Which the only thing right now that can counter her is SD. If SD can like get later in the game, you get an Aghanim and you break her, obviously you're very powerful, but the problem against PA is you don't see this goddamn hero. It's just invisible, it's blurred, and it kills you in 2 shots, so you need to get there and have incredible positioning.
Cool.
I like that.
Okay.
Well, we saw Collapse have like a magnificent performance yesterday between his Axe and Centaur games. And why can't Axe do it too against PA? I mean, Blade Mail Reflect, PA doesn't have much sustain. They have solid heals between the Tree and the Enchantress, but it looks pretty good as a way to start team fights. Axe call into ET follow-up looks really strong.
The one downside here is I'm a little bit concerned for Axe to find the snowball that Collapse did. I think the PA lane matchup might not be as good as you might think instinctively, because PA can just harass you from range. You play Ench with Impetus and a creep. Axe can take serious harassment early on. If he doesn't get a good first couple of waves and get that Vanguard, this lane can actually... Ench is one of the few heroes that can bully this hero significantly in lane, so I think they need to really make sure to enable him to get off to a good start, or it could be a bit too slow.
At least he has SD who should be able to make stacks for him. I guess, yeah, your lane against PA is a bit more... I would say it's volatile, but I would say you should be okay as an Axe. Like, if I'm looking at OG, because I think this Axe pick is really good. Like, if you get a clear Axe call on this PA with Blade Mail, I think she might just melt. So if you're OG, I would like BZM's last pick to be a hero that can maybe deteriorate this in the team fight. Maybe some Kunkka. You're very tanky on your own. If you see an early Axe call, like you just Torrent Storm, you bolt on top, you give the bolt buff to the PA. Because kind of how PA works, in my opinion, in the late game is, if you initiate on her and she lives, you have lost. Because she will Satanic jump around and kill every hero. So if you can find a way to just make this combo for 9-pinners harder to execute, I think that's your go-to here as OG.
Just wait until the meta develops further and PA gets 6th item Aeon Disc, because she just needs to survive the jump.
There you go.
Get out.
That was how Ember Spirit Core became so relevant with Aeon Disc.
Oh, that's true.
Dazzle gets taken out, but in terms of the archetypes of mid that you were looking for, there's the Kunkka. BZM also played Earth Spirit.
Yeah. 9 Pandas might want that hero, actually.
They definitely need damage on OG as well, though, because between Treant and Enchantress, they might not have that much burst until a ways in. So they need somebody in the mid lane on the OG side that can add to these ganks.
I think the Stormban is good. I would like a Earth Spirit quite a bit. Well, for both teams, but of course 9 Pandas do pick first. I feel like Earth Spirit does make sense. It gives you some tempo. Right now you only have Axe going in, and if he's the only one, it gets very tailored once around the timing where he would have Blink, that you just, oh guys, Axe has Blink, he's off the map, what's he doing? So you kind of want another hero that can do it. I think also with the TA ban would make Earth Spirit a bit better. They ban Kunkka, I think that makes sense. Puck is chill.
And we saw this combination in the Shopify series, right, with the X mark plus PA, as if she wasn't hard enough to handle. You just X mark PA, she blinks and kills someone, and you pull her out with Kunkka, right?
Yeah,
just
that was gross.
We go. They don't want to have to deal with that concern. But now, obviously, as Kezo pointed out, you are opening up for, I think, a pretty solid last pick Earth Spirit here. Even the Puck matchup isn't too bad. You have a Silence. You have a Silence against Shadow Demon, which is nice. You're tanky. You bridge the gap between the early and the late game, which I think OG's goal here is just to go late. I personally don't think OG lose this game in a super late game scenario. I think PS matchups are just too good for the most part. X is always going to be a little bit of a wild card, but
PA lose any ultra late game situation?
See, that's the thing we have yet to see, right? Because I think cracking the code of beating PA late game is finding some sort of reliable way of getting vision on her. And I think that's the biggest challenge is, well, how do you reliably get within 400 range on this hero?
Without getting jumped on first yourselves.
Yeah.
Who's ult?
I don't know about where she is. Oh, she's next to her team.
Vector with Ags, then you haunt, then you see her. The problem is she hard counters you, so that doesn't really work, right? She's just going to break you and kill you in 3 hits.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, they do end up with the Earth Spirit, like you called out. I still think the puck is pretty good, though. There's a lack of disables on the OG side with the first 4 picks, so Kiyotaka's probably not going to be dealt with much. He could be the frontlaner that looks for it, because once you find her, you can be like, oh my god, and you press phase shift, and you're like, okay, all right, team, go in. You can also Dream Coiler pre-BKB. That way she can't jump around as much. It's some anti-mobility, and at least disrupting the supports is good. So.
Wait, is there still a BKB Piercing Coil? Is that a talent? Or
the 25 talent?
Right. That's actually kind of interesting. I mean, if you get that late, right? Then if you do find her, you know where she is for a little bit of time.
If you don't die to a single dagger.
Yeah, that's why you buy Aeon Disc.
And then she jumps you. But overall, I think Puck is very good here. I like 9 Panda's draft, but there's something in the air.
I feel
it's OG and the PA. I don't know, man. Unless this Miro axe pops off, I think Yuragi, he's got this.
You need a collapsed tier performance out of Miro?
You need a collapse.
Okay. I don't know if you're going to get it, though, because
He's not in the game, so there you go.
Rip. I have faith in Miro, though.
I do, too.
Yeah.
You
have to go for them?
You're just not getting a collapse performance because he's not playing.
You're going to get a better performance out of
I hear some voices from the casters. I don't know what the hell they're yelling or saying, but it's...
Oh, it's SVG, right? Don't listen to it.
No, it's Phil Collins.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, hell yeah.
Woo! All right, well, if you want a musical interlude, I'll give it to you, because let's go to the PogChamp Pandas.
Thank you, PogChamp Pandas, for yet another monster performance. There is something in the air tonight, oh lord, and it smells like something to do with OG climbing up the ladder, man. I feel like despite the fact that we're looking at a TI attending team, a team that got 5th, 6th at Riyadh Masters, up against a non-TI attending team, a team that got eliminated in the group stage of Riyadh Masters. Feels like that should be a pretty clear favorite for 9 Pandas, but whether it is the current trajectory, their picks in this draft, or maybe a few other things, it feels like OG are not the underdogs. They may even be the favorites in this matchup, Avery.
Nope, still the underdogs.
Oh,
good try.
Okay.
OG's always an underdog.
Of course.
That's what it stands for.
That's their... Yeah.
They left the D off.
Somehow twist OG into underdogs. Ramses is going to get run down, so that... There you go! OG favored, clearly. They've got the Phantom Assassin perfectly. Honestly, they look like they're doing better here at DreamLeague than 9 Pandas. The panel pointed it out that I think it was Kezu, 9 Pandas, their group stage, who they won against, it was not that impressive. Their most impressive victory was a 1-1 against Tundra, which then Tundra lost to Team Spirit, so you can't even like hold that as like, oh my god, look, you know, they can contest with the best of the best.
Well, this Seb guy deposit something in your PayPal? Well, he wasn't that bad. I mean, they're not in peak 9 Pandas form.
They only beat the teams that got eliminated.
All right, it was kind of bad, but I think they could get better as this tournament goes on.
Okay.
And, I mean, one of these teams will by default, so you know, they got that going for them.
No, that's not true. They could have lower. They could both play like trash this game.
Yeah,
one of them has to win. Then they could play even worse next year.
It's true. That could happen. I'd look forward to it. I think the biggest struggle for 9 Pandas honestly has been this mid lane. Not that Kiyotaka isn't. Well, I feel like there's two aspects. One, Kiyotaka he's had some struggles in terms of the gameplay, like finding his momentum that we're used to seeing from him. And if that doesn't happen, I mean, this lineup's kind of built around him doing that, right? He gets a lot of these last pick priorities that are the high damage dealer carries from mid. Of course, his Tinker is the best example of that. If you don't pop off, then your lineup just loses the biggest source of damage. You know, it's not always on Ramses to one position carry the game. And so that's a big factor if he's not playing at 100%. But even more than that, I think the meta shift also hurts this team a lot, right? A lot of these carries from mid are not, the traditional ones at least, are not very popular. It's these weird spellcaster carries like the Dazzle, the Earth Spirit, whatever. The Kiyotaka, he's great on them, but they don't carry the game with damage. They carry it through this like weird spellcasting that sets it up for another damage dealer.
Solo choosing to fight Seb, and he will regret that choice. Giving away a kill in a lane you do not want to be giving away kills to, a Razor.
It is a very tough lane to play against, the Razor tree. Even if it's in the off lane where the trees sometimes can struggle if the trees get cut. Still just very hard for the ET to trade in, and this has been the downside of Elder Titan for a lot of metas. Can you get this hero out of the lane phase, or how much does it hurt your carry? That's what I don't like about Gyro ET. Because I don't know if ET can reliably get the Gyro into the position he wants to be in out of lane, which is dominate. So that he's ahead and he doesn't have to play into a PA on even footing, because we all know what's going to happen in that situation, right?
Yeah.
The biggest thing that I feel about Gyro in this meta is he needs to win his lane, and you have to have stacks. If you get those two things, the hero can be very good. If one of those doesn't happen, he becomes a normal Dota hero, and of all the Dota heroes, he's not really the best. And I feel like ET presents a liability in that aspect. And you have to win the lane with ET, which isn't his strong suit either.
It's so obvious that you're an Elder Titan expert. In that essay you just gave on Elder Titan and his liability in this matchup.
The one thing that I like is I think the Elder Titan pick is very smart because this is an old school Phantom Assassin counter in some ways. It's very good versus PA. Assuming you don't get jumped.
Okay.
Now this PA is a very different version of Phantom Assassin, right? Where you might not see her, you can play off daggers, you don't have to commit. But the traditional gameplay of PA is PA goes in and jumps a hero, and you can instantly throw Spirit Stomp on her. And it forces either an early BKB, or you stomp her and you can set up with the team. So in a way, ET protects the initial jump. Even then, it's an AoE spell that you don't need to see the PA to land that will allow you to set up. And if you are ever on top of her, the PA instantly disappears because this hero does not build any bonus armor. It's all natural, and it's basically pure damage. This Gyro will literally 3-shot her in the late game with an ET minus armor aura on top of it with the natural order.
Right, if you have MKB and stuff like that. But yeah, yes. That does make sense.
It's just a good matchup, but I'm just worried that maybe this PA doesn't care about the matchup, right? Because you don't have to go in as much with this hero. You can just play off the late game daggers with the talents and the big crits. And
I also feel like she bursts heroes faster than she used to, which that time to set up for the stomp.
But you don't need much, right? Because she blinks in. She's not a very fast MS hero. And if you throw the Spirit on top of your ally that she jumps, she can't really jump back out. So she has to BK. That's what you're going for here.
Okay.
Either way, it is a good matchup for ET. It's just a question of, is PA a way stronger hero than Elder Titan right now? Yes, of course. So it might not do much for you.
So now that we've spent 3 minutes to talk about one hero, how's that mid matchup going? We got
well, of course, next on the list, Shadow Demon. Now, Shadow Demon in this game. Let me tell you, another 3-minute diatribe on why it's very applicable here.
Uragi commits for the kill on Amiro, but he will be met with a disruption. Meanwhile, MC gets the kill on Ramses. Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's going ham up here.
Yeah,
so much stolen damage.
That Razor is taken off right now. And we already saw in the previous series what a Razor offlane can do if you really start gunning for it. Miro does end up dying finally in this bottom lane. Antares, if he lands that 5th one, it might have been the kill, but Kidtrack actually did have a decent amount of Magic Wand stacks and Fairy Fire.
And he slaps him with the Hurl Boulder to send a message. These lanes are deteriorating quite fast for 9 Pandas.
Yeah.
I mean, the CS tells one tale, but the net worth already telling another. You have MC 1,000 ahead of Ramses up here. That is a ridiculous amount of differential to extract in the first 5 minutes for an offlaner. And this is an offlaner in the Razor, as we saw in the previous series, that can straight up carry this game, right? Pretty concerning if you're 9 Pandas. You need to have a better lane face here with an Axe Gyro draft. And another kill on top, and probably another one here.
Kill on bottom. Dagger to finish him off. Okay, you start off saying, okay, Kiyotaka, a lot of this team revolves around him. This laning phase has completely fallen apart for 9Pandas, and they need Kiyotaka to bail them out now.
Can he bail them out? That's the question.
Yeah.
I mean, if you make a puck rotation, you're going to get countered by Earth Spirit instantly. It might just kill your game too. And you don't have necessarily a lot of damage on these side lanes to play with because they're both losing pretty hard here. There's a Treant in one with sustain, there's an Enchantress in another. These aren't easy supports for Kiyotaka to solo pick off with early orb damage here. I don't know if you can play this game too fast if your 9Pandas are... You just have a clunky lineup.
Yeah.
It's meant to strike in the mid game with the Shadow Demon ET. That's where their strength is, not in this first 10 minutes versus Ench, Treant, and
Ramses.
Yeah, this is why. I mean, what is your interaction for this? There is none.
Nice rotation, though, by the Enchantress to make this kind of move. I mean, they got ahead in the laning phase, and then they just continue to shove it down 9Panda's throat. The support rotations making it harder and harder for 9Pandas to be able to keep up, and they can't do the same thing. I mean, they have Shadow Demon, Elder Titan, as you said, very mid-game focused, so they're not going to be able to do much when it comes to rotating around and meeting this kind of aggression.
Why are we looking at these useless neutral creeps?
No, useless. Show me the bling on the Kobold Foreman, man. That guy is cool.
He do be dripping.
He got to drip.
I won't forget this.
The thing about all these creeps is like their mouths can't close, right? That's why I never understand. You look at his teeth. Anatomically, it just doesn't work. But nobody cares.
Is there something in the lore about that?
No. Okay. Just Valve Hero.
I feel like that's the opposite of like, I have no mouth and I need to scream. I have a mouth and I can't close it. Solo, nowhere he can really go. And Ramses is TPing back into this lane, but they're just going to run him over. They say this is no longer, you have to go jungle, but Gyrocopter level 4 can't possibly jungle, so what is the option here for 9Pandas? Get tracked, man. Oh my God! Ramses just quit.
Yeah, he's giving up. I mean,
he's DC'd out. Threw his keyboard on the ground.
Well, if this were a pub, yeah, he'd probably DC out. I mean, it's one of those games where like you abandon it, and then there's a Reddit thread like, how did this pro abandon this game? Except we're in a lower bracket elimination match, so you gotta play it out.
I mean. Only thing that would make Twitch chat go crazier instead of Ramses, it was Quinn.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, maybe it would be better if they was matched up against each other. 3,000 net worth lead, 10-0. A shutout so far for OG versus 9Pandas. Are you beginning to believe, Avery, in the OG magic?
I don't know if they need much magic. They're just rolling this game, and it's all been the lane setup. 3 lanes really done work for them here, and especially this top lane between the Razor and the Treant. It was honestly pretty well played by OG, but I also think 9Pandas overestimated how strong they were early and ended up in some ambitious trades. Again, ET's just not a hero who trades very well level 1 or 2. You kind of have to play it very patient and slow. Okay, can they get a kill?
Oh God, they dropped the coil, and I don't think they're going to be able to kill Kitrak.
Look at the Porcupine. Another shot and 2. Shoot him. Okay, no shot. Ramsey's still having fun up here.
You know, it really ruined your credibility when you call it a porcupine.
I mean, I'm going to keep saying it until it becomes the actual lore. And then who's going to look like a fool? You.
There's probably some new viewer who's like, how can I trust this analyst when he doesn't even know what a porcupine is?
Well, I mean, that guy can go fuck himself. What, do I have to cater to everybody? I'm catering to a niche audience, right? The best of the best.
Dota is a niche audience, you're right.
You know, if 99% of people hate me.
Between a porcupine and a pine.
I'm not a biologist.
Yeah, what are you?
I'm just a dumb Dota player, man. But I know enough about what's going on in this game to have that going for me.
Yeah, I don't think you need to be any kind of expert, let alone a biologist, to know that one team is a predator and the other team is prey.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's not many requirements to be really good at Dota, right? It's just don't have a social life. That's pretty easy to accomplish.
Yeah,
see, there's another example. How does this mouth work, man? It doesn't work.
It's got like a saber-tooth tiger mouth going on.
I'm telling you, Valve got something going on.
So you know, like you know how a lot of artists are uncomfortable with drawing hands. Maybe it's like the Valve artist is
They're trying
really
some
bad at
AI
drawing
out.
mouth.
Yeah, I see. They offloaded it to Mouth GPT, and it's not working out for him. Blade mail completed for the Razor. Fighting items coming in for OG. Of course, they always have that PA just farming. Still looking for the first kill for
Kicked
Nine
him back
Pandas.
with the Hurricane. 11th and 12th kill on the board for OG as they swarm through the mid lane.
Man,
Help
this
BCM out.
This is quite a beatdown.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. Oh, see, that one closes. He just has an underbite.
Yeah, but not real. Well, I'm done on this thread. Production's getting too into it. It's making me uncomfortable, honestly.
You are
Ancient Steel with the Magnetize. This is about as greedy as
Are they
it
really
gets.
going to take away their Ancients like this?
You have to win this fight if
Disruption
you're not
into call on the PA. Can they get the culling play to finish him off? He's done. Yep, he falls. All right, the first kill to 9 Pandas. But the Magnetize, oh man, that Magnetize is building up right now on all 4 of these heroes. And MC is going to roll through. Catches Miro. Looks like the Earth Spirit somehow got stunned in the middle of his roll. He was definitely going to chase after more there. But a 1-for-3 exchange.
They're going back for the
And
Ancient.
they're going to lose the Ancient stack.
Do they have enough spell damage for this? I guess they do, yeah.
They
Magnetize
do.
got it low. Kick Seb. Won't be the first time. And that's it. They're just cruising, man. Levels coming in for everybody. Level 7 on both these OG supports. Tells you everything you need to know about this early game. They are outpacing the enemy carry by 1 each. Wow.
Dire's middle tower.
Well, the fact that you set it up, Gyrocopter, is impossible to play from behind. You
It's
have to
hard.
be ahead on this hero,
It's
and
hard.
immediately the game is very, very one-sided, and Gyrocopter is very, very far behind.
This is not where the hero wants to be. Especially when you go non-barrage build. I mean, what are you doing in a fight? You're throwing a call down and you're running away. You know, this game is so one-sided that when I saw Ramsey's inventory, I actually thought he was going Blade Mail for a second.
Oh, because he had the
yeah,
broadsword.
because he had the broad. I'm like, oh, he's going like the fighting Blade Mail. That's a pretty interesting build. No, he's just that poor. I mean, they did get Yuragi out of this.
Yeah.
That's all they're going to show because they're like, see, it was a great fight for
Great
9
fight
Pandas.
for 9 Pandas. This is a
That's
very
right.
even game.
They got the enemy carry. That's all we need to see there.
The score is 1.5 to 1. Very close.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Yes, indeed.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tactical decision by Solo to give away his life for more farm for Kiyotaka.
I mean, he does have Witch Blade. There's some damage.
Here comes BZM. Phase shift does dodge that one. Silent away. Coil to hold him back. But the Magnetize could have... Oh, no. The TP got canceled by an Overgrowth. Well played by Seb. Reading that distance pretty nicely.
There's just no space to go anywhere.
And Ramsey's killing himself on a blade mail.
He should have gone his own, I'm telling you.
That's true.
Still looking for ults. Or at least one on Solo here. Stomp, set up into... Fake the auto attack. That's my favorite combination. Dude, MC always looks so chill, man. This guy's just vibing.
Yeah. He's just a happy boy. Loves playing some Dota.
Hilarious.
Well,
He loves it even more if he's winning. Didn't have that much of that this year.
yeah, so what is that? 2020 or so?
Dire's bottom
Yeah.
tower is under
It's been a while. That's how Dota goes. Nothing says you can't come back and get straight back to the top. And then straight back to the bottom. You just keep going. That's how it works sometimes.
tower is under attack.
Straight Dragonlance for Kitrek. I mean, why not?
Yeah, he's going to be huge.
You keep trying to bait me with these neutral. It's not going to work. But yes, his mouth is also anatomically impossible, for the record. Good observation, observer. Glad we're on the same page. Yeah, see, this is the kind of synergy that makes teams work.
Yeah, 9 Pandas could maybe learn from that synergy.
They are kind of stabilizing this game. I mean, they haven't died in a little bit. They have Blink on the Axe, Witchblade on Kiyotaka, so you do have some kill threat on supports if you get find them. And you do have Earth Splitter on Solo.
All right.
Online. Round of applause for Solo. He got there in the end.
Ladies and gentlemen.
No easy task this game, but
we did it.
He found it.
They're going to keep finding these pickoffs in the top lane. Whoever shows up. Now, Kiyotaka, they're going to try and fight this one. This is going to be the Blink Dagger. Miro has to get something out of this one, and he's going to choose MC, but Ramsey's immediately
killing him
by the drain. He's getting the call. He gets him. Finishes off the Razor. Now they're going to turn it over the Kid Track, who's low as well. Ramsey's might take out, but the disruption save is there. OG overextend themselves, and finally, 9 Pandas get just a bit of redemption.
5v3. Where you come back in games is by numbers here. Big fight from 9 Pandas. Find a lot of gold off those kills. 2,000 in the bank. And a lot of XP as well. Ramsey is able to contribute the damage they need with the ult. Just landing on MC. Almost killed himself on the blade mail, but lucky to survive on 30 HP.
And he survives because Antari's bought back, so a buyback that was well worth it.
I mean, buybacks for supports at this game, absolutely right. You'll take that every time.
Yeah.
There's just so much XP going your way off any team fight win. If you can get to this blade mail and the axe, you have a lineup in OG where the damage is kind of a little uncontrollable between the Earth Spirit and especially the Razor. You can just double jump. You just double jump the Razor with the puck and the axe with a blade mail. Might be able to kill MC before he gets the BKB or any tanky item. I say that he's almost 2 BKB just because he's had such a fast start. Seb already with the shard up. Gonna make life hell for these mobility heroes.
It always sucks when you are behind like this and then you have an invisibility mechanic that you have to then spend your very limited net worth, 2,500 net worth, 33,000 net worth. It's like having to buy all these sentries to be able to deal with Seb is gonna ruin you.
It's a good treat. This is a good shard when you get it early. It's a lot of damage. It powers up all his other spells, multiple leashes or roots, sorry. And this is another Ancient stack that got stolen. How many Ancients has 9 Pandas stacked for OG at this point? It's getting ridiculous. Just stop. I don't think Ramsey's has seen a single one.
No, he hasn't. I'm not sure if he's even been to the triangle this entire time. Kiyotaka.
The phase shift, the last tick.
Yeah, and then blink away, but an instant kick from BZ.
Nice stop setup.
Earth Splitter with the missile on top. Great combo. Hey, you could have the Ancients. If we get a kill on the Razor in return, that might be worth more in both gold and experience. But they have to get out before BZM gets here, and he's already locked down Miro. He's going to chase after Antari's next with this arcane rune he has. Good little juke.
He's out of mana. There's no more threat here. Yeah. I mean, 9 Pandas is super happy with that. They're not getting the Ancients, but they're at least getting kills off of the greediness from OG here. And all of those kills are worth so much more than OG's right now. That was a 4x streak on Seb, so that was almost 1,000 gold for the tree. Big turnarounds coming in this game, not over yet. And again, where does this 9 Pandas lineup shine? Well, it wasn't in the lanes, as we all saw. But you don't win Dota off the lanes. You win it in the mid game and the ultra late.
You better win it in that mid game because we haven't talked about the Phantom Assassin for 15 minutes.
That's true. I mean, he's coming. But the team fight for 9 Pandas, no joke. And it's hitting its prime right now. Not in the position it wanted to be, but it's still very strong between the coil and then setting up all the spell damage to come through with Earth Splitter, Gyro ulti, SD, amping some stuff up. The BKBs are going to be the big timing here for OG that lets them power through all of that. That's going to be a problem interval for 9 Pandas because you don't have nearly enough physical on Ramses to deal with BKB heroes just jumping in on you. You're also getting rid of a lot of Kiyotaka's presence in that fight. So it's going to have to be big calls from Miro and disruption saves, trying to kite out the duration between the PA and the Razor BKB. You have some tools to do it here. As good as this early game was, it ain't over yet.
Yeah. I actually love the point you pointed out earlier about the Elder Titan, how he counters the PA. The Shadow Demon helps a lot with that, right? Because whoever's getting jumped can't be disrupted. Yeah. You respond with the Spirit there. Maybe they're even purged. They can't even move out of it in time. That applies to the Razor. That applies to the PA.
The downside is you're playing ET Gyro, which basically means people sometimes just get instant woken up off flak.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged combo. Like, this combo's nice because you can throw the Spirit out and you're amping a lot of magic damage off the Gyro, which he's a hybrid hero. You're also giving vision for the flak with the Spirit. There's upsides to this, but sometimes you just don't want this target getting woken up, though the threshold's larger than it used to be.
Yeah, it goes up to 250. Right now it's at 120.
Now, They took away... Oh, no, they moved the talent to 25, so you can also get there, you know? Just get to level 25.
450 Echo Stomp wake damage.
I don't even know if you take it a lot of times, honestly.
Yeah, Earth Splitter is probably way too value.
Depends on the game. But, yeah, it's always pretty damn good.
Yes. He's got to have the Aghanim Scepter done on the Gyrocopter soon, so more damage he cannot control. What did we pause for? Was there a reason? Oh, crash. Got a crash from...
Well, as you see, pink player is disconnected.
Oh, thank you, Avery.
You're welcome.
A very astute analysis from you, as always.
What was the team that kept unpausing? Oh, Boom. Yeah, I mean, GPK were in this game. He'd be spamming F9. Time to go. I don't need my 5. Let's play the game.
That was something else.
I've never seen someone do that in competitive, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't even think it was BM. It's just like Toronto Tokyo wasn't even bad. He's like, yeah, that's GPK.
It's time to go. It's time to go.
I mean, sometimes coaches will tell their players, you know, just treat this like a pub, you know. just imagine you're in a pub, do what you do there, solo carry the game. Well, sometimes that's, you know, chat wheeling and mass unpausing on your own team. I think we've all been there. Right?
No.
No, you don't do that?
No. 12,000 behavior score player, Avery. I don't know about you, but I don't do those things.
I don't know, man. I don't really view it as toxic behavior sometimes.
Pausing on your own team?
If it's like 10 minutes, you know, you signed up to play the game. You're wasting my time, you know? That's not being a team. Okay? Being a team is respect. So I'm going to respect my own time and not wait for you.
What if they just PC crash or something?
For 15 minutes? 10 minutes?
I mean, sure.
What, am I supposed to sit there an hour? Call the PA.
Found him. Found the PA.
Beautiful stop timing.
All right, 9 Pandas. They had to thread that needle somehow to be able to find the Phantom Assassin and have the backup. It wasn't just the Axe. The Axe by himself was clearly not going to be enough damage.
And he had BKB, so you had to chain that stomp at the exact point after the call. Beautiful stuff from 9 Pandas. There's that ET coming into play. I guess they also had some time to think about it there.
And now they're taking their Ancients.
There go on Ramses. He's definitely dead here. What can you do? Gotta shove the waves out. You're gonna die sometimes.
Yeah, thanks to that sneaky ward by the Secret Shop. I've seen this ward a number of times now. Instead of trying to put it on the high ground in the triangle, just put it basically on the Secret Shop.
Never put it in that high ground. It's just automatic D-ward. Yeah. Even off the Ancient D-ward. Miro doing a little Ancient stealing of his own. Honestly, I feel like 9 Pandas they're finding more on the map than it feels like they should or they deserve, right? Especially when you have this Treant Ench who can play up pretty far in front and either break smokes or just see where the threat is, which is pretty much only the Axe.
And the mobility of Earth Spirit. Like, he can connect to whatever he supports fine.
Finding little openings in this game, and I mean, the gold lead's not gone up in 10 minutes.
State Ward gonna find another pickup. But as you said, somebody's got to push out the waves.
The nice thing for OG is they're continuing to scale in their support. So even when you're in these positions, the gold lead's not necessarily increasing, but it gets lopsided because OG are fighting on everybody here, whereas 9 Pandas are going to have to sacrifice their supports, and that just becomes food for Yuragi. You know, these two supports with Farm, with Aeon Discs, with Ghost Scepters, whatever, could be annoying for the PA. If they're walking brown boots, I mean, you're gone every fight. And a little Geoman going to grit for allies.
Hey, now you've got a way to be able to save your PA.
Yeah,
in that situation we're talking about.
Potentially very nice this game.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Wisdom Rune for Solo, the dream. Oh.
Did he go from level 9 to 11? Nice.
No, I went 10 to 11.
Oh, okay.
They also got to rework this hero's talents, man. I'm just going to call Valve on this. Elder Titan level 10 talent.
What is it?
It's so bad you don't even take either.
25 attack speed or plus 2% Astral Spirit move speed per hero.
I feel like they forgot a digit on some of these. It's a typo almost. It's like insulting to the hero.
I mean, I feel like attack speed, it's kind of hard to balance attack speed on that hero.
Make it something else. You know, give him 200 damage on Echo Stop. I don't know.
100. Seb is
setting up.
Casually just taking Dave. Oh, this is twice now that Miro's blinked away right as Seb has tried to go on him.
He's too old.
He's too old.
Couldn't get the hit in time.
I'm sure Seb will appreciate that. I hope he listens back to the cast. From now on, that's the call out. Anytime Seb misses something, he's too old. That should be your chat wheel line.
He's too old. It could be.
TI chat wheel line.
I bet Seb would buy it.
He's too old.
Well, that's why he's playing Treant. It matches the energy.
Right, of course.
Slow, methodical. Just lay that slow punch in there. That's right.
I think he speaks slow too. Speaks like one of the ends.
That's right. Got a little Frost Mage providing some ice armor for MC is enough to save him. Look at the spell amp,
the BKB, the pullback gets him away from the axe, so there is going to be no cooling blade. The Earth Splitter isn't quite enough, and big heals come out. So MC is back into fighting shape.
And
he can go back in if he wants to. A nice kick in into the overgrowth. Just for Antares, though, so that was pretty heavy commitment for just a support. But again, MC is almost back up to full health, so it's not like 9 Pandas can take too much from this.
That was almost so good for 9 Pandas. 20 HP on MC on that Earth Splitter. Not dealing as much into the BKB. It's more than it used to in other patches, but still, if that were a level 2 Earth Splitter, you're claiming that life. And honestly, I feel like the ET has looked pretty good in these engagements. Like, you look at the state of this game, it's really tough, but he's allowing this axe jump, throw the spirit, and you get so much magic amp on the Razor during the call duration where you can't BKB. The orb comes through, some gyro spells come through, a couple shadow poisons. It's giving you some burst potential here, which I like about the pick.
Yeah, that is something that Shadow Demon, Elder Titan, right? It gives you pretty good, like no matter what state of the game is, they both deliver percentage-based damage.
Right, and you can throw the Disseminate on the axe when he goes in as well.
Yeah, if you throw Disseminate on a hero when they're sleeping and they're about to get hit by an Earth Splitter, that's a huge burst of damage. Not just to that hero, but
they're going to scale for sure. These are hard scaling supports.
The problem is, the Doomsday Clock that is Phantom Assassin in this patch, it is ticking. It's 90 seconds to midnight. He's got BKB, he's got Deso. Yuragi is online and ready to rock 9 Pandas.
Yeah, whatever, man. Just give him a little natural order in the late game. Let's see what this PA does.
Yeah, with his BKB.
You can buy back. Give him a little buyback natural order in the late game. Ramsey's committing here, but
oh no, Ramses is in a bad position away from his team with a PA right on top of him. Yuragi jumps to Kitrak, but Kitrak doesn't need him.
It's so hard to take angles on these fights when you just can't see anything if you're 9 Pandas. I mean, it should be the axe with the puck going in first, setting the fight up for the gyro, not Ramsey's trying to find it himself, and gets a little too greedy, pays the price. More gold in OG's pocket as they're really building up the lead now. It's doubled in the last 5 minutes, and a lot of that going into this Phantom Assassin, who is starting to ramp the game up. Yuragi was done farming with that 3rd item, making the Sages work.
That play makes me, I don't know, maybe it's just the state of the game. It has been a very hard game for 9 Pandas, particularly Ramses, but something about that move just makes me feel like he's not as comfortable playing the Gyrocopter as his, like, Juggernaut, for example. You know?
Oh, I think he's very comfortable on the hero. But, I mean, what is he supposed to do?
Well, what you said, he's not supposed to be initiating.
It's a tough game, you know?
Well, that's what I said. It's a tough game. Coil will hold back BZM for a moment, but he is still here on the hunt. Jump away with the Blink Dagger. Kiyotaka is good. It's going to work towards Octarine. Kiyotaka is going to have to do some heavy lifting. Not like he couldn't change that laning phase, as you said. Probably just gets counter-rotated by the Earth Spirit, but he is probably going to be a big source of making this game go late, if it does go late at all.
Oh yeah, rat it out.
Rat it out.
2nd in net worth. Doing puck things.
He's working towards Octarine, so if If you're really, really on point with the button pressing, you can stay out on the map. And
MC is just running in here.
Nice force staff. Gets it away from the
very
roll.
aggressive.
BCM keeps going. They get a call out from Miro with the stomp turning around. Kid Track dies. Cooling Blade giving the extra movement speed. The Earth Splitter does a lot, but it's still lacking in damage for the core.
He has no BKB.
Backing away. Yuragi is going to be able to blink back to MC. 9 Pandas. Call it quits there. They understand that an even trade-off like that.
That's not the type of fight you want if you're OG, though. I just feel like it's forcing the issue a little too much. They feel as though they're ahead, but why take a fight into the high ground, into the natural order Earth Splitter, which dealt 2,600 damage there? Straight up wrecked them.
Definitely.
And you don't have the BKBs up either.
Feels a little rushed.
Yeah, they're getting a little over anxious. Maybe wanted to use
the Aegis,
like the end tail of that Aegis, right?
Yeah.
I can understand. I mean, it's not anything terrible happened, but this is the exact type of fight setup that 9Pandas won, and great force staffs to really kite out the initial go here. I mean, look at the shred damage coming through.
Good call by Miro to see that opportunity to... He got the Cooling Blade on Kid Track, but then last second getting the other Cooling Blade on Yuragi before he goes down.
Get some extra stacks.
Yeah.
A little extra armor. Every bit helps. And he's not worse. Suddenly not looking too bad. I mean, you have a full Satanic completed on this gyro. Ramses is recovering in this game.
That was going to be Octarine complete for Kiyotaka. He has the gold to buy out the Soul Booster.
This is not that straightforward of a late. I think Puck is potentially a very good hero versus PA in the late game in terms of this version as well. I was talking about the Templar Assassin. Any hero that prevents the dagger spam opening up the fight is gonna be pretty valuable, and I think Puck fits that category. He can go and start on heroes, and he's not necessarily afraid of Yuragi one-shotting him, because, I mean, the PA can't click him for a change. How's it feel?
Probably feels pretty good. Do you think there's any way that...
50 gold! No wonder he's so rich.
Thank you, production. Excellent stats, as always.
Playing a dangerous game.
What?
Was that sarcastic?
No.
Oh.
50 gold is a lot.
Quick smoke here from 9Pandas.
Now, was that sarcastic, Avery?
No, I'm never sarcastic. MC looking for a Hex. Will he get jumped while he's looking for it? Gotta go together, and you have to be around each other if you're 9Pandas. So if you're Miro, I don't think you can just jump without the follow-up here, because it has to be quick before the BKBs come out and negate so much of your damage. And you have to protect Ramses if you can. Maybe save Disruption Horn, save Lotus to get him out of overgrowth. He does have
damage is an opportunity, but they have conceded the high ground, which is where OG are going to strike now.
Missed everybody as well. This is bad news.
Earth Splitter does a pittance of damage. Ramses a double damage, but it doesn't matter when his damage has been sucked away to the favor of the Razor, who MC fights 1v2 with the help of Zeb. Pretty easy fight for OG. Somehow they do lose the PA, though. Looks like...
got called on the Blade Mail.
Well, good catch by Miro.
Literally solo killed by the Axe with that Blade Mail. No BKB going off. Pretty surprising they actually got there. Yo, he got hit by Earth Splitter, too.
Well, that is the highlight of a pretty low-light team fight. I mean, they lost so many heroes, but they get the kill on the PA. Miro gets that one, and Kiyotaka is still alive, which if anybody's going to survive in a team fight, I feel like it's a bad team fight, that is. You want Kiyotaka alive to keep the lanes pushed.
I mean, honestly, that's not even the worst outcome.
Yeah.
You get the PA. Feel pretty good. And the thing is, you got the PA with just the Axe Call into Earth Splitter, which now, if you can pull that off without any other follow-up damage, the fight becomes way more reliable for you, right? Because those are two AoE spells, basically, that even if PA BKB jumps your gyro, you BKB Blade Mail jump him with an Earth Splitter on top. If he dies in that, it's pretty reliable. It makes the PA's life a lot harder. You're always going to have to think about who he jumps, when he jumps. Maybe just play off the daggers, let MC go in first.
But
there's always
their carry is still not having an impact. This gyrocopter picked up a double damage and was completely neutered by the Razor. And I don't see how that changes.
MKB Daedalus.
I mean, there's so much of Gyrocopter's build that hates this damage drain that is happening from the Razor. I mean, MKB maybe,
You got to get the Lotus Reflect on the Link too.
Who cares if you get a big crit when you only have 100 damage, you know?
It's going to get scary here. I mean, there's no way around it. It's Phantom Assassin. It's very tanky on this gyro. If you can get an AC on somebody, it'd be pretty nice as well. You only have the lineup to build it.
No.
You do have 3 damage-dealing cores going in this late game. That's your hope if you're 9 Pandas. If you're OG, you really want to close this out during this like next Roshan period, I think. Not that you're under pressure, but you have a 20k gold lead.
You said 3 damage-dealing carries? I thought you were talking about OG.
No, I'm talking about 9 Pandas. Puck, you've seen this Puck right-click in the late game.
Yeah, but Axe?
No joke. I mean, the thing is, Axe in this game will kill the Razor or the PA with Blade Mail.
Yeah.
It's a very good Blade Mail Axe game, and there's no save on OG.
I guess I just like, I feel like Razor's going to scale up. Same goes with the Earth Spirit. To either match that 9 Pandas or surpass them.
MC's going for a hybrid build. He went for the Hex. His damage might not be as fast and swift, but he'll offer a lot more initiation power here in front line for OG. You're going to have Tree and Armor coming in as well.
Pushing in, but once again, OG have the high ground and will freely take Solo's life.
Well, he scouted him.
Yeah. Gave up his life for an opportunity for 9 Pandas to retreat back to their base, but BZM isn't going to let them go so easily.
Kiyotaka still trying to push the waves out on the back. And
oh no, that's the worst one. Kiyotaka, the one person who we said needs to be able to stay alive to keep the lanes pushed in, and he dropped a gem. This is bad news for 9 Pandas.
Well, he got double crit. I mean, what can you do? In fact, click on the Puck's death summary. I think that is a... oh, you can't click on it.
Not working.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's a great one right there. Hello, goodbye. 2 bars.
He got two crits and her pistol blade.
So stupid sometimes. I mean, that was their gem as well.
Yeah.
And I think he is doing the right thing. Like, you want to keep pushing these lanes out even during fights. You want to deboard the map. You have to play Puck Dota here. You can't just back down and give everything.
This could be good for 9 Pandas. BZM actually runs into this one, and MC is going to match up with him. Now they have this double damage on Ramsey, so he can start going to work with the drain already gone from MC. Ramsey's had just
another DD.
to carry this one.
These Runes of Destiny, man, doing so much for Ramses who completed the MKB. I mean, if you get out, again, I don't think if you're too sad about this, you recovered the gem. Yeah, you recovered the gem out of that as well, or Kid Tracks.
Yeah.
It's great for Ramses. Yuragi was Roshin, so he's just not there. I mean, you'll take it. Game's still very tough, but you're continuing to find little openings in these fights off DD runes that you had no business getting in this game. However, Yuragi, on this Aegis period, this is where you can play hyper-aggressive and try and end it, especially if you can pick up this Ags in the next minute or two.
Minute or two, damn.
A fair piece.
Well, he's only
2,000 off. That's 1,000 GPM.
Well, you can sell Orber Corrosion here.
Yeah.
It's only 1,500. That's not a lot of time for a Phantom Assassin. Especially since he's going to double crit Kiyotaka and kill him.
Oh my god, he bashed him. Didn't even need the Abyssal Blade active.
Yeah, so you sell Orber Corrosion, another 1,000 gold, and you'll have it.
I think you're going to be right about that. Okay, what can we talk about like the I feel like every single time I tune into the panel during the draft,
they're wrong. Yes.
No, they're talking about like, oh, the PA's still out there. The PA's really scary.
Oh,
and
that one, yeah.
And then like these teams aren't picking the PA.
No BKB, you're gone. There's that damage dealing I was talking about. You just got a free life. OG don't want to let him go for free.
Yeah, they had the magnetized tick and BZM wanted to keep it going. Seb even blinking forward. Solo was a good target. He does do a lot of damage in these fights, so
he does have buyback here.
Both him and Kiyotaka do have buyback to defend if they want.
Gotta wait. You want to wait for your Puck to be up, ideally. Don't want to have to expend this Kiyotaka buyback. Even for a Rax, I don't know if it's worth it. Look for the next Axe call with an ET buyback. Try and burst the PA. You're in a good position. Yuragi's showing. It's very dangerous to show like this. You're giving them the jump if they want it, if they think they have enough burst damage. I'm surprised Nine Pandas didn't try and go for that. I mean, you're waiting for the puck here, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, they've shown they have the capability to burst him without Kiyotaka.
If they don't jump now, Yuragi is going to work towards a Satanic, and now he's level 25 as well. So both his game at a distance with the triple daggers, as well as if you actually do get that call, Satanic can make a world of difference.
Absolutely. You can heal yourself up. But you have to be able to press it before. Big question mark in that jump. You also do have the Stone Form from the Earth Spirit. I mean, it's not something we mentioned, but it has been there for BZM with this Axe. You can always roll in and save someone off the Axe call. You can also stone the Axe, or, you know, stone someone else, just kick them in and start the fight that way. Yep. Make the Axe jump really difficult. And with Seb scouting, it should be pretty reliable.
Maybe help catch the puck. BZM a little bit off there on the timing. Kiyotaka comes out of the phase shift, and back to the base he goes, but...
And Seb has been rocking the Midas this whole game, so he's going to have a decent amount of farm in this tree. He's opted for Halberd. Very strong.
He's going to go Ags next.
Yeah, I don't know. This Ags is nice, but I always feel like it's actually better to just buy something more directly useful.
I could see it only because Kiyotaka is just trying to rat so much.
It's good versus the rat. It's also good extra vision for the PA daggers, which might just justify it on its own.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like the alternative would be another Hex, or I mean, Vlad's is not bad here, honestly. Casual Vlad's. Like to see it on somebody actually. And it'll be a second Hex for Kitrak, who is just finished it up with that bounty rune if he wants to buy out at the shop, and I think you buy out here. I don't know, no reason to hold buyback on Enchantress when you can have a Hex instead. He's looking for it at the shop.
Especially considering how
he does not want to go up.
Impactful this Hex could be against that puck. Doesn't have a Lincolns or anything like that.
You also have Undispellable Magnetize for BZM. Zerg Spirit's hitting late game peak. It's going to be nasty in the fight. I mean, the scaling here, as you mentioned, it is very strong for OG. You have really strong scaling supports on Nine Pandas, but the cores on OG are all powerhouses in the late game. And Enchantress, always a factor.
Back to the PA.
Sure.
Are we, is there something we're just kind of like missing? Because everybody here watching these games feels like PA is ridiculous. And then we all kind of get surprised that the hero isn't banned in the first phase, isn't picked in the first phase. Like, you were a drafter. What's your view on this hero? Is it broken? Can you leave it out for the enemy team to pick it in the second phase?
I mean, broken's a strong word. But yes, it is relatively broken. I think a first pick PA is acceptable to give. I think getting it in this second phase deep, when some of these other bans to me have just not been as impactful, is pushing it a bit.
Okay.
Like, you're tempting fate, right? Just why do it? Though there could be arguments of like, we have a really good strat against it, or we want to play against it, because if you can beat it, obviously it does amazing for you in the trajectory of winning the whole tournament. Right? There's an idea in Dota where if you want to win a whole tournament, you have to beat the best heroes of the meta to some degree. You can't be afraid of something.
Yeah.
And if you accomplish that, then your chances to win go up monumentally, because then you can create the heroes a threat and you're not afraid of it. That's what a lot of these teams are trying to do.
Did you feel like at the start of this game that Nine Pandas had answers to PA?
I think they've picked their answers for sure. Okay. That's what the ET's here for. That's what this Axe is and Puck are here for, right? I think their draft makes sense versus PA. In a normal PA meta, I think this draft owns PA, honestly. You have all the tools and all the ability to do it. You have very good core matchups. You first pick the Gyro, so you're not going to get the carry response. That's just life.
I mean, the fact that they were getting absolutely shit stomped and this game is still going and they have a chance. Cleansed out by the Shadow Demon. Kiyotaka, is he going to be able to blink away? Hit by the side. Now the Lotus is going to bounce it back, may limit some of the damage, and jump in for BZM, miss, and he immediately gets called up by Miro. Can they finish off BZM before he gets away? No, he's going to roll out, and Uragi and MC immediately pounce on that opportunity. BZM creates some chaos, and MC and Uragi are going to be the beneficiaries of that as they bring down 2 cores and chase after the 2 supports. It's going to be wiping 4 out and losing nothing for it in exchange.
Uragi just cleaning house with these crits, man. Make short work of Ramses, putting this incredibly broken hero to use with 7,200 damage in about 10 seconds. Not too shabby.
Not too bad.
Yeah, that's the problem. You give a little opening and suddenly PA just cleans it up. I don't know if there's another hero that does that right now, and that's why this hero is so terrifying. Most of that was them going on BZM, however.
Yes.
I just don't think you can axe call the Earth Spirit here. He has 4,600 HP. Even if he dies, you're probably going to lose the fight because it takes so much committal on him, right? You got to be thinking about the Razor and the PA especially, and saving the AoE spells for it. You're trying to turn a situation where your puck's getting gone on as well, which doesn't help. It's an awkward spot, but axe calling BZM here is not going to do it at this point in the game.
It definitely felt like a bit of a panicked response to situation that was kind of chaotic.
Yeah, and we'll see what the response is next game, but I have a feeling we're not going to be seeing Phantom Assassin again. As I think once you lose to this hero once, it's you've learned your lesson. Little eyes in the forest, in the base. Very nice.
Can't hide from Seb.
Seb sees all. He has True Sight. Solo sees nothing. Only despair.
It's a lot of despair to go around. 35,000 net worth, 43-11. I mean, they drew this game out, but what was the score? Like 12-0 at some point? They drew it out, but it seems like the outcome may have always been inevitable.
He went Scotty on PA, so just trying to counter this axe jump. Boost the HP up, give him more chance to get a Satanic off, or I'll just not die in the Blade Mail call. Interesting idea. I mean, it would have been this or Divine and you play the Dagger game. Yeah. Which I think probably would have just been the more reliable way to try and end this game, because you have frontliners in Razor or Spear, right?
Yeah, sure. Maybe if this game was a little bit more even, maybe you would have gone that route.
Yeah, this is the far more conservative route. Though from a theory standpoint, I think that Divine is actually stronger here, especially when you have Roche control. You can put an Aegis on him too.
Yeah.
Though I guess this hero also may not need the extra damage. Uragi, he's bored playing Phantom Assassin.
They're stacking guild flags in the Roshan pit, waiting for him to spawn. Won't have to wait too much longer.
OG always have some stupid ass flags, man. I really do. It's either some stickers or flags with people's faces on.
Yeah, way back in the day when they all did the no-tail face from TI8.
Yeah, you like walk out on the map. You're playing at the international. You walk out on the map. You go there. Jerax drops some spray on your ass.
You did your best.
Some weird dude's like Anna's face in a weird morphed emotional state. Then you realize that you thought about it and that he accomplished his goal because
he's
you thought
already
about
won.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, fuck.
Shout out to that guy. That guy played in that the world's best gamer competition recently.
Yeah, he did pretty well.
Did pretty well for himself.
Unsurprising.
Represented Dota 2 pretty well. I think he got 3rd.
Yeah, Dota needs some better world representation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, man.
What? I'm a great representative for Dota.
It's debatable. Trying to end this game right now for OG Uragi. Gonna push it with his Aegis here. He's gonna slow up Ramses with that dagger. Oh god, that's debilitating.
How do you even approach this?
Well,
your pandas.
We'll find out.
That's probably not the way they wanted it to start, with Gyrocopter getting kicked way in. They go for the call to try and help out Ramsey. Didn't grab the PA, though. Only grabbed the other 2 cores. Gyrocopter's now dead. Immediately buys back to rush into this fight. They have to throw body after body after body to try and kick OG out of their base. And they haven't even brought down one hero yet. Now a call onto the Edge, desperate to get a single kill before the end of this fight and the end of this game, it seems. Yuragi, meanwhile, has no problems with damage, no problem bringing down heroes. Does get called by Miro, but no blade mail, so not much of a threat. GG called by 9 Pandas. And the Phantom Assassin. It's inevitable.
That hero looks pretty dumb, honestly. The more and more of these fights we watch, it's just stupid. It's absolutely stupid what this hero does compared to almost any other carry in the meta. And it's very hard to interact with. I despise those kind of heroes. That's the other thing. It's one thing for a hero to be broken, it's another thing for the hero to be broken and you feel like you can't even touch it. That category of hero is almost always going to be banned eventually in a tournament because it's too despairing to play against.
Yeah, he didn't even have Aghanim Scepter yet, right? Am I wrong on that? He wanted to build the Axe at some point, and then he went Satanic, and then he went to Scotty, tanked up.
And I forgot about the fact, the dagger, Scotty slow on the range carry, and gyro.
Oh, yeah.
That's a game ender. Ramsey can't move. Even if he wanted to move, he's just moving in straight into death here. Well, that is a Phantom Assassin game if I've ever seen one. But hey, OG played that game really damn well, right? They played that first 10, 15 minutes super solid despite having PA on their side and looked really damn good in this game 1. So
OG looked damn scary. 9 Pandas may just be eliminated in this tournament if they don't step it up going into game 2 and potentially game 3. Maybe our panel has some ideas. Maybe ban PA?
Maybe I should write that down on the bold prediction chalkboard. Banning PA, or at least just not letting it go through in the second phase, because for what it's worth, as well as she's been doing, she still has not really entered a series as being first phase ban worthy. Game 2 and 3, then teams are like, well, on the second thought, maybe we'll move Phantom Assassin up the ranks. But still not as terrifying as I feel she should be. I think 9 Pandas, though, may reevaluate that.
Yeah, I think what Sin said was really correct. He said that against the Axe, like, PA is actually not as bad as it used to be. So that really showed to be the case. When paired with a strong 5, he just rushed Orb of Corrosion, and he applied it from like 1,000 units away, and was like, okay, Enchantress, go destroy that guy now. That's all he needed. And it just like stabilized the lane, and then we got to unlock this crazy, like, I kill any hero in 4 hits type hero.
The thing is, I genuinely feel like if they replayed this game multiple times over, I think this bottom lane's lost every time for the Axe, which is really concerning when you're picking it as a counter to PA in your mind. I just don't see the Axe Shadow Demon ever winning this lane, theoretically speaking. So PA has had some insane comeback games, right? Where she's really far down, she gets a Rapier and wins. When this hero plays from ahead, it's like it's a totally different ballgame. I think when this hero wins its lane and comes into a strong mid game and is an item ahead of the enemy carry when she's already such a crazy anti-carry, it's a recipe for disaster. I think you have to beat the hero in lane.
I do think that the hero is overpowered, but from my point of view, OG won this game 4v5 already before the PA even had to do anything in like the first 15, 16, 17 minutes. I think with how well they played compared to 9 Pandas, he could have been anything, but I totally agree with you guys that I think you either need a better idea, maybe people can try it one more time, but then this hero needs to be first phase banned or second phase banned, because this hero seems too easy to play, it does too much, and eventually, like, people keep theorizing, how do you counterplay it? She can one-shot you and you don't see her. It's like, there's very little counterplay, and it's some of the best people in the world playing it. What do you do?
And sorry, just one final thing about this, because this was a conversation we had with Fear backstage yesterday. He was like, if this was TI, this hero would be first phase banned every game. And his mindset around that was, at TI, when the stakes are higher and everything is, you're under so much pressure and the games matter so much, players will try to stray away from playing against heroes where you feel like you're on the clock from the beginning. That's how I feel about PA. It's like there's certain hurdles you have to get over. You can't really lose to it in lane because it gets too strong. If you do beat it and you're ahead, you still have this voice in the back of your head saying, uh-oh, constantly this kind of threat. So probably better be done with it. And I mean, it's not like the heroes won every game. I think it's 6-2 now. But it's the way
It has a good stat line, like 64% win rate.
Undefeated.
It might be undefeated in playoff. It's just the way it's winning that makes it really difficult. And I think for a lot of teams, especially you're down 1-0 now, just get that stress out of the way and feel like you're playing a different kind of game. I want to give credit to 9pens. I actually think they played really well despite the huge disadvantage they had.
They need to step up their early game. That was not good.
Yeah, and credit to, like you said, Kozu, the supports as well, as we take a look at our Acer Predator head-to-head for this game number 1. We're highlighting Kitrak on the Enchantress.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I did not realize he died 15 times on solo.
I mean, we called this out when Kitrak was like 5-0-3. He had a great early game, was rotating all over the place, started body blocking the gyro with that little deer butt. It worked very effectively.
That was a nice one.
He just like stared at his monitor and accepted his death. Mad. Definitely mad.
OG had 51 kills, and Kitrak was a part of 35 of them. That's a hell of a line.
Yep.
And I think this just goes to show, like, when you have this type of... You know what's coming when you play OG. When you give them a good early game, they'll be the ones to run you over more than, I think, any other team. I think that's where I would give them the edge over other teams. So when they do well in lane, suddenly Kitrak comes to your lane top. So if one of your lanes does worse than it should, and I think it's okay for 9pens to lose the lanes a little bit. But when your margin like opens up like 5%, 10% more against a draft like this, your entire early game, see you later. It's just gone.
Well, let's see if they got your voicemail, Sin, because I think a little call to Kiyotaka Tinker could make the entire game flip on its head. We'll find out, though, because let's get ready for game number 2 after the break.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule. Dare to triumph against all odds. Dare to rise above fate.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Kick back and chill.
What's up, everybody? As we are preparing for game number 2, I actually wanted to take an opportunity to deliver a little something to you. Specifically, I wanted to deliver a DHL pro tip.
Tier 1 towers in Dota have 700 attack range, but during nighttime, they have 600 vision range. This means that you can hold Alt to see the tower attack range and walk within 100 units of the radius. If the tower attacks you, it means there is a ward on top of you. If the tower does not attack you, it means there is no ward and you are safe to slam down your ward without being seen. Let's break down what to do in both of these scenarios. If the tower attacks you, you need to de-ward. How do you do it? Stand here, and then here. If the tower hits you only on the right, then the ward is over here, so you can place the sentry right here. If the tower only hits you on the left, then you can place the sentry ward here. If it hits you on both sides, then you can place the sentry in the middle. The formula on Dire is similar, but with this spot and this spot. One caveat on Dire is that sometimes people place a ward on this high ground, but you can check for this ward by standing in this spot. Congratulations! You can now de-ward mid. In terms of warding for yourself, usually people who don't see you ward will lazily plop a sentry ward here because it's the middle. So, I would advise warding somewhere around the perimeter. Usually, the closer to the enemy tower, the less they expect it, and therefore the better it is.
A lot of excellent information shared in that video, but there's one fact in particular that I wanted to quiz you all on. Do you know what the Tier 1 tower attack range is? Because if you do, then you should go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips, and you might have an opportunity to win a €200 Steam voucher. Yes! Sind, if you were a hero, would you be a ranged or melee hero?
Melee.
Why is that?
Because I'm a melee person.
What defines a ranged person? You don't like using weapons? You don't like throwing things at
Actually,
people?
maybe by population, I might be a ranged person because I'm really tall, so I have longer reach than most people.
There you go.
So I'm actually Monkey King.
Okay.
Oh, so you're a melee hero, but you have long range.
Yeah.
You're not
Monkey
like
King
a,
or Doom.
You're not like
Yeah.
a TA who's like a melee
I'm actually
ranged,
TA.
but ranged.
You would be ranged too.
When do you level up?
I would use ranged weapons.
I think you'd be a ranged purge.
Range and
Oh,
I think you'd be a deranged hero.
It's okay. You had your 5 catches earlier in the
That's
thing.
true. The 5 in a row.
What are the chances of 6 in a row? It's really low.
Kazu, what would you be?
I think I would be a I would be a range hero. I feel like I don't want to get in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not that extroverted. I don't just get in there.
That sounds like, well, I mean, you are an offlane, so you'd be a ranged offlaner, kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
toxic. He's Venom.
That's true. That's true. Like in Dota, eventually you need to get in there, so you kind of learn. But if I have the choice, I'm staying the hell out of there.
I see.
I'll let him go in.
Farming neutrals, watch Sind, be the extroverted mid laner he is.
That's me.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep, there you go.
Sind is like,
Thank
you said, I guess like Doom, yeah. You would be Doom.
Oh, Monkey King.
Or Monkey King, yeah.
Monkey King's got to be the best. The best ranged melee hero. Good job.
That's true.
But the best melee hero is Phantom Assassin, and she is not banned yet.
And you know what they say? When there's a PA in the game...
It's a PA game.
Nobody says that. It's an alchemist game.
It's a Naga game.
It's an alchemist game.
So, okay, I mean, as much, it's the talk of the town, obviously. We're seeing it in these games. We're seeing it take over. But I think it's very important in the last game, like Kezu pointed out, to not just narrow it down to, oh, they had PA, they won.
Okay.
OG did a lot of things really well in the first 15 minutes where PA could have theoretically been a lot of heroes. I think there's certain carries that would not have won the safe lane as hard as the PA did, but you know, the rest of the map fell apart. The Ench was all over the place, destroying both bottom and top. BZM was having a great mid time, and Earth Spirit rotating as well. They were up 17-1.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
That says something.
That does, but like, you're telling me that Treant and Doom are more important first phase bans?
I mean, I guess they're easier to like build your draft around. We'll cycle back to this if they don't ban PA second phase. Then you can shit all over them.
I mean, the tree is its lane diversifies, right? It can be safe lane, it can be off lane. It made the Razor even more valuable as an off lane hero, which it is viable there, but it's a little bit finicky. If you don't win those combats, then the hero falls behind and it feels terrible. You need to be a little bit ahead on Razor or even. So that could change things up. The other thing that affects the PA here is that one of the things that makes it so good, you guys talked about not being able to like see where the PA is, but for PA to get vision, you need an ally who's tanky to run in the front anyways to spot. So typically what happens is like you just pick that tanky dive frontliner in the first phase, and then in the second phase, if it's still available, then you pick PA. So I don't necessarily think they have to ban PA right now. It could be second phase.
There's one hero that's being left open, which is Sven, that OG would have the choice of picking first if they want to. So right now they have the option of, okay, what do we want to ban out if we want this hero? Do we want to ban out, I don't know, some Razors or SDs? We've seen some people respond with Slark, but it looks like they might do the Sven into the Brew instead. Seems good enough. One of the best heroes from what I've seen. I've only seen the hero be shot down once or twice when it laned against Slark, but 9 pandas, they'll just want to run it back.
Interesting choice. I mean, between Sven and Gyro, both are very good at like killing the Brew split illusions or the summons. So either one is not the best for OG to play against, but I think Brew's going to be more than fine in the vast majority of situations. So I like it. It's the safer to pick, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Does Gyro kill all the Brew split? Like, which items do you need to break most of the split?
I would say you need like Axe plus 2 items, like maybe Axe, Chrysalis, and 1 more. I mean, the thing is, against Sven, you have less counterplay because he just and you're
and all of a sudden you're like, oh god, I only have 2 Brewlings left.
And Flag is like slower, and if you have Shard, you can always split out. Nevertheless, Gyro still, as Purge said, still great against Brew. You should ban the PA this time around. I'm pretty sure if you're 9 pandas. Say it, Tsunami.
I'm waiting.
Tell him.
You
Tell
gave
them.
me permission to shit all over.
If they don't,
That is
I'm
true.
taking the laxative right now.
OG about to have 2 crit heroes on the same
Why do you
team.
have to get graphic about it? It was a metaphor.
Load up the porcelain throne.
no.
Again, is Venge really a higher priority?
Well, it's OG ban.
That's OG ban.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, this also like...
Keep it together.
No.
I mean, there's some other heroes you need to worry about too. I would say PA's got to be on the top of your radar. I think traditionally we've also seen heroes like AA and Doom be pretty good against Gyro because they just literally stop him later from standing his ground with the Satanic.
Yeah.
So I think either way, OG will get something that they want. But 9 pandas, my bros, I think the Ninja Lady.
It's also
He's
cool.
gotta disappear.
It's also cool that they got to open Brew. Their opponents are going to take the next best hero left, which was Gyro, and now they're like, okay, now you have to ban the PA. It just like gave them like the better of the 2 heroes and forced them to use their only ban. The only ban they get in this phase.
Gyro support, baby. No.
There you go. You're on my train then. Both teams could have banned PA.
But it is actually a really good point about the situation that I think PA and AA are both exceptionally good bans, and with the new dynamic, you only get to take out one of them. So you kind of have to pick your poison here. I'm not going to say it's 100% given that OG will pick one of the 2, but it's very likely unless you... One way of making AA really unappealing is to roll it in lanes. I think one of AA's absolute worst matchups is Ench. That lane matchup is terrible by all accounts. You dive the AA. AA is good against none of the creeps Ench takes. But I don't know if
they broke the draft.
If Solo would go
You can't
for that.
stun either. So like when the creeps dive you, you're just like, okay. And you also can't out-harass the Enchantress because she's like, heal.
This was another hero that was...
Kazu.
Tsunami's getting ready, guys.
Kazu!
That's an Undying.
Oh, okay.
This hero's basically not been touched. Been played 3 games.
It's kind of good against Brew, though, because once he splits, you're getting zombies on all of his dudes. Makes him a lot slower. You don't get to cast as many spells in a team fight. And it should stabilize pretty well for the Gyrocopter, which is cool.
Yeah.
Each Brew clone does a quarter health to the Tombstone,
It's pretty bad, yeah. Like it
It's
does
4 hits
not
per health.
feel great to hit a Tombstone as a Brewmaster.
Yeah.
So yeah, against Brew it's fine. You match the team fight quite nicely too. Maybe it's a hidden counter to the PA. You just bunker your bro.
You buy Blade Mail on Undying
Grab
5.
ally.
Ooh, the Darkseer Brew, I've seen this before from OG. Worked out pretty well for them.
Is it Brew support?
It was I think it was actually a Brew support with the 3 Darkseer.
Okay. I mean, Brew support's not bad. He's a universal hero now, so you can easily get your damage really high. Your raw HP is good. It doesn't take many mangoes to utilize your spells.
Yeah.
Once you get Urn, using Cinder Brew is super simple. And once you split, in most cases, that's really all you need to do. It might be a little iffy against the Flak, more so than before, but it looks like a pretty solid dual lane. I mean, Cinder Blue plus Iron Shell as well.
In that game that they ran Darkseer plus Brew, do you know who their carry was?
PA, baby. Surprise!
So the thing about doing it this way for OG as well is that they're essentially daring 9 pandas. Like, how much do you guys think we want PA?
True, yeah.
Are you guys going to pick it yourself? There we go. There's the AA that we already covered, right?
Yeah.
if Pandas don't pick it now, in the back of their minds right now, they're like, we have to premeditatively pick heroes against PA right now.
Which
right?
is who? We've seen the Faceless Void, it hasn't been successful. We saw the Axe, it wasn't successful. We've seen a variety of carry matchups. We've seen the Terrorblitz not be successful.
I don't know, but if you play this Gyro carry now, you need to speed up this game and hand him an Aegis. I think your offlaner needs to be some Lycan Beastmaster. You play some stupid summon hero up top, you own the AA, you speed up the game, you get your Gyro Aegis, and you pray to God that he just has free farm.
Lycan sounds really interesting. Beast is banned, so obviously not a choice, but...
Unlucky.
I assume Lycan can fare okay against PA/AA. Even that lane's actually a little bit scary. The strong slow on the dagger plus Ice Vortex, you're basically not even moving as Lycan in the lane until you're 6. So I think if you pick Lycan, you need to couple it with a support that really can deliver in the laning stage.
Yeah.
And ultimately, Lycan is a terrible hero against PA late game. So you have to, you know, like you said,
You're
play
playing
on that
on
clock,
some tempo.
right?
Maybe some Dark Willow. Like so the thing is, it might get boring to keep listening to us like yap around about the PA. But the thing is, a lot of other heroes, you can pick heroes that will make it harder for the enemy team to pick X hero. But against PA, it feels like no one has the right answer. So you could pick the 2 best, in theory, heroes here, and I think OG would still be like, pick me the PA, bro. I got this one.
Especially because they're comfortable with this combination, like Tsunami already said, they've played it.
They ran it against Evil Geniuses in the group stage.
Yeah. And it is, I guess to an extent, perhaps some of the players are a little bit, either they clearly know something that we don't, or they're taking some time to adjust to the mindset of what PA offers in the game, right? Because maybe you're still stuck a little bit in that old way of thinking of PA that, oh, she's a weak laner, oh, she's laning with AA, we're just going to crush this lane.
Yeah.
I think PA/AA can win against Rubik Centaur. I actually think so, or at least draw.
I mean, Centaur has only played 4 games so far. He's won every single one of them. People are going more points in Double Edge and more hoof stomp and Double Edge than they were before. So you can potentially out harass the PA.
It's not going to work, Purge.
Go to the band.
It's not going to work.
Go to the band.
Band, load up my shitting music.
Go to the band.
Between the Ruvik and the Centaur,
you're clearly
that's 3
gifted at the smartphone.
healthy big boy nukes, okay? Double Edge level 2 does like 200 damage. Hoof Stomp does like 100. There's a lot of nuke potential, and you can grab the PA and you can throw them into the little Hoof Stomp. So I'm just saying, get a little armor on the Centaur, get a little regen. You do damage to her, and hopefully she dies.
Hello?
What's happening?
And then later on, who
I can't go any further than that. Okay, Purge, you did a lot of talking. How much do you actually believe what you said? Do you think that after you know the Phantom Assassin is coming through, they have run most of this same strategy before, we even thought that AA would be a worthwhile ban, they ended up going for Razor instead. What's the idea?
I think Centaur can apply pressure to PA in the laning stage, because PA is going to be forced to basically just dagger the creep wave for last sets, because if he approaches, you are going to get 2 edges to your face.
And then after 20 minutes, what happens?
PA is going to kill everybody. Unless they double edge her enough.
So my take on this lane is that Rubik has to play this lane really well, because
hopefully
fragile position 4s that, I mean, yeah, sure, he has telekinesis, but you're against a hero with a strong slow and a gap close, right? You have to be very cautious with your positioning. If you stray too far away from the Centaur, you run the risk of just getting dagger phantom struck by PA and AA fights you, and they 2v1 you in the lane. So you kind of have to be in reach of your Centaur to assist you at all times. If he gets a little bit too far off to the side, he could die. At the same time, though, 9 Panda is with a true classic kill lane. There's a lot of burst in this one, especially in level 3. If they can slowly poke Yuragi down on that PA, they might be able to find a kill or 2 there. And
they need to find a hero that shits on his Ember. But I do think that the AA is covering that pretty well. You don't want Necro into AA, you don't want Huskar into AA. You don't want... I forgot the third hero now, screw you, Tsunami. There's gotta be something that owns his Ember and doesn't mind the AA.
Tsunami, you're off beat.
He'll show it to me.
Man,
oh, the reverb is nice. I like that.
Oh, it's actually great.
The monkey, the Cinderin hero.
It's me!
Well, he gets 20 armor when he ultis, which means he's going to take 2 more attacks from Phantom Assassin before he dies.
It's a good lane matchup against Ember, of course, which is a key part of picking it here. I personally think 9 Pandas have better solutions this game than they did in the previous one. I think this time around, OG don't have the same lane dominance either. You're playing support, Brew, and AA. There's not going to be this Ench running over your lanes, so I think 9 Pandas will be off to a better start. And this will be a better test, right, of whether they have the solution here to PA, because this time around you would expect them to go out of the lanes even, or maybe even slightly ahead.
Yeah, 9 Pandas should probably win the lanes. I like your point about the support duo. I feel like they're pretty slow. Like you have Brew AA, they both need levels. Yeah. And I feel like that is 9 Pandas' key to victory. If they're not like up 2k gold at minute 10 and like keep pushing it forward, I don't like their chances to win.
Like if they have gold advantage, look at how 9 Pandas is going to run at OG. Like it's just going to be a monkey jumping on A. What saves A? Like Surge maybe? They have nothing else basically other
you
than
just
like
Stampede
burst.
after them.
Yeah, and so you have Stampede with Centaur. Centaur's going to get a blink. You're going to have like Gyro potentially showing up Tombstone. Like they've got pretty good run of you.
Yep.
I think it's okay. And let's send it over to Tsunami. Is it too early?
Sure.
He's ready.
Let's do it. This one goes out to the 9 Pandas.
Thank you, Tsunami, for that wonderful musical interlude that I hope I never have to hear again. Avery, it's another gyrocopter. It's another Phantom Assassin. Is it going to be another victory for OG?
No. No.
I don't believe that you believe that.
There will be justice.
I feel like Axe is a better answer to PA than Centaur?
Yeah, Centaur doesn't do anything this hero.
I mean, they better hard win their lanes, which, you know, they didn't win their lanes last time. It does feel like they are shoring up their lanes, right? They went Undying, big lane winner. Rubik Centaur, very strong lane, iconic even.
It has to happen. They have to basically snowball this game incredibly hard. There's no way around it. If this goes ultra late and it's even, PA, even with the A Vortexes and Darkseer Vac Wall into support Brewmaster, who can also scale really hard by just tossing the Monkey or Gyro, taking the fight 5-on-4. Incredibly good here. So it's going to be a test for 9 Pandas. On the brink of elimination, can you pull it together and get a really fast game to win off of some lane victory? Good execution is what they're looking for here in the first 10 minutes.
And perhaps the most important matchup to win in this laning phase is going to be this one right here. Kiyotaka versus BZM. Monkey King versus Ember Spirit. This matchup is not even close.
It's pretty bad. Ember still survives better than he used to, but it's completely one-sided. You also did have 3 runes going OG's way. So we're talking about the speed coming out from 9 Pandas, but they lost the rune battle, which means a little extra gold into all these cores' pocket. Might be something that gets BZM to faster boots or bottle, and a lot for the boots first to try and deal with this matchup. I honestly think he might just get out of it.
Yeah, that was because Seb's old man fingers managed to out-click Ramses.
Yeah, I must have misclicked it or something.
Yeah, it
comes out on top.
Oh, look at that.
What is that, a hamster?
Yeah, he's a little fuzzy butt. Look at him go.
Oh, nice little cam there. That might be the prettiest thing we'll see all game. If this PA gets out of control again. I don't know, like, what does Centaur do versus Phantom Assassin outside of you're hoping to just demolish the lane? It's the offlaner with the highest strength gain to no armor.
Yes, literally 0 armor.
Yeah, you never get armor on this hero. You never want to have to build the armor. It just feels awful. The Vanguard is also really bad versus PA in a conceptual sense. This is a mandatory Vanguard hero, and you're not even winning the lane. You're getting beat up. Not a good sign for Miro. You cannot stampede away from Dagger.
Yeah, I don't see it. I mean, you got Fate Bolt's damage reduction there, but even that got nerfed for the first couple levels. So,
also Centaur is generally pretty hard to play into Ember. This is a
you got Blood Grenade. Yuragi has no way out because the support went to go poles. There it is, first blood. Finally, the Centaur They show something. They need to be able to win the lanes. They do that. Even after some regen, First Blood is going to help them get to Ring of Health. All is forgiven now.
Honestly, that's a bad position by Yuragi. There's no way around it. He is up so far in the lane after they double waved it in and they go for the pull with Kittrack. You basically risk your entire life in giving First Blood to Centaur for 1 extra CS here. It's okay, you know?
That is literally the meme of like, hey, I'm going to go pull, and the carry just...
And this is the lane you know they are playing for the kill on you. 100% they're going to take it. He had no one to even blink strike to backwards that could have saved him easily there. Very bad kill to give up, given how well they were doing on that lane. And it'll be a breath of life here for 9Pandas as they really want this Centaur to snowball. This is the hero you need to be getting these kills on lane, because you're just getting spammed down. You don't even have stick here. All these spells are free for the side of OG. And having a field day with them. A lot of regen still in the tank, and Yuragi was farming pretty well in the early wave, so he's not really behind here at all. Still a solid position to be in. Man, this spam hurts. Even with triple ring, it's not enough. Maybe borrow some from Seb, but...
It's just so obnoxious that Retaliate doesn't stop. Ancient Outburst is just like, what do I care about this Retaliate thing?
I mean, Retaliate's not a spell.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. It's like a remnant of a spell.
Well, it's a passive.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. I mean, you could remove it from the hero and no one would notice. Like, let's say Retaliate didn't... Let's say it was bugged and it didn't work. How long would it take for somebody to notice that it didn't work?
You would notice if it was bugged on heroes. It needs to still work on neutrals, because that is the one thing that Retaliate does, is helps you jungle relatively quickly.
It'd be like 8 months, and then Valve released some patch we fixed Retaliate, and people would be like, oh, okay, cool. So I'm a Centaur hater. I'm a certified Centaur hater, whatever. We'll see if it can pan out. This hero has not lost this tournament, which is a little sus.
Yeah, 4-0.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever
best heroes of the
heard that
tournament
in my life. So suspicious. That's all I'm going to say. Maybe we need a Centaur inquiry.
Maybe those stats are made up.
Yeah, I mean, did the Centaur really win? You know what I'm saying? Or what, did he just hitch a ride to victory?
Hey, last one we watched, he definitely was a big factor in winning.
Another little freebie.
He is a big factor in winning this laning phase. Yuragi dies again.
I mean, this lane matchup is very good because the double-edged spell damage with low cooldown on PA. It's the exact type of interaction you want. I don't doubt this part. It's how much can you translate? And OG looking to get a numbers advantage gank on Kiyotaka, bring everybody in with the supports.
Yeah, this is what you have to do in this matchup. At some point, you gotta help the Ember Spirit in this 1v1, and they do much better than that. They deliver him not just the kill of the Monkey King, but a kill on Solo, who TP's in. And that just means BZM's going to be able to get level 6, no problem, and
gets Water Rune into Power Rune potentially.
That Water Rune was still there? Wow.
Yeah. This lane was not going that well for Kiyotaka, honestly. He was up in CS, but these lanes are just not panning out how 9Pandas want them to right now. OG finding some cheeky kills and having a pretty good early start means they're in a solid position. They are sacrificing some XP on Seb to make it happen for these cores. He's a panda. As long as he gets earning level 6 eventually, he'll be pretty happy. For now, he's still level 2, pretty weak on the map. BZM's going to rotate with that Arcane Rune, try and get his level 6 off of Ramses here. This isn't a hard go.
Yeah, going to dive in deep.
Okay. No response here from 9Pandas. No TP on Solo, and they didn't want to commit an Antari's TP or anything because they want to keep pressuring the Phantom Assassin.
Did they make that move because they saw, like, Solo TP mid?
Yes, I think so.
And then they're like, okay, well, nobody can save Ramses bottom.
A pretty smart heads-up play by BZM. Anytime he can get farm off the map without engaging in the one-on-one versus Kiyotaka, OG are super happy. You're looking at the net worth here. Ember's ahead of the Monkey King. This mid-matchup did not turn out how they wanted it to. You're going to have to make up for it elsewhere with potentially killing MC with some flak, and yeah, that'll do it. Yuragi running for his life. He stayed up here for a decent amount of time, however. And again, what he got out of this lane is not looking too bad. They're going to bring the Panda in. I mean, that's a level 3 Panda. Not the biggest threat here.
Is this really going to stop Miro? We'll see. The cold feet is probably going to latch thanks to the slow from Seb. Gives some extra time, but with 10 stick charges and a Lotus, you're not bringing down this Centaur. Fortunately, Seb is able to get out of the way before the Monkey King arrives.
That's a dead rotation for Kiyotaka. He got cut on the tree with the slight.
Nice pickup from BCM. Reveals him with the slight and then cuts the tree with that same action.
Oh, they're kiting this out beautifully.
Jump bomb off the Spirit. He dodges the damage with the trickery, but it's not good enough. Miro will manage to TP back to his tower, but it does leave MC still in this 1v1, and Ramses wins that, even though the wall was used. Barely manages to get that kill.
Tried to man up. Duelist gloves paying off here for Ramses early. Takes the one-on-one and wins it versus MC.
That is literally the difference between having a neutral item and not. Because Darkseer didn't have one.
It's a good neutral item. It's a lot of early damage. You're not having it here, and it makes the difference. Put Ramsey in a really nice spot. Now this is a Gyro who's coming out ahead on lane, so it's going to be a very different trajectory for Ramses. And if he can get the stacks, which he got none of last time, you remember all those got stolen, and there's some big ones here. This could turn into a very strong Gyro game, which is what you want in this matchup. And there's not a lot to dissuade him outside, you know, the wall back, the Brewmaster tossing it up, the A ult getting changed in when you don't have the Dispel. Outside of that, you're looking pretty good.
This is going to be very different situation from game one. See whether or not it has the same outcome, as the Tombstone is going to be taken down eventually by MC and Kitchrak. Solo doing what he can against 4 heroes, but eventually he will fall. Yuragi no longer wanting to go up to that top lane. They'll put pressure on the enemy safe lane here, but Ramses wants to defend this.
This is a defense.
Oh, this is beautiful. He's going to let him dive into the tower a little bit, catch him with the ultimate. It will at least kill the Ancient Apparition and send the rest of OG packing.
That is not a TP OG probably expected. They assume 9 Pandas were going to vacate this lane after they bring everybody down here. And Ramsey says, no, not today. I have done way better this game than last one. I'm going to keep my towers up, maintain map control, get to those stacks later in a better position. Early Chris is also going to help him take these early fights. And again, the support levels for OG, you just don't have these big ultimates, which is what this support duo wants right now. That is their unlock for the team fight.
Yeah.
Why is this guy always playing the dark, man? Get him a lamp. Not good for the eyes. I know he's young, but playing in the dark ages you fast. See, Seb, he's got good lighting. I'm telling you, these older players all got good lighting, man. These young guys.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Look at how bright Solo's room is. Look at how... Those are the lights of a 40-year-old right there. Boom and bright. Can see it all. Damn. Looks a little smoky or something, man. They got a fire going? Or
I have heard this before. When you are you're at a LAN, sometimes there are disagreements about your team room and
mandatory,
the light level.
Yeah. There's light level.
Did you ever have that on your team?
Temperature.
Temperature.
Seating arrangement. Yeah, I mean, there's always some guy who wants to play in the dark. Some guy who like turns his monitor 60 degrees some other direction. It's like reflecting on you, glares you up. Some other guy needs perfect temperature in the room. MSS always needed a fan on his hand on his mouse to cool it down.
Really?
That's not an exaggeration. Ramses is going to get out with Stampede here. And Kiyotaka didn't get the message. He's going back in.
And he is right to go in.
Yeah.
Because he's got the backup of the Rubik. They're scared of Kiyotaka, as they should be. Even though he had a shield rune on the Ember Spirit, he has vacated their residence.
And Centaur is doing his job right now, which is to be an immovable object up here that OG can't go into. And it's forcing them to rotate the only other place they can on the map, which is bottom, to try and get that tower down and open up space. 9 Pandas holding the line. It's going to prove very valuable over the next 5 or 6 minutes here. They're going to get a lot of map control out of this, as well as the wards. The Radiant Observers see the whole map right now. Rotations are pretty free for Kiyotaka if he can line them up with this Tombstone going into the fights. I'm surprised OG are playing this aggressive. These are not the easiest kills for BZM.
But in some ways, it feels like you have to, right? With the way the Centaur is taking up that part of the map.
Yeah, he's just trying to make space or create some sort of chaos right now distract from the fact that you have a PA in the jungle. Just the supports for OG are paying the price because you create a situation where you become overextended.
What a great steal there. Ion Shell puts it on the Monkey King.
That's a great steal. Really good steal this game. Exactly what you're looking for. You have a great team to use it, and you have great heroes to use it against in the Ember and the Phantom Assassin. And the stacks, well, Ramses, he didn't get any last game, but it's going to be in heaven here.
That puts him already 500 net worth above the PA. And it'll only grow as his timing for the Battle Fury for Yuragi is slowed down. Oh man, Kiyotaka finds
why are we
another one
watching?
behind this
Go
tower.
back to the stack. I don't care if some kill mid, man. I want to watch him kill. Oh,
he's about to
that's nice. What are we?
Oh, we were about to get all the last hits on
to get all the dragons.
Oh yeah.
That's what we like to see right there.
A little farm and chill going on the desk here.
I mean,
nice
he's
light
fine.
chain.
He's fine. Glad we saw the
Seb
action.
is not fine, nor is BZM. See, now you got him all. Now you got him all messed up. You promised the observer he was gonna be fine.
Chat's so mad right now.
That's a T-Tours on Avery.
That was on me.
You. That was 100% on
They
you.
could have multi-cammed it.
You told them he was gonna be fine. They trusted. You're the analyst. We're supposed to be able to trust your judgment.
Spiritually fine. As that was a death that he expected.
What, you think he died? He was namaste?
Pure Zen, baby. That's how you play a spirit hero. Straight back into the action. Now he's taking it to the monkey. Echo up for Kiyotaka. I mean, he's pretty strong here, and the Aeol's going to miss hitting the next game over.
Don't step boundless strike, though. Miro's going to jump in. Oh, bop, 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 bop. Huh?
He was trying to bait the slight.
Yeah.
And then stun him after.
And then he double-edged the creeps.
Stolen wall.
Stolen wall.
Gonna throw him through the wall.
Create a couple illusions here. Slow him down.
Look pretty good. It's like some lightsaber action, dude.
Take his neutrals.
The blue.
Yeah, he got one of them.
Do you like the blue wall or the green wall more?
The green wall is pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
Green's my favorite color.
That's not true. You just made it up. Kiyotaka's going to have to ult right now, and now they land the stomp.
Nice stomp. Holds in BZM enough to be able to get the stacks of Jingo, and yeah, he's totally out of Remnant.
They just ran into this monkey ult as well.
Yeah, he was hoping he came in to be able to dispel out the Jingo, and maybe he did that, but it didn't really matter. The damage is done. BZM dead. Kitrak.
I'm surprised OG are getting sucked into these fights. This is not when their lineup is capable of taking these 5-on-5s.
Kills here, man. OG, maybe they got into their heads after that game one. You know, they stomped over the laning phase so hard. They're playing like it's the same thing. Playing active, playing straight to 9 Panda's hands here.
Yeah, this is getting out of control very fast in the last few minutes.
Chains lands on Miro. Little bit of RNG there. BZM does get it. Meanwhile, bottom Yuragi dies. He tries to go for the kill on Ramses. They don't land the Ice Blast either. Good heads up by Ramses, knowing that was coming from Kitrak. Dodges out of the way. Kiyotaka, godlike already.
It's such a fast game from 9 Pandas all of a sudden. It's just blown open. But I can't feel like OG are giving it to him, right? They're taking the skirmishes. They're not splitting the map. They're not letting the PA get farm. They're making very aggressive moves into the fights, into the core kills onto Ramses multiple times here. If they had waited for like 1 or 1.5 items on all their heroes, I think those fights go better for them. But right now, if you look at the EHP on 9 Panda's side, it's hitting a really good power point right now because you have this tanky Monkey King backed up by Stampede.
He's out of mana.
He just doesn't have remnants ever. They are so
he
expended.
almost died to that stolen Ice Blast.
That's a nice pickup as well, right? This is just where Centaur shines. He has 2,000 HP right now, and it's all spell damage trying to cut through it. Ooh, nice tree cut.
Light cut again. He's pulling that off a number of times. MC, maybe you shouldn't have taken the time to tip your ally here because you guys are in trouble. Double stunned into double edge. A final one, not quite enough, and Miro is going to be a bit low here. Trying to limp away, Kitrak. Oh, that final tower shot was just enough. 690 gold.
Damage is getting done, though. This is severe economic damage right now, and even the the extra HP from the Undying with that Pavis early from Solo, doing a lot. Like this, earlier you pick up that item, it's not one we see a lot, but in these types of fights, it makes a huge difference, especially when you just rush it like this. Solo is he's taking matters into his own hands. He waits for nobody here. This is gonna take a little bit here. My estimation is probably 4 or 5 minutes. That's why they call him
now
Solo.
you guys are gonna show up after I did all the work.
Classic core gameplay.
Yeah.
If I'm Solo, I just perma-click the Sages.
Do you have the same philosophy with Aegis as you do last hits?
Yeah. You gotta fight me for that. Yo, Ramses, you want this Aegis? You better out-click me, son. You're like 15 years younger, so you better win. OG, again, OG are looking to fight. I mean, what do they have to fight? They have a Blade Mail Ember and now they have a mech on Darks here.
Blade Mail and Ion Shell.
Okay, they finished Vessel on Seb as well, so they've got their first set of items.
Runner to Ramses, Ice Blast already.
Okay, that's a great angle. Just found him for free.
Now, they do have that Aegis still on Kiyotaka, so 9 Pandas.
No Tombstone for 5.
You gonna fight this at all? Miro's cutting over, so is Kiyotaka. Nice stomp. Jump in from Miro. Great initiation by him that sets up the follow-up from Kiyotaka to take out 2.
Took a while.
Dark's here dead. Seb's gonna hop over the trees to get out, and BZM will TP away. Once again, no mana left.
Those reinforcements. Once they're there, that's not a fight. But OG, they find Ramses on the gyro that was getting out of control in terms of the farm rate. It's gonna slow this game down a bit where the PA catches up. Seb looks like he'll walk this.
Yeah, wait for the oh, the Deso is coming in.
He will not walk it off.
He gets the Deso and then immediately gets a charge on it. That's going to be pretty nice. He's going to lose his Aegis here, though.
Buyback
Rubik was trying to help him out. Is going to be in some trouble as well. BZM, though, is met by Ramses. Already losing a lot of HP. BZM has to jump out. Ice Blast does land on Kiyotaka. Immediately pops the ultimate to try and protect himself and push OG back. But the Vestal is on him. The Ice Blast is on him. He's trying to TP out and will be successful. He's good.
Rocky almost went for that, but Wukong way too strong here. This Vessel from Seb has done work in these fights. You wear him down with A Blast plus Vessel. It's double the anti-healing. Throw a Vortex down. You can't move and you're just burning in the Cinder. More stacking for Ramses. He's decided this is a bit easier than trying to take those fights, and I agree with him. Did get the buyback out of Seb, so I'm going to slow him down a bit. Still, it's your Rocky picking up a lot of the gold out of that exchange, which is exactly what OG want. Right now, they're just playing 4 utility and a PA. Not a bad recipe for success, as we've seen in this tournament so far. So they don't need much net worth on a lot of their heroes. They just need the PA to be big enough to help with the damage. And this Ember A combo is an old OG classic. You may not remember it, but they were actually running this in some of their old squads for a reason. The Chains is one of the best low CD setups for this hero, and Vortex, Cold Feet, Chains, a lot of long-range poke, a lot of anti-healing. You can just slide him down over time. Quick pickup on Seb. That's going to be his dieback, so longer on the clock. Look who's top of the net worth chart.
Solo wanted a chance to be able to take the 21-minute Wisdom Rune away. Ends up dying to Yuragi. Yuragi is going to be fine as he jumps away from Miro. Zombie's still chasing after him, I suppose, but there are reinforcements. BZM's here.
Missed. He missed it on, man.
And it does. They are going to have to give up that Wisdom Rune, and they're going to lose Kitrak as well as Kiyotaka just looking for more and more. Those Deso charges going to be racking up quick with the way that these supports have such a hard time being in this game against the Monkey King. He was so farmed.
They're going to be the sacrifice. OG's going to sacrifice a lot of the support and even their mid laner here in BZM's net worth just to get this PA to where she needs to be. Now, it's going to be frontline duty for BZM with the early Blade Mail into the Maelstrom. But it's not a bad Ember game, right? Like, unless you land the chain stun on him, even then he might not get bursted until his gyro has a bunch of slots.
Yeah, they don't have the longest disables.
Right. So I feel like he can play this frontline role pretty reliably.
Yeah.
Especially if he's chaining up the Centaur or the Monkey, for example.
I mean, it would definitely be really reliable if Kiyotaka wasn't so far ahead.
That would help, yeah.
He should be. Battle Fury, BKB done. So Yuragi is going to be a much more dangerous force in these fights.
You want to make it in the Wukong. That's your goal.
Yeah.
Lock these OG heroes in the Wukong's command. You get the armor for the monkey. He's tankier, and you get a better setup team fight around the tombstone. Can't bleed too many of these kills out. I mean, a few are going to happen no matter what. It's just, you got to play for these next Roshans and make sure your advantage is intact for that fight. Because OG are probably going to be willing to take that. Especially if the PA can get to another item here. Their Roche fight is no joke. Darkseer, Vac Wall into Cinder Brew with A Blast, and Vortex is running on top, right?
Yeah. Kiyotaka's still running on a big kill streak, right?
Yeah, I don't think
he
it's
still have the godlike.
No, I think it's 5 or 6 right now.
Okay. Either way, he's worth a lot if they can kill him. Stolen Slight for Antares as he holds this mid tower. But OG, if the game slows down, they're probably pretty happy. They have the top net worth on the Phantom Assassin, even if the Gyrocopter and Monkey King are just behind him.
It's all about OG getting this PA timing, contesting the next big objective. You can get the Deso up on your Rocky and take that fight with it. That's a game-winning fight if you can make it land. 9 Pandas, they want to be the aggressors. They want to be the ones starting the fight with Hoof Stomp into the Wukong Tombstone. Locking OG in a pit of hell.
BCM breaking the smoke, gets away to the Remnant, but Antares does spot Kid Track. Missile, it's on its way. The TP is not going to complete. Miro and Kiyotaka are both ready to go.
Huh? I think he slight lifted him there.
He might have, though he also has the Aether Lens, so his range is pretty far.
That is something nice you can do with this hero, though. Seb wants to take the fight.
Interesting.
Gonna try and set it up. Beta clump out, perhaps, for a big Vac, but these Pandas are not a big threat.
No, they're not. They're dying fast. He needs to get that Earth One out of here. No, he doesn't in time. It dies. Immediately receiving a tip from Kiyotaka.
PCM getting chased on the backside of this with a homing missile. Eventually got killed. It's going to cost him some remnants, probably. We've seen the remnants be a problem for him this game.
Right now, he's got... He hasn't gotten rid of the missile and doesn't even get a chance to jump to that remnant.
Well, that didn't look right.
No, that was not the finest.
It's not the finest spellcasting we've seen out of him, no.
Yeah.
He's had some remnant trouble this game, that's for sure. Still looking for the Deso. Might be all that matters. Not much else is going right for OG in the last 5 or 6 minutes here. Also just an awkward fight start from Seb. It's like he wanted the fight there, but the rest of the team was pretty slow in getting there, and Yuragi definitely doesn't want to go to that fight. Maybe just feeling like, okay, we'll use a Brawl here, see what happens, and, you know, there's no Roshan to get, so it'll be back up for that contest. Could see the idea. Maybe you get a mistake out of 9 Pandas, but they are ready to take the fight, especially with the early pipe on Miro.
Yeah, you're definitely not winning that engagement.
No.
Not against BKB Monkey King, which he has yet to use.
I'm going to try for BZM.
Found the strike, then to follow up with the Centaur stun. I mean, they don't have the longest disables, but with the damage, how far they are ahead in net worth, it doesn't take very long to kill BZM.
That's insane that Miro didn't host stop him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, he just went for the double edge?
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
Bolder move than I would have made. It works out, and that'll be the Deso finish for the PA. 9 Pandas got a pretty good chunk of net worth lead out of this period. And of course, Ramsey's still cranking towards that MKB here, having a much better game than he did last time. And he's even hitting high ground without an Aegis. Pretty good sign for 9 Pandas. Feel confident enough doing that versus the long-range poke. At least getting OG back in their base. Always have Stampede to bail you out. Nice tool for the monkey.
What I appreciate about this game too is the fact that 9 Pandas stuck to their ideas. Maybe they altered them a little bit. There was definitely a focus on the laning phase, but they could have looked the fools, right? And been like, oh, you gave PA twice and then lost this, you know.
Oh, there's still time.
Yeah, there is still time to lose, but this is a game that can be won, right? They show that their strategy can work out.
To be fair, though, I feel like a lot of the PA games we've seen in this tournament were also games that should have and could have been won. and then there's a PA in the game. And that's why the hero's valuable. That is one of the biggest things it has going for it, is no matter how much gold you're down, if you get the slots on the Phantom Assassin, it can win you the game.
Harpoon pulling back in. BCM hit by the telekinesis. It's going to be chain dip. He's dead. MC dumps what we can with that vacuum, but it's not nearly enough. Yuragi tries to jump in, but immediately the Ghost Scepter from Antares, it's going to save him for now. Maybe the pipe is going to help out against that Ice Blast. Yuragi jumps on him again, but Antares uses another jump to be able to get away from the PA. He still ticks out with the Ice Blast, but still, smooth moves. Yuragi, all that commitment just to be able to kill a hero to force death the missile. It still connects in the end. And Yuragi, he's definitely going to be thinking about that fight and how he used a BKB jump so much of his time to commit onto a Rubik.
Ghost Scepter Rubik with a blink. That's a tough ask. Wukong didn't do great things for 9 Pandas there. It just doesn't matter. There's no real damage coming out of OG right now. You can't lock him in some like really good wall vortex. And the way that fight starts, especially with your Ember going down instantly, I mean,
yeah, that's
what
your
are you
other
doing
damage
there?
dealer, right?
Exactly. That's just a free fight for 9 Pandas off a good initiation. No bailout from OG. There wasn't any save that came through for BZM, and he even bought for that. So his net worth is completely out of this game now. Not much to bail him out outside that back mech. MC was there. Just too much burst damage. A ult is also just going to miss the gyro and only hit the Rubik. And the blink strike here definitely confused him. I mean, who do you even go on now, right? You're just way too committed.
Yeah, you can't. Like, you don't have the damage to blow up the gyrocopter. The Monkey King gets off the ultimate.
What is that?
You can force staff missile.
Yeah, but it goes past him?
Yeah, well, I think the angle was, like, off.
How can homing missile go past its target?
Were you asking, like in the lore?
Is that actually like if it's in the middle of the force staff, can it not hit the guy?
Possibly.
That's pretty weird. I don't think I've ever seen that. It looked awkward. Lore-wise, it's unacceptable.
That's true.
DD. He needs a DD. To take him above Rubik here.
He needs a lot.
It's been a struggle of a game.
Jump in immediately. BCM, just so little time. All of a sudden, just like Monkey King and Centaur both pop out. He does live, yes, but every single time, you said like he's playing to frontline to be able to create space for the Phantom Assassin, but it feels like he just has to immediately jump back to a Remnant at the slightest threat.
I mean, that was working about 15 minutes ago when he had Blade Mail.
Yeah.
It's 30 minutes now and he has Blade Mail. So, you know, he's almost below solo. Look, there's a lot of things that go on in Dota, but if your net worth is below solos, it's time to pack it up, boys.
Yeah, look at you, Seb.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, he's a support, man. That's acceptable.
He's too old.
He's so old.
Nullifier next for Kiyotaka.
Run into Yuragi.
But Yuragi jumps up to the high.
You got to play the long-range poke game here for your OG. Play for the high ground defense, for the PA late game hold. Ags, Nullifier, Divine, probably what you're looking here if you're Yuragi, and you need kind of all of it. If you win one of those high ground fights, this game can switch very fast. It's just getting harder and harder to do it, and it's on 9 Pandas to mess up that high ground go or that team fight. Seb's still looking for a second item. He looks like he's opted for the Vlads. That's what I was thinking about last game, man. Vlads for the Phantom Assassin. Always pretty damn good. And also being Aura, he can keep in the Panda form.
If his pandas stay alive.
If his pandas stay alive, yeah.
The way that Ramses is ramped up his own net worth and damage.
Yeah, that's
pretty easy to clear through those things. If he's inside Wukong's command and he's getting flat cannoned.
This matchup goes both ways. If you can toss the gyro, you're pretty happy.
Yeah.
If the gyro's on the ground, he disintegrates your Brewlings. This is a great gyro matchup in general. And you get extra MKB value here, right? You're just hitting all the evasion on OG side, whether it's the Ignited Brew with his evasion or the PA. So Ramsey's item build this game is pretty damn easy. And he's cruising. He's also just taking those max stats. So the upside of Gyro in this matchup is when you're ahead like this, you can get the early evasion. You're a tanky hero to go into.
Yeah.
Hero gets a lot of HP while still being able to itemize for the offensive capability in terms of the DPS. That makes you difficult to go in. He has very high base armor as well. So in theory, you're a hard target to jump for the Phantom Assassin.
When you're in.
Of course.
Can 9 Pandas break the high ground, though? Because this is all fine, well, good. Like, okay, they're winning. Fights are hard for OG. But if you can't actually end the game, then we go back to the but PA. Which I feel like their lineup isn't too bad at it, right? Centaur sits in the front. They can commit a Wukong's command if they want to. Just like own the area, take the objective, back away.
I don't think Centaur's ever sit in the front this game.
No?
Yeah, that sounds like a death sentence.
You think he's still not tanky enough?
You just get chains, vortex, daggered.
Yeah.
And like, what are you doing on the front line? You're not hitting a building here.
That's true.
Maybe if you went like the heart into armor build, it'd be a bit more reliable here. I think the pipe makes it so you're just playing support right. Support the monkey, support the gyro. Make sure you have host stomp up the land when OG go in. Keep them alive.
Dataless and 38 seconds. Are 9 Pandas gonna dare it?
Question mark.
Oh.
You talk, I'm not happy about this one. He's like, you have the PA, man. No pausing. It's the trade-off.
Pause for fun?
Yeah, that's right. Seb is having a lot of fun right now.
It is a question, or when are we paused?
I mean, I guarantee you they have them muted, so there's no way OG has seen this.
That's true. So we got a shard for Seb, for BCM, Aghanim Scepter for Uragi. Okay, questionable.
Tactical.
BCM Tactical. Okay, I understand. Rules.
He is right. You do have to give a reason.
Yeah.
We've seen some pretty good tactical pauses over the years in Dota. You know, no one likes to talk about it, but there's been some good ones.
Okay. Did you ever
tactical pause?
No. Did you ever play in a game and you thought that the opposing team, you don't have to say who, but did you ever kind of think, I think those guys, I think they tactical paused on us?
Yes.
So you think that's a thing that, I'm not saying this situation, but you think
not
that
an official
happened? Oh, okay.
In scrims, there were some sus ones. I don't know, man. There's some of these pauses, like you can't tell if they're thinking something or the team's disbanding or something.
Okay.
You know, they pause for you play a Chinese team in a scrim, they pause for 30 minutes. After 20, you're like, yo, can we go? And they're like, argument. That's all they write in the chat. You're like, it's not my problem, man. Those are the good old days.
If anything, you should...
Ooh, that landed.
Ever so barely, but it gets the job done. If anything, you should be pressuring them to go, and because, you know, the more problems they have, they can't hash it out.
Well, everybody
Better
knows
for you.
A good old game of Dota fixes everything, and
yeah, that's true.
That's just, you just got to keep brute forcing it until it works. Nice
I
little.
mean, we've become much closer as friends due to our party queue games.
Who?
You and me.
Oh, yeah, sure, man.
And of course, we're much better friends with Slacks.
Unfortunately.
Because of that.
They're going to push the high ground here. No Aegis to do it. This is where your poke comes in. How strong is it if you're OG waiting for MC to come back up? Do 9 Pandas want to stay around when the Darkseer respawns? Your Tombstone half duration as well.
Those vortexes are pretty annoying, but they'll get it. Oh, Miro. He tried to jump on a BCM, but mid-flank, so it doesn't hit the stomp. Kiyotaka actually gets bashed up. The Ice Mod's coming in. Oh, they only need a little bit of damage. He tried to get some help there from Antares with the telekinesis throwback. Not good enough.
He's
and Ramses can't keep you away. And there's the turnaround. If you do not play that high ground perfectly, you are playing into a PA.
And they're even going to get some of the supports here. Solo being hunted by MC. Though he doesn't have a stun, but Solo just didn't want a TP.
Guess he just assumes somebody else is going to find him and stun him.
He will accept his old friend death here, and that'll be a gem on top of everything else. That lead, that game that you built up the whole time, you went high ground without an Aegis, and you jumped on OG there, of all things.
Yeah, Miro.
I talked about this Centaur not wanting to frontline.
Yeah.
That's why you go in with the Centaur, you're just giving OG the exact fight they want, which is they can burst them down with all the minus armor. You're stuck in a vortex. You're never getting really back out here without paying a price. And it was Kiyotaka going in with him. I mean, sure, your Centaur walks it off, but now there's no counter initiation. He had to use the Lotus on himself. It's just not a good setup. You're giving the counterplay to OG when you go in like that, and that's what they want to have happen. If some of those stuns land, maybe it's a different picture, but you're giving them the chance to outplay you. And, well, Seb outplayed you. Welcome to the club. It's a good club. There's a lot of people in it. You're like, this guy's too old. He's not going to get the split off.
You and who else?
I guarantee you, before I answer, I guarantee you Kiyotaka was like, there's no way he's splitting my strike. Watch this, guys. And guess what? He split the strike. That's bowling for you.
Who else is in the get owned by Seb club?
I mean, 90% of Dota players, let's be honest. Yeah. All of them hate it too.
Slight chains, a perfect opportunity for Yuragi to jump in. There is no tension in this team fight. Go away, Tsunami. First it was Mira, now it's Tsunami. What's bothering us while we're casting, Avery?
It's because it's the PA show, man. 20K gold lead, gone in a few minutes.
Okay, you put an emphasis on the Aegis. You went high ground without the Aegis.
Yeah.
So, do you think they should have gone high ground earlier? Or do you think they should have waited for second Roshan? Both are dangerous, right?
I think they should just choke the map and gotten that like second or third Roche. Go high ground with your Aegises here. Your best chance to win the game.
Do you think it's okay to keep drawing the game out?
Well, I'll put it this way. If you are in that position and you don't think it's okay, then you didn't ban the right hero.
Oh, that's fair. Nice vacuum. Pull them out of the Wukong's command. Makes it a little spooky for 9 Pandas.
You can only let a hero do so much to you in terms of how you want to play the game. And if PA is going to dissuade you from playing a pretty standard gyro game where you're accelerating the gyro with stacks off a good laning phase into Roshans and going high ground with the Aegis, which is what this hero is designed and supposed to do, then what the hell are you doing giving PA in the second phase in the first place?
That's a good point.
So that's what I go back to, right?
Fear
I don't have an
is the
issue.
mind killer.
Exactly.
And you know what the problem is, Avery? They don't have no fear.
That's right. They kicked him at the wrong time. It's coming back to bite him.
Kiyotaka once again forced to use the BKB. A little bit of a reset here from OG. Seb is going to find his Brewlings being hunted by the Pandas. And not all of them are going to be found, at least.
I mean, he can cancel any time. He's just baiting him out here, setting up the fight. And it's time to go back in. Back on 4.
Beautiful vacuum. Ice blast over the top of things, too. 9
You're gone.
Get obliterated.
You're absolutely gone there. Oh, MC, you did him dirty. And that is all Seb just baiting out the fight. He can resummon that at any time. There is no threat on him. And you overextended. And you gave OG an opening in this game, and the Phantom Assassin took it and ran away with it. Beautiful vacuum into the A ult, into the Cinder. Everybody's hit with it. Nobody can heal, and BZM just cleaves them up. He's fully recovered in this game.
Have you ever seen that before? Kitrak blinked into melee range to get off the Ice Blast, to get it off sooner?
This kid's next level, man.
That is super weird and next level, I guess.
Makes sense. You don't want it sitting there flying out slowly.
Yeah.
And you've done your job.
Hey, just jump in the middle of them, double tap it, you instantly die, but...
Interesting approach
cool, yeah.
to the backline ranged hero Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, that's a Techie's blast-off idea of Dota right there.
I like it. Very creative. And this is going to be a Roshan that was supposed to be 9 Pandas in this game.
Oh, it's switching sides.
Oh, they got the Ags?
Yeah.
Out of that. Maybe they let that happen?
Yeah. They wanted the Ags.
Is it actually better, though?
Then Refresher for Darkseer with double wall and such. I mean, they're kind of the same thing because Punch is going to give you an illusion.
Sure.
It's also, I mean, it's pretty mana intensive nowadays to...
I mean, the extra value of being able to eat it's pretty good here too. I would have been okay with either of those. It's a really good shard lineup for OG. Like, double vac walls. I don't know what you're doing versus that. I guess you can sit in your Wukong with your flak, but nobody's healing.
Oh, he just... Huh? Where's the Aghanim Scepter? Is it on Darkseer?
That's his.
Yeah, so who grabbed the Aghanim Scepter from Roshan?
You're right.
It's not. It's also not showing.
Is it? Oh, he just
like he just hasn't used it.
Okay, so Yuragi ate his. And MC's just holding the Ag's synth, whatever you want to call it. He's just waiting, you know. He's just waiting for the right opportunity.
Okay.
He's gonna punch it in before he punches you out.
So what, in case he right-clicks somebody else? And then he could pop it in immediately to right-click a second person?
That's right.
The right illusion that he wants?
He's got a special delivery just for Ramses. Saving it up.
Okay, there he goes. Now he's consumed it. I think he just didn't realize.
Maybe he just forgot.
That was so weird.
It's one of the stranger things I've seen, but I'm sure he had a reason.
No, I don't think he had a reason at all. I think he just forgot it was there.
How do you forget? You
There's a
took
lot
an
of
Ags out of
information in
Roche.
Dota. I think my reason is much more likely. You know what? Maybe the panel can ask him in the post-game interview.
I mean, maybe they were debating who to give it to, too. You never know.
Yeah, that's possible.
They could have been debating giving it to BCM here. Like, Ags Ember's not too shabby either. Little poke, no crits. Okay, I mean, that looked pretty good for Kiyotaka.
Not getting credit.
Loss! Well, here you have it, folks. OG have forfeited this game. He did not crit him, and he said, I'm out of here. That's bullshit.
Can't get a crit.
Except I blinked on this guy and he didn't instant disappears. Is my game working correct? I gotta restart, man. I gotta restart. Something's not right.
This PA isn't working like it usually does.
He's adjusting his eyesight, too. I must be seeing this wrong. Didn't see any red numbers pop up. Is my screen working?
Can 9 Pandas still win this game?
Well, I could say yes. Would you believe me?
Not really. I mean, not unless you give really thorough analysis.
Technically, you can always win any Dota game.
Do they have more than a 5% chance?
Yeah, I mean, if OG
Dota Plus says
throw,
it's 14%.
if OG go deep in the base, they throw and they get stuck in Wukong. The monkey is still pretty strong. It's a okay monkey game outside of like the Brewmaster tossing you up. If Seb can land it, it can be tough into the later Wukong ring. And the AA Blast. The AA Blast is really what kind of cements the scale here for OG, right? You have 2 carries on the side of 9 Pandas that are pretty dependent on lifesteal. In fact, Ramses didn't even go Satanic this game because he's afraid about it.
Yeah.
Without the lifesteal, the scale for 9 Pandas is just way worse for the monkey and the gyro here. So that's a big factor too. If you can find Kit Track, you open up those fights, maybe you can start to take him a bit better here. Oh, does he know Yuragi's here?
Yeah, he's somewhere around here.
Now he knows.
He saw the surge, but the dagger, oh no! He couldn't get out in time. Yuragi is going to be able to find him in the trees. Pops
Didn't get him.
BKB before the Centaur's
All right,
run,
he got him.
and they do manage to get that kill. Triple dagger chasing after him. And there's
Blink
that
Blast.
forward with the Ice Blast. They see Antares, and BZM is going to pounce on him. A second hero down. Ramsey's down to half health after a big crit from Yuragi. Not going to chase in too deep, though, as you said. That could be the way they throw this game away.
Yeah, but the monkey has no buy. OG don't know this. Kiyotaka bought out to try and survive that PA burst. He did survive it for about the longest we've seen anybody survive it. There's just no turnaround.
Well, Seb has made the call. He pops the primal split. He says, this is go time.
I mean, for sure you push it here until you have monkey buy, or you're taking everything. No reason to back off. You still have an Aegis for a minute and cheese in Yuragi's pocket. There's nothing to stop that going off.
I mean, even if they're thinking about delaying this until the Aegis expires, their damage is so intense.
Oh, he got split.
Oh, okay. That's something.
Seb is too old. He'll be able to I mean, you can toss the PA up or the Darkseer, try and take the fight 5-on-4 when your monkey respawns here for the last racks, potentially.
Heart complete for the Centaur. Oh, you're going to need a lot more HP than that, I think.
Found Seb. How the hell did he end up
like
there?
this? Yeah, he just kind of walked in like that. Yuragi jumps in against 5 heroes. The vacuum ice blast, though. Seb, once again, it's all set up. It's all bait. He gets them to all just group up around his corpse, and then the Shredder comes through. That is
back.
the PA vacuum.
Pretty good Wukong.
25 with the Wukong's command, an opportunity perhaps. Yuragi disappears to get the Abyssal Blade on him, trying to blink away, trying to go for some life steal, heal up a little bit, gets the first half away, and he jumps back into it, wipes out 9 pandas. That's it.
Okay. I think we're done. I think we're done with this hero for a bit. I mean, what are you supposed to do? They literally landed everything perfectly in this last fight with Wukong, MKB carry hitting Yuragi. He blinks out, throws a dagger, life steals off it. Seb comes back in. Easy cleanup for OG. That is the risk you are going up against when you give away this hero right now. No matter how well you play the first 25, 30 minutes, the PA's finding farm. You're in for a rough time, and it happens yet again. Surely now, with all these teams watching these games, surely the time of the assassin has come to an end, right? I mean, why would you give this hero in the second phase? I understand if somebody first picks it, but you're telling me like these random bans, like I'm going to ban, Juggernaut, I'm going to ban some support hero is more impactful than this hero right now? I refuse to believe it. And 9 pandas, they will be eliminated here in 2 games from OG, 2 Phantom Assassin games, but some nice teamfight ideas. Like we were doubting Seb, but he had the right idea in a lot of these fights, which is just go in, bait the jump, give vision on heroes for Yuragi BZM and Kittrack to blink in an AA ult. Very creative idea of how to use AA. I like some of the ideas OG had.
Yeah, they look good. OG looks solid, man. And we're going to say goodbye to the 9 pandas. Hello to our panel.
My finest creation. After the 25-minute mark purge, what happened? I asked you, and what did you say?
I don't remember. Man, that Centaur works so good.
Oh, yeah.
For so long.
Selective memory, I'm saying.
It did. And then you had those moments where PA's just attacking and everyone's dying. And it looks like they have no armor or HP. You're just,
You did say that eventually he was going to kill everyone, so you got that right.
That's true.
I mean, we basically predicted the entirety of the game, right? We're like, this time around, 9 pandas will have better lanes. They're going to do better. They'll come out ahead. But they need to, keep it together and not make any mistakes. And if it gets late enough and they mess up once,
which was this fight,
the PA will take over. This one high ground attempt from them, I think it's understandable. You're feeling confident. You're ahead. You want to push high ground, but they didn't have the Aegis.
Yeah.
And obviously they're playing double lifesteal based carry against AA. So all it takes is this one misstep where OG gets to land their full burst, and that's the end of it. Yeah. I mean, I personally do not need any more evidence anymore. That
really?
There's just it's like. We've been talking about this for a couple of days now, right? And maybe we should stop talking this much about PA, but it's just the reason it's so baffling is that the amount of overwhelming evidence we've had now. PA is ahead, she wins. PA is really far behind, she comes back like none other. We had Shopify do it.
Yep.
Now we had OG do it. Yep. We've had every game in the playoffs it's won, right? It's like 7-0 or something like that in the playoffs. And the games follow one of 2 patterns. Either it's ahead and it's unlosable, or it's behind and you still feel like it's a 50-50, It's just like...
The hero is just the problem is I feel like with PA she just vibe checks you all the time. You're not paying attention for 1 second, you're dead. And then when she has enough items after the first kill, second, third, fourth, you make one mistake and you're done. I think 9 pandas could have easily won this game with the position they were in, but this is the most punishing Dota hero right now, and I don't know the answer to it. Someone's gonna have to figure it out. Otherwise, the last resort answer is that you need to get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean,
which is stupid, but that might be the case.
I really like the 9 pandas draft, frankly. The monkey was great. It gives them this early game carry when PA is not even close to ready. Like PA needed 10 minutes to even try to go even there. So the monkey pressured the map really effectively. Centaur heavily nuke based. Nukes beat PA because you have to fight people. You just nuke her and back off. So they made PA weak for a long time in this game. They had a big gold advantage, but it was that one jump in the racks to try to kill Seb. Seb baited correctly, pressed his ulti immediately, and that gave him the opportunity to kill Kyotalk on the monkey and then chase and then And then the other thing is PA does so much damage that every time a hero dies, it's always PA getting the kill. He was like 17 and 4 and like 5 at the end of the game. That's like Dota 1 pub stats, where you just go on solo killing bad players all the time. But he just does so much damage. He just catapults all this gold like after one team fight. It's crazy.
And I kind of want to echo what I said after game number 1, which is I think 9pandas played a good game, right? Yeah. Again, they did so many things right in this game, but as Kezu pointed out, it's extremely punishing to make a mistake against PA, especially the later the game goes, the worse the mistake is. If you lose 3 heroes 5, 10, 15 minutes in, you know, okay, maybe PA gets some gold. If you lose them 40 minutes in and PA gets those 3 kills, she shows up to your next fight with 1 additional full item worth 5k gold. And then she runs you over because it's a game of numbers, right? At some point, she just reaches critical mass and you can't really solve it. So I'm sure 9pandas are kicking themselves and really feel like when they watch this replay, they're like, we definitely should have won this game. And I mean, they had all the conditions for it, but the fact of the matter still is they had to get in this good of a position, and it still wasn't enough. You know? So, yeah, I personally, it's fun to watch. You know, it's flashy, stuff explodes. There's a lot of big numbers, but I'm ready to put this hero to rest for this tournament and watch some other games because I don't know if you can hand on heart say after these 2 games that OG just completely were a 2-0 team in this series because I feel like 9pandas actually played up to par. In both games, and then they got PA'd, right? So this is a bit of a shame.
Watching PA's power in those moments, like you heard Avery react to it, he was like, ugh, like he didn't even analyze. He was just like, that's too much damage. It reminds me of like Lina around Lima Major, where she just did more DPS than any other hero in the game, and you're like, that is so out of line compared to the average hero that it's like, it's just so obviously too much. And that's what she feels like right now.
What did OG as a unit do to let PA get to a PA point? Because for as broken of a hero as she is, they still bought a ton of time for her, which again is a testament to how OG as a team have been doing throughout this entire tournament.
I would say that their mid game was very good. I think like still minute 10 to 20, they thought maybe more than they had to in like their own jungle, but it shows you the mentality that they knew what they had to do, which is to make space, use your brew split here, have BZM smoke around and like jump in and out to just allow Yuragi to like get his 2nd item, his 3rd item, Desolator. And now if they make a mistake, boom, I come in with a dagger, I prime it, I kill everyone. So they just, I mean, they know. I think we could have maybe done the same. We know that if we have a PA, we get Sinner in his farm, he's going to annihilate everyone.
That's true.
A lot of
true.
No, my PA is sick.
It is really good. BZM dodged a lot of ganks too with his Ember. So he's like split pushing waves. They would like pressure him a little bit. He'd zip across the map. And so he did a lot as well.
What was that the main motivation for Ember? Because I can't imagine that you're planning on like, yeah, you know, the first 20 minutes are going to suck. I'll play Ember and I'll draw them all around the map because Ember is not a popular hero right now.
They lost their lane advantage by too much. So Ember goes down to like split pushing. He's a perfect hero for that. Classically was the split push side lane, TP somewhere else kind of thing. It's not easy to kill him. They did have some disables obviously, but killing Ember was a little bit difficult for them. You know, he can get away from Monkey King, he can go in when he wants, he can escape when he wants. So it was an ideal hero for that game circumstance. And then later on they were like, vacuum, ice blast, sleight of fist, plus PA, everybody dies there.
Yeah, and in terms of rounding out their lineup, I think what they really wanted in that last pick was a reliable way of hitting ice blast, because that's what they didn't have, right? They needed some sort of reliable route, reliable stun. I think Earth Spirit was banned. They would have maybe picked that hero, right? Because it does so well for them and did in the game 1. So they get the Ember, and again, 9pandas with a good punish. I think Hyotaka played an excellent game and a great lane too. But yeah, you weathered the storm, BZM. You know, he was under a lot of pressure that game. He made some uncharacteristic mistakes for himself as well, but ultimately, in all of that time that he was dying a couple of times around the map, Yuragi was a constant, getting that farm, and then a couple of kills. He's top of the net worth. Then you start seeing the writing on the wall. Just that one little mistake. Can't make it, 9pandas, and they did.
It probably also helps that you have like Seb in you. Like if I was a carry that was behind in a game, if I could choose one teammate to have in my team, it would be Seb. Because I feel like he will tell everyone what to do. He's going to cheer me up. You know, if I'm about to have a depressed phase in the game of like, this game's over. He'll tell you, no, bro, I have split. Let's go smoke.
It's like you only have 25 kills. It could be worse.
Like, he's just going to make you know what needs to happen, or maybe he's just going to let you focus on hitting creeps while he tells everyone, you come smoke with me. We're going to use our brew split. And like, he doesn't even let you get in this phase of thinking about bad things.
Although, because of this, we have to close the chapter on 9pandas. They are eliminated from DreamLeague Season 21.
Badge.
Which means that how do they stack up compared to all the other teams that are going to TI but got eliminated? I feel like they still played a good game.
Yeah, I think overall, out of all the eliminated teams, with maybe the exception of Gaming Gladiators, I think 9pandas maybe played the best overall. And I think today they showed why they're a TI caliber team. I think there's a lot of bright points in these games to focus on. Game number 1, they're getting totally trashed in lanes. That's not a bright point.
No.
But they played really, really well in that game from being massively behind. It's kind of like what OG did in this game, where OG were massively behind and they identified what to do and did it well. 9pandas did that in game number 2, but couldn't recover. I think that game was almost unsalvageable. Whereas this one was, but 9pandas played a great first 30 minutes here.
And them letting the Phantom Assassin through twice, they just tweeted out that No Fear is no longer coaching with them, and there is a great deal of mystery surrounding who their second coach is. Now, I know that one player who's a captain, who's famously associated with being kind of stubborn, currently has nothing to do for TI. And has a history of going to many TIs. Now, I'm not here to mindlessly speculate, but let's speculate. Who do you think is coaching 9pandas? Is it Puppy?
I'm happy to announce it's me.
It's
Great draft. Great drafts this game.
Thanks so much.
Need a high five, please.
Why didn't you tell them to ban PA?
Easy.
It wasn't me.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That was close.
Who's the actual coach?
You're fired.
It's Shaggy.
Okay, well played.
Yeah, but I'm encouraged for them moving forward, but not as encouraged as I am for... He's... Ring. It's the Kitrak police. What's up, Kitrak? Congratulations on this 2-0 victory. How much do you think you earned this 2-0, or how much of it was Phantom Assassin? Because we're down to do both.
I'll say we get 1 out of 2 wins. First game, I think we can say is a fair win.
Okay. And second game was just PA being PA?
Yeah, second game is PA.
Though the second game, you guys had a strategy that you've run before. So I don't know. I don't think you played the AA in that previous game, but you had Darkseer, Brewmaster, Phantom Assassin in a previous matchup against Evil Geniuses. How early were you on this Phantom Assassin train in your drafts?
I mean, I don't know about how early, but I think everybody kind of knows the hero's pretty stupid right now. Like, kind of just gives you a fallback cushion where you can just, minute 40, minute 35, whatever. Like, they can't really go high ground and end the game into daggers, and then at some point they just start getting one shot. So, kind of, I guess since the beginning of DreamLeague, we kind of knew it was busted.
Nice. And I imagine as a 5 position, you are not a fan of being on the receiving end of things. So then, why didn't you ban it out? Did you not have any inclination that 9pandas might pick it up for themselves?
I don't think they play it. Or I don't think they have played it, at least from what I've seen.
Fair enough.
That's weird. It's like every carry's wet dream to play this hero.
Big red numbers.
Like,
what more did you
kill
want?
everyone, you know? All right.
Yeah, I have a question. Your blink on A was really interesting. I assume you've done the build before, but what gave you the idea originally? And you just wanted to combo with the vacuum? Is that what you're going for?
Yeah, and I think like 90% of the time A Blast is impossible to land in team fights against Stampede and Force Staffs and Rubik Lift and all this stuff. It's like really hard to land it unless you just blast one of the cores point blank, so I just bought a blink.
Cool. And how do you feel being on OG now? Like, you guys are looking better with MC, things are on the up and up. You guys are now a step farther in the tournament. How are things going from your perspective?
Things are going pretty good, I would say. We're pretty loose, just trying our best in the games, having fun. Obviously, we didn't qualify to TI, which kind of sucks, but we're enjoying DreamLeague.
Great.
All right, hey, Kitrak, I only have one quick question. So, in Berlin, you guys look really good with you and MC. Then I would say TI qualifiers, disappointing and maybe not what you guys would have liked. And now you're at DreamLeague again with MC and you, of course. And you guys are looking very good. Is there like anything specific that like changes when you guys have MC? Is it a mood change? Is it like a skill differential? Can you enlighten us?
I think maybe a little bit of a better fit for how some of us want to play. I think he's very aggressive and he's a really good leader. When the game, like last game, was going kind of to shit, and he made the game a lot easier for us. And some of the games, like the game before that, he's a very dominating presence. When he's having a good game, when we're having a bad game, he makes the game feel a lot better than it actually is.
Yeah.
So
very
nice with him.
One quick add-on, when you say that he makes the game better in the game just now, how did he do that from a losing position? Is it like the way he's communicating, or that, yo, guys, this game is fine? Or is it more that he makes a call on what you need to do?
Yeah, I mean all of the above, basically, right? Like he just gave us like a very simple condition, and you know we at some point we stopped feeding and we just played for our high ground, and you know the game is easy after that.
That's my kind of leader. That's kind of like in my pubs. Guys, just stop feeding. It's like, oh, that's a good idea.
That's a good call. I think you could try.
No, his comms are better than mine.
All right, one final question, I guess, if we have time for that. I'm just curious about your own personal development, because I think a lot of us, or all of us, would agree that you've improved a lot in the last year. Have you done something specific? Like, are you like targeting your practice, or is it just, you know, naturally the flow of the game and the teammates that you have that have made you improve so much?
I think.
And do you agree, by the way? Do you think you're a lot better than a year ago?
Yeah, I do. I think I'm a lot more like. I think my individual skill level is like I'm not a shitty laner anymore and stuff like that. I think playing in Europe helps a lot for practice. I think that's probably the biggest thing. Like every game you're playing against, even like the rank 500, rank 1000 guy that you're playing against is actually a really good player. And in NA, if you're not playing against like maybe 5 or 10 different players, the players are just really bad. So it's a lot better practice-wise.
If you had to pick one thing, is there anything you missed about North American pubs?
Yeah, the all chat.
Perfect. Then I look forward to seeing more chat wheels coming out of you, Kid Trek. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us, and congratulations on moving forward in Dream League Season 21.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Take care. All chat, it's unmatched
It's
in
true.
North America.
He seems so polite, but he's like, yeah, I want to flame people.
I mean, he just needs to play against Entity, right? That's what it's going to take.
Oh, yeah.
Then, then
it might just happen, my friend, because we have one more series remaining for today. It's Entity playing yet again, and this time they're facing off against BetBoom. We'll see you after the break.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule, dare to triumph against all odds, dare to rise above fate.
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's showtime, my friends. It's an Entity double feature today because they managed to make it through their first elimination series. And now they're facing off against a BetBoom team. Forced to be reckoned with. But unfortunately, what hero did they lose to in the upper bracket?
BetBoom?
Yeah.
Phantom Assassin in a very, very epic comeback from Shopify Rebellion in game number 3, which looked like they were about to close it out. I think they're up 2 lanes of barracks.
Correct.
And then they died.
It's
really unfortunate.
I could barely remember that. That was like 6 PA comebacks in a row in the past. Like
they all blur together, would you say?
They do, yeah. They're stricken from my mind.
Well then. I don't have a good segue for this one. Let's welcome I got one.
You're welcome to come on the couch.
Let's get someone who's
stay there.
Who's critical to our broadcast. It's Effie! What's up, Effie?
Not much. I'm chilling, trying to watch some Dota without PA in it.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully.
So you're on the train with everyone else. You're sick of this hero.
I'm also sick of Gyro.
Yep. And Sven?
Sven, not so much, because
Okay.
I just don't feel like he's hurt me in the same way. You know?
But you have history with these other carries, the Gyros, the PAs.
I would say so, because I feel like with Sven, he wins pretty quickly. But then with Gyro and PA,
They went pretty slowly.
it's been a while, you know, you have to sit through it.
That's true. And you feel like you have a chance against those heroes. For 30 minutes, you're like, well, maybe we might be able to win. And then...
Joke's on you.
A chance, you say?
Rookie mistakes being made.
Say.
That's the problem. You get Sven to like 20% before he presses BKB, and you're like, all right, they're going to win this team fight. But PA, you have no idea. You're like, well, let's see how many she can take out before she dies. It's literally watching anime.
The thing about Sven, compared to Gyro or PA, I feel like Sven's an initiating burst type of carry, right? Like, he kind of stays off. He sees a good target, he'll God Strength go in, uses BKB if he wants to kite some spells, but then he's kind of done for after his initial burst. I feel like it's much easier to play around that guy than PA, who's always blurring and always jumping in and out. And Sven, you're a cool guy, Sven.
Imagine if Sven got his item cooldowns reset when he got a kill. So he could blink back out after assassinating someone. That's kind of what it feels like.
Even through damage, yeah.
Yeah.
And for like Shadow Blade as well.
Yeah.
Built in.
Yep.
Yeah.
And also, if he was able to buy a break for 1,400 gold, that would be pretty cool.
That does 14% of their max damage as pure damage, and it resets every time you get a kill.
Also would be pretty cool.
Now, what I think is going to be interesting to see now is PA going to rise so much up in the ranks that we're going to see it first phase now, or is it rising up that high that it actually just gets banned straight up? I refuse to believe, at this point, I flat out refuse to believe that this hero becomes a second phase pick. It's either you pick it early or it will be banned by a team. There's no way.
So far, it's not getting...
Surely.
I
Surely.
beg to differ. I think just because, like, PA is super overpowered, it feels like, but on lane you really can punish her. The reason why every team is first phasing this Gyro is because he just wins lanes, like, flat out with a single spell. You'd never have to worry about him. He just flat cannons his way, pushes the wave into the tower, and then he just farms camps, or he's playing aggressively, and he's always got some means to be impactful in the early game. I think with PA, you can bully her. You can take advantage of her when she's weak, and you can play some Beastmaster Snowbully type of draft and end the game. With Gyro, it just doesn't work the same way.
It's gone. We can talk about something else. It got banned.
Before we do, let me talk about PA just one more time. It's much easier for the first pick teams to ban her in the second phase because you got 2 bans.
Of course, yeah.
That's all.
Well, that looked like some nice hot beverage. You can see the smoke there.
Oh, you're right.
That is definitely
I thought
a
it
nice
was foam.
That is a very uncharacteristic
He's drinking out of
container
like
for
a
tea.
beer stein,
That,
though.
that looks a lot like
Are you sure it's just not a beer?
A hot beer?
Hot beer.
Oh, it is steaming. You are correct. Don't they have hot alcoholic beverages?
Of course.
Malt wine. What is it called? Something wine?
I've never seen hot beer in my entire
Mulled
life.
wine. Mulled wine. There you go.
Oh, mulled wine.
There's
I'm
no
pretty
fruit in there,
mauled
though.
about this draft.
We want to talk about the food, okay?
First pick Mars. Can I just get a word in
so
about this?
you did a double take, but like it is a Mar.
It's a Mar.
Yeah.
And it's also we're gonna call him Malrone now because that's what we've been told by him. It is.
Correct.
And
Really?
Yeah, it is Malrone. The
For
reason
anyone who
Fogg
is-
said
yeah,
it
go
is
ahead.
not that he's dyslexic, but that he was told that it is Malrone, and he did not read the 1 as an O.
But apparently that is how we're supposed to read it.
Right.
The number 1 in his name is 1.
Is actually 1, yeah.
Yes. So he's Malrone.
Malrone.
Malronani.
Yeah.
Banana.
Whatever works. The player knows best what their name is, so.
I do like this Mars though versus Gyrocopter because I think it was the first day of DreamLeague that we saw Spirit pick it against Gyro, and not only does Mars' spell kit do really well against protecting his team with Gyro, with like Arena, he obviously can't attack into it. It's also a means to catch him, but also it's the Blade Mail build. So what Collapsed did was on Mars, he bought Blade Mail, and then he would just go into the fight Bulwark and suck all of Gyro's damage for his team so that they can kill him. So I think if you have a Mars player who's as good as Amar or Collapse, that strategy to counter Gyro is incredibly viable.
Yeah, that's cool. I think the first time we saw that build that I can recall was against Medusas typically. Similar principle. They throw lots of attacks, you soak them up, and you're reflecting way more damage to Blade Mail while reducing it. It's so cool.
Now, knowing that it's a Mar,
Yeah.
Does Amar play Mars like that? Because when I think Amar Mars, I think Ags Daedalus, you know? Like he's gonna...
Or like Deso
And
Rush.
Satanic. Yeah, Deso, you know?
You're right about that, but I
Oh.
think he will. If they're picking this Mars as a response to Gyro, then they're doing it because they think that the hero is the solution. So I
Right.
can't imagine him going
But is
Daedalus.
it only a solution because of Blade Mail? Or can you go the carry build while still being a solution?
I think that it's not as reliable as a solution, but maybe it works. I believe in the way Spirit did it. I was honestly sold on how Collapse played into the Gyro, so I would think that Entity is taking a page out of their book here. I also like the natural synergies between Vengeful Spirit and Mars, you know, the minus armor with the God's Rebuke on lane. That is a heck ton of damage. You cannot underestimate that.
Yeah, it's great. And similar synergies with ET and Gyro. ET's also amplifying someone else's damage, the Gyro Flax damage. Once he gets his aura and he stands in melee range. And then Dark Willow diversifies their team fight and their damage a little bit too. Here's the... Alright, PA is obviously overshadowing the last couple matches, but I think Muerta has been really trending a lot in the last series of matches. In fact, Watson won one of their games earlier today on the Muerta, and Katomi also played it as a 4 in one of their games, so it is a cool flex hero.
And that's exactly why they're picking Primal here, is that they're maintaining Muerta as a mystery here, making it harder for Bedboom to counterpick. And they're going to run Malronan his Primal Beast, one of his best heroes. His last performance that we saw in the very long game they just won, before the series we just watched, he played a late game Earthshaker. He seems very comfortable on these tanky mid lane melee heroes. Also is a huge fan of Huskar. He's a fan of Timbersaw. So you're starting to get like an idea of what type of archetype of player he is. He's an in-your-face, strong guy, gonna go in, tank some damage while dealing it, and this fits the bill. Another Blade Mail hero against Gyro.
Yeah, 2 now, which is really puts him in a good place. Even like Muerta against Gyro is pretty safe. Pop your ulti, you're not getting flacked either.
Also, what I like about Primal Beast versus carries like Gyro and Terrorblade, who can be very lane dominant, is that Primal Beast is a hero that can rotate pre-level 6. Like often you'll see these Primal Beasts, if they suffer on lane, they'll just go up there, they'll just trample, the onslaught trample, kill the carry and leave. Like there are so many plays that are opened up for Entity just by having this active type mid laner. And they honestly should be okay with this because we still don't know if this Muerta is being flexed to 4 or not. But regardless of this, they're going to have that win condition hero on Watson to take advantage of all the space.
How good is Storm in this game?
I think it's quite good in terms of this is GPK's one of his best heroes, probably. There's also not enough reliable stuns to catch him, right? Like, the arena is just dodgeable, you can zip around. Same with Vengeful Spirit stun. Also good on lane versus Primal Beast, and it's a hero that can punish the Muerta's positioning early on, so it looks like a very solid Storm game.
Yeah, that's the part that I like about it, that you said, the punish Muerta, because she gets to generally choose when to fight. It's like either her pressing her ulti or her BKB, and Storm can basically say like, okay, you gotta press something when I jump on you, or I'm gonna do like half your HP right now, and then I'm gonna disengage after you press them. So it gives them much better choosing their fight. But if Storm does get disabled, you're gonna be layered with a dead shot and a silence and other disables. So he's gotta be careful, but it does give them good jump options that they did not have in their first 3.
I guess one more thing to keep in mind here is Elder Titan loves to have friends that use his Astral Spirit. And now you have the Storm Spirit that has the magic. He uses the magic amplification really well, and so does the Dark Willow. So you're essentially finding a way of making we're assuming this is a position 5 ET played by Toronto Tokyo. You're giving him a lot more relevance. Elder Titan falls into these tricky games sometimes where, yeah, you have these cool spells, but if you don't have a really reliable way of setting you up or a really reliable way of using your amp, it's kind of like, okay, you know? But in this game, there's like a really obvious, straightforward path to activating this hero. He gives that little bit of extra kick that Storm is sometimes lacking to burst the hero. Throw the ult, you throw the Spirit in there, and you get that 100-0, which makes a really big difference. So my eyes are actually on Venge in this game to play a really significant role. I think positioning from Venge here is huge. I think Swap will need to be a key spell for them to control the Storm's pressure.
She's probably gonna die a million times this game.
That's possible. Maybe they just jump the Venge, you know, and then be done with it.
Between what you said about the natural order and then Bedlam on Storm, like, who needs Nake's bombs when Storm can just be the bomb himself?
Yeah, the thing about Vengeful Spirit is she's not to be underestimated because she's a really strong early game hero now. Like, especially now that she's universal and you're building stats on her anyway. There are a lot of build-up items that work for her, like Solar Crest or potentially even just rushing something like a Force Staff. She's still getting a lot of tankability out of that, so she's not as afraid as she used to be.
Last pick Beast. I can't believe it got through.
Yeah.
There's been first phase banned in almost every game today. If not all of them, actually.
I think so.
Was it played today? I don't think it was played today.
It's a great hero for what they need though. They don't have the best anti-run at you spells right now that aren't as reliable. You can maybe do like a stomp, put some brambles between you, but just being able to have roar if Primal Beast charges in BKB is going to allow them to reset from some bad engagements once Entity does start fights. And it gives them a little bit more like gap close and kill this one guy power that they needed. Should make their lane pretty good too. Dark Willow Beast looks solid to me. They've got amazing rundown if they ever do catch somebody by themselves, so it's going to make when Entity starts rotating lanes a little bit more spooky.
So do you want to put Morta into that lane as a carry?
I would like for it to be flexed in this game because you have to punish this Beastmaster, and she's not a great hero at killing him on lane. Like, for Entity need to kill some, just pick some kind of anti-beast hero, honestly. Problem is they're all banned out.
Yeah.
Or maybe even a surprise PL in here. But that's kind of hard to play against when you're ET and you're playing as Gyro too.
And Storm, I think, is a pretty good hero against PL, especially when you get Ags on Storm. It really ruins PL's team fights. You always just pull all of them together into the ET combo. I love this Bet Boom draft. I think it looks awesome. I think their lanes are great. I think they have so much dominance on the map, so much catch, reach. Yeah. It's the reason Amar is scratching his head here. what's left?
Do?
You know? All right. They commit the
carry
Morta to carry. They're going to run Grim. So this gives them a Dispel, which can be pretty handy here against the overwhelming single target burst that Bet Boom are presenting. But again, the supports in this game for Entity, man, they have to be in so good positions. They need to not feed, and they still need to be in reach to save their cores all game, because everywhere is a minefield. So,
I just feel like Watson has to play a near perfect game this game
It's
on
hard.
his Morta. She doesn't feel like enough of a win condition, especially when you aren't outright winning any of your 3 lanes. So you're depending on this Morta to get a lot of farm, but I really think they have great heroes at punishing Morta early on. Like the Storm Spirit plus Willow should be enough to kill her. And sure, Morta in the ultra late game is one of the hardest carries in the game, but I don't feel like they're going to make it to that stage either, to be honest.
And this time Pure isn't buying Deso and Beastmaster.
That's true. That's true. He won't do that. They do have really good combos with Grimstroke, though. Like linking 2 people together, throwing like 4 stuns effectively out of Fishman. They've got some decent combos. But yeah, it's a little spooky if Bet Boom gets an advantage, because I definitely see their dives kind of shredding the supports. Like a lot of it comes down to Fishman saving and mitigating some of those first couple gank rotations.
I don't think it's much about saving. It's more so about Entity being proactive with their Primal Beast and their Grimstroke. Like, if they're the ones getting the kills early on, like not being defensive. That's probably what they have to do here.
It looked slick until you dropped it. The flick was nice. You get a 5 out of 10 because the flick was a 10 out of 10 and the catch was a 0. All right, you can get a 7.
0 is not a fair score, Cinderin.
It is.
Be honest and give him the 1 that you were thinking of.
Damn it.
He tried. Is 1 fair?
I mean, if we should defer to anyone, it's Purge about how good he is at catching right now. Because you were the king yesterday. This is really bad,
okay.
Neil. I'm just gonna say,
friends,
let's get
let
out
us
of here.
skirmish in game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
For the second series of the day, have a tough opponent sitting in front of them, but they had to have gotten some momentum off their first series. I mean, that was a hype series for them to win.
They definitely have some momentum going into this first game. Maybe even think about, like, if you're Bet Boom, you got to kind of just step in and put a halt to it, right? You do not want to let them get away with a fast start to a game 1 that turns into a win, and then they're just off to the races in the series. You're on the back foot. Suddenly they've won a bunch of games in a row. They're feeling themselves. That's going to be a hard opponent to beat here, even if they're playing twice in the same day. So I kind of expect Bet Boom to pull out 110% here, at least in this laning phase that we know can be very strong for them, because they also have another kind of slow support duo, right? I think the Willow is perfectly fine on lane, actually. It can just be a little slow on the map. But ET, as we saw in one of those previous games, can definitely get abused in the first 10 minutes here.
Yeah.
So you have to play it really well. Like, ET Gyro, It's not a weak lane. You just have to know how to trade and not overextend early and, you know, ideally play for the level 3 with the level 2 Spirit, then you're strong. And Amar will have his signature Mars to go up against it. There's another very fast lineup from Entity with the Malrine Primal becoming his signature very quickly here. Smoke on smoke.
Who's going to be able to get this first blood? They put some damage onto Pure, but they can't stick onto him, and it's going to be Bet Boom grouped up. Entity, maybe they got the smoke initiation. They didn't expect that Bet Boom would just all be sitting there ready to go, and not much better hero to take that kind of 5-on-5 clash level 1 than an Elder Titan.
Malrine's gonna have to snag this rune. I don't think he can get the other one though. He has to lane mid, so it should be 3 for Bet Boom here on top of all that. Actually, Ben's gonna be able to get there in time.
Yeah.
With the TP. Heads up play by Fishman. Yeah. So at least they'll split it here. Only the first blood damage is done. That was some serious damage, though. It's a couple things, right? It's extra XP and gold for everybody, of course. It's really nice in this mid lane. You're looking at GPK's experience right now. He's basically a full level ahead of Malrine before the lane started. So that's a big deal. It's going to hurt this Primal's tempo a lot, as I was just saying, and he have a pretty fast draft. And it helps top a lot for Bet Boom because you got a similar situation for the Elder Titan. Support that's pretty level dependent. Suddenly this ET is going to be able to get to level 2 and 3 a lot faster. And of course, First Blood went to Toronto, Tokyo. So you can also buy boots. Or just regen.
I think the mid matchup is the one that really sells it for me for Bet Boom. Because if the Storm sets up those slower supports a lot, right? Like his initiation allows Bramble to be able to land, allows the Spirit Stomp to be able to go through.
Right, this Bet Boom draft is incredibly solid, right? You look at it, they pretty much have everything. BKB Pierce, AoE control, scaling supports, auras, really strong flash farming carry, stack clear, vision, an initiator jump from mid who can control runes. As long as they execute pretty well, they have everything in the tank. The Entity draft is a bit more out there, but it also has a lot of really strong little combinations, especially with this Venge buffing everything up, and of course, Watson on his Morta here, a hero that can swiftly turn some of these late game fights versus a lot of these Agi carries, just doesn't care about the armor.
It's the calling. So hard to fight into.
I actually think that's the strongest laning spell in Dota.
The calling?
Yeah,
it's pretty difficult to deal with.
I can't think of a better one.
You're either in the center of it and you're slowed down and your attack speed's slowed.
Yeah, you can't trade.
So then you can't trade. Or you're getting hit by these ghosts. It's pretty hard when you don't have boots to actually get out of the circle without getting hit by the ghosts.
I mean, if you get hit by the ghost 2 or 3 times, you're basically dead. Yeah. Or the lane's won. That's a very powerful spell for a carry to have, which is why I think we're seeing more and more that people are figuring out how to lane better with this hero, and she's very strong on lane. On top of the fact it's a ranged hero, so you get that going for you as well. But that spell, that is really what makes the early game for this hero.
And if you are good enough with that dead shot, you can kind of guarantee that to happen, which Watson, I mean, that was an incredible performance by him on the Game 3 Pudge. That guy just did not miss hooks. So Watson, he's a very skilled carry player, but he's particularly good with skill shots. And we'll probably see some of that with these dead shots going out. Fishman is going to die here. At least he killed the Hawk before he went down.
Aggressive go on mid. It's a lot of tower damage. Yeah. Actually de-aggroed it, re-aggroed it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's flirting with danger here. Trying to take the fight to GPK, and again, but again the tower.
Keeps on aggroing that tower damage and makes things pretty even. HP pool-wise between the two now.
I mean, Malrine's done really well in this lane. Remember, he had to come back against all that XP differential, and he's almost evened it up here. The power of the Primal Beast. He clears the creeps, he clears the runes, and he clears you. Zero can get away with a lot from having a very little.
This is a smart pull. He's going to pull over and get the water rune. I wonder if he's going to go for the bounty rune as well, because he certainly needs all of these refills on the bottle charges.
He also sent the wave into GPK's tower when he wasn't there, so Storm missed 3/4 of that wave.
Oh, wow.
Another quick trade on to save as Watson amping up the lane pressure, really taking over this lane right now.
Inkswell going to be used. Spear, not quite into tower range. And Inkswell going off without actually hitting any heroes, so.
That's level 2 Spirit. That's your time to shine on the lane with the Elder Titan. Toronto Tokyo making it work. Had that first Blood Gold, so he got a lot of extra regional in this lane. And now he's up to boots. His safe lane is going to be really strong for BetBoom in the next 3 to 4 minutes here if Toronto Tokyo wants to stay up here. He could also rotate bottom here, play off some of the Brambles and the Axes, backstab Watson. Something else BetBoom could consider and Toronto Tokyo likes to do.
Another dead shot lands, save. Already been killed by that once. And he's already low again. Man, Watson, how does he have all the mana for this? He's been throwing out spells non-stop. I guess part of it is that Beastmaster does give you a lot of magic wand charges.
He's just abusing the mass spell usage from BetBoom here.
Yeah.
I mean, it is an intelligence hero as well. You got to remember that. So this hero has like better base mana regen, I think, than a lot of Agi carries traditionally do.
Even brings
not
that
an Agi
clarity
carry.
for himself. Completed treads.
I mean, you either go Falcon Blade on this hero or you're just going straight Maelstrom. It would be the straight Maelstrom here for Watson. Feels like he's having a really good laning phase, doesn't need the extra little boost. Can't blame him. Pushing on to that level 5. The real question here for Entity, as Fishman will pay the price to the right clicks. This is why Willow is such a strong laner. It's just the stats and like 72 damage and level 4 going in with a crazy good BAT. Very hard to trade against. Real question here is how much Mallory can get done versus GPK in terms of controlling the runes and making the rotations you normally want to make with the Primal Beast. Especially when BetBoom are pretty much winning, or at least going even in the side lanes. There might not be crazy openings for the Primal to take advantage of. He'd probably want to kill this Gyro once or twice. That's the big prize. They can get a rotation up top, kill Nightfall once, kick him out of the lane.
BetBoom committed their supports early on for this 6-minute power rune spawn, and they were rewarded with the best rune, Arcane Rune, for the Storm Spirit. So GPK, we'll see if he puts that to use, whether it's just efficiently jungling after he pushes in a wave, or if he's going to try and get active in one of these side lanes somewhere.
Fishman's looking for the 7-minute Wisdom. They also rotated Mallory bottom, but because it's the 7-minute Wisdom rune, the heroes are off the lane. So it's kind of...
Oh, Fishman wasn't sure whether or not he wanted to commit for the Wisdom Rune or not. He doesn't, and it was the wise choice. Toronto Tokyo had already counter-TP'd.
And you see how much BetBoom prioritized that XP on their supports. Yeah. This is not a support duo you want to fall behind. You're going to be food on the map.
Oh, got the silence on him. The Inkswell can also come through and do some damage, but GPK is a little bit too strong, and he's going to commit, and he's going to go for that kill on Malrine. Almost got it, but the final hit isn't quite enough, and GPK dies under the tower.
Can't improve. Not like this. Mistakes. That's true. That'll be a mistake that GPK improves from for sure.
Like the plus 25 emote he added to that.
Yeah, that's a very nice touch.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Stomp does land. Sets up the Bramble. Very easy burst damage. Another good dead shot pushing him back. Somehow Malrine a little bit off the mark there on that.
Nothing connecting in this early game for the Primal. That's not a good sign for Entity. They really want to get out ahead with this hero. Still some nice combos in that mid-late game. You know, the Venge Wave going through with the Primal damage. You can ink swell him as well. So there's a lot to pump up this Primal. He doesn't need the greatest game ever.
I think the best part is Inkswell being able to give you, like, not only just some follow-up damage, which is super nice, but gives you extra movement speed as well.
Yeah, it's super good. And now you can basically guarantee you're catching the Storm with it off of the charge going in.
Calling, creating a little bit of issue here for GPK. Watson pops his ultimate, but he has nowhere to run to. In fact, running through Brambles in order to try and get away, but he's surrounded by too many heroes.
I mean, kind of a rare mistake from GPK, though, feeding those illusions away. That's plus 14 for Watson. Of course. Mar gonna finally get something on the board. Oh, Mar will steal it, but happy nonetheless.
Mar's a little bit low here. Nightfall will head right back up to that safe lane, though. BetBoom, they're really well positioned to be able to get that the carry kill and put a lot of damage on the tower, but Entity respond pretty nicely. They pick up 2, defend their tower.
Yeah, they're ready for that move. And it is the logical one here. If you're not kicking the gyro at the top, inevitably Bapum are going to make a move into your safe lane. Try and fight on this Morta. So far, early game working out pretty damn well here. Support's ahead of entities, cores ahead of entities. And GPK getting some of the runes, being able to make some of those rotations. Get your Storm active, you're really happy about that. And it's all space for Nightfall with the early crit to go to work. Laning phase was not very kind for Amar as he's 1,500 behind. You know, I feel like that's probably expected with Mars in this meta. I don't think Mars is the crazy lane dominator we're used to seeing from the old ATF Mars, for example, and it's definitely not the lane dominator of the Razor that he's been favoring.
You think Amar told Entity?
It would be Fishman with that stat.
Be like, if I stand in, I'm only going to play Razor, Viper, and Mars.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I don't care how good or bad you think those heroes are. That's all I'm playing. Headphones lagging.
I mean, it's Amar the zero fucks for a reason, you know? I'm just going to play my heroes, guys. You do whatever the hell you do. I'm going to look good. Style on some kids.
And he did do that with that Razor, man.
Oh, yeah. He is quite proficient on what he's confident in. It'll be early Blade Mail for the Mars here. So this is really the gyro counter, right? They first phased it for a reason. It is a very good answer. Blade Mail is going to amp that up as well. Just target Nightfall. Don't think this will result in anything. But just having the arena for the fights is going to help his team stick there a lot more.
Yeah, great to be able to limit the damage of Flat Cannon, right?
Nice
Whether it's your team being inside or behind the arena walls, or the gyrocopter being trapped inside, your team being outside of it. There goes said arena, but it may not save either one of them. Malrain comes through, looks like they'll be able to get the kill on save, a 1-for-1 of support. Toronto Toki a little bit off the mark there, but not afraid of charging in even though his cores have backed away. Apparently he didn't get the memo.
Threw everything out, yielded nothing, might die to the next onslaught.
Yeah, catches up to him, pulverize, bam, bam, bam.
A little bit of an overextension there at the end from the supports, and I almost said Quest, but Entity will reap the rewards here as they take down enemy tier 1 on top of it. That's pretty much the fight they were looking for. Didn't have to do much to get it, it was just GPK going in, but GPK had pretty low resources. Couldn't really commit to the extended engagement. Now he's gonna have to go back to base and heal. Did that with all the Blade Mail on the Mars as well. Pretty nice little find. Still, it is Nightfall pulling out ahead in this game, and of course Pure getting a lot of space down here as well. Yeah, these cores are going to be big. No way around it. You just don't have the consistent map presence with this lineup to find them and shut them down, especially Nightfall in this gyro. You should have pretty much 0 deaths from here on out if he gets a perfect game. And you know Nightfall likes his perfect game. He's the modern KDA carry. For better or worse.
Is that how you think of him?
Yeah, that is. Huh. That's not my words, that's other people's.
Shield rune. Oh, thankfully the Terrorize is going to be able to take out that Pulverize. Now he is still silenced though. That Shield rune did a lot to help him out with the Soulbind, and so many disables from Entity keep GPK down. I was going to say, this Storm Spirit, it is not an easy Storm game. There is just a lot of stuff that is thrown around, whether if he gets hit by an onslaught, then there's all these follow-up disables. He's got to watch out for the constant ghosts that are going to be coming out for the group stroke. Nice snap back there. Thanks in part to Brent landing. Big damage from the support duo.
Surprised that killed him.
Oh, here. Set a trap. Just farming up the hard camp, waiting for somebody to come up here. Fishman does oblige, adding to his death stats.
You know what it was? It was like it was the early Veil from Save. You stack that on top of this ET, lowering your magic resist. That's spell amp, so that Earth Splitter did some serious damage for a level 1 spell. Ended up doing basically 450. Pretty nice little combination.
Level 3 of Natural Order on Toronto Tokyo. So you're basically talking about a lot of this magic damage becoming pure damage plus.
That's the right idea here. I like this build. I think you might want one other point and stop here, but early aura of this game is really nice for how their lineup plays out. It's just all magic damage getting poured in.
Amar is going to find Bet Boom. Not the find he really wanted.
Finds Amar.
Nearly gets woken up, but I guess GPK has the mana to pursue.
GPK, he's having a rough game net worth-wise, but he is finding the openings for his supports and enabling them, which I feel like is his job in this game. Yeah. And he has 2 other scaling cores that are going to take up all the map on the farm. I mean, they're just cleaning out the sides of the map right now. Pure is doing stacks on the triangle. Nightfall has just occupied top. He's level 12. It's going to be a big gyrocopter here as he is 2.5 levels ahead of Watson. You got early blink on Maulring instead of the blade mail as well, so less damage coming out from the Primal Beast, but more initiation power. Probably tells me that they feel like they have to get more done right now. They have to start finding heroes on the map, shutting out the presence of this Beastmaster, perhaps find Nightfall once or twice, or the net worth's just going to explode from here. I don't know if I like this blink on the Primal. Really have to make it pay off.
It's not going to pay off here. The Terrorize guards the Storm Spirit. GPK zip TP away. Still, though, getting a kill out of this situation feels nice.
You know what's really interesting about this itemization here is you went the Blink on the Primal instead of the Mars, and the Blade Mill on the Mars instead of the Primal.
Yeah, you would have expected those to be reversed.
Yes, in a 9 out of 10 game, right?
But because it's Amar, he's more of a carry off laner.
He wants, he's an anti-carry player. That's how I've always thought about it.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
He just does whatever he feels is going to make the enemy carry's life as hard as possible. That's why he plays all these toxic heroes. That's why he focuses on laning a lot. His itemization is usually there as well. And that's what this Blade Mail's here for. It's to make the Gyro or the Storm killable. But it does hurt your initiation power. He is going back for a pipe. A rare item we see out from ATF here. Somebody must have yelled at him in the background. Just kidding, that would be illegal.
I guess the pipe is going to help out a lot when you got this Veil of Discord minus magic resistance combo.
It's just a good pipe game too. Good versus Elder Titan as well. A little Roar Hadouken.
Yeah, that was a bold mission they sent Fishman on to go deny that double damage rune. He got it, I guess.
You think they sent Fishman? I think Fishman just went on it.
Katomi, Inkswell me. I need to run in faster.
Fishman's got to be one of like the highest average death players, right?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, he's an astronaut 5 for sure.
What?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
He's out there making space. Quick smoke. Gonna try moving it top. Is this a kill that leads into Roshan? Like, do they have enough to commit for Roshan? I guess they do if it's clean and fast.
Yeah.
But this is probably really looking for Nightfall, who's been up here the whole game. They're not gonna find him though. Not even close. This is a weird smoke, honestly. Very weird unless you're confident enough just forcing the Roche with the Venge minus armor.
Yeah, but then they... I don't know, that's kind of weird. They have Venge minus armor, but then they also have Muerta.
It's not the strongest combo, for sure. I mean, this lineup's really built around the Primal. That's where the synergy is. It just didn't pan out that the Primal snowballed this game. Though Mallory's still 3-1-4. He's had a good game. It just wasn't out of control, which can happen for this hero. But they will just man up and force the Roche. I mean, it's pretty much the move you have to do if you're going to make this 5-minute smoke. So much time committed for this move. I don't think they're going to feel great about it, honestly. This is one of those Roches you do, but you lose gold for it, and I mean, Bet Boom can dodge you on the map. Again, it comes back to your catch. You know Amar would rather have a Midas than this pipe right now when they're not fighting. It's another aspect of this build. If you're not getting the fight with Pipe Blade Mail, definitely don't feel that great about it.
Yeah, that took a very long time. Bet Boom knew it was happening too. They kind of drew up there. They said, hey, we saw some heroes. They're probably doing Roshan. And they were fine with it.
I mean, they got almost 2.5K net worth lead out of them doing Roche. pretty damn nice here as they clear through some stacks. And Helmet the Overlord finished for Pure. So it's been up for a little bit. If BetBoom want to take the fight, they technically have their big aura and the creep there to do it. Pokemar top. He's pretty damn tanky.
Tanky, but not tanky enough for 4 heroes. BetBoom brought some numbers to that top lane after... I mean, I guess it's pretty natural. When a Roshan takes that long, all your lanes get pushed in. So they do Roshan, they naturally TP back to their tier 2s to do some lane cleanup, and that leaves top lane clear. Like, somebody's going to stick around, and that person is definitely going to die.
And straight back through the gate to bottom. So just continuing to control the side lanes here for BetBoom off some pretty good observers that see a lot of these jungle areas. So they can set up some threat, they can push these side lanes in deep, and just waste this Aegis period. I don't know if it's going to yield too much for any. I think they just got to play for the Mortis timings. You can smoke this Primal and try and just go for a casual pickoff, but even that's not going to progress your game too much, right? And that's the concern here if you're Entity. Are you comfortable just going very late here and playing BetBoom's tempo? Because you're locked into it.
That's a great question, Avery. Should they be comfortable going late game with Muerta against Gyrocopter? How's that carry matchup go? And like, Gut says, I think Muerta's pretty happy in that matchup. Like, you've got the, I think you've got the damage to put Gyrocopter down quickly. And you outrange him.
I mean, Muerta beats any carry in the late game that can't disable her.
Okay.
Generally speaking. Obviously, these things are super dependent on, you know, team fighting and all of that, but in a straight-up man fight, this hero does out-man fight basically everything. And I say disable because there are heroes, for example, like Faceless Void, right? You chrono her. Okay. That was a struggle. That was definitely...
This was a bit of a waste of time. Time maybe they can't afford to be wasting when they already did that really lengthy Roshan. This is just more heroes off the map. Where BetBoom... I mean, they may even be wondering, are they smoked right now? What's going on?
They're farming.
No, but nobody's showing on the side of Entity, but at the same time, they didn't get the notice that somebody got a shard, so what's going on?
Everybody's just farming.
Are they going to go back to it? Yeah, they're going to go back to it.
Bring in the reinforcements.
They call the Mar.
Here, Fishman, you die to this thing. He almost died, actually.
Legitimately, yeah. 8 deaths.
There's all the... That's a classic Fishman graph right there. Creating that space. But who's soaking it up? So far, it's BetBoom soaking it up. They don't feel like they're in any rush this game at all.
Nope.
They haven't made a move in probably 8 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Gyro, Beastmaster, Elder Titan. Like, that late game synergy is pretty intense. They're removing the armor, combined with the attack speed, combined with the hard carry. You're gonna feel good.
And Save was just sitting here waiting to break the smoke. Read this move pretty damn well. Happy to die, I think. You know, whatever. Wasn't one of their cores. He's up again in 30 seconds.
Well, is he that happy? That kill was worth 838 gold.
Yeah, he's pretty happy. There's one thing I think of when I think of Save. He smiles all around.
Yeah.
Big
Storm
charge.
here does get hit by a missile here. They got the Gyrocopter inside of the arena, but
that splitter.
Several of these heroes, they get hit by a huge Earth Splitter out for Toronto Tokyo. This combination of BetBoom is too much for Entity to handle, even with the extra life. Maureen blinks away after the Aegis respawn. Can he get out, though? He's distance away, but the missile's going to keep tracking him down. BetBoom are all swinging in after him. I don't know if Maureen realizes they're still hunting him. He's going to have another onslaught after this. He certainly knows.
Sure, there's no follow-up here. He's fine.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good arena. You had a decent soulbind as well. Charge through. It just isn't enough to commit on to Nightfall here. And man, that Earth Splitter really disrupted the whole fight. You also had to swap Watson out.
Yep.
Which means he's kind of wasting his ult period. He doesn't get to sit there and hit the gyro. I mean, it's probably necessary, but again, it's not the type of fight you want where this Muerta can stand her ground and take it to the Gyrocopter and you can't flak off him or anything. That's the ideal situation. Probably looking for some BKBs here on Entity to be able to take that type of fight and negate a lot of the spell damage coming out from Bet Boom.
More wombo combo. We talked about the late game synergy with the gyrocopter, but this is a pretty good one. Old school combo of Elder Titan Darkseer. That was always really nice. You had the Ion Shell, double melee heroes, but you had the vacuum into Earth Splitter. Well, Storm Spirit can get an Aghanim Scepter. That's just pretty much the same thing as vacuum. He's going to be rocking that. Entity, even if they are comfortable with the Muerta versus Gyrocopter matchup, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with the 5v5 matchup.
If you get 3 or 4 man Vortex in this game, I think you're gone.
Yeah.
You're either getting terrorized, stomped, Earth Splittered, flacked, or... Well, that's about it. But any of that lands, that's a one-team fight. Especially with how farm Nightfall is. First pick Gyro, out ahead. And he's cruising. And this is the part of the matchup that I think is difficult for Muerta. I think Muerta does okay versus Gyro with ult and being able to get this BKB and sit there. The downside is, in theory, Gyro gets ahead of you because he farms a bit faster and can do stacks sooner. And he can get the Roshans. And Aegis is really good versus Muerta. She has a hard time dealing with the second life. So that's probably what Bet Boom are aiming for. I mean, they farmed pretty statically in this game, but now they're picking up the aggressiveness, going on the enemy side of the map, and trying to get some more map control, looking to this next Roshan, assert dominance on this game right now. If you're looking at the damage coming out from the side of Entity, what is it going to be? It has to be Watson being able to stand there, and that means you need to protect him with the Arena, the Pipe, the Swap.
Got a grab here. Set up the Bramble.
They're going to take the fight. They're coming in on Entity.
Yeah, they are.
They abandoned it.
Okay.
They got found by Pure, though.
Yeah, Pure jumped forward. He was like, I'm down to look for more, and he found it. Fishman dies again.
Yeah. Double digits for him. Not the category you wanted it in. Pure is still looking here.
I mean, Fishman might be the category he's looking to be in.
It's true. Deaths are a noble sacrifice. They speak to character. Silver Edge for Nightfall. Just wants to break this Mars entirely. And it has still been a perfect game for the Gyrocopter.
Breaks somebody who's pretty broke already. Lowest net worth.
You must break him.
Amar cannot be happy.
Break him on his signature hero.
Yeah.
Then you drop the mantles and chat line him. Then you break his spirit.
I don't believe any of that.
What?
I feel like if you do that, it's just going to make Amar angry. And I think angry Amar is actually a scarier player.
That's why he only shows half his face.
Yes.
So you don't know when he goes into angry mode.
Is he the Hulk?
Ag's done. So Wombo combo online. See, that is a player cam right there. You know what I'm saying? That's like modern art. I love the use of the negative space. It really sets the framing up beautifully. He's got like the golden rectangle going on with, you know, the perfect proportion. Here's a team fight. Cast it, Cap.
Arena goes out, but the roar immediately put down to keep the primal. Oh, there it is, the grab, finally! GPK shows up with that Aghanim Scepter. It's not just Maureen, it's gonna be more heroes from Entity. Gonna be
Watson?
Watson's just, I mean, this is the matchup that they played for, the Muerta versus Gyrocopter, but problem is, he just walked away.
And that was his first BKB too.
Yeah.
That's the real long duration. You want to make these count on the hero. I mean, he dealt some decent damage, honestly. He was taking Nightfall down. If that'll sync up for Entity where they're stuck in an arena or something, you can't just kite out that Muerta at the end. I don't think that looks necessarily too bad. Even though you're down a lot of gold here, but the way this starts is, it's rough. I mean, Watson's hitting here, he gets feared. That Terrorize really did work for Bet Boom here. Save coming in clutch. Because Watson definitely would have just BKB ulted there. Instead, you're getting disjointed and Axes come through, clean up the Mars. And at this point, I mean, you just walk it off.
Yeah, part of having the Primal Beast and the Mars, and even to some extent the Soulbind, right, is to be able to keep heroes in the Muerta's range in that very crucial 5 to 6 seconds of
all about Watson here. You have to set the fight up for him, but Watson has to be able to deliver. And clutch support plays from BetBoom have made his life very difficult. You have to play around these stomps, play around the brambles, to terrorize, a lot of AoE control from long range that you're never going to be able to go on them. And at this point, both these heroes are scaling pretty damn hard.
Smoke breaks. Entity caught in the low ground. Their 2 support slides are possibly forfeit here. GPK chases after him. Good TP away. Very
Fishman
smart.
lives.
Animar blinks up at the high ground.
He lives.
They too. Okay. Somehow they didn't lose anybody in that.
Well, it's because Nightfall was solo roshing, basically, with the help of Pure.
A little bit of help. Speaking of Aghanim Scepter, an Aghanim Scepter for Entity's side. Primal Beast is going to pick up his.
Break's not bad versus Jaro here, but it's going to be high ground for BetBoom with this Aegis. I mean, you're slotted and kitted on Nightfall here, level 20 as well. He has all those flak talents. This is prime Gyro territory right here. As long as you get to sit there and flak people, probably winning the fight. I guess going high ground is a little scary versus the swap. You can swap the Gyro in deep and maybe try and kill him twice. He's going to be stuck in arena, the calling.
Yeah, I mean, if they're really sick, they can swap spear back.
Yeah, that too.
Right? That combo is...
I mean, it shouldn't be too hard, right? You have some leeway with the spear. That might be enough to dissuade BetBoom going high ground right now, but of course, BetBoom, it's one of those teams, I don't think they're ever afraid to just keep farming, honestly. I think they always feel they're going to win the ultra late.
Do you think it's one of those, like, we're the better team, therefore?
No, I think they just... I mean, they have a 5th or a 4th core player in Toronto, Tokyo, so... They just have more cores.
Okay.
I mean, they have 2 mids.
Thought you were going to say a 4th core player in save, but you mean quite literally.
Here's the high ground. Where's the swap play? Oh,
Trying to go for the spear back. They hit the Elder Titan, but already the jump in from the Storm Spirit wiped out so many heroes. The Muerta died in that. GG. They're done. They don't have buybacks, so wow. What the hell was that?
Huh. Well. Okay. Nightfall's like, I'm done with that game. Go next. That looked incredibly easy. Single Vortex on the Muerta, and she disappeared to 2 or 3 flak shots, plus Beastmaster going in with Roar and amping it all up with Helm of the Overlord buffing this Gyro's damage. That's why that combination is so nice. Just hits so fast, so hard, 30-minute mark, no looking back. Roshan, go high ground. That is what that Gyro game from earlier was supposed to look like, right? This is the game progression for the hero that makes him scary. If you get away with it, it's very hard to deal with. And Entity are going to have to think about whether they want to give that hero up again or let it through. Nice professional work here done by Save. I've literally never seen him happy after a game. I just want to say, like, I'm not saying he's not happy, but, you know, people say I never showed emotion. This guy is mechanical. He always looks mad, too. It's like, God damn it, guys, we should have won that game at 23 minutes, not 31. Why are you shaking my hand? Get the hell out of here.
It almost seemed like his organization was trying to get something out of him, and he just refused. No.
He's a man of business, and he got the job done.
All business here for BetBoom. Hopefully it's all business on the panel, too.
Well, I'm not allowed to have pleasure as I watch this performance out of a BetBoom team. They let the Muerta go through, and I have to imagine that they learned their lesson in their previous series here in DreamLeague Season 21, where Arteezy's Muerta kind of taught them a thing or two about how this hero operates. Seems that BetBoom have applied those lessons and used it to defeat Entity.
Yeah, this was for me one of the most impressive games of the entire tournament. I think this is my favorite draft that any team has done. BetBoom's in this game. I think Avery was singing their praises too, right? This draft just has literally everything you want in a draft in this patch in particular. And they have the place to match. Like, every lane went great. The way they're playing around each other is great. And they have a great understanding of what needs to happen in the game. So I didn't really have a doubt in my mind after 15 minutes that this one was just going to be a BetBoom absolute stomp. Like, this wasn't even close.
That's the thing about BetBoom as a team is that outside of how great their drafts are, they're just so strong on lane that you can't really play for the late game like you can versus a lot of weaker laning teams. When it comes to BetBoom, you can't just, bank on your Moira getting those 6 slots and getting to that late game if you don't even have at least one winning side lane. And I think they just kind of got drafted into a corner because when that Beastmaster came out, we thought that the best thing to do would be to flex the Moira to support, but what carry pick would have salvaged it there?
Yeah.
It just felt like a masterclass from BetBoom.
Yeah, and Muerta still got some kills in the laning stage. It wasn't completely bad. It was maybe bad for Fishman, who did die 4 times, but he did help get Watson a little bit ahead. But it was that period where Muerta's like finishing Maelstrom and then accelerating by killing stacks, where the Primal Beast didn't really turn a lot of kills out. He had supports to play around him, but half the time he's running into Storm and they're just kind of like, okay, we can't kill each other, and they separate, or they do a little damage and they separate. So they didn't really get the Primal Beast into this like snowballing territory that allowed him to make his supports feel better. So then it just kind of felt like, with the exception of maybe like one Storm kill here or there, just the support duo for Entity just felt a little bit lackluster, and then it was just kind of like Gyro show stuff.
And I thought that their draft came together so nicely in so many occasions, but especially that one moment mid where you had both supports, the Willow and the ET, just solo kill the Primal Beast. Like, if your supports are able to pull off plays like that without the help of their mid laner while he's farming, or your side laner farming, and you're getting one of these key kills, that just spells wonders for your entire gameplay. It's like, it was just so interesting to see. Like, they punished instantly the onslaught that was used mid just to farm a couple of creeps into the Bramble, into the Veil, into the Earth Splitter, and then suddenly Primal Beast was off the map with not many resources being used.
It's been a long time since I've seen an Elder Titan be that effective, and definitely seems like Primal Beast never wants to have to deal with that hero. I don't know how you're supposed to get a pulverize off when there's a spirit standing on you, crack running towards you.
And can I just mention, Amar went a normal build. we were like, wow, Amar, you're going Blade Mill Pipe.
So would you prefer Dagger first? Because that was what Avery pointed out. It's either Dagger or Blade Mill on the Primal or the Mars.
I genuinely, I don't really think it matters in that game. If I'm honest, I don't think it would have solved anything. It was just interesting to see the mindset, because we've seen Amar take over games on Razor. We've seen him take over games on Viper. Well, guess what? They're both first phase banned. Now I have to play something else. They, with confidence, picked this Mars as a gyro counter, and he felt completely unimpactful in this game. And he was even buying team items. He wasn't like being greedy for himself, going like, say, Deso into Ags, Satanic, whatever, trying to carry the game. He was genuinely trying to, okay, guys, we understand we have to take this fight in the mid game. And despite going a mid game tempo build, he just fell completely flat. So for Amar standards, this was just not a good game. Like, he also got run over in lane, which is expected.
I don't think his items were bad, though. Like, the Blade Mail makes it so he's, like, kind of hard to gank, and he can jungle and farm a little bit faster. The pipe was definitely what they needed against the Elder Titan, who's lowering everybody's base magic resistance. The Veil's amplifying the damage to deal. So they needed pipe to, like, offset what the supports were bringing to the fight. But when they did fight, it just didn't go as good as it should have. So now he's, like, sitting thinking, like, you know, if I had Blade Mail blink or something, maybe I could get solo kills or help my team get kills instead. But instead they went for this team fight thing. It didn't work well. So now he's just like not the best items, and they're losing fights. So it was like too much at that point.
All that net worth on the offlaner, but how about the net worth on the carries? Let's take a look at our Acer Predator head-to-head as we looked at Watson going up against a Nightfall. That's actually not as bad as I thought it would be.
It's quite the difference, like 50% more in one guy than the other, you know? But yeah, it was also a very one-sided affair. I also think in a vacuum, if these two heroes just get to free farm, Gyro and Muerta, Gyro is just more efficient.
Sure.
And I think in this tournament in particular, Nightfall to me has really stood out as a carry that very well understands how to move around the map and maximize. He's always top of the net worth. We've seen his Jugger game. We've seen this Gyro game. I mean, this is just highlighting two of many where he's just flat out sitting at the top. Even when his team is not doing so hot, he's...
Even when he's offlane.
Numero uno.
Even when he's offlane, his net worth is top. So it doesn't really matter where he goes.
Yeah, I think like a lot of players or a lot of teams at this point think that Gyro is solved, or, you know, we'll give away the Gyro, or we don't need to play it anymore, we'll just ban it, etc. I think BetBoom have proven that this hero is monstrous. Every time they play it, they hit all of its timings, and I think that what this hero gives you in terms of just being strong at every stage of the game is not something to be underestimated. I mean, we see teams give away Gyro time and time again, and we've only seen their answers work like a third of the time. So I also feel that maybe more respect should be placed on this gyro, especially in the hands of Nightfall.
There's one other point that I want to point out about Blade Mail's already countered the gyro, right? Everybody knows that. But it's cool to see them grab these amplifying heroes, because the way the amplification works, and you guys probably noticed this on Tormentors, it's that when you lower the armor of the Tormentor or you decrease the magic resistance, the amount of damage that it takes to kill the Tormentor is less, which means there's less damage reflected. So if they've got like double Blade Mail and you're reducing their magic resistance to 0, then you're just going to kill them faster, and the Blade Mail back to gyro, it just isn't going to be as powerful. So that's another kind of cool thing. They pick the gyro, they get the double Blade Mail here, and they're like, okay, we're going to amplify this, or reduce the damage that we end up doing to you. That's cool.
That's actually really cool thing that you pointed out. I didn't think about that, but my issue with Entity in that game was that I think their solutions in the Mars and the Primal Double Blade Mails were very good. I just think that maybe they overvalued their Muerta, or their ability to flex that Muerta in that game, because I feel like the second they picked this hero in the draft, their draft crumbled because they weren't able to flex it until the very end, and it just didn't give them enough. And Watson, like, I understand that when a team just wins a series, which they did today, and they want it playing at carry and they want it also playing 4, they start to highly value the flex and they want to integrate it into their drafts more, but it just didn't work out in this one. And I feel like maybe you can just draft, especially if you have last pick, draft around your win condition player in Watson better than you did in the last game. So that's probably what they're going to change going into this game too.
Thankfully, it's a 3-game series. So if they are going to change some dials, push some knobs, maybe it's going to be the carry pick. Let's find out as we get ready for game number 2.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule. Dare to triumph against all odds. Dare to rise above fate.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Now I close my eyes and see your face.
I don't know how much the microphone would cooperate if I left the mask on, so let's...
Try it. Now it's by your chin now.
That's interesting.
Hey, Tsunami, you look cool.
If you didn't have a beard, this would be easier. Oh.
Greetings, friends.
It works.
And welcome to game number 2 of BetBoom Team versus Entity, where Centaur's gonna get picked, or Leshrac, or Chaos Knight, or Coddle,
or Chen with the right cosmetic.
Or Disruptor also rides something.
Are we gonna count Underlord?
Is he a horse?
Is he of the Centaur family?
A bit of a stretch, I think.
A couple extra. Did you say Enchantress yet?
No, I did not say Enchantress.
You know who? You know who's not horsing around, Cinderin?
BetBoom Team.
And Tsunami? Entity are not horsing around with this gyro anymore. They ban it out. They're like, we are not giving it to you. When you have first pick, we refuse.
Oh boy.
But they gave away the Pangolier. That could potentially be even worse for them.
Oh, that was a pretty much instant counter pick. So Entity obviously expecting this. Hello. How are you doing?
Horses don't know how to use telephones. Quit looking him in the eyes.
Tickle his chin, Cinderin. What are you doing? Tickle his chin, Cinderin.
Oh, who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
I can't watch that. So, yeah. This is what happens when you get these, like, top heroes in the meta.
When you
they
get
get a couple
Tsunami.
games in, they get some wins, and then teams are like, okay, what's the next less worst option? And they'll, like, let some other, like, formerly banned hero through. It's Pango in this case. And because Earthshaker feels fine leaning against Pango, that's what we're going to see here. And once Earthshaker gets Ags anyways, he's not too worried about Rolling Thunder spam. He can generally get out of it. Look at that. His hot beer is still going.
But regardless of the instant counter pick into the Pangolier, I just feel like... I feel like Pango gives you so much right now. And it's given you so much this entire year that getting this Pango on 8 just... It just gives BetBoom what they want, is like the strong hero. They're not giving away their strategy yet. They're going to be able to just kill these side lanes. And even the Earthshaker counterpick versus Pango isn't that bad.
So,
like, it sucks to get enchant totemed and smacked in the face, but you got these water runes, you got swashbuckles to disengage, you can secure ranged last hits with swashbuckles, so you don't have to commit.
So
You don't have to commit to getting smacked by that totem.
Other than ganking the side lanes, what does Pango provide that makes him, like, the top 3 most contested hero of the tournament?
He's got low cooldown abilities. He skirmishes very well. He can build into almost anything. His new shield is ridiculous because it makes him even flexible to the offlane. And I just think that having this Rolling Thunder ability just exist in Dota is always going to make him viable, because having a free BKB, a way to gank, a way to start fights, a way to run away, I mean, what doesn't it do?
I don't know. It sounds like it does everything.
It does everything.
Very good.
You know who also does everything? Gyro.
Tsunami.
Heroes who do it.
Oh.
Tsunami also.
I do it all.
That's true.
But you know who also
Hire me
does
for your birthday.
everything? You know who also does everything? Cinderin.
Oh.
Cinderin
Tsunami.
casts and hosts and analyzes and
horses
and
around.
co-hosts.
Effie, I feel like there's some ulterior motives with how much you've been complimenting Cinderin over these past few days. This
Not
wouldn't
at all.
have anything to do with any sort of bounty hunts, would it?
No,
Very
not
good.
at all.
No, okay. Just making sure.
Not at all.
She does often admire the Cinderman.
That's true.
Seems gratuitous.
She's just a big fan.
I'm a big fan.
Hashtag big.
This has nothing to do with any bounty hunts you may or may not see in the next couple of days, chat.
I cannot be bought.
But you can be flattered.
I cannot be flattered. Actually, I can be bought. Let's change that up. I cannot be flattered, but I can be bribed. So, compliments are not currency.
What's the threshold for bribery?
There is none, actually, which is kind of cool.
Damn, he's cheap too.
It's limitless. You can bribe me as much as you like.
Yeah, but there has to be a minimum threshold, right?
No, I mean, this is just an allegory for politics. So, whatever you guys want, you just,
We're lobbying right now.
Yep.
You make mistakes. You can't improve until you make
Now, if there's something people love when they tune into their Dota broadcast, is discussing politics.
There it is.
So go crazy in chat. We love when you guys talk politics.
Enjoy that,
oh,
moderators.
shit. It's your centaur, buddy. Here we go.
I called
The
it.
whole family's united.
Okay, I want to say, though, that Entity's draft already looks so much better. They were also in a second pick position last game, but bringing their carry flex in that early just made them in position to get completely owned by the 18 pick, which was what happened with the Storm Spirit into the Beastmaster that they also forgot about. But with the Shadow Demon, they have a way to save versus the tree and overgrowth. They've got saves, they've got ways to stack ancients, they've got ways to stack everything. They've got the Vengeful Spirit stacking one side lane, the Shadow Demon stacking another. Now I want to see Watson on one of his super hyper farm steroid type carries that is going to take advantage of all of the camps.
Wait, Terrorblade's definitely getting banned, right? That's like the most obvious one. You avenge Aura, you're against Beastmaster,
Yeah.
you have Shadow Demon to make illusions. I feel like Terrorblade is going here. They banned Bloodseeker first, though. I don't know if
against Pango, so.
Yeah, they probably had to ban that regardless. Maybe they also thinking about double dipping. This could potentially be a Slark game for BetBoom. It's a little bit worrisome about the Shaker, but against the other 3 heroes, I'd say Slark is very good.
I think it's a little worse against the way that people are playing Centaur right now, though. Like, obviously, trading with him is good, but if you just do a little poking with nukes, Slark can definitely get overwhelmed pre-6.
Right. Maybe you could offset it a bit with Living Armor, but you're probably right. It might be too much.
And I think this is one of the first times we've actually seen a Centaur picked before knowing like what the carry is. We've seen so many carries in the first phase. People pick Centaur to do something. This is Entity saying like this hero just has value no matter what. So kind of an interesting change.
But it's not just that, right? Centaur is an excellent hero to disengage against the Pango initiation.
That's true.
When Pango Rolling Thunders in, you just counter with Stampede. And Entity have so many ways to reset fights. I talked about the Shadow Demon Disruption save earlier, but you also have the swap, and you're going to have the innate mobility of the Axe Shaker going around. So I feel like Entity's draft is going to be such a nuisance for BetBoom to fight against, because sure, they've got the Willow, but she's not much of a reliable disable. Sure, you've got the Trine Protector, but he needs to be positioned very carefully to get a good overgrowth. And the Pangolier can be kited, like I mentioned already. I guess the only concern would be the Primal Roar, but you just swap out the Roar target.
Or save them with Disruption, I guess. For
Entity bans Morphling to stop the offlane Morph from coming. It's a big threat if you're playing against Jenkins.
The offlane Morph? There's an offlane Beastmaster. It's a safe lane.
Jenkins plays offlane Morph.
I'm so sorry. I thought I was missing something here. I was like, has Beastmaster become a carry?
It could work.
Maybe.
Radiance Axe. Just right click, how can you die?
They banned Terrorblade. Okay.
They don't get the first pick out.
I mean, yeah, sure. I feel like they have decent heroes themselves against Terrorblade, though. Shadow Demon, Earthshaker, even honestly, Centaur is not one of the worst offlaners against Terrorblade either. He has a lot of magic damage.
Actually, I think Terrorblade with Trine Protector would beat up Centaur.
Okay.
Yeah, with the Trine Protector in particular, I think he definitely would suffer. So, pretty heads up.
Fair enough.
Well, there's obviously the reality is that Entity gets to pick last, right? So they have the Muerta as a possibility based on what BetBoom snag. If it's some traditional Agi carry, that's always going to be in the pool.
You know what I thought Entity could have done or looked towards doing? Similar to how Cinderin described the synergy between Shadow Demon Illusions and Terrorblade, I feel like you can do the same with Naga. I mean, Naga's a great hero versus Beastmaster on lane, and there are natural synergies in Entity's heroes and a Naga Siren. And she's also just going to add an extra way to disengage these fights and reposition.
I guess especially if Naga is good against the carry pick of BetBoom, then she's only really worried about Pango with an Ags. Otherwise, her illusions are very tanky. It's a terrible matchup, I would say, for both Treant and Willow. And if there's anything this tournament has shown, it's that supports are having a really major impact. So if your carry can counter the supports, that's already a really good look for you entering the game. But yeah, BetBoom are definitely taking their time here. I think maybe they were hoping to get the Terrorblade. They're going to ban out the Watson Pudge. So are we looking at an illusion carry here? You're playing against Shaker and Shadow Demon? Or is this just flat out a respect ban because they don't see what else it would be?
Well, he did win with Pudge earlier today.
That was against Terrorblade, right?
Yeah, and it's one of his favorite heroes to play, and I think it's just a really strong hero in the hands of some players, and Watson is one of those, so I can see that being enough to merit a respect ban. Also, if they do run a carry Pudge, I think BetBoom would probably run into damage issues at some point.
Let's see. Jug is in the pool as a hero that Nightfall's played. Yeah, they're going to take the Muerta themselves. What about Medusa for Entity? Pick up the Manta. They're going to have Diffusal Blade. I guess that's not the best.
I still like the Naga, even though.
I was wondering about that too. Okay.
Oh, so she gets picked against Muerta, but against against Phantom Assassin, no one's willing to experiment quite yet.
So, what is it the interaction is between Muerta in her ghost form versus a carry that has Revenant's Brooch? Can you hit her?
You should be able to, yes.
Because TA, this could be the type of hero that could go that build in that case. TA hits hard enough that with, I'm assuming the Meld Strike, if you have Revenant's Brooch running, would hit and apply, I guess the minus armor doesn't matter,
Correct,
but just
'cause
apply
you
the
do
bonus damage and convert that to magical. Maybe that doesn't even deal damage.
I just don't really see that as a likelihood. That she's probably going to go standard items. You're going to play around Initiate on her at the right time, and you're going to use your traps to silence her and try to prevent him.
They're
in the
just
first
killing the
place.
rest of the team.
And you're more mobile. And once you're 20 as well, you can remove like Overgrowth and stuff like that. So and Curse Crown. So it just feels like a decent TA hard carry game. You're decent against Pango too. You can kill him through roll. So I just feel like it was a great game for TA.
I would say it's more than decent TA game. It's a really great TA game. I mean, I don't really look at it through the lens of the core-to-core matchup. You're looking at this Pangolier. Every time Pango comes out, TA is usually one of the bans, because in the late game, she can just 3 or 4 shot him when he's rolling around. He never gets the full duration Rolling Thunder off versus a really strong TA. She's got natural synergy with the Vengeful Spirit, so you get the early Roche. And we talked about the double stack supports on Entity with the Shadow Demon and Vengeful Spirit. You now have a carry who can take advantage of it really early on and hit a very strong timing. I also think Bedboom's support are going to run into damage issues versus the TA. She also lanes well versus Beastmaster, so I think Muerta's the last thing they were thinking about when they picked this TA. I like it. I think Entity...
Game 2 of Entity versus Bedboom. Let's see whether or not Entity can bounce back a little bit, because that game 1 was... Well, they didn't have much game to play, honestly.
Well, it's not like their series earlier, where they showed incredible resilience.
Yes.
But this could be another series where they show incredible resilience if they can bounce back.
That's a good point.
So,
They could also show that maybe Muerta is just a losing hero.
It's still a hard hero to execute.
It wasn't us, it was the Muerta.
It's possible. Nothing's really easy about this hero to play. Spells aren't easy to use. Build's not easy really to figure out. It's not easy to team fight with the hero. The timings are kind of weird. It's a hard carry to execute, but if you execute it well, it's really strong. So Nightfall's going to say, I'll show you how it's done, Watson. Rank 1 for what? Should call you Watson.
What, son? What? I will say, I think I maybe like Bedboom's supporting cast to this Muerta a little bit more. The biggest thing being the Beastmaster Primal Roar. I feel like that's a guarantee, like this hero is going to be locked down, Watson. Where's the TA? She hasn't shown up yet. Surprise! Oh, we didn't get the meld hit.
All of that for what?
That was a bit anticlimactic, yeah.
I agree. The supporting cast is pretty reliable. You have Brambles to lock people down, Rolling Thunder, Overgrowth, Primal Roar. All 4 heroes here can set stuns up, lock heroes in an area, and let the Muerta go to work. And also Protector, Living Armor, not too bad. You also have
and Overgrowth. They're both really good.
And you have some disarms that can come out from the Pango. Pretty nice. And you have Inner Beast Aura, which is really nice with Muerta because Muerta is an attack speed prime buff target. So when this hero doesn't need much damage.
An attack speed junkie.
That's right.
She just can't get enough of it.
Inject it into her veins. I mean, Little Drum is very good for that hero.
Little Drum?
Well, I had to specify because we do have Beastmaster in this game. Yeah. And he, of course, builds the big drum. Yeah. But there is still Little Drum in the game.
A little drum for the little drummers, boy. Ba-ra-ba-bum-bum.
What's wrong with you? What?
It's just such a funny way to describe it. The boar.
Boom!
Boar.
See you later. Fishman already on the board. Waste no time. I mean, you gotta laugh a little bit, you know. It's his play style. Something that sometimes works for Entity and sometimes gives away a lot of gold. But I respect the aggressive 5-position gameplay because
do you identify
entertaining.
with it at all?
Yeah, I've been there, man. It's tough. But again, the resilience I was talking about, that's where it comes from, man. When you're 15-0, game's easy. When you're 0-15, that's where you learn who your real friends are. You know? Is your carry flaming you or is he supported? Let me tell you something, there's not a lot of real good teammates out there when you're 0-15.
Yeah, how was you are when you were 0-15?
I don't think he cared. Better question is, how was I when he was 0-15?
I could see you are just being like, yeah, whatever, this guy's feeding his ass off. But I'm going to carry the game.
Honestly, I don't think most teams care if they're 5 feeds. Like, who cares, right?
Yeah.
It's just a 5. Pretty quiet lane phase.
Yeah, so our matchups here, Templar Assassin, Venge sounds like a pretty tough lane.
Very strong lane. A lot of minus armor stacking. Hard for the Beast to go up and contest for the range creeps. And that's one of the downsides of Dark Willow. Contesting the range creeps is a little weaker than some of the other ranged 4s.
Yeah.
You can do it with the Bramble. Like, it's not unheard of. And the harass or the defensive capability on your range creep is really good sometimes. But it's not the Rubik that's just brain dead. So
I think
this should be pretty favorable.
May actually be favored in all of their lanes.
Yeah, but they're all going even pretty much. So Bet Boom again showing their power in the first 10 minutes here. They're just playing the lanes damn well. They got really good equilibrium on these side lanes. It's one of the things that almost always goes well for them. Toronto, Tokyo, and Save are very good at controlling where the waves meet and making sure they give the CS and XP to their cores when they need it, and when they can give the solo, it's even better. Those gate rotations, if they're on the menu, Toronto, Tokyo will usually take them. That's something that generally just wins you lanes over 20, 30 games.
This lane, I think, is probably the toughest lane here for Entity.
Didn't get the fear back.
He did not. The Shadow Demon Disruption is kind of like the Rubik Centaur
Can't improve
lane.
until you make mistakes.
Opportunity from the range support to set up a stomp from the offlaner and get some good damage on the enemy carry, but it's a Treant Protector in the way, and Treant Protector is always a tough hero to be able to fight through. Blood Grenade thrown out onto Watson.
Big stick.
Had plenty of stick charges, but Fishman does not have a stick.
Straight back on the board here.
And Watson gets low again here. Refraction goes up. He has Lotus to work with. So Refraction's already gone from so many damage instances. Look at all these creeps that are dying, and he's going to fall from the Bramble.
Man.
Great placement from Save.
Just shoving it in with this huge wave. Helm up on Pure. They didn't get enough early wave punish. Equilibrium going back for Bet Boom means Pure gets to get there with minimal regen investment, and it ends up paying off. Just really good mechanical laning coming out from Bet Boom here. They're going to try and turn around top with the combo.
They hit him with the Disruption Stomp, and Fishman TP'd up here. They're like, okay, maybe we lost that bottom lane. We're going to make sure we win top.
Nice rotation for Fishman. Didn't expect that, but it's one of those death rotations. You're like, I thought this guy was missing, man. Why didn't you call it?
Well, he died. What do you want from me?
Exactly. That's a classic. Dota classic here. So, Entity strike back. Really needed that. It's going to accelerate their Centaur, which is where you want this hero to be. And Malorine's been having a pretty chill time as well. Top of that net worth chart. Looking for the 6-minute rune. We'll get contested on it.
Look at him. He puts himself up against the cliff, expecting the Rolling Thunder.
Does have an Echo.
Echo goes off, but the disruption at the same time, so it limits the damage.
Yeah, that's
very unfortunate.
He didn't even really want to use it there, right? Like, you know you're not going to kill him. There's a huge wand on GPK. He'll end up getting that rune. Bet Boom making the rotation to mid to match that one to top, and I still feel like they're definitely getting the better of the laning phase. I mean, you look at how much Save has gotten off this laning phase as well. He's pretty damn farmed on this Dark Willow. He's almost up to Watson's level, which is, I mean, it speaks to how well Save played the early game. It also speaks to how much Watson got shut down on this Beastmaster lane.
Is this really where you want to be right now? 30 seconds early to the Wisdom Rune, but you're going to forsake Watson like this?
Didn't get the Hawk.
I mean, you better get that Wisdom Rune after that.
Better get some stacks going at this rate, man. And they do have a crap ton of stacks already. Katayomi has been living it up. And 6 stacks at the 7-minute mark. That is pretty damn nice, especially when a lot of these are ancients. So Watson will have some comeback potential in this game, even though his lane has been a disaster because he is below save at the 7-minute mark. My God. Fishman, what are you doing, man?
I think he's trying to force out the stuns and then TP away somehow, or I'm not sure.
Mega kill streak for save. He'll get earn charges off that as well. 5-0 for the Dark Willow with 2 earn charges to boot. This is about as good as it gets right here. The world is his oyster. It just depends on where he wants to go with it. You get a fast Bedlam in this game, you can also just throw it on the Pango, right?
Yeah.
Roll in.
You could roll in with that. Sounds pretty sick. 8-minute power rune. GPK is ahead of the Earthshaker after that fight they had earlier. If he starts getting power runes on top of that, it's going to be pretty rough for Entity. Up forward, nice little Tumbler Toy usage there to get on top of Toronto Tokyo. Unfortunately, it looks like the Nature's Grasp is going to separate the two of them.
So here's the question. Does Malrine echo all these stacks like we've seen a bunch of Shakers doing? Does he take it away from Watson? That was very satisfying to watch.
The way that this game is going, there was no doubt in my mind. You got to get to this Blink Dagger, or you got to start changing the narrative of this game a little bit.
Can we see the Watson cam real quick?
Structures are fortified.
Yes.
Can we zoom in on it?
Radiant's bottom tower
Doesn't look like he's crying. It's pretty hard to tell, though. He might have shed a couple tears at the sound of all of his stacks disappearing to that Echo Sphinx. A single tear was shed on this bottom lane. I said, I have recovery stacks, right?
Right, guys?
Right, Kataomi?
Yeah, they're
Right,
recovery
guys?
already.
I'm the carry, right, guys? Fishman. You still love me, right? Creep wave.
Fishman, you'll still die for me, right?
We're creep wave brothers. Oh, you're gonna have to pay it back. They weren't, but what can you do? Somewhere Crystallis out there is also shedding a tear for his stand-in creep wave brother. All right, he gave it to the Shaker. It's on the Shaker now.
He needs
fast blink from Malrine.
20 gold to get that Blink Dagger. Time is of the essence here. There's a big move from BetBoom to this bottom lane. They want to use this Beastmaster to take down the tower. They need that X-Factor to come in. Otherwise, they're just going to lose their carry for nothing. Save comes through with the Bedlam and wipes Watson out. They've surrounded the tower.
Man, save Beast, man. He's just Beast in this game up. No way around it. Takes this bottom lane over and pushes Watson straight back below him in net worth again, man.
That is rough.
This is a massacre between these two.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The rest of the lineup for Entity's kind of working. It's just this TA Willow stuck in a 1v1 of pain for Watson right now. And again, he's not going to have the mega stacks for the recovery anymore, so he's going to have to make it up on the lane, which means Entity need to make some space for him. And that probably means combining the rest of their heroes with the Shaker Blink. Shield Rune on Malrine as well. Really powerful fight timing for them with Echo. They're going to fight Nightfall. Easy dunk.
See if they can take him out immediately. No, we got off the ultimate. They can still kill him. They have plenty of magic damage, but the Terrorize comes through. Stop at the Centaur. Primal Roar goes out as well. Nightfall's able to separate, but he dies to the poison ultimately. 1 for 2, though, still to the favor of BetBoom as they counteract that rotation. The Blink Dagger introduction from Malrine, and they beautifully counter it to the best of their ability anyway.
Man, the heals really kept him alive for a lot longer than I thought it was going to be.
Oh no, Malrine! Oh, the Shield Rune protected him. He was able to blink out of that one. Still doesn't save Fishman's life, though, so 3 for 1 is the end game.
Diffusal timing for GPK was also very fast here. Just makes that fight really nice for BetBoom. I mean, Nightfall would rather live than die. His KDA suffering tremendously here, but he'll take that bait. He did get that big wand off as well. So that plus the Leech Seed plus the Living Armor gets to stay up for a long time, and then you're stuck on the Calling. Perhaps the strongest laning spell in the game.
Some would say.
some would say. Ooh. I mean, Toronto Tokyo's been so aggressive checking these runes.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta punish them eventually.
Immediately smoke up, head back up to top. They want to even this out. The Beastmaster being up here, pretty good target to go for, and they want to make sure that...
You gotta kick him out. You have to take this tower with the Centaur. You can't just let somebody sit up here.
Oh, he missed.
Even stampeded.
Blink whiff there, and the stampede on top of it because they thought they were really going to catch Pure.
Pure's poking him back, and they brought Toronto Tokyo as well.
Yeah, they can TP in, they can surround this. Maureen, he's getting to swap back in, but even that's not going to be good because it's straight into the arms of GPK, who has the double damage.
Yeah.
They're both going to die for this. But Fishman did die to neutrals.
I mean, Fishman goes out how Fishman wants to go out.
An expert.
3 for nothing. And Save shows up, claims another soul for the urn. Boom, continuing to cruise in this game. They just have all the answers. Try and make an aggressive play. They react with the Pango and their supports. Really good turnaround potential with all their spells. And if you're just farming, do you feel good with Watson this far behind? Amar, you got Vanguard, you got Blade Mail. But these guys can wait it out. They could kite you down and...
Use the Diffuser Blade to slow him down, the Rolling Thunder,
Just
and
gone.
the Bedlam. There's that combo we were looking at earlier. That is really obnoxious. You can't stop Rolling Thunder, but then to have that Rolling Thunder be doing so much more damage because of the Bedlam, eek. Don't envy anybody dealing with that.
Not too many openings here, especially with the Shaker Blink that they prioritized. It's not yielded too much from Allreen. Just going to go into the Ags and hope to scale in this game. Now, Entity will catch up. I mean, Templar Assassin is one of the best recovery heroes. You always have that
especially
going
if you have like a bunch of stacks.
Yeah, as long as you have huge ancient stacks waiting for you, you're going to be Gucci.
Yeah, very important that you get those, not anybody else.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Did I mention the Calling is perhaps the strongest laning spell in the...
You sound like some sort of AI trying to teach somebody about Dota. Yeah, very important that nobody else touches the Ancient Apparition's stacks.
Ancient Apparition?
Templar Assassin.
No, you sound like an... Amar, he rushed his Blade Mail, and it's really not dissuading too much. He still just dies pretty fast all the magical burst. Man. What are you laughing at?
Where did Ancient Apparition go?
I don't know. You're the one casting this game.
It's that oily pasta.
Just stop making excuses.
The Swedish pasta. Something else. 4,000 net worth lead for Bet Boom.
What are you talking? It's like a turn into a Suns fan cast. Talking about pasta. Roll in. Where's he rolling?
Roll in, blink in. Maureen. He gets the Dark Willow, but GPK is able to roll out freely.
Something though, right? Something's starting to go your way for Entity. It's time for Watson to catch back up. That's all they really want right now. Man, did Amar have such a good start on the Centaur and has it translated into absolutely nothing? BetBoom just shut him down hard. His Blade Mail build has not paid off so far. It might scale okay into the Muerta, but it doesn't last forever. And it's going to be a tough road.
Yeah, twice now the Blade Mail. Has it really paid out dividends?
No.
Meanwhile, Spirit Vessel is done for save. Blink Dagger for GPK. You've got Nightfall farming up. He's going to have a fast BKB at this point.
He's not as farmed as I thought he would have been, though, right? He has the 2 deaths. He got sucked into those fights top that didn't go too well for him.
Yeah, it was like good for Bet Boom overall, but not good for Nightfall specifically.
Yeah, so it's not like he's super far ahead. And everything considered, I mean, Watson's only 350 behind. You're pretty happy about that if you're Entity, considering how much Watson got shut down and how much Nightfall was supposed to have here. So that part's working for them. They're honestly not... It's not like they're behind in this game. It's just... with the lead the Shaker and the Centaur could have had, it hasn't translated into much momentum. And that means BetBoom are going to have time to just scale into their lineup, which, of course, this team just loves to scale. And they almost always have 1 to 1.5, maybe 2 supports that are hard scaling in the game. Yeah. This time it'll be Save on that Dark Willow. He's going to become a 4th core with the start he's had. He has a full Vessel completed.
What heroes represent half of a scaling hero?
Well, it can be something with nice scaling spells, but isn't like a hard carry damage dealer, right?
Okay. Would you consider Treant Protector on that list?
Some
like
games.
Overgrowth is pretty good.
Yeah,
right?
Treant can be very strong in certain games. He can scale very hard. There's other games Treant just doesn't scale at all, right?
Yeah.
It's very dependent on Overgrowth and the cores you're playing against and how many dispels are getting.
I would say Overgrowth is pretty effective this game, right? Anything that disarms the Templar Assassin and Earthshaker has got to be good.
It's a pretty damn good Overgrowth game. About as good as it gets. Like, the natural dispels that Entity are going to build are predominantly the BKBs. And usually as a Treant, you're pretty happy if that's the case, right? It's like the Satanics and the Mantas on top of potentially BKB that make your life really hard because you just can't ever use the spell. Here, if TA BKB blinks in, the Shaker BKB jumps in, you just get the Overgrowth off, you're pretty happy in that situation. It's going to cause some problems for Entity going pretty late in this game.
I've never thought about that before, but Satanic as an item.
Oh, we need Translator.
Nope. We even get some reaction from it.
Well, I mean, this is a pause with Pure in it. Anything could happen.
You think anybody says anything to Pure during pause happens? Like you hear him start typing on his keyboard, you're like, Pure?
Just punch him out. He's not conscious. He can't do anything.
Do you think that's against the rules?
What, to incapacitate your teammate in the middle of a match?
Yeah.
I don't know. Are there rules? I mean, it's not like a DPC event. Anything goes at Dream League, baby.
That's a good state. I mean, there's no more DPC next year, so
that's right.
It's time to start.
You can't get disqualified. There's nothing to get disqualified from. I never thought about that.
Pure,
super happy
huge
about that.
buff for Pure.
Oh
next
man,
year.
this team's—they're gonna be out of control. What will stop them now?
Mar in the darkness.
MMR is just a number.
Well, not
You
really.
can't improve until you make mistakes.
You know, Dota's a lot about perception, Austin.
Okay.
About the perception of things, you know. Whether the things that you perceive are correct or not might win you a game.
Okay. Where is this leading?
No,
to?
that was it.
That was it. What?
No, I'm just saying, you know, we've been seeing a lot of these first pick cores because of the way the draft meta changed, right? You only have this one pick. I think it was natural it went there because you have the most bans to protect them. And what it means is that you kind of have to have faith in this hero you're picking early to do what it's supposed to do and the idea behind it. But that's only as good as you understand how to execute it. And that changes very fast in Dota because you might play a game with this first pick Gyro and win and be like, oh, it's the most broken carry of the game. You go play another game, you lose, and all of a sudden you start rethinking it. At what point do you lose confidence in an idea? At which point do you stay with it? How much do you give Phantom Assassin other teams in an elimination match game 2 where you just lost to it game 1, right? How much do you stay with something like a Gyro Sven that might be half working with you or not? Those are the tough decisions to make as a Dota team. And there's no easy way about it. And that's where your perception of the world around you comes into play.
Wow.
That's where you have to evaluate things effectively, like
deep and philosophical.
You know, the calling, for example. The strongest level 1 spell.
Of
You know,
course.
all of
If
that
you-
is
if
actually,
you'd be able to win the
now that we're paused, is leading into a real story.
Okay.
That the reason I bring all this up
It can't be about the calling.
No, it's about the strongest level 1 spell in Dota. I played on a team a long time ago with a certain player called Mr. Snaking. And there was a period where we ended up in some argument or debate where Snaking basically... Oh, I like this. A nice little backdrop for my
You
story.
can't improve until
He
you
basically asserted that the strongest level 1 spell in Dota was the Swarm. Right?
Oh, okay.
That basically, Weaver's Bug, level 1... It is the strongest level 1 spell. I remember this quote exactly. Like, it is the most powerful level 1 spell. Nothing fights it. You cannot lose a fight if you have the Swarm.
Okay,
so
that's a take.
We played I mean, this is Snaking. That's what makes Snaking amazing back then, especially, is like, he would just say these things, and it was like a universal truth. So we played this scrim, we pick Weaver. Of course, Staking's playing Weaver. Oh, some off-lane Weaver. What the hell is going on? We go and fight. He skills Swarm level 1. He goes, we cannot lose the rune fight, guys. I don't remember the exact word, but it's basically, it is impossible for us to lose this fight. I have the strongest level 1 spell in Dota, the Swarm. They cannot fight us. We smoke in. He swarms. It's like 2 heroes. They like 4-man insta wipe us off like Decay Centaur Stomp or something.
You're fighting. Wait. You took a 5v5 against
I don't remember.
Undying.
Their level 1 was like.
Swarm is the
all
best
I remember
level.
is their level 1 was insane to the point where they had like 3 spells that instantly did way more than the Swarm because the fight was over within like 3 seconds. It probably ticked them for like 3 armor. And then he had to go offlane with Weaver with Swarm level 1, which it's not great, folks. It really isn't great at laning.
Yeah.
The thing is, I think we did end up winning that game.
Uh-huh.
And this memory is etched in my brain. And I think the lesson I learned from it was this guy's never going to win TI. No, the lesson I learned is that Dota's about perception.
Uh-huh.
You can believe something. You can know it in your mind. You can absolute truth it. You can tell your team the strongest level 1 spell in Dota. We cannot lose. And guess what? You can lose. Because no matter how much you believe in something, somebody else can believe more.
MMR is just a number.
I was gonna say there's another version of that story, an alternate universe where you win that level 1 fight, maybe because there's not even 5 heroes there or something, and that belief propelled you into an advantageous situation at the start of the game.
I mean, it's definitely possible that that's the difference between that squad and Tundra winning TI. They just listen to Snaking more.
Yeah.
Was that intentional?
I don't remember a single Weaver in that, so that might have helped them. The fact that they never drafted Weaver.
It's like
there's so many level 1 spells that I have to believe are better than any version of the Swarm. Decay. I was looking at Legion Commanders.
Well, yeah, but if you think about it,
does
okay,
like
but
200 damage.
That's the funny part, right?
5 heroes.
If you actually think about it, it's kind of true.
I mean, there is an aspect of it that is very
like if you
strong.
think, you cast a Swarm, if you hit 5 heroes, they're all ticking minus. It's like, what's actually stronger than that, right? But obviously in execution, it's a lot different because it's not instant and you're not going to hit all 5 and whatever. But that's the beauty is like that statement was kind of genius at the same time. And that's Dota. It's a giant cauldron of genius and madness, and you mix it all together, and you either look like a hero, or you look like a damn fool, or you look like Eternal Envy, or something in between. And
what you
the
said?
beauty.
When you started this story about talking about a player who had this almost righteous belief that something was correct, I thought you were going to be talking about Eternal Envy.
Well,
you played a lot with those kind of players.
I have plenty of those with Envy, but I don't know how many of them are stream appropriate, I'll put it. Many political, scientific discussions.
Oh, God. Oh, we got off the ultimate! He's not going to be able to hit an enchant totem, which was needed to be able to bring down Nightfall. Now he even gets hit by Toronto. Oh, my God. What fast reaction from Nightfall.
He's the fastest gun in the West.
You cannot outduel Muerta Nightfall. That was insane.
I'm going to be honest, though. I think even if he landed everything, that wasn't close to killing him.
Yeah.
I think the math was a little off.
I think he might have lived with like a solid 10%. Yeah.
We'll have to try and bail Watson out of this. Any turn potential, though? It's just
Refraction is burned through immediately because you still have the Brambles on him, plus the Spirit Vessel, plus the Boar, plus a full goddamn zoo from Pure that's running at him. Welcome back, folks, to Game 2 of Bet Boom versus Entity. If you're wondering how the game was going, that was a great example.
Not well for Entity all of a sudden.
No.
Bet Boom get a kill on the Shaker, trying for a solo kill. Used Echo. That was his Ag's timing as well. They swing it back to mid. Pick up 2, including Watson here, who's still having a hard time recovering this game. Just got Deso. Mallory's going to look for Toronto Tokyo. I mean, if this doesn't work, it's a struggle out here. He even spent the dust. economic damage. And now you're snowballing with an Aegis Pango Beast behind it. His Helm of the Overlord in 2 games has done some work.
Oh, he still had the dust on him. Toronto Tokyo
Can't hit him.
Going to be able to bait Maureen into another death. He is.
Toronto Tokyo is he's just playing with kids, man. No way around it.
Playing with Maureen, that's for sure. Well, we talked about last series how being able to be ahead in a game and get Shard on Train Protector is super annoying for the enemy team.
I like the Shard. I feel like the Shard should have been picked up in that other Treant meta as well. When he was popular, probably like a year back.
Yeah, it was a lot of Meteor Hammers.
Yeah, I always have believed this Shard is pretty damn valuable. It's extra invis to scout. The root and damage are pretty good. The root and damage are also good because it makes your other spells better. It's another root, so you don't have to expend your ult on the initial lockdown. You get the extra move speed. I don't know. It doesn't seem that expensive for what it does, right? There's no mana cost on it. It doesn't hurt any of your other abilities, so it's basically free.
I will say previously it helped a lot if you had Blink Dagger with it, because you could sit in the trees and you could blink onto somebody and bonk them. Now it's, I think, a lot more accessible because Nature's Grasp operates as trees for you, so...
It definitely helps.
Yeah.
It is a lot better now for sure. I think the Shard's always been viable. Here, a roar on...
Huh? What did he roar? I swear to God that was like a creep and not an illusion or something. Can we see that one again?
I don't even know. I genuinely don't even know what he just roared.
Well,
Radiant are scanning.
huh? Pure's thrown out roars for shits and giggles. Entity might be.
I mean, it had to be like a Shadow Demon illusion or something. They were just baiting.
Yeah, it had to be something like that.
Probably a nice play by Entity.
Still we're just gonna say great play from Entity.
Yeah,
really well done, baiting out that roar.
They're still looking for Deso charges on Watson, man. He's 0-4. He hasn't gotten a single fight with it. Not really the ideal trajectory for this hero. If you don't get the next Roshan on Entity, you're gonna be in trouble in this game. I don't think you're fighting them with that Aegis, and you're still dealing with this one. I mean, I'm talking about that one, but you're still dealing with the current Aegis, which is causing you problems.
And
you can't fight this Tango.
Hadn't seen Amar in a while.
No, he's been jungling it up. I mean, Blade Mail helps a little bit with that. Plus the return. It's not too slow, but what are you building into?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? He's got Blink Dagger. He wants to go BKB next. They do need BKBs desperately.
Yes, that's the big timing here for Entity. Probably triple BKB. I think you want one on Watson as well.
For sure, you need one on him.
You just need to rely on this Venge to boost up the damage here, and the minus armor going in with the Deso plus the Wave of Terror, providing some big meld and totem hits.
I mean, if they could triple BKB, they're ignoring pretty much all the damage of Bet Boom.
Found
There's
Pure.
Controls Pure. They try and get up the calling. Actually stops the combo out from the Earthshaker and gives the Beastmaster time. Pure puts himself in a corner back here while the Rolling Thunder creates all the disruption that they need. GPK with the Bedlam on him to add the extra damage. White through Entity.
Zero's too tanky for Maureen to jump. He just doesn't have any follow-up damage. You look at this draft, what is the little bit more to put these cores over that threshold? There's no Skywrath, there's no Bedlam on your side. The turnaround's just too easy for Bet Boom. The damage is too slow. And Centaur, he's not really helping out at all with this Stampede because you're already closing the gap. You have Venge Shadow Demon. There's just no follow-up, right? It's Watson going in with right clicks, and then the second you get hit by Rolling Thunder, this fight's over. Bedlam on the Pangolier has been nasty this game. Amar goes in just to blink out and taunt his way to a survival as the rest of his team hits the grave.
Nightfall gets the triple kill off that team fight. Well deserved considering that the calling bait they did there.
It's very, I mean, that's why you need the BKBs, right? Too much interrupt here.
Some might say best.
It could be the best
ability in Dota.
It could be the best level. You never know.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Are scanning.
This is a tough one. A very tough. It's been a tough series for Entity. Tough game 2. They're still struggling to find some sort of opening in this game, and BetBoom just not giving them many, and it'll be another basically desperation 5-man smoke to try and get something going for Watson. TA just needs anything for some breathing room. They find Nightfall alone. That would be the dream. Take the big DPS out at the start. Will he show in the river?
Yeah, he's on the low ground.
He got fogged.
They found him. Once again, he got off his ultimate, but this time around they have multiple heroes. BKB goes out. Now the Rolling Thunder jumps in. Overgrowth immediately going to be used as well. Everything to try and save Nightfall. It's still not enough. Maureen did catch him on the edge. They bring him down, but now Maureen's the one in trouble. The rest of the team is being cleaned up by GPK. He's trying to hop his way out of here. Turns around. Fisher, Stampede, and he is away.
That one, those two little trees in the river. I don't know what his problem with Amar is.
Yeah, what did Amar do in that fight? I actually didn't really see.
I don't know. There's a lot of mysterious things in this game. I guess we'll find out. They kite it out pretty well. I mean, I like the attempt to disengage here. This Rolling Thunder is just way too good. No answer for Pangolier, no control for GPK the entire time.
The scary part of that is that Save almost saved Nightfall's life with the Yule Scepter.
It's close.
The only reason that fight is passable for Entity is the fact that they got that kill on Muerta.
Too many damage sources right now. Like even when you're killing the Muerta and Nightfall doesn't get to do anything, you still get wiped in the fight. I almost feel like you'd rather find the Pangolier. Because you can kite the Muerta with Centaur ulti and some swaps and stuff.
Yeah,
the Pango is the problem right now. GPK just rolling through you. You have no answer, no control.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I don't think there's a short-term answer in sight either. That's the problem this hero can cause you if you don't have BKB Pierce.
I mean, we were kind of agreeing. We thought BKBs were a necessity for Entity.
I mean, I do really like Kaya on this version of Earth Spirit. I think, or Earthshaker. It is very good. And you also want more damage in this game because he doesn't have much follow-up from his support, so he needs to put heroes over that kill threshold where he actually has the spell burst to take them down. You can land a huge echo, it'll pay off. And that's probably your comeback in this game, right?
He is kind of setting up for that. Yeah, he's hiding behind the Roshan pit.
I like this idea. It's not easy, but if you get it, yeah, you're going to come back real quick off some Mega Earthshaker control, especially if you can find GPK in some of the AoE stun. Scan in the ward. BetBoom know exactly where Entity are right now.
Yeah, the bad part's going to be if BetBoom manage to get the initiation on Entity and just, you know, they don't even try and do Roshan, they just push past that pit.
I mean, the best thing for Entity might be if they just go in the pit.
Yeah, I think they should let BetBoom do this, but I don't think BetBoom's going to risk that. They're going to go for a 5-man smoke out. This is going to be the really dangerous point now. Amar is well positioned to break the smoke for his team. And thanks to Lotus, he's not the easiest to lock down either.
And
the smoke is going to break.
They need them to clump.
Did Toronto Tokyo make the read there? Nightfall, his smoke now breaks.
Oh, they did not see it.
Yeah, they somehow didn't realize this. Trying to just roll in blind doesn't really work.
This is a wasted roll. This is the opening any have looked for. This entire series, it is probably here right now. You need to get some sort of fight going while this Rolling Thunder's on cooldown. It's a lot of damage and net worth gone for BetBoom effectively.
They're still going to try and play around this vision that they have.
I mean, how do you... That's the thing, the vision.
The scan got him now. Now they definitely know.
No, that's a Radiant.
Oh, okay, you're right.
Double scans here. I mean, how do you see something to jump here if you're Entity? That's the problem. You have to just throw these TA traps out. They're getting killed instantly. All right, you're in the pit. You don't have scans anymore. It's all on Maureen here. Does he jump? Does he know when to jump? You have to intuitively know.
He jumped in. Oh, the Aegis may have been picked up, but he grabs the cheese, does tons of damage with that jump in Echo Slam. Now immediately jumps back out, but by getting the BKBs out of them, Entity might still be able to catch them on their way out with no magic immunity left. But they don't try for it. They don't even try.
It's Aegis. I mean, I guess you'll take that if you're Entity. A cheese and some BKBs. Damn, you wish you could have capitalized on that, though.
Yeah.
It's one of those plays, you're not going to get many of them. There's not many objectives BetBoom are going to clump that much around. And now you're just going to have to get to the BKB on Watson and hope it's enough to take a fight. Stand your ground against the GPK Pango when it goes in. BetBoom continue their onslaught, continue the scale. It is pure on top of the net worth chart here. The Beastmaster is the one claiming the most off the map, level 20, and completes an Octarine here.
What can I do in return?
Okay, so he's gonna go Aghanim Scepter at some point? I mean, why not when you're this big?
I don't know, I think you'd rather have AC Refresher or something.
Okay.
Just more control and buffs for the Morta and the Pango. I don't think you need more damage from this beast. You have more than enough damage. You even have Willow here. Buff it up even further. You just need to survive. You look at the damage on Entity, it's pretty much all burst oriented. It's got to be during the BKB intervals, and it's got to be around the Centaur and the Shaker going in and stunning people. Once they're committed, they're going to have to BKB. You potentially have Overgrowth and Terrorize to deal with the pre or post BKB. And then it's just a question of surviving that initial jump. If you do, if you can counteract it, you're probably winning that fight.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
They're going to put Nightfall on the front line and let him chip away.
Huerta kills towers very quickly. Entity have to come up with a solution here. Katomi's going to be chased out by Pure. Using the BKB, the Rolling Thunder is going to bring down Amar as well. A quick double there for the side of BetBoom as they bring down that tier 3 and show no signs of slowing down. Some Huerta starts laying into the barracks.
Yeah, Frenzy on top of everything else here from the Ancient Thunderhide.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
So much attack speed for Morta. Everything this hero wants. And you have to keep in mind the status resist from the Titan Sliver if you do try and chain Stunner down later. Look at the Aegis.
That was nice. They take the Aegis and then swap Watson out of a dangerous
he
position
got
there,
stunned!
but he got stunned. Malry tried to jump in, got hit by Bramble and the explosion there.
Game is hard indeed, my friend.
And now their Templar Assassin has been roared up, dies in an instant.
That's just it all she wrote. Entity
GG.
Eliminated here from DreamLeague in the lower bracket by BetBoom in a swift and convincing 2-0. Probably the most one-sided series of the day is, man, they laid it on from the lanes onward, and yeah, there's your MVP for this game for sure. Save he created so much room for the team in the first 10 minutes off the laning phase. Shut Watson down completely and put Entity in a position where they had to prioritize the other heroes, and you took stacks away from the TA. The game's not flowing that well. Watson just couldn't get anything done. Just sets everything up for the side of BetBoom here. Support's continuing to impress with everything they're doing in these games, including the vision, setting up the fights, the aggressive playstyle. It'll be a perfect game from GBK on the Pangolier, but of course he was playing Pangolier, so
so it doesn't count?
Of course not. You can't give MVP to him. Almost had the 666 GPM, but he's one off.
Well, we are going to say goodbye to Entity. BetBoom are going to be the ones moving on through the lower bracket. We'll see them tomorrow as they're going to match up against the winner of Tundra OG, which is also going to be another match for tomorrow. That closes out the series. That closes out the day. We'll hand you off to the panel. Close everything out.
Condolences to Entity, but at least they can raise their head held up high, as they did get to eliminate Game & Gladiators before falling out of this tournament. But unfortunately, they ended up losing too. Oh, nice. The button worked. And as a result, we are eliminating. That one's much more subtle.
Do you know why? Do you know what it is?
No.
It's a bow and an arrow, and if you look at their logo, it's an arrow.
That's right.
Oh, and a bow.
And a bow.
Yep.
There's a bow.
It's
It's
got
a crossbow. Looks like a crossbow.
But you know who got crossbowed in the face? Themselves.
Hey-oh.
They did. Honestly, that's crazy. That room dismantled them entirely. They did not look like the team that eliminated Game & Gladiators earlier.
It was literally just like 4 hours ago that we were like, oh snap, even with 2 stand-ins, Entity's on fire. And now we're like, it's a team with 2 stand-ins, you know. That shit happens. They lose.
Badboom are just ridiculously good online. I just don't know what it is. I would love to find out what goes on with them because online they seem like one of the strongest teams in the entire world. Their laning is impeccable. Their mid-game gameplay is impeccable. Their carry player is one of the strongest in the he understands the meta probably better than everyone else, with the exception of 1 or 2 players. I just feel like they can do no wrong right now. And that Beastmaster Willow lane was disgusting.
No.
2 Beastmaster Willows in a row. I don't feel like anyone can lane into it because I thought that TA would stand a fighting chance versus Beastmaster, right? She wins the first couple of waves. She goes into the jungle. That's usually what a TA does versus a Beast. She outfarms him. But that Willow, that save Willow is terrifying.
Yeah, he got way too many kills, and Betboom played super well, and also Omar played like a more standard offlane than his like Razor offlanes. Razor offlanes, Viper offlanes, that kind of stuff is like his special sauce, where he is the carry from the offlane. These games he played traditional, and it made his performance look a little bit weak. And I feel like their stand-in mid wasn't able to like make the space by himself with their supports. It was very similar to game 1. He made some rotation attempts. His haste rune bot onto the tier 1 tower that got scouted by the tree, which let Nightfall use his ultimate in time. Like there was just too many things that didn't go well that put them extra far behind.
Yeah, it felt like Betboom really took advantage of seeing Entity's games earlier today, especially in the draft. You know, they saw, okay, this was how Entity beat Gaming Gladiators. This is the ace they have up their sleeves. They just ban it out. The Razor and the Viper that Amar won the games on, respectively, against Gaming Gladiators weren't available. So he gets... I can't believe I'm saying getting pigeonholed into playing normal offlaners. It's kind of weird, right? But Amar's playstyle is just very different from other players. And we've seen the same thing in other teams that he has played for or stood in for, that when he has to play quote-unquote more traditionally, it doesn't always pan out in the same way. He has a very distinct style that the team often built around him as a carry from the offlane. In this game, they had to do it the other way around, and guess what Betboom did? They shut down Watson both games. He had 2 of his worst games of the tournament back-to-back, and Amar can't carry him because he's playing utility.
It feels to me like what Amar did was he basically goes to his lane, and he's like, I'm going to buy Blade Mail, and I'm going to stay on the top half of the map. And they just didn't play there. Yeah. They were just like, oh, that's fine. Let Amar farm. And then they just like ganked the other sides of the map, and Amar never like showed up. Did he ever like go to his allies and do a gank? I feel like he didn't. He just like played for himself kind of. So maybe it's like his team needed to play around him, or he needed to like switch up his playstyle or something. But that's what it felt. It felt disconnected to me.
Which is to be expected from a team with stand-ins. You can't expect instant chemistry, but regardless, the team will still be going to TI. And for right now, we've got Save on the line. Save, congratulations on this 2-0 victory. But if you don't mind, I want to know how you guys reacted to your Shopify series in the upper bracket, because I think for 99% of that series, we thought you guys were going to win.
Hello guys, thank you. I mean, after Shopify series, we're fucking tilted, honestly. Of course, it's hard to lose a game like this.
So how does your team react to Tilt? Because this is something that we feel like we've noticed many times out of Betboom on LAN tournaments, is that sometimes you guys get caught up in the emotions of things. Online, though, typically you're pretty rock solid. So how does an online Tilt recovery happen? Because this game looked amazing from you guys.
I don't know. I mean, you know, we're banning PA, as you see, from that Shopify series. So this is our conclusion from the series. And yeah, somehow we try to recover a little bit and play today. So
it was a good lesson learned. How about the Muerta, though? Because Muerta was also an issue in Shopify, and this time it seemed like you had a solution for it.
I mean, yeah, of course, Muerta is also a pretty good hero right now, but yeah, we managed to deal with it. Good that we had also Gyre, really big Gyre in the first game, so.
The pieces are working out. Purge, any questions for Save?
Yeah, how are you feeling about Muerta not Muerta, Dark Willow's a 4 right now. Do you think there are better 4s? You had a fantastic game last match, so I was curious your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think Dark Willow is one of the best 4s right now. Of course, New Bedlam is very good, and here is Universal, so has a pretty decent laning phase. So yeah, I like that a lot.
Do you feel like she slots specifically with certain heroes, or are you pretty confident picking her no matter what your offlaner is?
I think you can play it like no matter what, but of course it's good if you have any jumper with Blink Dagger that you want to combine with, of course.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Save. So you and Toronto Tokyo have been killing it recently as supports. I feel like your gameplay has just been almost flawless this DreamLeague. So I was wondering how your communication as a support duo is built. Is it something that just happens naturally, or do you guys ever sit down and talk away from your team about how you're going to approach the game?
I think we used to talk a lot in the past when we just built our team, when Toronto just moved to position 5. But now I think like everything comes naturally, honestly.
Well, that's good to hear. I'm also curious about your preparation for a series like this. Obviously, Entity played a series earlier today. Did you guys watch it together as a team, or is it something that maybe a couple of you prep for while other players pub?
I think we all watched this series to see like who we're gonna play against. I mean, as against any other team where we see their drafts, try to prepare as always, like any other team.
And who would you say is the most vocal out of you in draft preparation? Like, who has the most ideas?
I mean, our coach is drafting, so probably him. But also, like, there are a few guys that are also doing it.
Okay, thank you.
Look to your right. There's a really strong guy to your right now. He is flexing, man. I don't know what's stronger, him or the tree he played. Anyway, I was curious about your take on Dota in general right now, in the the state that it's in. Do you enjoy the pacing? Do you guys feel like it's a bit too slow and too big sometimes? You guys play pretty aggressively compared to many other teams. We had an interview the other day with Collapse where he was like, yeah, this game was pretty boring. We were just farming for 20 minutes. You guys try to play fast. Is that just your take, or do you think the patch itself is too slow or too fast, or where you at?
I think I like to play fast, like aggressive Dota, but of course, like all the games right now, they go to like 50 minutes, and you need to be ready for it. You need to know how to play in the late game. Good that we have players that are good like on late game, like Toronto Tokyo, from Team Spirit in the past. They always been good in late game, so I think we're kind of mixed. We can play good in the early game, but also like we know that our late game gonna be secured. Like we have Nightfall, we have Toronto, yeah.
Okay, and a follow-up question in that vein then. Obviously, Hand of Midas is becoming a lot more popular also for support players. You don't seem to buy Midas that much, I would say, compared to some other players. Like this game, you're having an outstanding game and you're still going, Vessel, Yules, you're taking these routes. Do you just not like the Midas play style, or is it just game to game? What do you think is better?
I think there are a few heroes in support role that you can buy Midas on. Maybe Dark Hero also the hero that you can buy Midas on, but I personally like some team items, like tempo items. So I don't think I'm gonna buy Midas on support.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Dave, appreciate your words and congratulations on a solid 2-0 victory against Entity, and best of luck moving forward.
Thank you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Not a Midas buyer.
It makes sense. They love you. That's
love
so
you.
Nice.
It actually makes sense that he doesn't buy Midas. So if he likes playing aggressive, you don't buy Midas.
Gotta go fast.
He's off doing stuff, and he's like, why would I have a Hand of Midas when I could, protect myself or kill somebody with a Yule?
Well, if you are really good at playing aggressively, you get yourself an advantage, so you can get a Midas because you get all the early kills.
And then you sit.
While you're running around killing people, you're just running past a neutral camp here and there. Oh, snack that one, But
I think it's hero dependent Midas, right? Like for supports, not every support can buy Midas. You mentioned Willow can, and I feel like the supports that have bought Midas are the ones who are effective without items, right? They don't need some Blink Dagger, some positioning item, a Glimmer, or Force Staff. You can go Midas on the Willows and the Earth Spirits of the world, but I mean, you're griefing if you're a Midas Vengeful Spirit, right? It doesn't work the same way.
That's true.
We gotta get some Ogre Magi in Save's hands. Then he'll have no choice but to build Midas at that point.
Now, you might think the game is boring if he's playing Ogre, though. I mean, he likes doing stuff. He likes playing aggressive. I mean, yeah.
Ogre hits people.
Well, what can you really do with Ogre,
No. Casting Knight.
He likes to make big plays. Save is a big plays kind of guy. Ogre is a small plays kind of hero. So.
That's true.
Small plays?
Yeah.
But big money.
Small plays, big money. Well, you need to get the Midas first. That's the problem.
That's where the big money comes in.
But how do you get the Midas?
The big play is getting the 3x Midas. That's the big play. The biggest plays. And the biggest plays have been also witnessed here on DreamLeague Season 21, as we are about halfway through the playoff bracket at this point. So let's take a look at the entire tournament bracket. As today we did not have any upper bracket series. It was all elimination. The beginning of which was Entity 2-1ing Game & Gladiators. That's right. The reigning DreamLeague champions for Season 19 and 20 are out. Heresy. They got knocked out by a team with 2 stand-ins.
It was really close, and they just weren't quite ready. They were just a little bit sloppy in the group stage. They barely, it was kind of close to them getting knocked out. They had that last match. And they lost to Entity, and Entity is now definitely lost to BetBoom, so it's okay.
Well, according to many of the teams here, you want to not win the last tournament before TI. So I think for Game & Gladiators, this is by design. They're like, we'll win the rest of the year, and maybe we'll have a little bit of a hiccup once and only get 4th. But we'll win everything else, and then when it comes to TI, the other teams that are doing really great here, their stuff will get nerfed, and then we'll get our good old stuff back right in time.
The long
con. I mean, I don't see them playing the long con because a team with Quinn on it, they're not going to lose by intention. I mean, he gets tilted over the smallest loss. He wants to win every game that he plays, and I think everyone in gaming does. But this could be a blessing in disguise for them. They've been playing every tournament this year, even the small ones. I feel like a break to maybe just kind of regain their energy and study other teams instead of be the team that's studied. That could be very good for them.
And if they're lucky, I very strongly believe that we will get a patch after this tournament before TI, just because there's some heroes that seem a little bit egregious.
Yeah.
I think it's not really in the interest of the game to take them in their current form into TI. I think Valve would like it to be, a little bit fairer in the way certain heroes work. And maybe Game & Gladiators weren't the best at adapting to that, right? We didn't really see them find much success with some of the stuff that other teams are running really effectively. So perhaps with those getting tuned down a little bit, that might help them more than other teams. We'll see.
This is a much shorter Dream League than usual Dream Leagues, and so no 2 group stages. They just had 1 group's worth of information and straight into elimination bracket. So they need a little bit more time. But we are taking our time to go into another day of playoff series. We will have an elimination series to start things off. It's going to be Tundra going up against OG. And this is because Tundra was able to get the win, OG was able to get the win earlier against 9 Pandas. And Spirit was able to defeat Tundra in the upper bracket, so that's how Tundra have ended up in this situation. Followed by Shopify Rebellion going up against Team Spirit. Which one you got, Sind?
I would like to, just for Shopify Spirit, or like who I've got winning, or which is the series to watch?
What's your favorite for Shopify Spirit?
Okay, so I would like to make a bold prediction. We don't have
the chalkboard.
We don't have Jenkins's chalkboard, but just make a mental note of this. I'll call the top 3 in order right now of the tournament.
Let's do it.
Spirit will win, BetBoom will get 2nd, and Shopify will get 3rd, which by extension means Shopify need to lose back-to-back.
Yeah.
I think Spirit is the team to beat right now.
Okay.
I think Shopify, obviously, it's great for them to get a top 3 finish guaranteed already, but they barely made it through against BetBoom by the skin of their teeth in that series. I think BetBoom have learned what they need for that, and I think Spirit were watching that series and figuring out what to do. I would love to be wrong, because I've been preaching for a long time. I would love to see Shopify, back getting some top results. I think it's good for the game, but I got Spirit and BetBoom looking sharper right now, personally. So
safe expectation, I believe. And then the final series will be a BetBoom team playing against the winner of a Tundra versus OG. Effie, who's going to be playing BetBoom team in that? Tundra or OG?
Tundra.
Tundra.
I think so.
Okay.
And OG have been looking really good. I mean, much, much better than I thought. It's the MC factor,
Yeah.
You put that man on a team and he just makes it better. He showed us that earlier this year. I just think that Tundra with Thompson has potential to just be peak Tundra. Even better than their TI winning roster. I just feel like this player fits into them so well. Not only is a brainy thinker, he plays bizarre heroes, he's unconventional, and 9 is a natural 4 player. You can't tell me that 9 has not been... He has been a 4 player masquerading as a mid laner for many years now. You cannot tell me that this...
I was only pretending when I won TI.
You cannot
this is my true form.
No, but you cannot tell me a mid laner who's been running Ursula at mid and Coddle mid and Tusk mid for the last few years is not happy to switch to 4. I just feel like it clicks, right? It just needs a little bit more time, but I'm so excited to see the ceiling of this Tundra because I think it's going to be ridiculously high.
Do you you think they have a good shot against BetBoom or Shopify based on what they've shown so far? Do you think Tundra can go top 3?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I could see it. I mean, it's not like their path is very far. There's not that many matches left. So all they got to do is beat OG and then beat Shopify or beat BetBoom first.
Beat BetBoom first, right?
That one's going to be hard.
Oh, you're saying Tundra, yes.
Yeah, Tundra
they would
has
have to beat
yeah.
BetBoom, then they'd have to beat Shopify or Spirit.
Well,
they could go on a tear.
They could.
They could. It's happened before.
Yeah, they're definitely really solid.
Man, BetBoom though, like they are a wall to climb. Even
When they're
though they're
on, they're just.
even though they're in the lower bracket, their laning is ridiculous. They are the strongest laning team in this tournament. It's just, it feels like you're fighting an uphill battle throughout the entirety of the game, especially if you can't get your drafts in order. And they have such good drafting too in this DreamLeague. Their lanes just put you at a net worth deficit. Even the DreamLeague before this, they were the strongest laners. I feel like most teams are reluctant to play against BetBoom more than any other team, or that's what I've heard, the whisperings from other players.
And you just got to win the emotional battle. Save was not mincing words. They were fucking tilted after that Shopify game. Yeah. And that's why they are looking forward to a more DreamLeague where they've got to enter it with a clean state of mind. I hope all of you have been enjoying the show. Playoffs will continue tomorrow, but for right now, for one last time, it's the PogChamp Pandas.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule. Dare to triumph against all odds. Dare to rise above fate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture